Netflix has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it cell phone for?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden. And we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as you're returning from charity yesterday.
Very, very much so returning from charity, returning from the surface of the sun as well.
It's a nice tan.
That is, my skin is boiling still.
Suck it for charity.
I used the SPF 70 3-4 times. I kept reapplying. By the end of the day, I was visibly in pain. So, I'm going to request that next year they do this in like October, May, April, whatever. That was a bit much. I like the sun. I like the heat. That was a bit much for me.
Look like Sandler in Baltimore.
Man, I don't know. I was imbibing a little bit. Yeah, so I can see that.
Nice celebrity pairing. Did you see any big dogs out there?
Oh man, the big dogs were there. Let's see. DeMarcus Ware was out there.
Oh,
Elvis was out there. Colby Lewis, Darren Oliver, Kevin Mensch, Jason Hatcher was out there. Kayvon Frazier. Lots of good people. Lots of good folks out there. Derek, of course.
Yeah.
You, me. Yeah, the group that got me. They really. Now we won. Like I said, we were going to win
the whole thing.
We won the whole thing.
Wow.
Yeah, we won the whole thing. Got a nice pair of sunglasses, a putter grip.
Sunglasses.
Some other stuff.
That's it.
Yeah. So we won. We won.
Get better stuff in a weekly Derek giveaway for your kids.
Well, yeah. That's right. Well, that's for charity. So the charity got it. It was cool. Derek shaved his head. Rookie mistake. He shaved his head before the round. The itch, hair everywhere. It was itching. You're going to play. You got 6 hours to go.
But if it's as hot as you said it was, then isn't the lack of hair going to cool him down a little bit?
Yeah, you would think so. It probably did. A lot of fun, though. A lot of good times.
Bobby, I noticed a couple of little ones scurrying around the building today. What's going on?
Yeah, I got the girls with me. Addison and Laura are here this morning. So Kristen had to be somewhere this morning. The next 3 days, they're waving hello. The next 3 days she had to be somewhere, and so she was like, my mom's out of town. She left, so there's no one here to watch the kids. I was like, that's fine. They can go sit in there, eat McDonald's, and watch the iPad. Although they're listening to the show right now, so anything you want to snitch on Kristen about, we can do.
Was it a rough wake-up call?
No, they're eager. Whenever it's like, oh, get to go to work with dad. Like whenever I loved doing that when I was younger, and so they like getting up and doing that. It's just they had to go to bed at 7 basically last night.
She's still waving.
Yeah, that's the energetic Laura, who's very excited to hear that you thought she picks music better than I do.
Yep, she can be in control of Ollie's birthday party on Saturday in terms of the Spotify. We do this again.
This pitch is rocketed deep out into right field. Adolis goes back. It's over his head. Hits off the top of the wall. Holiday scores. Laureano scores. The throw into second. Bounces away from Seager. No play at second. Henderson is safe. 2 more are in for the Orioles. They lead it 10-6.
Hey, that's Hicksy with the call here on your home for Rangers baseball. And yet again, they fail in the small ball situations. You have the opportunity to win the game with 1 out, runners in scoring position. Mike Bassick is telegraphing this to a T. And I hate to give Mike all this credit, but I have to. You know my motto, FAF, fair as F. And Mike is just telestrating this. He's talking about pinch runners, and he says, I want to see him steal within the first 3 pitches. And now you have it all set up, and I believe this time it was Osuna striking out, not even making contact, a complete lack of small ball, and then Gunnar Henderson goes yard. Baltimore just adds on to the lead. They win 10-6.
Yeah, he did put on a clinic there. It was a really nice job by Mike and a really bad job by the Rangers being able to get that run in. By the way, like, when did Gary Sanchez is such a liability behind home plate as a catcher like that? He went from like one of the up and coming, great young catchers to just an absolute liability.
Yeah.
They can't do anything, and here he's like,
that was the nightmare in Little League too. When you're
Yeah.
behind home plate and they have no respect for you.
they have no respect for you,
and they're just going to run at every opportunity.
And Bastick's literally like, Gary Sanchez is trying to lose the game, and you're not losing the game, or you're not taking advantage of it. And then obviously you get extra innings, and extra innings in baseball, it's not quite like overtime in college football, but there was, let's see,
I told Bobby yesterday I love it.
oh, I love it too. But there were 10 runs scored in extra innings here yesterday combined. It's got you go through a whole game and you barely score, and all of a sudden you get a runner on second, and now the floodgates open.
And we ended up having to have Jack Leiter taking at bat last night.
Which that helmet did not fit.
No,
That-
just like
that
Josh
helmet did not
Smith's
fit.
helmet doesn't fit as it flies off every time he swings a bat. But no, it was. I mean, it's so devastating just from the like ups and downs of what you get. Where it's like, all right, Duran's in position with one out. You think they're going to score? Nothing. Then you've got the depressing. You give up 2 home runs in the 10th, and it's like, well, this is done. And then Adolis hits what could have been, I mean, the defining play to this point of your season if you win that game.
I turned it off after the second home run, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
Adolis hit. I mean, it was the most. It was the most emotional moment we've seen from this team all year. Where he hits this 3-run home run. He instantly slams down the bat. He looks to the dugout. He's screaming. He's going nuts. Those who were left in the crowd, they made 40,000 people noise in that stadium. And then you go right back out there, and Hobie Milner, who's been great all year, is awful. And they're awful in general. And they give up 4 runs in the 11th and end up losing it. It's just. It's so draining watching them.
And it was so boring the first 5
Oh
innings.
my God, that felt like
brutal.
I posted this on social. I was like, this feels like 2004. They're playing this in a 2004 pace. The
Rangers were better in 2004.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I mean? Just like those games that just drag on forever.
Yes.
This was one of those, like, is the pitch clock broke today? We're working, right? What's going on?
Oh yeah, because Bautista too for Baltimore, he would like set and then he would just sit there and he would drag everything late in that game. That was just dragging.
I'd be interested to see the stat on scoring with a man on third, 1 out throughout baseball, and where the Rangers end up on that list. Bruce Bochy, why can't your team score from third with less than 2 outs in extra innings?
Well, just that we're getting, the strikeouts are hurting us. It's having a hard time putting the ball in play. And that's what's kind of caught up with this. Hopefully getting that situation, man on third with 1 out, and had some good hitters up there, but they got the strikeouts.
It's just so maddening with 0 contact. Like, just,
it is, yeah.
Ground out. Please, just give me a ground out.
Yeah.
Give me a ground out and put it in play. Give yourself a chance.
Yeah, so the run expectancy when you have a runner on third, 1 out, is 0.95 runs. So it's almost, you're expected, like that's on average, every team, every other game, you'll score at least 1 run. That's it. I mean, like that, you're right there. You're right there on it. And they weren't able to do it. It's small ball. It's not even small ball. I don't even count that as small. Just get a sac fly. All you do is literally put the ball in play. Put the ball in play, not to the corners. That's it.
9.5 back now in the American League West. You are 3 games under, sitting there in 4th place behind the Angels, who will no longer have Ron Washington the rest of the year. Seattle in 2nd. They're 6 games back, and Jared Sandler is going to have to start forming his apology to the armpit, saying the Houston Astros, your run is over. You're not going to finish in first.
Yeah, it's so frustrating because when you look at what Texas is, the way that they're built, like this is supposed to be 2023 was a fluke. Like that, like in terms of the idea of just you were not supposed to win that year. That was not part of the plan. The plan was you were supposed to start winning in 24, and 25 right now is when, if you hadn't really been in contention in 24, you were supposed to, this is the year you were supposed to win, when they had outlined everything that they wanted to do. And it's just, it peaked so much earlier, it feels like, and now they're just stuck spinning their wheels, and you got so many guys who have regressed or who have just shown that they peaked in 23, whether that be Heim or Garcia or Young even, who you would have thought that would have been impossible. That was basically his debut was 23. There's no way that he should have peaked there. But they've had so many guys like that, and you're sitting here 3 games under 500. You can't hit consistently. Your pitching starting to come back down to earth a little bit. And it's like, all right, here's your stretch run to really determine. You've got however long it is, a month or whatever, to figure out what can you get in return for your guys. Because at this point, you need to start looking at selling some people probably.
RJ Choppy, we need your first on-air thoughts about the developing story. The Dallas Stars did not make it official yesterday, but all signs point to the return of Glenn Gulletson as the Pete DeBoer replacement.
So the first word that comes to mind with this, and everybody I was talking to over the last couple of days, this word just keeps getting thrown around. It's a weird hire. Like, the word is weird. Not bad. It's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just weird. It's like, I was like, this was not the guy that I don't think anybody expected. It's not crazy in hockey to rehire somebody. Stars did it with Hitch. So it's we have this same kind of history lesson here within the last 25 years. Like, it's happened. It's uninspiring. It's very similar to Schottenheimer from the uninspiring standpoint. You're clearly on paper downgrading coach to coach. Pete DeBoer is a borderline Hall of Fame coach, he at least can at least get in without a ticket, And Glenn Gulletson is a journeyman.
And I asked Mac Engel that yesterday. Which one looks like the bigger downgrade on paper, from McCarthy to Schottenheimer and DeBoer to Gulletson? Is it Schottenheimer because Gulletson has been a 2-time head coach?
Down.
Maybe. McCarthy's also got a title and DeBoer doesn't.
Yep.
But DeBoer's been to, he's had a lot of success in the postseason. But this is when Glenn was here, that was not a very good team. Brendan Morrow was old, and they were kind of transitioning out of the Madonna era still, and Turco was gone at goalie. Like, it wasn't a great team. I think they had just had an ownership change at the time. I don't even think Jim Nill hired him. I think it was Newendam. I don't think he was given a fair shake the first time. Again, I don't. If you're going to fire DeBoer and you're going to bring in somebody else, I think looking back, there's no way they were like, hey, let's fire DeBoer. This is our guy we're going to go get. I think this is who they wound up settling for. And that's not inspiring. That's not inspiring. But, he did wonderful things in Edmonton with the power play. Great. Who couldn't? He has the 3 best power play guys in the sport. When you throw Bouchard in there too. Like, I could be good.
And explain it to me in football terms. Your analogy.
It's like, okay. Him being great in the power play with Edmonton. How good is he? It was very difficult to judge Eric Bieniemy in Kansas City. You got Patrick Mahomes and you got Andy Reid's playbook. Like, how do you know what you are? Like, when you go to Washington and you get bounced around to UCLA, like, what do we make of it?
Yep.
And I think it's kind of the same thing. I don't know what to make of his power play. His power play was, by the way, 12th in the league this year. 23%. And it wasn't very good in the playoffs. I think they were 4 for 23 in the finals on the power play. That disappeared in the finals. So, I don't know, man. Like, it's a weird hire. I think it's a very, very strange hire.
Even if it's a weird hire, though, the thing I keep coming back to is they knew they had limited options. They knew when they moved on what was out there, what they could potentially tap into. They knew, like, on paper, it could potentially or likely be a downgrade from Pete DeBoer. And they still did it, which means they must have felt like it'd be malpractice for us to keep him around. Like, it must have, the Otter thing, everything, it must have been so bad to them that they were just like, can't even run it back. There's no justification no matter how good he is.
It's a new voice. All right. That might be the best part of it. It's a new voice, and it's not Pete DeBoer. But if you go look, just go look at this. Jim's got a quick trigger when it comes to coaches. When was the last coach that lasted here more than 4 years? Tippett? Seriously, that was a decade and a half ago.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franco Injury Attorney text line here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Back together again. Happy abbreviated week. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The Dallas Mavericks officially have their new point guard, and why Vegas has you-know-who as the favorites to get LeBron James. Everything you missed overnight with NBA free agency officially starting next on the...
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-323-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Your Mavericks officially have their Kyrie Irving replacement for now. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. Glad you're with us as part of the 6 a.m. club. In case you did not know, we have a ticket giveaway usually every single day during the 720 commercial-free expressway, NBA Youngboy Today, and during the 9 o'clock hour as well. D'Angelo Russell has officially agreed, RJ. It is a 2-year, $13 million deal to fill some of those Kyrie minutes.
Yeah, don't hate it. Don't hate it at all. They need a veteran presence back there. And, this is it. I mean, I've got no issue with this move. Value-wise, it's fine. You're not giving up big bucks. Probably not expecting a lot from him. If he can run the show, be a vet presence around Cooper, I got no problem with this at all.
Bobby and I kind of covered this yesterday. We disagreed. I was more in line with your thinking. Bobby taking out his Nico hatred in shouting down every possible move that Harrison makes.
That's only half true. What Sean left out of that is that Sean thinks that D'Angelo Russell's going to average 40 points a game for the Mavericks this year, and that he's going to shoot 55%, and he's going to be a stud. And I'm exaggerating just a little, but in general. He's not going to be who's the old microwave, Vinny Johnson. He's not going to be Vinny Johnson out there. All right, he's
good old reference.
He's going to be more Brandon Jennings.
Which statement was worse from Nico, by the way, since this is your first show of the week? Fans are finally starting to see the vision. He said that at the Cooper Flag presser, or fortune favors the bold. Fans are finally starting to see the vision.
Are you going to vote for Joy Taylor again?
Well, see the vision. They both are.
Yesterday at this time, I said, "Better call chop this for me, Bobby." What would RJ say to defend?
They both show a lack of awareness.
Yeah,
because the vision, you cannot include Cooper Flag in anything you're saying.
No,
because that was never part of the vision.
No,
when they made the trade, it was literally to win a title this year. That was the trade. So you cannot say fortune favors the bold. Unless you know that you went to the NBA and said, hey, we'll trade Luka to LA if you give us the first pick.
Right.
So that would be bold. But there's no vision here, because if your vision is Kyrie Irving coming off of an injury in January that we don't know how he's going to play, and an aging Anthony Davis, and you didn't know about Cooper Flag at the time, there is no vision. So I still think the bold comment The bold comment is so incredibly arrogant. It's insulting.
And then Bobby said it was insulting to the fan base with how condescending it is. Of now you're finally getting it.
Yeah,
now
you
you're
guys are getting it.
Now you finally. It took you a while, but
You thought Daddy's rules were dumb, but then you grew up, you matured, and you knew Dad was right.
yeah. All right. What else happened throughout the association? Dorian Finney-Smith has agreed to a contract with the Houston Rockets, 4 for $53. There was word going around yesterday that Rob Pelinka and Magic Johnson would probably agree with this. Rob Pelinka was going around to other teams talking about how Dorian's knee is cooked to tank his value. That got back to Dorian, and that's not going to make Luka happy because they are besties, as Luka Doncic once gifted a pair of his own shoes for Dorian Finney-Smith's horse. So Dorian is now going to the armpit.
They're building something. They're building something good in Houston right now.
Yep,
that's something that looks like it could be on the verge. And then they had Capella back again yesterday. They snatched 2 of the Lakers players. But yeah, look, I mean that sounds like Rob Pelinka to me. That he would do something like that. Everything we've learned about him is he definitely is a former agent who would have had to have used some negotiation tactics and rumors and to lower values and different things like that. But it's like how he talked to Nico out of like, you don't want Dalton Connect. You don't want this other first round pick. Stop it.
You don't want that.
So Laker fans all of a sudden have real tight butt cheeks because they not only lost out.
Well, guys are working glutes now, so there's that.
Especially in LA.
Yeah.
Don't mark that Pepe, but Clint Capella off the board for them, as Bobby said, and then they lost out on Brook Lopez. Brook Lopez signed in Los Angeles just with the Clippers. So now it feels like DeAndre Ayton or bust for Luka to finally get his big man, and DeAndre Ayton doesn't feel like that Luka pick and roll alley-oop threat that he's used to playing with.
DeAndre Ayton is a bust. So I mean, even if you get him, then it's bust. But Luka broke him. Remember that was the whole, like, he broke the Suns and broke specifically Ayton's relationship with them in that series where they blew him out in that game 7. He's not been the same player since. And so I mean, all right, they're falling back on backup plans, and Rich Paul's just sitting there watching all of it, I guess.
The career of Michael Porter Jr. seems to be plummeting. Denver traded him to the Nets for Cam Johnson. Dennis Schroeder, another Mavs possibility, maybe a point guard. He signs with Sacramento, and the Maverick killer, Kevon Looney, leaves the Warriors to go to New Orleans 2 for $16. But of course, the entire sports world yesterday was dedicated to LeBron James. And I thought Spike Eskin, former head of WFAN and now Afternoons in Philadelphia, put it best with a tweet I absolutely love. LeBron is so hilarious. Luka Doncic gets traded to the Lakers, and LeBron wants to leave to win titles after opting in a week after saying how many titles you win should not matter. And I just had to applaud that. I had to applaud that tweet from Spike Eskin, as LeBron opting in now means he could leave
right,
and watch LA intently as to whether they satisfy his roster moves.
I don't understand. Like, where's he? First of all, who has the money, the cap space to be able to? I mean, you're gonna have to go into, the aprons, the oven mitts, whatever the hell it's called. You got the second oven mitt you got to go into.
Well, Bobby, you pointed that. Bobby, you pointed that out yesterday from Bobby Marks.
Yeah, Bobby Marks had talked about this, and he was saying that there's no market for LeBron. He's like, as disrespectful as some people may think that seems. He's making $53 million. He's 40 years old. He said he talked to a bunch of teams. They all unanimously said, nope, not going to work. And they said, now if it's a buyout, it's a different question. People would go after him. But in terms of making a deal for LeBron, he said every team he talked to said, nope, not possible.
Yeah, and my buddy's like, how is this not possible? He sent me that Bobby Marks quote, and I said, teams don't want to give up $53 million worth of assets for a goodbye season.
Yeah.
A retirement tour.
Now, if you're a team that is like desperate to sell tickets, he's never going to agree to go to you. But if you're like a team that's just desperate to sell tickets, okay, I get it.
Yeah, he's got one of 2 no trades in the league, along with
Luka.
No.
Anthony Davis.
No.
Dwight Powell.
In between.
In between that, oh my gosh.
In between the players you're naming and Dwight Powell.
Daniel Gafford.
Bradley Beal.
All right.
LeBron James
that's right, I forgot.
and Bradley Beal have the only two no trades in the NBA, but people are still talking and hyping up rumors. And Vegas, sportsbetting.ag, sent me the odds if LeBron is dealt, showing the Dallas Mavericks as the favorites to get him because of Kyrie, because of Anthony Davis, because of Nico, because of Jason Kidd. All of the above. The Mavericks lead the way at 5-2, followed by the Cavaliers, which a lot of NBA insiders are saying makes the most sense. Golden State, New York, San Antonio, the Clippers, and the 76ers. So that led me to put out a poll question. I wanted someone else to do the dirty work throughout the day. I waited like 7 hours. No one else in the Metroplex did. And I said, would you want LeBron on the Mavs? Now, I already knew the answer. I already knew what it was going to be. I just wanted to see how much of a blowout and disparity there was amongst the Tolos. How would you vote? And what do you think the Tolos said?
Yeah, sure, I'd take him.
Well, you got to factor everything in.
Oh, I know. It's he's content. He's content.
Okay.
Yeah, he's content.
It's like Sean's Belichick thing. I'm just like, bring me Belichick.
Yeah, he's content. Absolutely.
Because if you screw around with some numbers, you're talking about P.J. Washington, Gafford off his new deal, Clay, Max Christie, some of those. You got to throw in a lot of names.
Yeah. Now, I don't know. Do you make your team worse because you ruin all the depth?
Right.
And we're showing that, we're seeing that these super teams under this new CBA, they don't really work.
Nope. And you look at the Mavs depth, it's scary.
Oh, it's a ton of depth.
Someone sent out a top 10, and I was like, oh my God, they're 10 deep.
Look at Denver last year in the playoffs. Denver was gassed. You could literally say they hung and played with or better than OKC in a lot of those games. And they got worn down.
Yep.
They got worn down late. They went 7 deep. Like they're too deep in the bench. They played like 7 guys a night. Most teams do in the playoffs. The Mavs legitimately have 10 players that you could get serious run in a postseason game, and in a 7-game series, especially when you get beyond the first round and you're playing every other night, no off days really. That's a lot.
Tolos voted 80-20 no.
Oh, I get it.
That's steeper than I would have thought it was. No, I mean, if that's the case, if you're gonna have to trade PJ and Gafford to do all this for LeBron, it's like, all right, why aren't we just trading rosters from 24? Just let the we'll flip the Lakers and the Mavs roster, since it's gonna end up being you've got Christie and Davis and LeBron, and then you'd have Kyrie over here. So whatever imaginary world where Kyrie could have gone to the Lakers, that's what it ends up being. But I mean, obviously it's not in a position to happen. But yeah, if he got bought out or something, I would imagine Dallas would be really high on his list. It's just to make a deal work at 53. That's why the threat seemed so odd. I'm going to opt in, and then I'm going to tell you I'll dictate. It's like, no, now you can't. Yeah. You could have dictated if you just didn't opt in.
You could have opted out for free agency.
And then you could have picked any team you wanted. That's what you could have done, and he didn't do it.
That's why I rolled my eyes at this yesterday. I interrupted Red Zone and said at 9:20 and said, I can't take it anymore. This is such BS. This is absolute crap. No one's believing it. This is a little public power play. Make the moves that I want. Are you going to make sure Bronny is dealt along with you? Did you not just get Luka Doncic? You're going to go somewhere else? You'd rather go to the Warriors with your buddies, Draymond and Steph, and be in a better situation than in your prime, revenge body, Luka Doncic, as if that deal didn't just happen. He'll be a Laker.
This is why I think this is one of the reasons why he just historically is not going to be viewed as favorably as Jordan. Just the whole aspect of consistently throughout his career just trying to, I need this, and he's just never happy. No matter how many coaches he fires, no matter how many trades he gets of guys, how many things he swings around the league, he's still unhappy, and at 40, he's still trying to do it.
Ace Bailey showed up in Utah. That's good.
Hey, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good. That's a win for him. I didn't think that was going to happen at all. There was the whole talk of, is he even going to show up? That was going to tilt the whole NBA draft, put it on its head, because we've never seen it. We've seen guys as the number 1 pick demand out. We've never seen guys the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th pick say no. But it's good to see that he showed up. Good to see that LeBron did this yesterday, because other than that That would have been one of the biggest duds of a first day of NBA free agency.
Where you at, Shams? Going on McAfee saying, ooh, get ready. Craziest NBA offseason. I was prepared for Jokic to get dealt based upon the hype of Windhorst and Shams.
Yeah.
I feel like Shams is becoming much more of a mouthpiece shill than Woj ever was. Woj would break the news. I feel like Shams is getting people's agendas out there much more often.
The Dallas Cowboys trailer is out. Someone in the room is really excited. I am not. We'll play it and see what you think on the home of America's team now.
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Haven't heard this song for a while. Love it. And neither have the Mets, apparently. After their little players meeting, losing all these games. 12, 13 out of 15.
Yep. Soto's starting to hit a little bit. Or he was until about the last week, I guess.
It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers and the 7 o'clock giveaway. Tickets to go see NBA YoungBoy for you turning it on, leaving it on. That's our station motto, Tolo. Turn it on, leave it on. And Bobby is our Cowboys insider. That should make him knowledgeable about the rest of the National Football League. So you've had some time to absorb the big deal yesterday as the Pittsburgh... Is this all in? Is this what all in looks like as the Pittsburgh Steelers continue to shop?
We'll be all in.
We got the return in the Jalen Ramsey deal as Minkah Fitzpatrick is involved going back to Miami.
And Jonnu Smith, who was a Pro Bowler at tight end last year, goes to the Steelers. So it's Jonnu Smith and Jalen Ramsey for...
An Arthur Smith favorite, I read.
Minkah Fitzpatrick, which is so weird. I don't understand it. Like from Pittsburgh's perspective, you just traded away a guy who is significantly younger by 2 years or whatever he is. It has significantly less wear and tear on his body than Jalen Ramsey does. Who's
the better player?
Jonnu Smith.
At this stage of his
Jonnu Smith's the best player of their
throughout their careers, it's been Ramsey. Right now, it's Minkah, and so.
Because they were talking about injury there a little bit in Pittsburgh. He had played 15 games, 10 games, but last year he played a full 17.
Yeah, and this is just such a weird period of evolution for Pittsburgh. Like, for years they've been considered like this is the low-profile, like, blue-collar football team, and now all of a sudden it's like, yeah, bring in DK Metcalf, bring in Aaron Rodgers, bring in Jalen Ramsey. Like, purge Minkah Fitzpatrick, one of our quiet, steady stars. Let's be difficult with TJ Watt all of a sudden. It feels very much like Mike Tomlin is. This is the move of somebody who, like Mike Tomlin, who looks at his window like Nico Harrison does and goes, I'm going to be out of here in 2 years. I need to win right now. And so it strikes me as a bunch of aggressive moves to do that. There's talk that Jonnu Smith could get flipped maybe from Pittsburgh. It is an Arthur Smith favorite, like you said, but you could end up getting Jonnu Smith flipped for something else. But it's such an odd trade to see in this day and age where you just see 3 players and no picks involved.
What'd you think of the deal and what Pittsburgh is doing?
Well, Pittsburgh's clearly going all in. Although, like, when you first see the deal, it's like, oh, wow, they're going all in. But then it's like, okay, now they're sending Minkah there. That throws things off. It's like, did the Jonnu Smith part, like, there's been a lot of rumors about Jonnu going there all off season, about them trying to get him anyway. But yeah, Pittsburgh's making they're making a stand. Like they're going to just sell out for this one season.
Boy, it sounds like they're going to run the ball again, doesn't it? You're going to have Pat Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith if you're not trading Jonnu Smith. Maybe Pat Freiermuth gets traded, and then that camp will have to find somebody else to run the camp again.
Were we talking about, though, teams that run the two tight ends just in today's NFL?
I mean, that's Arthur Smith's favorite thing, dude. Arthur Smith loves running with two tight ends.
But don't they have a much better, like, they're running the ball at a much more efficient rate?
Yeah, I mean, of course you
NFL.
would. Like, I mean, you're talking about being able to block things up easier, but it's also because tight ends are versatile pieces who can be kept in line to block, or they can go out on pass. Like, it doesn't just give it away naturally. A lot of teams, Philadelphia in 2017 when they won the Super Bowl, they ran two tight end sets more than anybody in the NFL, and they threw it a lot. It's just a lot of teams like to throw out of those looks now.
But you're looking at is he how much of a just a name is Ramsey at this point? Like the Steelers are stockpiling. They got him, they got Rodgers. They're just names. They're not like necessarily worth the money they're being paid.
Well, Minkah Fitzpatrick's PFF last year, for what it's worth, was a 68.4. That's still in the green. Good. Ramsey's was a 77. So they said he had a better season. Now, you're getting a more valuable position at corner, but kind of feels a lot more of an even swap when you see Fitzpatrick involved.
And Minkah can do anything. Minkah can play strong safety. Minkah can play free safety. He can play the slot. Like, he can play. He allows you to do a lot of different things. Ramsey at this point is going to play he's going to play corner. That's what he does. And Ramsey, while he's I think still a good player, and like
I think he could play safety too.
Yeah, could he not make a Woodson like end of career?
Back in the day, he's just, to me, he started getting too banged up to play safety consistently. That's the only problem with him, because he's so physical. And I respect how consistent he's been, how steady he's been. My BFF grades would have had those flipped. I would have said 77 for Minkah, 68 for Jalen. But
look, my big takeaway is, thank God the Pittsburgh Steelers are fun. They're one of these teams. Get them out of the league. I can't stand them. They're so boring. I'm tired of this 9-8 crap. Recycling all these old or bum quarterbacks. The Pittsburgh Steelers are now a must watch.
They're fun. I don't know. I don't know that even through all the people they've gotten this offseason, are any of us putting them ahead of Cincinnati and Baltimore in the division?
Not ahead of Baltimore. You don't know what the heck Cincinnati is.
Burrow could get hurt in week 4. We have no idea. I just think,
it all depends on Rodgers.
Yeah, going into the season, I think most of us would say, if healthy, Cincinnati's probably better.
On paper, I'm putting Pittsburgh behind.
Yeah.
Like Sean just said, we don't know what Cincinnati is. Like there's no reason that team should have been as bad as they were with Burrow being as good as he was. And Baltimore mentally every single year shows themselves to be weak. And so I don't know about it. But yeah, Pittsburgh being exciting is great because the two worst teams to watch in football the last several years were Pittsburgh and the Giants. If they were on, I could not care less.
Tyreek Hill, good job. Could not. That's a pet peeve of mine. Not could care less. Tyreek Hill tweeting out the Fresh Prince in the room by himself. I'm left alone here. All 4 captains on the Dolphins last year have now been traded, and then Raheem Mostert, who played there, is now with the Raiders. Tweeted, hot take, be a Pro Bowler on the Dolphins, get treated like S. Happy for my guys, though. Go ball out. There is a culture problem in Miami, and it did not end with getting rid of Brian Flores, because I hear some Mike McDaniel stuff, too.
Man, didn't they do really well in that NFLPA player survey?
So they got high marks for organizational, like obviously that's a lot of like organizational structure. That's not necessarily going to explain away if your players are toxic.
The Dallas Cowboys Netflix trailer has dropped.
The road to a championship is never paved smoothly. It's always paved with peaks and valleys.
This is a soap opera 365 days a year.
Texas is football country. The hole in Texas Stadium so God could watch his favorite team, the Cowboys.
When I bought the team, I was Darth Vader.
Dallas fans aren't happy.
Last year, they were 1-15.
I said, Dad, I don't know anything about running a football team. And he looked me in the eye and he said, neither do I.
We were gambling my family's whole fortune, so I had to take risks. And it started with Jimmy Johnson.
You're part of this, right? Asthma, Mike. Get over there on that other field and have some asthma.
The And he made practice hell so the game is heaven. We were ready.
No time.
All of a sudden, it was a runaway train.
Oh, baby! Everywhere we went, they were icons.
We played hard, and then we played hard.
With that success, you also get disruption.
Police officer came to me, and they pulled the gun. Open the door right now!
Jerry is that disruptor, that innovator.
You're not much of a gambler unless you're going against the popular trend.
No one ever thought Jerry had the guts to fire Jimmy. You don't know half the stuff that was happening. Playing for the Cowboys is different.
The most valuable sports franchise in the world.
No matter what they say, they can't prepare you. You just got to experience it.
And the only thing else I got to say is, how about them Cowboys?
We do it our way, baby.
America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys, August 19th, the premiere on Netflix.
I got one problem.
I got a lot of problems.
You cannot use a song written by a Giants fan.
Is he that even? Like, I can't keep
Bon
up. I
Jovi?
can't even keep up with who Bon Jovi
No,
cheers
he's a
for.
Patriots
He's Belichick's
fan, I
buddy.
think.
There was another
Well, yeah,
time he
he's
tried to
a-
align with the Eagles. He's Drake.
He's very Drake-ish. You just can't do that. You can't do that. That's my one major issue.
I'm going to qualify this statement with the reservation to be able to change my mind. But just based on this, man, I don't need a 90s recap. I don't need another 90s documentary. Bobby got all hype.
Somebody else to ask these questions.
Bobby got all hype and, oh, yeah, this is going to be lit. This is going to be fantastic. I've seen everything. I've seen all the NFL networks. I've seen all the NFL classes. I've seen the 30 for 30s. I've seen it. I've seen it all. I know all the stories. I need the second half of this at least to be mixed in with today and all the new stuff. I don't need another 90s recap. I've heard it 4,000 times.
Yesterday I was just saying it was going to be good because I'm just talking about from clear production value, everybody that got to sit down. The fact that Skip Bayless popped up in that trailer.
What else does he have to do?
Like, I mean, the fact that Bayless was
He's
in there,
arguing guys in the alley.
It's Skip Bayless, it's George Bush, it's Roger Goodell, like all sitting in here for this. I'm just going to be interested to see, like, I think the production-wise it's going to be really strong. It does look like it's more... My anticipation is, it's supposed to be 8-10 episodes, whatever it is. My anticipation is one half of this thing is going to be very 90s Cowboys focused. The other half of it is going to be very Jerry focused. And that's how it'll break up. But, I mean, I think the one moment where I was like, oh, we're going to start getting something that might be a little new was when Michael was talking about, like, telling the story of him getting arrested. And then you heard Haley talking about you guys don't know half the stuff. It does make me wonder how much they may devote just an episode to, like, here's the look at everything that went down. I also think it's interesting that Aikman popped up in it because I wasn't sure if it was going to be solely Jerry focused. I didn't know if Aikman was going to pop up in it.
Yawn for me, Chop, so far. You?
It's, it feels like they're using the Cowboys just to create content and to create people to watch.
Jerry wants to participate.
He wants to participate, but what new stuff we getting? We're getting stories that we already know.
I also don't like to be. It's a depressing current reminder of, like, you have to go this far back to talk about any glory. It's sad.
Yeah, if the shoulder pads look like they're just too big for you,
if they look like Oprah wore them,
it's
on a 92 episode.
It's a bad. It's a bad time.
What's your point?
It's too far away, too long ago. That's just the way it is. But that's where we are. That's where we are, and it is a depressing state that you have to go this far back. It's like you've got to forget the past. You really have to.
You do, but also, like, whether this thing ends up being, like, I would prefer if it's a little more in depth and tells us stuff we didn't know. But even if it's, for me anyway, if it's just, I know you don't want 90s recap, but I will always watch a Bird Magic Lakers Celtics documentary. I will always watch a Cowboys documentary. I'll always watch a Yankees documentary of like, the Murderers Row, Babe Ruth. I'll always watch those because I'm fascinated by any it interests me, the retelling of how greatness was built and how it all came together.
It is interesting, but I do think that this organization is largely crippled by their past. And it won't change until somebody is in charge who wasn't here for. Honestly, it's not going to change with Steven. It's going to change with John Steven.
I would just say you are talking like the way people.
It's his team. You know,
you are talking the way people would have talked about the Yankees too.
Yes,
where they would have said this team is crippled by its past, they need change, and
Absolutely.
then they didn't get change, and they ended up winning again.
Chris Young on buying versus selling now. They just stay up for another Rangers extra innings. That's next on your official home of the Rangers with an NBA Young Boy ticket giveaway next. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
is Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now he advances to third. Here's the pitch, and it's hit high into the air, deep right field. Laureano drifting back onto the track. He's near the wall, and he makes the catch, and that's going to do it. Promising there for a while, but the Orioles erupt for 4 in the top of the 11th, and they win the opening game of this series by the final score of 10-6.
Another maddening conclusion for your Texas Rangers on this radio station. If you're a baseball diehard and the ratings for the Ranger game show that many of you are, you maybe slam the remote and discuss like I did after the second home run that put the Orioles up after the Rangers failed again in a clutch situation with 1 out. And you missed Adolis Garcia trying to bring them back, but ultimately they lose to the Orioles. Game 1 in Arlington, 10-6.
That Kowser home run was well piped.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a well-struck baseball. So was Adolis's. But prior to that, you mentioned that was a moonshot.
I mean, it was... We saw so many different just like Baltimore had been quiet for like 6 innings. Texas wasn't hitting a ton of shots. And then all of a sudden we get into extras and Gunnar, Henderson, Kowser, like Adolis. These are all like 115 mile per hour like moon shots, they feel like. But it felt like, all right, we turned a corner. We got this 3-run homer. We're going to win this in extras. And then you go right out there and you give up 4 more runs.
Chris Young, what do you say now about being buyers or sellers? He was asked that question on the G-Bag Nation.
You know, this year, unfortunately, we're 2 games under and we're not in the driver's seat. We're playing catch-up right now, and while I believe in this team and I believe that we can turn it on, and when we get healthy, these guys are very capable of being a very good team, the reality is that to this point in the season, we have not seen it with any level of consistency. And so what I'd like to see immediately is us play very good baseball for a consistent period of time. And there's still time left to do that. However, you know, we don't have in perpetuity, so to speak, to make these decisions. We don't get till the end of the season to decide whether we're a winning team or not. We have to make these decisions a little bit earlier in terms of what we're going to do to upgrade the team, or maybe, you know, trade from some of these pieces that may be expiring contracts or whatever, you know, may not fit in the future. So we do have tough decisions ahead, and you know, really, I always say it's the team will help us determine the fate and where we're going, and you know, that's why this weekend was a really kind of a heartbreaker. But that said, there's still time to respond. We go on a tough road trip before the All-Star break, and that may determine in a lot of ways what direction we go.
Wow, a very realistic, good answer from Chris Young, kind of leaning back towards the other side. It now sounds like a very real possibility of selling.
I like what he says. I just have a hard time trusting that he's actually going to do that. Like, given everything we've seen about him, I have a hard time seeing him ever just going like, yep, we're going to sell. We're going to punt on this season, even if they're, what are they? They're 3 back in the wild card right now or whatever they are. Like, that's what they should be really evaluating right now. They should be leaning towards we need to sell, because they've shown for a year and a half at the plate they're not good enough. And so I'd be all for trying to figure things out, replenish some depth, get rid of some expiring guys. I just don't know that I'm ever going to believe that Chris Young will do that no matter what he says.
Well, he is not the ultimate boss.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
He's been a very compelling advocate for his cause, though.
He has, and I think the ownership has given him pretty strong leeway here to be able to do what he wants. Within money aside,
yeah,
you know, like
spend,
yeah, like his decisions are basically like, you know, he's in charge of all the baseball stuff. Obviously, you know, I'm still kind of leaning in the let's figure out a way to make this thing postseason worthy.
Like,
Just
I'm
because
ticked
of
off.
The pitching.
I'm ticked off that they're this close in the wild card. Even I wish they were even further back.
Yeah,
it's
it
annoying.
easier.
And now the update on Tyler Malley from Jeff Wilson: small strain of his rotator cuff. 2 more weeks of no throw. No long-term concern, but he will not be back before the trade deadline.
Right, and the problem with that is that you now can't trade him. No one's trading for Tyler Malley with a strained rotator cuff.
Nobody's giving you up a ton for him. Somebody may deal for him.
I mean, they might give you a bag of baseballs. Also, this puts you in a position where...
So right now, real quick, Malley, Corbin, and maybe even Leiter trade value has all dropped.
Well, Corbin is, we're seeing what's going on there. I mean, he's obviously coming back down to earth. Leiter, I think there's still value with Leiter. He's young, and there's still an upside.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of value with Leiter. I think there's more value with Leiter than with Malley or Corbin, obviously. So, I mean, if you wanted to make a move with him, I think you still could pretty easily. Someone's going to bite on Jack Leiter.
Leiter's value has dropped from the perspective of a team that's trying to win right now and thinks he can solidify the rotation.
He's not going to be a third in a playoff rotation.
If you wanted to do what Tampa did last year, where they start selling off pieces, it doesn't matter who you're trading. I mean, you could trade Jack Leiter to Milwaukee. You could trade him to, that's probably a bad example. You could trade him basically to any team. Someone is going to look at him and say, yeah, we can build for the now and tomorrow with Jack Leiter.
Yeah, there's value in both. It's the whole Nico Harrison, like it's for now and it's for later. Like you can do that with Leiter.
Where are they on the trade tiers?
So, yeah, the Athletic had broken things down and just looked at where does every team fall down in terms of whether they're going to be buyers or sellers or how they should approach the deadline. And you've got like tier 1, could be or should be aggressive buyers. That's the Tigers, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, the Phillies. And then you've got different levels of this, like trending towards the buy side, everything like that. The Rangers fall into the same tier alongside the Cincinnati Reds and the Atlanta Braves as trending to the sell side. They say we've spent 3 months waiting for the Braves and Rangers to make a run. Their rosters have plenty of talent, including remnants of recent championships, but it just hasn't happened. Both have a positive run differential, but a losing record, and now Chris Sale and Tyler Mahle are on the IL. Time is running out for a couple of preseason favorites to actually make a case for being buyers at the deadline. And when they talk about trade chips that the Rangers have positionally, they look at it and they say they can offload starting pitching, relief pitching, and they've got some outfielders that they can move on from. But other than that, it's not like that's part of the frustration of how much they've struggled. You also don't feel like a lot of these guys have the same value that you would hope they would.
No, you would hope but they don't. And, you're going to have to dip into your farm system something fierce if you really want to go make some moves. If you want to bring guys in. Again, they could do a raise thing and start unloading some of their vets like Adolis or whatever, but
I mean, they have to if they want to build.
If they want to build, but not for this year necessarily. This is a future thing, and that's the big tug of war. It's even the tug of war in that building. And I think Sean and I have been pretty much on the same side. It's like, this pitching staff is solid. This pitching staff is without question. If you were going to give grades to the various parts of this team, the pitching staff's it's an A+. The starting rotation's been an A+ this year.
Yeah.
And that's that. What wins in October? We know it wins in October.
It's just very hard for me to let go of. Rangers Nation tweeted this. I'm trusting that he has this all updated. The Rangers are first in team earned run average with a 3.28. First in team fielding percentage with a 9.91. 29th in team batting average with a 2.26. You are wasting the best starting pitching and the best defense, with some statistics showing that in Major League Baseball. It's just very hard for me to let that go. But I'm approaching it.
Yeah, and it's literally just because the offense has to be this bad for you to even consider it, and that's what they've been. Yeah. I'll say when we sit here and try to figure out value, let's say you're one of these contenders and you're up and coming and you're a fan of one of the other teams and you're going, we need pitching and bats. And if you just look at the Rangers roster as an outside fan, who do you look at and say, like, I want him? That you think they reasonably could trade? Because we don't think they'll trade DeGrom. Do you look at it and do you want, as a fan of another team, where you're like, oh yeah, Mahle, that'll really help us? Or are you like, that dude's not going to be that for us?
I'd want Mahle as a third or a fourth. There's two different wants. It's wanting for the future, Jack Leiter, Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter, wanting for my postseason run, and I'd be interested in Mahle if this thing is not that serious with the rotator.
Yeah, but that I guess that there's your question. Like, you're going to trade for Tyler for Mahle. I mean, you're another team. You're trying to make a playoff run. I can't imagine you give up anything of value for somebody with a strained rotator.
Are Nate and DeGrom off the table, or because if you say they're off the table, you have to tell me how you're going to be even more aggressive and more in next year.
DeGrom, I don't know how feasible it is. Nate shouldn't be. If you really want to sell, if you want to try and rebuild some stuff, Nate shouldn't, because Nate would be a big chip.
Nate would be a very big chip. He's got
bigger chip than Jake.
Yes, because I think there's...
Maybe.
I mean, Jacob DeGrom right now.
Jacob
is
DeGrom's
like
been so great.
throwing 97. The numbers almost no hitter.
I get it. I think the issue is that obviously there's concern with the history of guys off their second Tommy John and how long he can go. I think everybody in Ranger Kingdom is with every single pitch holding their breath to this day.
Yeah.
I think guys they would actually entertain trading on this roster that they might be able to get something for right now. Not a huge return, but it'd be a Dolis and it'd be Jake Berger. Because teams are always want bats.
Choppy was out yesterday playing golf for charity with our boy Derek Collin. And you were also trying to be a golf spectator with our former friends at Live.
Yeah.
Were we not good enough to go back and do the show there this year?
I don't know.
Bobby ticked off. What's his face?
He invited the Ocho instead.
Henrik Stenson. He got Henrik Stenson all hot and bothered.
Yeah, he's calling Reet by the Ocho now because he's getting the credentials for
Obscure
Live,
Sports,
WNBA, and
that's good. That's very good. I got to hand it to you on that one.
Poor Reetman's not even at work today because he's so depressed over the Fantast reaction yesterday over the 25 minutes of screaming.
So Liv was here over the weekend at Merido, and it's the second time they've gone there. And I heard some great things about it, and I experienced some terrible things about it. You want the great or you want the bad?
Oh, the bad.
The bad first? Okay. Friday, after the show, my guy Reed, ASU Reed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he hits me up. He goes, hey, I got tickets. I got an extra ticket. You want to come? I'm like, yeah, absolutely, man. I'll be there. I didn't get to, we went last year, but I didn't get to walk around as much as I wanted to because it didn't start till the afternoon. So I go there, and he's like, I'll meet you there at 11 o'clock. It's 11:05 shotgun. I'm like, okay, great. I leave here. I'm like, I get up there at 10:30. I'm ready to go. I was like, I'm not going to be able to stay long. Got the kids. Got to get the kids. So I'm not going to be able to stay long. But I'm going to go, walk around a little bit, have some beers, then leave. I drive up to the course, and I start seeing signs for VIP parking here, which we didn't have. General parking, there's an arrow straight. And I think I'm on Beltline. I'm like, okay, let me go straight. And there's another sign like a half mile up the road. Straight. Keeps going. Just keep going. I keep driving like 2-3 miles. I'm like, where the hell is the parking lot? And I finally go to Google, and it says, you got to park at Standridge Stadium. Which, if you remember that's when Valley Ranch had their when they had the tornado rip through or the supercell rip through. The Cowboys practiced there. That's where they held their practice for like the OTAs and mini camps and stuff. And I'm like, that's not anywhere close to this. I look on the map and it says it's about a 20-minute shuttle ride that you have to take. And I'm like, I got like an hour and a half here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to park, take a 20-minute shuttle ride, and then walk around for 45 minutes, and then get back onto a shuttle, wait 20 minutes, because they never come on time, and then get another 20-minute ride back. Guys, if you're going to have this tournament here, you got to come up with some better parking.
Where's the Saudi money for that? Why aren't you being just like
flown in?
Yeah, I mean you should have had a chopper.
Build a garage, a temporary garage for everybody. That's what you got to do. You got a ton of places up there. Build a garage. But I was told from PGA Pro that Bryson and Liv did more for junior golfers in DFW than anything the Nelson's ever done or the Colonial. First of all, there was a ton of kids there. They let the kids in free. The Nelson used to do that. This year, I was told they were charging $90 just to get in, regular ticket. And it was apparently incredible. It was a really good turnout. So that's good. Banner weekend for them. The crowd, I was told that was about what they get at the Nelson for the TPC, or what it was at the TPC in Las Colinas. So that was good. But the parking, guys, you got to do something about the park.
NBA Young Boy ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on. We go commercial free with the Expressway. We ask Reddit at 7:40, and that video game is back.
Oh, man.
Kind of. It's the College Kegger, commercial free with concert tickets and Ask Reddit after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right. think Saquon scored?
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and that's brought to you by the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
We are commercial free with the Expressway. Brian brought us his favorite segment of the show, Ask Reddit, coming up at 7:40. An NBA Youngboy ticket giveaway. No reason for you to go anywhere else than the Expressway here with Sean and RJ back together again. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt, and we got the return of a video game in about 2.5 years.
Yes, we do. It is finally happening. So EA Sports brought back college football. Was it last year or the year before? It's been, a year or so. Rousing success. Great job they did with it. It's a fun game. The kids love playing it. And now they have announced they are bringing back EA Sports college basketball. And Bobby, they're going to have the women's teams involved too. So keep your comments to a minimum.
I was wondering about that.
But the madness
WNBA expanding.
I know.
By 3 teams.
3 teams.
You like that?
3 teams. I like that. I do like that.
Just in time for Caitlin Clark's retirement.
Guess that went with 2030, right? So they're bringing it back. Now, this game will not come back until 2028. I guess it takes 3 years for them to put this game out there and get it all set together. But here we go. So you have no idea who the players are going to be because none of them will be in the league anymore. But college basketball is coming back to your PlayStation and Xbox.
It was a better game. It was a better game than the college football one.
Oh, it was a good game.
It was better. In general, the college basketball games with the dynasty modes and the recruiting and everything else you could do. I loved those games a whole lot more than the college football games.
My last college basketball game, I think it was Coach K on Sega, and played with the Terps, Joe Smith. I love the game. I was obsessed with the game. The O'Bannon boys, UCLA, who many would credit for the state of college sports now, and people getting paid. But I loved that game back in the day. But I haven't played another one.
The college basketball games, they've kind of, the only way you have been able to get any sort of taste of it at all has been 2K. Like a couple times with 2K, they've had in the like player mode, the career mode or whatever, they'll let you play like 3 games in college or something.
And how do you this? I haven't played video games since you have to like update it.
Right.
But isn't college basketball the biggest gamble?
Oh yeah, because it's every year. Every year. Now I guess with the portal, college football changes so much too.
Yeah.
But it's the number one is college basketball because all the good players. If you're a good player in college football, you generally have them for at least another year. If you're a good player in college basketball, you'll probably never see them again.
Yeah, but I always played the college basketball game less for I want to play with this stud, that sounded weird. I want to use this 5-star or whatever.
Right.
It was less about that. It was more just about I enjoyed playing college ranks. I enjoyed playing with those college uniforms and being able to create. Oh, let me build a program. That's what I liked about that.
It was fun, and when it comes to the draft and stuff, we saw this year, and Bill has talked about it, the NIL and what it's done to hurt the NBA draft. I mean, basically the first round was all freshmen, and the second round was all seniors. There's no in between. So it's helping. The NIL is helping college basketball because you don't have those really good sophomores and juniors coming out anymore. They make more money in staying in college basketball.
We always talk about it with Tecmo Bowl, college football. Do we have an all-time or top 3 or top 5 college basketball video game list of the players who were just dominant? Pepe, did you ever play it?
Yeah, the last one I played was just on the Xbox. I think Blake Griffin was on the cover. So that's the one I played, which, I thought that one was pretty good. You had Blake Griffin there. North Carolina was really good. Michigan State as well. 2009, 2010, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying
Was there a player that was just known to be unstoppable?
Yeah, Redick.
So there was Reddit. For me, the guy that was always, it was the March Madness 2004 when that one came out. and they threw Carmelo Anthony on the cover, and Carmelo Anthony had left, obviously, and so he wasn't on the game anymore.
Yeah.
But that year, Jerry McNamara returned, and Jerry McNamara on Syracuse on that game was, you could put up 40 easy just raining down threes with him.
College Kegger, commercial-free expressway here on The Fan.
All right, so one of the things we could do to fix this, and one of the reasons that NIL has brought in all sorts of great change, has been gambling.
Yes,
gambling is now an open possibility thanks to NIL, and not just gambling. Well, no, I don't mean like this. I mean letting these college players gamble. Let them earn a little bit of money. The NCAA, according to the AP, is actually considering a proposal to allow college athletes and staff to bet on professional sports. They still would not be allowed to bet on NCAA sports, but they would be allowed to bet on things like the Super Bowl, Major League Baseball, NBA, different things like that. I'm a little surprised they would open the door to this potentially, just on the fact that with all the other changes that have gone on and the stuff that they've wanted to have in their control, I'm surprised they would relent on this one when they could potentially see it as like, oh, they could have buddies in the NBA. They could be getting inside information. This causes problems. I would have thought the NCAA would have dug in on this. I wouldn't have thought they would have even let this be brought up. But apparently, according to Charlie Baker, the NCAA president, they're going to listen on it.
I cannot get enough of the Malik Beasley clips, by the way.
Yeah, I haven't gone down that rabbit hole yet. I need to.
Oh, dropping the pass against the Knicks. But
there's zero chance he did this on purpose in a playoff game, right?
Defending at the top of the key, but the funniest one was him sprinting to cover an 8.5-point spread. It was like 4 seconds left. Did you see the video, Bobby?
No.
Oh my God, it's amazing. It's like a 8-point, 9-point game. 4 seconds left. Someone hits a free throw. Beasley gets the inbound and sprints down the floor, makes the layup. That right there, that's the smoking gun. It's over. That ends it right there. Right? When do you ever see that?
That's bad. Yeah, so they get down. It's against the Clippers. They go down 9 with 5 seconds left, and it was an 8.5-point spread, and he runs down there to get that dunk with 0.4 seconds left.
That's great.
You never see that.
No.
That right there, that's game over.
I imagine, like, if it's in a playoff game, I'm not, you're probably not throwing playoff games, right? But
depends how big his payout was.
Depends on how big his payout was, versus his playoff share, right? No doubt. But that's bad. That's bad.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it. But also, when that free throw is made to make it a 9-point game, I feel like I see him drop his head a little bit. Like, damn.
But his face looks panicked.
Yeah.
Like, I have to get this.
Like, please don't make this. I can't have my kneecaps taken out again by a baseball bat. That's what it looked like. He looks super intense here.
When it comes to college athletics and the gambling, this is what happens when you don't have a CBA. Because the leagues, college sports can't enforce any of this. The league, NBA, NFL, they could ban you. It's in the CBA. It's in the rules. There's no bylaws for the NCAA anymore.
And it's odd too, because when you look at, they screwed up NIL. They thought this will never come. We'll dig in on it and we'll just be able to hold our power for forever. And we've talked about it. As soon as the courts came in and said, no, now they've been left without rules and they're stuck. And it's been this Wild West scenario. So this feels almost like, well, let's get ahead of the inevitable. Let's build it up in the way we want it to look. And it's like, I don't think you have to get in front of this one. I don't think this one is close to happening right now. This feels like something where you're flipping a switch that potentially doesn't need to be flipped. More money in college sports and how it affects things. This was a hilarious article from USA Today the other day. They're asking the question, how will Trump's cuts to universities affect college sports? And they say it's a touchy subject. And USA Today writes that hardly anybody in charge of major college athletics wants to talk about this publicly. It's the Trump effect. Will the Trump administration's plan to defund American universities trickle down to college sports in the form of funding cuts? And it says USA Today Sports contact more than 25 universities and college leadership organizations. Nobody wanted to talk about it. Somebody at the University of Tennessee, a professor in the Department of Educational Leadership and Policy Studies, Robert Kelchin, said, I'm not surprised that nobody wants to talk, particularly at red state public universities. It's such a touchy topic right now. No, I would imagine they don't want to talk about it because they don't want to draw any attention to the athletics, which probably are not going to struggle at all with any cuts. Like, athletics are, in a lot of ways, especially in the era of NIL, they're getting their cash regardless.
They are, and a lot of times it's like, yes, the athletic department a lot of times funds the academic department, because especially at these major football factories, but they also have their own budgets too. Like, you could donate just to the athletic department. Mm-hmm. You could donate just to the College of Arts and Sciences or whoever you want to. And Yeah, I'm sure a lot of Harvard's got a lot of donors that are just, hey, we're going to donate to the business school. And I'm sure Texas has their people who are like, hey, this only goes to football. You better not be giving any of this money to the rifle team. You know what I mean? I'm sure that
shots fired.
Yeah, shots fired, right? I'm sure that goes on all these factories. So I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. I think they just don't know. It's more the unsure, unknown that they're worried about.
I just think you don't want to draw any attention. Like, if you're not going to be part of this, like, you don't think this is going to affect you at all, I'm not commenting on that. Like, I'm not going to give you a comment that will potentially impact our bottom line when we don't have a problem right now. That's why they don't want to talk about it.
The current odds to make the college football playoff. I have them from Bet Online. Right. Name the 5 teams, fellas. You can go back and forth.
The top
Texas.
5?
In any particular order. Texas, yes.
Ohio State.
Yes.
Penn State.
No.
Oregon.
Yes.
Georgia.
Yes.
Notre Dame.
No.
Bama.
No.
Who am I blanking on?
Team that screwed me over.
Texas Tech.
No.
Vanderbilt.
Clemson. Oh, gosh. Clemson.
Get out of here with your Cade Klubnik.
Ohio State with a 76% chance to make the playoff. The Longhorns at 75. Then Oregon 72%. Georgia 71. Penn State 70. Alabama 60. Notre Dame 60. Clemson 56. Why does this say the 5 best odds?
Oh, those are you're looking at percentages versus Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Clemson's going to win the ACC. It's much more easy. They get an automatic bid.
Okay. So that's the update in terms of making the tourney.
Yeah, that's the one thing, the problem, one of the other problems with
SMU did not have any opening odds, by the way.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's one of the issues with the NILs. A lot of times you don't know, like, how many of those teams have new quarterbacks this year? Notre Dame's got a new quarterback this year. Texas has a new quarterback this year. Bama has a new quarterback this year. Georgia, Ohio State. Penn State's the only one, right? Isn't Penn State and Oregon's got a new one,
Penn
too?
Penn State and Clemson.
Clemson and Penn State are the only ones. Go look at the playoff teams from last year. SMU's got the same guy. Clemson has the same guy. Penn State's got the same guy. Everybody else in the playoff, Indiana, Tennessee, Ohio State, they all have a different quarterback this year.
I'm stunned Bama didn't get their credit. I guess it's just the Saban cult again. They just go like, oh, if it's not Saban,
are they your number one most hated college team?
The football team is, yeah. I don't care about Alabama as a whole, but yeah, the football team is awful. The Athletic had this. How many college football teams would have won a national title with Nick Saban? It's part of the series they're doing of no wrong answers, where they go through these like just vague what if questions. And their writers went through, and they had a number of people weighing on this. It was like 50 writers who went down, and by a number of different criteria, they looked at what was the talent like since 2005 after LSU. They looked at, what was the recruiting average for the class, and they took all these different factors, and then they had everybody, these panelists, vote. And it was actually 17. So 17 people voted on this. And of the 17 votes, there were 17 unanimous selections of teams that would have won a title with Bama or with Saban in the last 20 years. Alabama, Auburn, Clemson, Florida, Florida State, Georgia, LSU, Michigan, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Oregon, Penn State, Tennessee, Texas, Texas A&M, and USC.
I mean, look, I think there's 136 programs that would have won a title with Saban. He's objectively the greatest coach you've ever seen.
No, you think they all would have had a shot?
If Nick Saban in 2008 went to Akron would have run into a title by now. They would have. They just would have.
Over half of the people responding to this.
What was Alabama before Nick Saban?
I won't go as far as Choppy, but I agree with this premise. Every top 30, every top 30 program would have won a championship.
So UCF is on here as over 50% of respondents said they would have won a national title
with Scott Frost.
Houston, BYU,
yes,
Georgia Tech.
Yes,
no.
Yes.
You cultists. You drank the Kool-Aid.
Is he not the greatest coach in any sport?
Is this for last year or just if he took them over?
No, this is if he took them over starting in 2005.
Yeah.
Would they have won?
Then I agree.
Zero chance.
How's it zero? What was Bama?
Michigan State didn't even win one with him.
What was Bama?
Michigan, Bama is no, but Bama's got
nothing.
Bama has the roots. Bama has the roots. Bama has the money. Bama's always had that.
LSU was.
You're insane.
LSU was
revisionist history. LSU was nothing.
LSU was nothing. fine. LSU, when I was in college, LSU was an afterthought.
This is like y'all are treating this like this is Chris Peterson, Billy Boise State. Like, my goodness, the Crimson Tide. What they had that guy, that Lion Bryant. What was his name?
Alabama couldn't get out of their own way. They were on probation every third year.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dennis Francione messed them up.
Let me ask this.
They were rolling through the third Shula brother.
All right, let me ask this. Let me see if you can at least try to be fair.
Yeah.
If Saban took the Texas job, how many rings? The same amount as Bama?
No.
More.
Less.
Because the Big 12.
Less.
Why?
Because like Alabama, that like where they're at regionally, to be able to get Florida, to be able to get Carolina, the way they reach into Texas, everything else, regionally, everything else, and all the money that comes in there. Bama would have won more titles than Texas. Texas would have won 1 or 2. They're not winning
2.
They're not winning 5.
It's fair because I think Florida produces like defensive line and linebackers at a much higher rate than Texas.
Cultists.
For whatever reason. Yeah, so Alabama geographically is in a really good spot, but Texas is the best job in sport. It's the best job in the sport. For a reason. Like, you don't have to get on an airplane. You just go outside. Just throw the flag up.
Don't got to get on an airplane. You just get on Haley's Comet with Marshall Applewhite and then the Colt.
Speaking of Texas, Choppy, Kegger.
The Pac-12 is coming here. I saw this great post on social media is that because of conference realignment, you can drive to the coasts in 4 hours right now because SMU and Texas State, you can just drive between the two.
Oh, Chris Arnold time.
SMU's on the Atlantic Coast Conference. And then now Texas State, baby. They are heading to the Pac-12.
Party's coming to the Pac-12.
The party is coming. So from Arizona and Arizona State and Cal and Oregon State and USC and Stanford, UCLA, Washington State, to Texas State, Utah State, Washington State, San Diego State, Oregon State, Gonzaga, Fresno State, Colorado State, and Boise State. That's the new Pac-12. But Texas State, they were in the Sun Belt. Really a no-brainer. Pac-12 comes calling. Now, the Pac-12 isn't the same anymore, but the name does carry some weight. You're probably going to get a better TV deal. You're going to pay the $5 million buyout, and they'll be able to get enough money to eventually buy themselves into the Big 12 in a couple years.
Party school. That's what they are. They party. And I mean, they've started to turn things around a little bit in football, but I mean, they're not like really great at anything.
No, they've done a nice job with their program. They had a pretty good year last year. They were a really good team to bet on. So this is good for them. Now, this is like you're the flagship university of the Pac-12 in the state. You get the Pac-12 into the state. They've got an advantage over the other schools because of geography. This is good. This is good for them down there in Texas State.
All right, College Kegger right here during the commercial-free Expressway, where we also hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see NBA YoungBoy on Thursday, October 30th at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We bring back a special guest at 8 o'clock this morning. He joined us during the Stars playoff run. We'll talk about their probable next head coach. 8 o'clock this morning on Sean and RJ. Right now, it is time for Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly? Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, where we do Ask Reddit every Tuesday at 7:40. We ask you to weigh in there. You can also weigh in on the Twitch or on the YouTube as we kick around some of these questions here in the studio. We'll start off with RJ Choppy.
All right.
Chop, people born before 2000, which we all are, what trivial skill do you possess that others don't use anymore?
A sense of direction. Like being able to drive somewhere without GPS. I still put it on for like traffic reasons.
Yeah, that's my justification.
Oh, I got saved by the other day. I was driving and it said police ahead, and I hit the brakes and there was a motorcycle cop just ahead. I would have missed him, and I'm usually pretty decent at spotting them. Not this guy. It saved me. It saved me for a speeding ticket.
Yeah, whenever I have like friends or family in the car, I put it on because I have zero sense of direction. And I'm like, I'm just doing it for traffic, alternate roads.
Yeah.
That's it. Going back to Maryland, I was so happy.
You do everything. It's back of your hand.
But it's just Route 50. Two lanes. That's it. No exits. No turnabouts. No roundabouts. No access roads.
Yeah.
2 lanes this way, 2 lanes that way. That's it.
I had somebody who had moved here, a friend of mine who moved here from Florida, and they said that their impression of the Dallas roads after living here for a year was they're like, it's like somebody took spaghetti, threw it on the map, and just went, let's build the roads this way. Because it is nuts the way everything crosses.
Well, look overhead at Houston.
Yeah.
Oh, Houston,
man.
Houston.
One of those shows was literally called The Loop.
Houston.
Yeah.
Houston.
on 610 Sports Radio.
Houston, and they're starting to do it here. They've started doing it on 35 with the toll lanes. But they did it in Houston for years where you would have, okay, the HOV lane is for this side of the road. Now it's for this side of the road. And that used to scare the hell out of me driving to Houston. I was like, what if somebody's coming the wrong way? The answer for me on this was, the thing I came up with was produced VHS tapes. Like if you got an actual like Hollywood produced movie, I know how to record over that. When you couldn't just record over it the way you needed to.
You put the tape
over that little open square, and then that would allow you to record over it. Otherwise, it would say, nope, can't record over this. Peyton Russell, what's a trivial skill you possess that others don't use anymore?
I can still parallel park. I nailed it at 16 when I was doing my driver's test, and I can still do it today.
Does not feel trivial.
Do people not have to parallel park anymore?
They don't they might have to do it for the test, but I don't think you have to
Yeah, in life.
If you go down here, you have to. You're in Dallas, you have to.
Right, yeah, but no one does anymore. I see a lot of people just drive past it, or hear people just drive past. I'm not going to even try it. They just drive past and try and find a parking spot.
I wouldn't trust Krista to parallel park. I don't know if she can. She's just never done it.
My wife's car has that self park. But
does it work?
When I was test driving, and I love the vehicle, I love the Chevy Traverse, but when I was test driving it, it was a little sketchy. It was kind of bumping into things, and I don't fully trust it unless I totally need its help.
Yeah.
And no one's around, so I can do a hit and run. I'm not using it.
Yeah, I would want to have that on my record. Like, what if it's a bad parallel park job? Someone thinks you're doing it, as opposed to the car auto parking.
Right.
I'll do it myself.
Here's some of the answers we're getting on the fan text. We're getting a lot of them. 469, cursive handwriting. 254, I remember phone numbers. 214, I can use the Dewey Decimal System. What were you referencing in the text last night that I had no idea what you're talking about?
Nexus.
I have no idea what the hell that is.
You are younger than us.
Yeah, you are. That's what we did when we went to the library, and you wanted to find old documents. You had to go on this.
How you found all our high school stuff.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, okay. That's what that thing is then. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right, we're doing Ask Rhoda here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what's a buzzword that immediately sets off your BS alarm?
Well, I would say influencer would be the buzzword, but I have a phrase as well. It's the Cowboys are interested in blank. Every time I hear it, I go, all right, what this guy? It's always a superstar or any free agent. It's always Cowboys are interested. Yeah, everyone's interested in the guy. But yeah, it'd be influencer if it was one word.
That's pretty good. Sean, you got a buzzword that triggers you and makes you say, this immediately makes me look skeptical at this topic or situation.
Well, all of RJ's abbreviations.
His abbreves? Yeah.
We played a clip yesterday of a hockey analyst talking about Glenn Gulletson, and he said he had sty.
Yeah, he's like his sty. We didn't know if that was like a hockey term or
style.
Shortening
I
style.
think it's style.
We think he was shortening style.
Yeah.
Wow.
So whenever these abbreviations come up, what did your kid tell you about his glove? Didn't have any.
Oh, it didn't have any aura. Didn't have no aura, no drip.
Oh, yeah.
No drip.
Do they use aura?
Oh my God, yeah.
I kind of like that.
There was a kid on their baseball team this weekend. I was on Sunday, so they had a game, and he ropes one to left. Now, we were playing on a bigger field. We were playing at TCU, so it was bigger than the high school fields a little bit. And he rounds first. He was just running. He wasn't looking. And he hears the crowd cheer, so he starts to put his arms up. Like, yeah! Home run! And then he rounds second, and the coach, and he sees the ball being thrown in, and Luke is like, man, he lost so much aura. He's got no aura now.
They must have been studying your tape, rounding the base too far and then getting thrown out.
Absolutely. Yeah, no kidding. It's not really a buzzword, but when someone says at the end of a conversation when you bump into them, hey, let's do lunch sometime. I know that they have no intention of ever seeing me again until the next time I happen to run into them. Let's do lunch.
That's true,
lunch, man.
It's more just like it's like saying like good luck.
Yeah.
Like you're just wishing them positivity.
Well.
Some of the answers on the Twitch. You got Shoot Brown 78 says, does that make sense? That's a good one where when somebody goes like, does that make sense? Like, why are you, whatever you're saying, are you trying to sell? No, like, I think it's, when you're talking about a sports topic, yes. If you're saying it in like you're trying to convince somebody of something, that usually is like, okay, why? Why isn't this just simple enough? The ethnicity says this decision isn't personal. It's just a business decision. The one that sets it off for me is I cannot stand, lately, this one always makes me look skeptical on somebody when they say overstimulated.
My wife says that about my kids all the time.
But if they're talking about, I'm just overstimulated. It's like, what excuse are you covering over for? You're being like a bee, or you're like, there's something. I don't like the overstimulated. It makes me go like, all right, your excuse throwing something off to the side. I don't like that at all. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, what's the most expensive hobby you have?
Food.
Specifically barbecue?
Yes. It used to be, I had probably a 3-month run of a wine collection, but it was not any $200, $300 bottle ones. It's off these discount sites.
Yeah.
I bought a wine fridge and everything. This thing was loaded and stacked. You come over to my house now, you might see an Apothic $12 bottle. Maybe the highest bottle I have, and there's a Miomi, as my wife would make fun of my accent. About $25 Miomi wine. But
how's it supposed to be pronounced?
I think it's Miomi.
Okay.
But she makes fun of the Maryland.
Miomi.
Miomi. So for a while, it was a wannabe, now defunct wine collection. Yes.
Okay. Chop, your most expensive hobby?
It's got to be golf.
Oh.
It's got to be golf. I mean, we like bourbon. You know, that can get pricey.
But out of 5 times that you play golf, how many times do you pay?
That's fair. That's fair, because I try not to pay.
Right.
It's expensive for other people.
I call myself America's guest.
Yeah.
You know, but
and your wife is in the alcohol business.
She is. She doesn't get a lot of free stuff. She used to. Now that she doesn't really get much free stuff anymore. But yeah, it would probably be golf, because the clubs are expensive, and if you want to play at a nice course, golf balls are a ripoff. Clothes, which I don't know to pay for those. It's just golf's high. Kids sports. Kids are a hobby.
I was going to say kids
are a hobby.
A hobby led to the kids. 903 Legos, 817 bass fishing.
Oh, Legos.
210 cologne is a problem for me. I'm over 50 bottles, and a few of them cost $400.
Wow.
Dude.
My brother's into
Holy
watches.
Cow.
Really?
Yeah.
Peyton, what's your most expensive hobby?
I hate calling it a hobby, but gambling, I guess. Sports gambling, physical gambling, casino. I mean, if I'm losing, which doesn't happen often. But I have lost before, so it would be gambling.
I think my problem is I don't have a hobby. I legitimately, somebody was like, I was
research.
I was trying to. Okay, honestly, that is what I came up with. My hobby ends up being researching things. So if you want to say my most expensive hobby is that because I sign up for, let me get this service, and then it costs me money for that way, I guess that. But generally, I don't have a hobby. I don't think.
You really
That's
need
my problem.
to go work for the FBI.
Yeah.
What do you think he would enjoy, though, as a hobby?
Ruining people's lives?
my biggest hobby back in the day didn't cost me money, really. It was, I used to collect and trade like original broadcasts of sports games. So I had stuff from the 70s, 80s, everything like I had like the entire Cowboys seasons from like 77 to 79. Like regular season and playoffs, but that was like shipping. You would just find somebody who had something, you'd trade with them and stuff like that. So it didn't really cost money. It cost a lot of time, but that was pretty much it.
God, card collecting was fun.
Yeah, it was.
I know people still do it.
They still do.
Okay.
Midday show, the whole show. Yeah, they're obsessed with it.
But now it's not a hobby. Now it's like an investment.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
All right, we're doing Ask Rhoda here on 105.3 The Fan. You can weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Also on the Twitch and on the YouTube. RJ Choppy, what's the worst thing you ever saw on the internet?
Oh, man. Early internet. There was something with a woman and a horse. That is the worst thing I've ever seen. I still burned.
It is not as cool as it sounds.
It is burned into the sound is burned into my brain. The sound, I can't even. I don't even know how to describe it on radio. That was the worst thing I've ever seen, and the fact that somebody. This was before Vine. Okay, I'm talking
that
like
was never on Vine.
I'm talking like
you had
late
to see
90s.
the whole thing.
I was talking like late 90s. It was you saw the whole thing. I've never heard a horse make sounds like this before. I've never heard a woman make sounds like this before either.
That's a problem.
That's the worst thing I've ever seen, man.
One cup. One cup.
That dude.
One cup.
Did it make you sick?
Yeah.
I didn't watch the whole thing, but yeah, it's grotesque.
I cannot do that. That was my original answer. Then I remembered I was genuinely disturbed. My dad.
I don't want to say the whole thing in case kids right now.
Yeah.
Like, let me go look that up. One cup.
Early on in the days of the internet, when it was like people would email you videos, like, oh, did you see this video? Or you get email chains and stuff like that. Somebody had sent my dad a video and was like, this is crazy. And he opened it, and then one of the kids started crying and he ran to the back. And so he was taking care of them for like 10 minutes. And I heard something over there. I just kept hearing the video loop. So I was like, what is this? So I walked over and looked. It was a guy in police custody. They put him in there. They walk out, and as he's sitting there, they hadn't patted him down, so he had something in his waistband, and he just ended things right there. And I saw that, and I was like 10 years old, and that image is still not out of my head. I can vividly see it.
The whole faces of death thing was awful.
Yeah, all that was terrible. Peyton, what's your answer for this? The worst thing you ever saw on the internet?
Yeah, same as Sean. And then G-Bag has a segment now from it. Two guys, one booth. So
yeah,
they took it from there.
They do. That is the overwhelming answer here.
Really?
Everybody is saying that right now on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. Tejano Boy says, Mr. Hands, a.k.a. the horse video that you're referencing, dude. I guess, is what that is. All right. We got time for probably one, maybe two more here on Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Sean Sharif, as a man, what's the one movie you would recommend every guy watch?
Ooh. Forrest Gump.
Good one.
Got you down.
I think it gives you an awareness for, it gives you some empathy. It gives you a cultural awareness with the history. It gives you an awareness for disorders or stuff that people are going through.
Yeah.
Feel good. Make you cry, make you laugh. I'll say Forrest Gump.
It's a good answer.
I was thinking either Bronx Tale or Stand By Me. Just coming of age.
Stand By Me is really good.
It's just you're kind of like you go from boy to man, or girl to woman in whatever movie it is. It's just I think it's those coming of age flicks.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see a lot of those anymore. I don't feel like you can get the Stand By Me's or the you see them grow up over the course of like a whole movie anymore. Peyton Russell, the one movie you would recommend every guy watch?
So I hadn't seen this movie until I joined the morning show a few years ago, but Shawshank Redemption. I loved it. Thought it was a great movie. Everyone should watch it.
So if you're just talking about like what movie would guys enjoy, Fight Club is way at the top. Just like dudes would enjoy that. As the one who's like, hey, you should watch this. You'll get a lot out of it. It's really impactful. Everything else. Saving Private Ryan's great. I think if you watch Saving Private Ryan, it's emotional. It's all about sacrifice. It's inspiring. Everything there. I love that movie.
Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time, thanks to all the Tolo participation on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. This guy, last time he was on, gave us a Dallas Cowboy education. We were talking about the Western Conference Finals, and now we're talking about your next head coach of the Dallas Stars. And is someone going to steal Connor McDavid? The color analyst for the Edmonton Oilers talked about Glenn Gulletson. Bob Stauffer joins us next.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No,
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Butt back together again. Peyton, you were supposed to play a final call of the Stanley Cup being won by Florida to make us feel better about ourselves for our current guest, the color analyst, who's shaking his head on the fan cam, Twitch, and Zoom. He was so great last time, we had to bring him back. Bob Stauffer joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Bob. How are you?
Good. You have to suck the life out of me, on free agency day. I got about a 6-hour shift coming up on the air. So, coaching's an important thing. And it's ironic you got a guy from Edmonton on, because one of the greatest coaches in the history of your state, Darryl K. Royal, before he even went to Mississippi State or Washington, coached the Edmonton Eskimos in 1953. So there's your useless, superfluous information before he ended up becoming the legend that he was. Like the stadium's named after him in Austin, isn't it? So There you go.
Bob, how is Edmonton dealing with this cup loss versus the last one?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now that you had me on before the morning of game number 4 of the series, and there was an incident in that game that changed the complexion of what happened with Edmonton, and that's Mason Marchment ran into Zach Hyman and dislocated Zach's wrist. There was some other damage in the hand, and it knocked him out of the playoffs the rest of the way. And Edmonton was never the same team after. And people will say, come on, Bob, you got McDavid, you got Draisaitl. Well, of the active players in the National Hockey League, Zach Hyman has the most goals in a single playoffs. He had 16 a year ago.
Wow.
And against Florida, with how they play that, that high-pressure physical game, Hyman being out of the Oilers lineup, for Edmonton to have, there's no question Florida was the better team in the finals in 6 games. But Edmonton needed Hyman, and that was a huge loss. The series was not as close as it was the year before. Florida deserved to win. And I think because Florida deserved to win, it's less emotional for Oilers fans. Like, it was a real hard loss a year ago.
Yeah.
Edmonton, almost pulled off something that hadn't happened since the 1940s. And so I think the fans here were pragmatic about it. They're like, the Oilers have won 9 playoff series in the last 4 years. There's organizations in the league that have been around for 50 plus years that have never done that. So, but that's not why you have me on. You have me on because partially what happened with Dallas. And I remember being in Dallas for Game 5 the morning of, and Peter DeBoer made a comment about the players can't, or the coaches can't put the puck in the nets for the players. And I talked to some people in our organization that day, and I said, if the Oilers win tonight in 5, I wonder if Dallas is going to have to make a coaching change. And ultimately they did. So I think that's why you got me on today.
So you thought that was one of the comments. We were focusing, obviously, on the Ottinger stuff, but when he said we're not that type of team, to respond after what happened at the AAC.
Yeah, basically not wanting to hit in the playoffs. That's, I mean, Florida runs over people.
You know, he's a good coach. But for 2 years in a row against the Oilers, as this, to me, and so here's the theory on it, okay? You guys are the voice of the Cowboys. We talked about this last time. In Edmonton, the Oilers have all the oxygen, okay? But even around Canada, because you got McDavid and Draisaitl, they get a lot of noise. Some might say they get too much attention. Well, in Dallas, there's the Cowboys and everybody else. And the Stars start to get coverage as you go through rounds 2 and 3. And Dallas is one of the best organizations in the NHL, best run organizations in the league. I just sensed at times, I was a little surprised with Pete, given the amount of experience that he had. He seemed a little irritable, like, you know, and maybe it was because he could see that the series was sliding a bit. You know, they blew the 2-1 lead against Edmonton, up 2-0 in Game 4 in Edmonton in 2024. And then after Game 1 in Dallas, I think there were a lot of people that thought the Stars were going to wallop the Oilers, and the Oilers came back and wrestled the series from them. So I did think I talked with key people in our organization and wondered, I wonder if they make a coaching change, and if they do, I guarantee you they're going to talk to Glenn Gulletson.
Bob Stauffer, Edmonton analyst, joined us here 105 through the Fan. All right, so you bring up Gully, 7-year assistant with Edmonton. He was here as a coach with the Stars. It wasn't a very good team. He probably wasn't given a fair shake here. But what are they getting?
Well, RJ, for the last 7 years, Edmonton's had the best power play in the league at 26.8%. Now, this year there was a bit of a drop-off, but that coincided with Connor and McDavid and Leon Draisaitl not playing. One of them was out of every one of the final 14 games of the regular season. So that knocked their power play down. They were like 6th, and it dropped it to 13th. But it has been a record-setting power play. And so he has been a part of that. And I think that, Glenn has gone through Todd McClellan, Ken Hitchcock, Dave Tippett. You guys know a couple of these guys, Jay Woodcroft, and now Chris Knobloch. So 5 different coaches. He has been a great teammate, right? Like, he's a head coach in his own right. He's been a 2-time NHL head coach. He was, at no point did he ever sit there and have any attitude towards Chris, who was a rookie NHL head coach. He helped him, and he will be missed on the Oilers staff. And he's a great guy to deal with. I mean, I'm going to date myself, but I was already doing university hockey play-by-play before Glenn played for the University of Saskatchewan.
Oh, wow.
So I've known about him for a long time and watched his career trajectory with interest. And you're 100% right. Dallas was at a simply different place now than they were sort of 12 to, if I'm not mistaken, there was significant ownership issues back in about 12-13 with the Stars. So
they just changed it.
The club you guys are talking about in Dallas, this is a team that a lot of players want to go play for. Like, Dallas is Edmonton's a hot market when it has McDavid and Draisaitl, right? And then they got to do a real good job drafting and developing players, because Edmonton ain't Dallas. And so Dallas has got some advantages that some other organizations, just like Florida has, state tax issues and things like that. Lots of guys talk very fondly of, the Dallas experience. And my experience in terms with Gulletson over the last 7 years has been, excellent. I mean, he's just a really good guy to deal with. He's done a great job on special teams, and he was a great team player as a coach, because he supported the coaches that he worked with, whether they were really experienced or relatively inexperienced at the NHL. Jay Woodcroft and Chris Knobloch had never been head coaches in the NHL. Todd McClellan, Ken Hitchcock, and Dave Tippett, those guys got 40 years of NHL head coaching experience between the three of them. So it shows you how he can coexist with others. So, look, it's the worst kept secret. Have they made it official yet, the Stars, that he's the coach, or is it just Yeah, well, it's the worst kept secret going. We know what's going to happen. And you're getting a guy that has already had, has learned from his past mistakes, the ones that he's made. But I also don't think, by the way, I don't think this is the first time Dallas has tried to hire him. I think they tried to hire him a few years ago, maybe not as the head coach of the NHL team, but maybe to come back into the organization and maybe greater clarity Jim Nill can bring some greater clarity to that when the announcement and the press conference takes place.
Bob, we were just talking about how, maybe some of the prickly nature to Pete DeBoer got him in trouble here. And some of his handling of just comments about whether it be, their play style or the way he handled the Otter situation and then talked about it afterwards. In terms of those sort of things, the a little abrasive nature and some of those issues with the media, are those kind of things not going to be an issue you're confident with Glenn Gulutzan, or is he somebody who also maybe has a little bit of an edge to him and can handle players that way?
Well, it's funny, right? Like and maybe it's because I spent 8 years as an SID at a Canadian university. I got a message to anybody that's coaching right now. If you think breaking players down and building them up is the way to coach, you should get out of coaching.
Yeah,
it's just you wouldn't let anybody do that to your kids. You'd have you take them for a little walk and have a little conversation if you saw somebody trying to break your kids down and build them up. No, that's not how you get the most out of people. And I'm not saying that's what DeBoer did. I'm just saying that today's athlete's different. The key to success, in my opinion, to dealing with today's athlete is to treat them with respect and dignity from the beginning of the relationship. And when you do that, you engender passion from them, and then they don't want to fail you because you've treated them the right way right from the beginning. And I have 100% complete confidence that Glenn Gulutzan would go into Dallas and do that because, frankly, I mean, he's got about as close a relationship as a coach can have with two of the best players in the world, in Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. And he spent 7 years with them through 5 head coaches. So he to me is today's coach in terms. Some might say, well, maybe you got to be a little bit tougher at times, but on a day-to-day basis, I think you've got to make sure that you have a real positive relationship with people to get the most out of them.
Bob, Stars fans who are not in love with this hire are saying there's no way you can argue that Glenn Gulutzan is an upgrade or equal to Pete DeBoer on paper. Would you agree with that?
I would say that Pete's had a lot of success in the league. It's hard to saying that if the color guy from Edmonton is recognizing, geez, I wonder if they're going to make a change in the morning of Game 5 based on some comments. They're going to have to. I don't think that Jim Nill veteran managers don't like firing coaches. Okay, and I will also tell you that there's some challenges economically in some markets out there where you don't want to just, have to pay a guy out for a year. So I can understand people. Look, Pete DeBoer is a good coach. He is. But it might have, and I'm not super close to it in Dallas. Daryl Ray might be a better guy to ask on a day-to-day basis, but sometimes it's just time. And conversely, in Gulutzan's case, sometimes you just have to give people an opportunity. I bet you he's a hell of a lot better coach now than he was when he was in Dallas before. And he's been a part of a team that, again, has done a lot of winning over the last 4 years, just hasn't won the ultimate prize. Unfortunately for Edmonton, they've lost in the last 4 playoff years to the team that won the Stanley Cup, which is that's a hard pill, bitter pill for people to swallow. But he certainly has been a contributor to what's been a pretty good run here in oil country.
Oilers analyst Bob Stauffer joining us here on 105.3 The Fan, with Glenn Gulutzan being brought in with the Stars or appearing to be brought in. Bob, a lot of the talk heading into the postseason for Dallas was that they were a finesse team. They were kind of a team that needed things to be open. They weren't very physical. How do you look at the Stars under Gulutzan in terms of what the identity will be, how the roster construction might look? What do you look at from that angle?
Oh, Sean, I think that's interesting, right? I think the game's changed. I grew up playing against a guy named Todd Ewan. He's no longer alive. He's the only guy ever to knock Bob Probert out in a fight in the NHL. And everybody could, literally in junior hockey, which I was not good enough to play when there was only 12 teams in the WHL, every kid on those teams would fight. Now today in hockey, one kid on a junior team. It's just a complete now. Florida, had a very aggressive, assertive team, and some people thought that they had their way with Edmonton. I think there were some issues that worked to their advantage in great Game 3 when we had a little bit of a dust up. It's still, intimidation's always going to be a part of hockey. There's always going to be a physical nature. You do have a couple players, Bichelle's going to be a force in the league to come in the back end. I think you're going to have to find a way to get at a degree of physicality to your forward groups. Like, it can't just be, Jamie Benn in his mid-30s.
Yeah.
Mid to late 30s now, 36, 37. He's got to have some more, but that's not on the coach.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be on, Jim Nill and the team there in Dallas to add.
Bob, before we let you go, is the latest on Edmonton and the McDavid deal? Do you expect anything to happen there? And is Vegas now with the Marner deal maybe the top contender to Edmonton to get him out of the West?
I'd say Dallas is the top competitor to Edmonton. I mean, Vegas is the top competitor in the Pacific Division. I still can't believe Dallas beat Colorado. Like, Dallas didn't have Heiskanen and they didn't have Robertson in that series. I'm stunned the Stars won that because I thought stylistically Colorado was going to be a tougher matchup. There's lots of good teams in the West. Fair comment about Marner. We'll see. I mean, they're not going to have Pietrangelo. I'm going to be interested to see who they add on defense because he's going to be a substantial loss. The Oilers will make probably a couple subtle additions, but they have to get Evan Bouchard re-signed, and I got him done yesterday. That's a piece. He's led defense scoring 3 straight years in a row in the playoffs, so he was a critical part of their team. McDavid, look for something over the course of the summer. They didn't get Leon Draisaitl extended last year until September 3rd. I think there would be a little bit more of an impetus to try to get something done a little bit earlier. And but there's lots of good teams in the West. So there's lots of teams that are going to challenge for the conference next year to go out on the Stanley Cup.
Bob, awesome having you on again. Thank you so much, and have fun over the next 6 hours with your free agency show.
Anytime you need a guy to talk about the connection between Darryl K. Royal and Edmonton, let me know.
The great Bob Stauffer, Edmonton Oilers color analyst here on 105.3 The Fan as we wait for the Dallas Stars to make it official here on Sean and RJ. Be careful getting your coffee in Irving, and do you hate opening gifts in front of others? Peyton Russell has your solutions. It's PP in the morning.
Hey!
Next.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
And also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right, 8:20 on a Tuesday morning. Time for a little pee-pee in the morning, baby. That's right. And guys, it is July 1st. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day.
That's right.
The former New York Met.
$1.53 million.
Yes, gets his 15th installment of $1.193 million today. The Mets have so far paid him nearly $18 million. There are 10 years and over $10 million left. What a better contract than that. There's not one out there.
No.
There's not one out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot better out there, probably.
I mean, it's a good deal, though, for him, especially with, the way inflation gets out of control, So there's all that. But.
Shohei's deal is probably going to wind up being better than that.
Guys, we go local here. I know Neighborhood Watch is usually Thursday morning, but we go local here on Tuesday morning. And Starbucks in Texas. And Starbucks, they might just need to stop writing words or phrases on their cups altogether. Someone always has something to say about their messages, no matter what they say on them. This took place right in the Metroplex at a Starbucks inside a Target in Irving, where a customer took offense to a joke that the barista wrote on their cup. Now, the joke was this. What do you call a sick eagle? Illegal.
Illegal.
Sick. Everyone laughs at it. This lady did not laugh. She happened to be Hispanic, and this blew up for obvious reasons. Bad timing for this. The employee at Starbucks, the barista, should have known because Blanca Lopez is taking charge of this and taking offense to everything. She was ordering coffee with her two daughters, and one of the daughters pointed out about the message, and Blanca rose hell. She was shocked that someone actually wrote this on the cup. Blanca said, and this CBS 11 has a big story of this as well. They have all the news on this. But Blanca said it's basically saying that we are sick, illegal individuals that do not belong in this country. She told the Starbucks manager, who said there would be a team meeting so this doesn't happen again. So the employee, as of now, was not fired for this. But yeah, bad timing for this joke.
Yeah, I'll start. Are the Starbucks employees, is this like Mike night? Like, do they get, do you write down 5 jokes for approval in the morning? Are they like 10 daily Starbucks jokes that all the franchises get? Or do you just have carte blanche and the freedom to work on your material on these cups?
I've never gotten a joke on a cup. I always just get my name on it.
I haven't gotten necessarily jokes that I remember. I've gotten like messages.
Have a great day. Or
inspirational. They spell my name ARJAY sometimes. You know, like they just
phonetic.
Yeah. But I mean, if this is that barista's gimmick, that's this barista's gimmick.
There's some really bad time.
It is
really bad.
So here's the thing. I think all these things can be true. It's a funny joke. It's a harmless joke.
It's a dad joke.
It probably needed some optics or some awareness of some optics. And again, you got to remember who you're working for. Starbucks, which Starbucks is generally the one that like makes everybody go through all of these various sensitivity training things and do all these different things like that. So you know they're going to take it as anybody who's got this. But yeah, it doesn't help. You say a sick eagle. That right there, that sounds like what's the imagery for sick America? And then he goes, like, I mean, there's a lot there that could be taken the wrong way.
You read into that something fierce.
I don't think that's reading into it that much more.
I mean, I don't know that, like, I guess if she or he, whoever the barista is, knew this was a Hispanic person, which I guess if you write the name on the cup,
it's in the Target. It's not like you're going through the drive-thru. It's the Target Starbucks. So he's sitting there taking her order.
Yeah, that was the only thing I was trying to find was it maybe an online order? But yeah, Target, Starbucks probably doesn't do online orders because then you just see probably Blanca L. You don't put two and two together. But that's the only excuse I get. But yeah, it's just not.
Look, if you're going to get upset about it, you have to be convinced that the barista was targeting you for the joke,
which I don't believe. I wouldn't guess. I mean, I obviously guess I can't know, but I wouldn't think
you can't know. You can't know.
But unfortunate, very unfortunate. That's the word I'll use for it.
Chris Strong would never. He would never do that. He would have just handled their order the right way. Him and his Oregon roots.
Was he a Starbucks barista?
Yeah. That's why he was all about like, yeah, hell yeah, Luigi.
He did follow Luigi on Twitter. So yeah, maybe Starbucks just needs to stop writing messages.
But that's really what I do want to know. If you've worked at a Starbucks, you might have a connection there.
I would have. I did at one point.
Who gives you the material? They can't let you just write your own jokes. It has to be like out of a handbook or a guide. Right? Like, here's the Tuesday jokes.
Or do you think they tell you, hey, come up with 5 or 6 jokes and just rewrite them? Maybe that's part of the I don't know. I mean,
that can be part of the job. A lot of creative freedom to someone that's putting the whipped cream in your drink.
They, look, I mean, they're all, aren't they all like aspiring actors and stuff like that? The people at Starbucks. So yeah, they've got
in Irving.
I just figure anywhere
in Irving.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. It's the Starbucks in the Target. You don't even get to be the maid show.
So yeah, maybe Starbucks just needs to stop writing messages. Stick the smiley faces or misspelling someone's first and last name. But it is PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. Gift opening. Do you hate when people watch you opening gifts, whether it be Christmas, birthday, Father's Day, anything? Do you hate people watching you open the gifts?
Yeah. Yep.
All of you.
Ruins it for my wife and my family because I'm always like, oh, nice. Yay. This is good. I don't even want the gift. I don't even want the gift because of the gift opening.
Same. Because here's the thing. There's so much pressure on you to react in an authentic, believable, happy way that I could genuinely like whatever you gave me, but I could be so in my head about selling it that it comes off as fake, and then they think I didn't like it, and
now, I will
that
say,
causes problems.
If Amanda or someone gives me something like I really did need or want, they get the reaction they want. I'm like, oh, like they can tell the genuine surprise. But 9 times out of 10, I'm like, thank you.
Kristen shifted for a while with the girls. She wouldn't let the girls open presents at the parties.
Oh, yeah.
She would take them home. She would film reactions, and then she would tag them on Facebook with, here they are, open it. That way, if we got a bad reaction, she cleaned it.
Ollie's not allowed Saturday to open his gifts during. Everyone has to leave.
Good call.
Okay.
No more during the party.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys do, when you do Christmas, do you go around the room or do you open all at once?
Try to go around the room.
I still do around the room.
Yeah, we do around the room.
Tough with the kids.
Yeah. I I'm just so excited to get something new.
Well, Sean,
I'm so excited for my gift card that I'm going to get.
Sean, maybe you can try this, a new trend going around Saturday with Ollie's birthday. It's a trend that more people have started doing. It started with baby showers, but has moved to a gift opening just in general. It's where you start displaying the open gifts for people to look at instead of everyone watching you. You already opened it beforehand. You have them displayed, so when they walk in, they can react the way they do. And so that way no one watches you awkwardly either struggle with the box or react in a way like, okay, that's my gift. How are they going to react? Because, sometimes, your instant reaction, because everyone's watching the eyes. What do you do with the facial expression, the eyes? And so it just avoids all the awkwardness and stuff there. But maybe that's something you can try.
But how am I opening the gifts beforehand? Like, I have to do it during the party?
Yeah, I guess you go in a separate room, you open them, and then you bring them out while everyone's, outside doing whatever.
No, I think that
seems weird. Go into your private room and open these and bring them back out to us.
And it still makes people feel bad if, or great, if your kid, if Ollie plays one gift that he's fixated on, it's like, oh, there's the winner. Everyone else, you brought your loser gifts.
Yeah, I remember there was one time my brother, when he was younger, he opened something my dad got him at a party. Like, a bunch of people got him stuff, and it was this thing for my dad, and he opened it, and he goes, "Good try, Dad." And then he put it off the side. I was like, "Say, this nobody wants that."
Yeah, I never felt the awkwardness or weird when opening gifts. It always was a struggle. Like, if I struggled opening up a gift because, the box was super glued together or something like that, then I was like, oh no, the pressure's on me. But I never felt, sometimes you struggle with the box. You're like, why is this thing not opening? But I've learned early on, Mackenzie hated opening up gifts.
He asked this question. We're all listening, like, yeah, the social awkwardness. He's like, aren't these boxes tough?
Well, no,
this is a test of my manhood right here.
Everyone's looking at you. They're watching you. They're like, all right, open up the box, and you're like struggling to. That's why I don't. That's the one thing I don't like about watching.
I don't know if y'all have experienced this yet. My kids, when they open a package, it doesn't matter what it is. Could be a bag of chips. It is the worst. Like, I try to open a bag of chips where it's open, and it's like they just tear down the middle. Half the chips fly out. They open a box of cereal. They just rip one side.
You should love that.
It's just
That's choppy manliness.
Yeah. It is manly. It's like, guys, you got to reseal. We need to reseal here.
No, I used to do when I was a kid with the chips is I would just pop them. That's how I opened it. Instead of going through, I would just squeeze it and pop the top. Because, now sometimes you get flies in the air, but it was fun doing that as a kid. But last story here, guys. Look, having a Coke on a beach might seem refreshing to some, but we're not talking about the soda here. This is cocaine. It's made its way to the shores of Alabama. Where an amount that equals $1.5 million was found. It was all packaged up, but people had opened the packaging and saw what was inside and then called the police. But I got to ask you all the real question. If you found this, knew the value of it, let's just say it wasn't cocaine. It was some, illegal substance. You can make up whatever you want. Are you trying to think about selling it, or do you just say, you know what, I want this out of my hands? 1.5 million, a lot of people could use it. Because I do think in my mind, I'm thinking immediately the value of something. I might not actually do it because I'll think long term, but I'm like, the value of this could be.
What are you going to do? What are you hardcore Peyton on the streets going to do?
I don't know.
You go up and down the boardwalk,
yeah, maybe
peddling it, divvying it in the bags.
Go to Baltimore.
What are you going to do, Pepe?
I've seen enough movies, enough episodes of The Wire to know you get a package like that, you're not going to go out there sell it on your own on the corners. You're not doing that.
You can't move.
You got to find a buyer, and they're going to give you, if you're lucky, 60 cents on the dollar. They may just beat your ass and take it for you. And you're holding $1.5 million worth of cocaine. Somebody's looking for that. Do I want to be the one holding it when they come find you have it? I don't think so. No, I wouldn't even touch it.
Yeah, I'd be terrified. Terrified, call the police. Tell the lifeguard.
Oh, man. I don't want to call the police. I'm not calling the police.
Well, are you scared that they won't just believe that it is not yours?
Yeah, and I also don't know if someone's watching you go to the police. They want their coke back.
Okay, so what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I don't know, because it's a lot easier to move. I think a little small bag of cocaine than a whole $1.5 million brick. That's tough to move. You can't move that kind of material without connections.
972 says I'm going to smell it and then call the cops. There you go. 972.
I'm going to brush my teeth with it.
Choppy's really going to be regretting he bites his nails all the time in that moment.
How is that going with your nail biting and that thing she put on them?
I picked it off. So I'm back to biting again.
So she hasn't reapplied?
No, she keeps trying to, and I keep pushing back. So I settled on the cuticle oil. I'll give her the cuticle. I'll let her do that. That way I get my pretty nails again. But I need to get a pedicure, I think.
Okay. And that's why your kids want to rip the bags open and maintain the manliness in the family. PP in the morning with Peyton Phillip Russell. We'll have more Peyton Thursday at 6:40 in the Payload here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on, watching on the fan cam. We want to hook you with another ticket giveaway, NBA Youngboy, in the 9 o'clock hour on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. One NFL insider says the Cowboys caught the attention of the entire NFL recently. Find out why next in Below the Belt, right here on the fan.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, ever lady? Not maybe? No. She said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right. What's your cell phone called?
Chevrolet Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
NFC East teams are terrified of the Dallas Cowboys, according to one sensationalist headline that was relaying a quote that was not nearly that aggressive from an NFL insider. We'll talk about that here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. I'd seen this yesterday while I was looking around, and Yahoo had this headline up. NFC East teams terrified about how good Dallas Cowboys will be with George Pickens. I was like, really? Who's saying this? Because it said NFL rumors. I'm like, all right, this must be a sign to somebody.
Reminds me of these Mavs tweets yesterday of someone saying the Rockets are getting Clint Capella and Sam, damn it, what is the name of the Australian, the big man?
Bowie.
Steven Adams and Clint Capella because they're scared of the Mavericks and their towers of powers. That was what was going around yesterday. People are really threatened by the Mavs front line.
It's exactly what it is with the Cowboys. They're scared of them. So I opened it up and I went, all right, what is this actually? So then I look and I find the source transcript of the quote. This is something that was said over the weekend on SportsCenter. I'd looked for it. I couldn't find it. But Bleacher Report had transcribed this from Jeremy Fowler over at the Worldwide Leader. And he had been on SportsCenter on Sunday. He said the George Pickens trade has the league's full attention, particularly in the NFC East. People I've talked to in that division feel like he can tilt the field for Dallas and he'll be a major player because he's one of the best contested catchers in the league, body contortive things downfield, so he gives them a new dimension. The issue really in Pittsburgh was the maturity issues and some of those problems there, but a lot of it stems with Pickens wanting to get the ball and wanting the offense to move properly, having the passing game humming, and so Dallas has that with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb already, so he's walking in to a good situation. So this particularly, and he continues on about Pickens, he said Cowboys feel he'll be highly motivated, be on his best behavior in a contract year. This could really pay off. This is a thing where Dallas has made a trade where people stopped and said, okay, this is a factor. So it's really resonated league-wide. This feels like, when did this trade happen? 6 weeks ago? 2 months ago? Something like that? Somewhere roughly around there. This already feels like revisionist history. Wasn't all the fallout the day after people talking about Pittsburgh won and what is Dallas doing?
No, I don't remember it like that.
Not that late of a pick.
My question is, bigger change of heart here over Schottenheimer or Pickens?
The Schottenheimer one, because there was a lot of Cowboy fans were visibly distraught when they were like, get Brian Schottenheimer. And now I think everybody's like, all right, I can get by with this. This guy, I can get down with this.
Yeah,
Pickens is always going to be about, hey, can you make catches or not?
Schottenheimer's Pickens is cognitive dissonance, where people just basically they're trying to rationalize things. It's the same issue as when T.O. got here. I hate T.O. and then T.O. got here. It's like T.O.'s the greatest.
Yep.
Yeah, I forgive everything now. I don't care that he spat on the star. And
would we do that if LeBron was here?
No, not now. Earlier in his career, yes. Not now.
T.O. was he stood on the star.
A-Rod.
Yeah, A-Rod. A-Rod didn't do anything beforehand. A-Rod, you know what I mean? Don't discount the like the political aspect of LeBron too, that with the fan base here.
China.
Yeah, I mean, it's like don't just that plays into it. I think you'd be foolish if you think it didn't. So yeah, there's just more to LeBron than T.O.
And Pickens, I think, again, it's one of those things where everyone's just like,
think about the statement you just made. There's more to LeBron than T.O.
Yeah,
When really
T.O.
it shouldn't be. LeBron, China.
You should be able to have political
T.O.
views and not have it
Yearly cancer.
Yeah, you should be able to have political views and not have it impact your. That's not the way it is anymore, right?
Yeah.
People, people don't invite friends over that aren't politically aligned. It's the dumbest thing ever, but that's just the way it is. LeBron brings that into it, and then the China stuff, and but T.O. was like, he was a team cancer, but you looked past that because he was the best receiver in the NFL at the time, or second best with Randy Moss or whatever. It was right. He was right there.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's very much like they did change their tune pretty quick here in Dallas, because obviously it went from you can't bring him into this culture to this is what your culture was built for, was to bring guys like this in and be able to weather it. I think always people thought he was
just like Bobby Belt.
People thought he was a good player. I was just explaining what their perspective is. I'm not saying whether they're right or not. I literally was just saying what Dallas's thought process is and why they're doing it. The people always thought he could play, but yeah, I'm sure if we go dig up some tweets after Jordan Lewis said Pittsburgh needs to get a new receiver, Pickens isn't it, or whatever he said. I'm sure there were a lot of people who were going like, yeah, Pickens sucks. And I'm like, how are you guarding everybody?
24 hours before this rumor broke out, we were all he's the biggest knucklehead in the NFL, and he still may be.
Yeah, but like we view him as, I think universally everybody viewed him as, this is a good player who, if it's just about football, you absolutely make this move. You make this move if it's just about what is he able to do on the field and there's no other concerns. The problem was that everybody agreed this dude is a complete toxic aspect that will destroy what your culture is.
Let me ask this. Which one do you feel like you will be more wrong about, Pickens or Schottenheimer?
Pickens is the only one that I might be like I mean, in terms of if wrong on Schottenheimer, I said I liked Schottenheimer as a hire. I didn't mind the Schottenheimer hire when it was made. I felt like he's an improvement from McCarthy. That's how I felt.
Yeah.
And so to me, I didn't.
Okay.
I thought that there was too much panic over the Schottenheimer hire.
What do you think?
Pickens would be a shift.
I mean, Pickens is. I mean, I think he's a really good player. I don't have any fear. I think he's going to really open up things for CD and vice versa. I've turned around the Shotty. I have no problem with the Shotty. Like I think he's a downgrade from Mike. I think it's hard to say that he isn't from a.
It's hard. It's impossible to say from a resume. I don't think you can definitively say he is a downgrade as a coach because you don't know.
Right. Well, we don't know. We don't. I mean, he could be in just this.
His resume
savant.
is absolutely a downgrade. Yes.
Yeah.
But all right. So another story, another thing that everybody has a chance to be wrong about: Saquon Barkley. And I'm curious if this has anybody worked up when you hear this. So weigh in on the fan text 877-881-1053, because I thought this was kind of ridiculous the way this was getting talked about yesterday. Pro Football Talk threw this story up, and they weren't panicking over it, but Saquon Barkley was at a charity softball event for Devontae Smith in Allentown. Chop, great song by Billy Joel. We were just talking about that during the break. He was at this charity softball event, and some streamer who, I don't know who they are, Janky Rondo, you know who that is, Peyton? Never heard of that person.
Ray John's cousin.
Yeah, that's who it is. So he was asking him, man, did you never think about going to the Commanders, or why'd you end up in Philly? Like, just asking there as an influencer. And this is what Saquon Barkley said. Never heard a word from the Commanders or Dallas. And he said, that's why it's BTA when I see them. BTA, of course, standing for beat that ass.
No way.
Yep.
Is it?
And so
that's rude.
That's what he's all about. So this was being talked about yesterday on social media and a few articles out there that I saw about, wow, look at the Cowboys dropping the ball once again. Not only Derrick Henry, they didn't even reach out to Saquon Barkley. Why would you? If we would have heard they were reaching out to Saquon Barkley about 12, 13 million when he was a free agent, we would have all been like, you guys are idiots.
Yep.
The Derrick Henry one, he talked about he wanted to be here. He lived here. You thought maybe there's a chance for a deal there. You didn't even call to find out.
But older.
Right, older. But you felt like you might be able to swing a deal on that one. You just don't ever know because you didn't call. That one I understand people getting frustrated about. But literally, the only way that Saquon Barkley at that value at that position would have been worth it, would have been if he rushed for 2,000 yards, carried the ball 50 times more than he did, and scored 15 touchdowns, which is what he did.
Yeah.
And nobody would have bet on that. If you would have bet on that, you would have been an absolute fool.
Yep.
But I was stunned to find yesterday people thought this was negligence from the Cowboys.
Because they forget, because people don't want to admit that they're wrong, which is why I have to remind you guys all the times that you're wrong on this show. And we have to hold our... Hagelin's the only one that got it. He laughed in the other room. The rest of you sitting here looking at something.
Well, they were all lighting me up on the fan text. They're saying belt ass, not beat that ass. So that's what that was. BTA.
Oh, okay. Maybe we'll rename the segment.
Belt ass.
Yeah. But no, we were wrong about Derrick Henry. We were wrong about Saquon Barkley. Now, Saquon has proved it for a year. Let's see if he stays. But the year won them a title, so it's a successful signing. But let's see what happens with Saquon this year and the year after, especially being on that Madden cover.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because now he's jinxed.
There you go. Now he's jinxed.
Well, and I mean, look, everything he did last year was above what he had ever done for his career, whether it could be health, touches, everything was viewed as unsustainable. I would bet, if I was betting, I bet he's probably going to get hurt at some point this year. Not that I'm wishing it.
Careful,
I'm not G-bag. I'm not G-bag here. I don't wish injuries, and I don't revise them like KNC. I do is
Kevin heard that.
I just try to project.
I don't even know what that reference is.
I don't either. But I like it.
It's Dak. I guess it's technically not anybody on KNC anymore. But
Rangers broadcast. Take that stuff to Victory Plus now.
If you like to me, the likeliest outcome is
Patrick Walker waiting for you in the parking lot.
The likeliest outcome is he misses games this year, and definitely the likeliest outcome is he never plays even 80% of that level that he did last year. Because it's just, that's usually a player's peak. Nobody generally sustains that, especially somebody like him who had been completely fragile the entire time.
Look, I mean, that's to say that he's never going to have that kind of an impact in a year again, that's not crazy. He's been, he was terrific. There's no way to sugarcoat it. Does he have the same year last year that he has if he was on the Cowboys last year? No.
Right.
The O-line isn't as good.
And so the fan text just pointed that out.
This was Jerry's Derrick Henry justification, which is ludicrous. Luda! Because you don't have to have the same exact year in order to justify a signing. You could still have a really good year and have a good signing.
Yeah, and we've talked about it. It's like we were burned out, man. It was the DeMarcus Lawrence excuse. It's somebody looking for an excuse because they don't want to give the real one, which is Jerry was told we can't afford it. And Jerry would have wanted to do it. But it was we can't afford it, or he's going to break down. No, with Derrick Henry is we can't make it work on the cap, and so Jerry was like, okay, we can't make it work on the cap. All right, I got it, and so that's what I think that frustrated him throughout the year was that I wanted to make that signing, I wanted to check into it, and I was told we didn't have the financial capacity to make it work. But Barkley, we would have spent an entire.
I don't even think we had We search for cowboy content and topics, not the desperation of the 4-letter every damn day. We search for content and topics.
Yeah,
we never had a Saquon Cowboy discussion.
Never.
That I remember.
No, it doesn't feel like regret at all because it was so improbable. It was so expensive. And it was viewed universally at the time of like, what is a smart organization like Philadelphia doing spending that kind of money on that position? That's just irrational. They're completely destroying this.
B-Lo. B-Belt. Belt to ass. Right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers 105.3 The Fan. We have another NBA Young Boy giveaway. Still waiting for some free agent fireworks this morning. D'Angelo Russell is your Kyrie replacement for right now. But forget about the coaches. Forget about the bats. Forget about the injuries. Is the stadium the Texas Rangers' real problem? Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with a new ticket giveaway next.
later with Oakland. Parker's Muhammad Ali-esque swagger once led to this bombastic boast: when the leaves turn brown, I'll be wearing the batting crown. Rest in peace, Cobra. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro. Or import direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you 2 of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Find favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Save 33% on select snacks, including Kettle, Late July, and more with Prime through July 15th. Stock up on chips and pantry staples for summer pool parties. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Yardbird's Southern Table and Bar. Serving inventive takes on classic Southern fare with Llewellyn's fine fried chicken, local produce, fish and fowl for lunch, supper and weekend brunch. Brunch like a Southerner. Bold bourbon, better nights. Warm hospitality, unforgettable flavor. From intimate birthday celebrations to grand receptions and casual gatherings with friends, Yardbird offers an unparalleled dining experience infused with Southern charm. Yardbird's Southern Table and Bar, located at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
Take the HOV lane of the Fans commercial-free expressway and have some fun with Sean and RJ at 7:40 a.m. No tolls required because it's driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. Visit mbplano.com.
Eric Chiafalo here with the findings of Greystone Roofing, a family-owned business, and as storm season fades, they have a critical warning.
That's right, Eric. Your aging roof could be a ticking time bomb for your insurance premiums.
An inspection could reveal issues qualifying your home for a new roof.
For 20 years, I've seen my parents dedicated to this. Now I'm part of the team, guiding your family through the insurance claim process like champions. We're licensed and local.
Don't let your insurance company hit you with a higher premium. Call Greystone Roofing today for that critical inspection or visit greystone-roofing.com.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This is Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio.
Out. Aiken to Garcia, payoff pitch. Swinging a high drive to left. Is this game tied? It is tied! El Bumpy! 3-run home run to left. 6-6 here in the 10th.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
This is Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on with Peyton and Aiden in the back. Yes, that happened, but so did the 11th inning for the Baltimore Orioles, where they score 4 runs. And I'm going to be completely honest, the guys were going to call me out anyway. After the second home run that the Orioles hit in extra innings, I turned it off. Gunnar Henderson, I was like, okay. I saw them do it against Seattle, the comeback the day before. We go extra innings again. And then the second home run was hit. Screw this, I'm out. And I missed maybe the most emotional moment of the Rangers season, according to Roberto.
It was big. It was a very emotional moment. And when Adolis hit that home run, I mean, he went full-on Hulkamania. He hulked up. He didn't say his prayers. He did his vitamins.
That could mean a lot of things.
Yeah, he didn't do it, but he didn't do the year thing. But he did the flex. I mean, he flexed, man. He went full on Hulkamania.
He was pumped, and it was great. And then it immediately, all of it got all of the meaning taken away pretty quickly into the next inning, and so it got snatched from you pretty fast. And ultimately, they lose by more than they were trailing by heading into that inning when that seemed impossible. So,
but man, Major League Baseball has gone the way in extra innings. It seems like of college football, where it just the floodgates are open. These two teams scored 10 runs in 2 innings in extras. Insane.
9.5 games back in the West. 3 games under 500. 5-5 over their last 10. And we've been dissecting all year with the Rangers hitting coach himself, Brett Boone, every Wednesday at 9:20. Is it the roster? Is it a slump? Is it the coaching? Is it the front office?
Can't be the coaching. They got Boone. Can't be that.
Well, apparently it could be the stadium.
That's what they're worried about. So this is something that last week, Jared had brought this up on, I think he brought it up on the air, and then he also brought it up on Twitter. And Chop had grabbed it, and we had talked about it a little bit. But now it's made its way. It's not just a Jared Sandler stat. It's now a Chris Young talking point. So Ken Rosenthal had his notebook over at The Athletic yesterday, and the headline was Globe Life Field has turned into a hitter's nightmare, and the Rangers don't know why. And so it's like, okay, all right, let's see if he's just covering Jared's stat or something like that. No, he got a quote directly from Chris Young. Chris Young says, quote, "Our people are perplexed. We're looking at everything from the humidor to which doors and windows are open at what points of time during the game for entrance. We don't have answers right now. It's a really hard thing for me to reconcile. Yes, the park is playing bigger. We've also found ways to win at home. Is that impacting us on the road? I can't say because the numbers have dropped dramatically." Ken Rosenthal points out that in 2023, the Rangers won the World Series. It was the 3rd easiest run scoring environment in baseball. And this year, it is the most difficult run scoring environment in baseball. Like in terms of just the way that the ball travels, things that are happening. There was a note, I think Sandler's note had said that like the ball relative to all the StatCast analytics and things like that is just not traveling as far as it should within that ballpark.
I'm sorry. I can't focus.
Why?
I got Corey Majors in here with another sleeveless tank top with his Galveston tan hovering over Jake's Burgers that they brought in after 40 years of business. And he's up here again with a sleeveless tank.
It's Tank Top Tuesday. That's what he does for his Tank Top Tuesday. He's that's his whole obsession now. He was trying to figure out if it should be Tuesday or Thursday. I heard him yesterday. I guess he settled on Tuesday.
Just wait till Thursday, baby.
What's Thursday?
Oh, God.
My outfit that I got prepared for 4th of July.
I've seen it already.
I don't think so.
Oh.
They got a new one.
Oh, my.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Just for this year.
Let's revise it. Sarah got a new one.
No. I told her, I said, I want to get this. She goes, "You look like an idiot." And I go, "I know exactly why I want to get it." So she did wind up buying it.
Fan Cam Thursday, baby.
We had actually asked Boone about this last week, about the idea of like, hey, the park playing bigger and some of those issues. He's like, yeah, you notice it. Like the ball doesn't take off out of there the same way it does other places. And he's like, but you can't think about it. You don't even want to draw attention to it to guys. You don't want to get them in their heads about it. But one of the things that Chop said, he was like, well, you open up the roof too, that might like get some airflow in there. And typically that works in a lot of these retractable stadiums. You open up the roof, the ball flies out easier. That's just natural. It's not the case even this year.
Well, let me ask this question.
Yep.
with this team and staff, don't I want the stadium playing like this?
Yeah, this makes sense. Like you want to.
Why am I trying to fix this?
You want to deaden the ball with this team.
Or are you saying my staff will be good even with some increased run production, and it's better to help the offense? Like, don't I want this? Didn't the New York Mets want Shea to be a cavernous pit
when they had, or City Field when they had Harvey, DeGrom and Syndergaard?
Yeah.
They wanted it to be a.
If I have the Bronx Bombers, I want the Yankee Stadium
small
porch.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no problem with.
So
the
why
way,
am I trying to fix this?
I
why am I
agree.
complaining about this?
Now, what it could do, it could have a reverse effect that the old ballpark had. The old ballpark, no pitcher wanted to come here, none. Now, will you get the reverse effect where you're not going to be able to sign a hitter? Like if you're a free agent hitter, let's say you're Cal Raleigh, who's leading the league in home runs, or and it's not even fair to use those guys because in a dead ball year, Cal Raleigh has had, I think, the third most home runs before July in the history of the sport. So let's not even use him. Let's use any decent hitter, power hitter.
He just hit number 33 yesterday.
Yeah. So don't use him. Don't use Judge. Don't use Shohei. Use like a Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts.
Okay.
Are they going to want to sign here knowing that a lot of their home runs are going to turn into outs?
See, that's the thing to me is this is a lineup that has so much. They're not a small ball lineup. They're a lineup that has pop. Adolis has pop. Josh Young has pop. Like
now you got to build your team differently.
And so, like, the thing is that if the ball's just dying in the outfield, well, now, like, you're not going to get them to just, don't worry, they're going to line some they're going to spray the field with line drives because they're going to pick up hits that way. That's not the way they're built. So I think this pitching staff, what you built, the way DeGrom's been really good, Evaldi's good, I would expect them to be good in any park they're pitching in. I feel like you're nullifying the advantage they're naturally giving you in a park like this.
I would say if you have this park, now this year, obviously you can't do anything about it, but moving forward, you are going to be able to get pitchers to come here very easily, and you're going to have to find small ball singles hitters, Sal Frelick, to come here.
Can I be Mike Piazza, old bitter man right now? I hate this talk. I hate this topic. I hate this discussion. I hate it. It sounds like whiny, nerdy excuse making.
Just become a baseball player.
Have a team that doesn't suck on offense. How about that?
Yeah.
We're checking what doors are closed and what microwaves are open 3/4 to adjust the wind frequency and whether there's construction behind home plate or during the third pitch. I have no patience for it. It's so nerdy. Let me ask this. You were talking about players making free agent decisions. What do you think has more of an impact? State taxes or wind tunnels, wind streams?
Wind tunnels, wind stream.
Do you think,
absolutely.
have we actually heard players talk about making decisions based upon, I know Bassick is listening because he just made fun of our Cowboys segment as always. So Mikey, maybe you can text. Hell of a job last night, by the way.
He put on a clinic.
That was television brilliance before the Rangers and Osuna screwed it up. But
I think the park factor of whether or not you can get guys to go play there. If you're a pitcher, no pitcher wants to go pitch at Coors Field.
Juan Gonzalez ran screaming out of Detroit years ago because he didn't want to hit in Comerica. He told them, he's like, you need to bring the fences in if you want me to come back.
Yeah, more dimensions or do
How
I
the
have
ball flies,
do
dimensions.
Do I need Scott Boras to give me my jet stream breakdown in the presentation?
Because
I just hate this.
You're right. You're right from a competitive standpoint. You shouldn't this shouldn't be the factor. Like, you should just be good. You're right from that standpoint. Just for me, from how watchable are the Texas Rangers? I don't want to watch them hit with the 3 hits and no home runs every other game. Like, that's getting
no. But guess what? I like this a lot more than I liked 08 when it was 16-15.
If you're going to be a 500 baseball team, be a fun one, not this one.
No, that's fair. Yeah, sure. And with the pitch clock, maybe 16-15 looks better.
But with this roster, I want this stadium condition.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think, but see, that's what I'm saying.
I have an all-star staff.
If you're talking about trying to fix, I think pitching carries regardless. Like, I think if you're a good pitcher, you're doing that. I need Adolis to be able to carry the ball out.
I don't know, man.
I need Young to be able to carry the ball out when he makes contact 1 out of every 13 times he swings the bat.
This same staff in the old park, I don't know what it is.
But again, it doesn't have to be that. It just doesn't have to play cavernous. Like, just make it play normal.
I don't know if they could do anything about it.
They can't. I mean, they built a bad stadium. It is. It's a bad stadium. Like it's sterile. It's got a sterile feel to it. It doesn't play well. It's generic. There's nothing about the stadium that pulls people.
I will say it might have a lot of that. Okay, it might have a lot of those attributes to it, but they're not getting. Let's see, 30,000 a night. It was 100. It was 5 billion degrees.
Well, you can still build a nice indoors. I mean, I've always agreed with Bobby. I don't love the place, but you can still make it a cooler indoor stadium.
You could.
Yeah, it doesn't have to look like a more toned down version of T-Mobile in Seattle. That's what it looks like.
We have breaking news in the association. Shea has gotten his new deal. Give me the number per year.
Trying to do the math in my head because I saw the number.
Well, then
he's
do it.
He's Supermax, right or not?
Yes.
52 million.
Not even close.
75 million.
71. 4 for 285. $71 million a year for the MVP and NBA champion through 2030, 2031. Now, the richest annual salary for a player in league history. And it has to be like any league history, right? Except for Ronaldo. I mean, certainly the NFL.
So if you miss out,
Shohei was 70.
70.
So yeah,
was he 70 or 60?
It was 10 for 700.
Yeah, I could see how missing out on that kind of money might make me work out and get in really good shape too, like Luka is right now.
Yes. So that is the breaking news with Shea out of the NBA.
Do you feel like, given these quotes, just to circle back on this?
By the way, Tolo TJ, it wasn't a problem 2 years ago. It's not the stadium, it's the players and the ball. So many of the players have a bad swing path.
Do you think that this sounds like excuse making from Chris Young at all?
So, real quick.
Reset the article, what it is.
So this is an article over at Ken Rosenthal was covering how Globe Life Field is playing as the worst hitters park in baseball this year. Not just for the Rangers, for other teams coming in.
Here's what I'll say about Chris Young real quick, Choppy. If I didn't hear Chris Young weekly on G-Bag, I would say it's excuse making. But I have absolutely loved his accountability and his honesty the past couple of weeks and what we have played about Adolis Garcia getting benched, this team not being consistent. So I give CY props because I've heard him on G-Bag.
So you mentioned the swing plane in that tweet, right?
Yep.
This is kind of a new way, and I'll just liken it to golf. So in golf, they want you when you're hitting the golf ball off the tee. They want you swinging up at it. They don't want spin on the ball. They want it to kind of knuckle out there. They see if the golf ball knuckles out there, less spin equals less.
I thought you were supposed to hit down on it
on the irons, but on the drive, it's an upward. Right, you're swinging from the ground up.
Right.
And the ball kind of knuckles. You can't see it, but it kind of knuckles out. There's very little spin. In baseball, when you do the launch angle swing and you're swinging up at it, you're getting the ball to fly, but it doesn't have the backspin. The backspin on these baseballs is what allows it to carry. And I wonder if part of that is the new way of hitting, which needs to go away, and that's what's causing this park, in part. Maybe.
New way of hitting was there 2 years ago, and it was like one of the more efficient playing ball. Yep. There's something like
but the way the new baseball is
the way they're talking about this is, at least Chris Young is saying it's not just we're hitting poor here. It's literally balls are not going out the way that the numbers say they should, like the math says they should. Something's broken here, or something's just the ball's basically playing dull here for some reason.
Yeah, I could see that maybe something Chris Young takes to the owner, like, hey, it's. If I was trying to save my rear end, now Chris has a new extension.
To say, is that impacting us on the road? I can't say. That feels a little like an excuse.
Yeah, what the road? What are you talking about the road for?
The ball just doesn't fly out of Coors Field because it doesn't fly out of our park.
Rangers Orioles Game 2 tonight on this radio station. Your home of the new 9 a.m. ticket giveaway. Let's hook you up with NBA Youngboy, and let's trade TJ Watt, because Adam Schefter is saying it could be a real thing. The Red Zone with a brand new ticket giveaway is next.
Was it Saquon scored?
That's a bulletproof product. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I need to listen. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like her name. No, I'm Jen. Her name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
0817-323-3233 with Franklin. Franklin, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin, the go-to car and record attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, your daily football fix with Sean and RJ back together again, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt.
We're all going to sound like Bassick this segment. Chewing.
Yeah, so Jake's Burgers, institution, I believe 40 years, just delivered the goods. Insanity. Cheese curds, which I think are one of the most underrated foods that there are.
Oh, I didn't see those in there.
Have you had them? Have you ever had one?
I've had cheese curds before, yes.
Need more of them around here.
Wings, Buffalo Mac, tater tots, buffalo chicken sandwich, burger, some desserts that I couldn't even...
Churros, they were so good.
Yeah. Your daughters picked the right time
no kidding.
To come in today.
Mm-hmm.
Super impressive. Very good. Thank you, Jakes.
It's fantastic. And Jakes, that's where we were doing a couple events with them last year, I think it was, or 2 years ago, like just various stuff. So always packed a lot of people out there hanging out watching games.
When I first came here, I felt like it was an institution like I had to go to. So I went to the one, I think it was on McKinney Ave. And I was like, I heard about this place. Got to go here. And this morning, whoa. That is the breakfast I dream of.
12 locations, 2 more coming. 2 more coming this fall.
Yes. So thank you to Jakes. This TJ Watt thing, is it becoming a thing? Yesterday, Adam Schefter said teams are starting to mull. When you mull, serious thinking.
Big muller. Big fan of mulling.
Big mulling. Teams are starting to really wonder about making an offer to get TJ Watt. He's 30. He's entering the final year of the contract that is 4 for $112. That puts him at $28 a year. As you may or may not know, with nonstop Micah Parsons discussions around here, Myles Garrett is making $40 a year. The NFL's 4 highest paid pass rushers make at least $34 a year. TJ is understandably not happy.
Not happy. Now, he will be 31 by about week 6. And if you're Pittsburgh or any team, are you giving a 31-year-old $40 million over the next... That's going to basically take him until he's 35.
Yes.
Now, if you tell me that he is it Calais Campbell who's like super old and still dominating, playing well?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't put up big sack numbers, but yeah, he's still a good player.
Myles is 29, but I don't know when he turns 30, but I guess right now you're talking about, what, a 2-year age difference?
Yeah, just say, for the sake of argument, 2-year age difference. I mean, that's quite a bit. Now, like, you're obviously in the first couple of years of the deal, you're going to get good value, and then you might not get great value on the latter end of the deal.
I don't know. To me, a lot of times with pass rushers, that's one that, depending on what your skill set is, you can be successful into your 30s. Like, it's not necessarily like you're 30 and you're done. It's not like it is with other skill positions. So, I don't know. I think that Watt
hurt, though. I'm again, the Julio Jones surprise to me. I go and look at his games played, 17-17 the past 2 seasons. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I'm stunned over that.
Yeah, and so TJ, I mean, he's been able to stay healthy for 2 years in a row and play the full slate of games. And when he's been out there, he is, I mean, you're talking about the guy who's led the NFL in sacks 3 out of the last 5 years. And one of the years he didn't, he had gotten hurt and didn't play much. And so, to me, he's been absolutely prolific. He has not shown signs of slowing down. He's not quite at the peak anymore, but he's not showing signs of just falling off a cliff. Like, I think he's he's more in line with the Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware types that can play efficient as a pass rusher into their 30s.
What are they doing with him? They just traded for Jalen Ramsey. Now they gave up a win-now player in Minkah Fitzpatrick. They're going for it with Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf. So what are they doing? What are they doing here? You told me before I left on vacation that the Steelers want to pay him the most money.
They said.
They want to pay out the rear end.
That's what they said. I mean, they want to do. They want to pay him gobs of dough. Like completely opposite of every team in the NFL who's trying to cut costs.
And who said that?
I think it was Rapp. Was it Rappaport?
Mavs wanted to pay Luka,
Sure
too.
it was Rappaport.
And then that changed.
So what are they doing? Just trying to get the years down? That's what I would be doing. I'm going to pay him 40, but, man, I'm not paying you for 5 years.
Maybe that's, to me, I would get it done. I'd pay him $40 million annually. I'd give him 3 years. So if he wants more than a 3-year extension on top of the year he's got, so it's 4 years I'm locking him in for. If he wants more than that, yeah, we might have to slow things down. So maybe that's what they're negotiating right now. I also wonder if it's just, it was so weird watching Pittsburgh trade Minkah Fitzpatrick for 2 players yesterday. It makes me wonder if they are so narrow on this is our win window. I wonder if they're just looking at, we'll trade Watt for players. We don't need picks. Or we'll trade Watt for a player in the pick.
Can we just, I don't want to get aggregated by our own fan team. Can we just have a little bit of fun? TJ Watt with Micah Parsons. My God.
That'd be great.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't block him. They would. I
mean, you could block TJ, but you couldn't block Micah.
What was you?
I mean, if you want to look at the numbers, literally Micah is nowhere near TJ Watt in terms of efficiency.
All you gotta do is, I know, but you put a real athlete in front of him, and TJ would never be able to get by him.
All right, so do we have...
Would you trade TJ for Micah?
No, because Micah's 5 years younger.
Hell no.
And better, so yeah.
I mean, I think TJ is better, but I wouldn't do it because of the age. So do we have any win-now players to have fun with? I'd love to say Diggs. He's hurt, and they've loaded up in the secondary, so that's out. They don't need tight end Ferguson. Can we give a tackle?
Do they want Pickens, maybe? We
got nothing.
No.
Yeah, not anything that they
What draft capital? First off, could the Cowboys... is there any way to pay it?
You want to swap it out?
Because I'll give up picks.
Find out a way
I'll give up my picks.
2 1s?
Well, first, let's have a responsible conversation. Just talk about the money for a second. By the way, on TV, they're saying the Commanders, that is the team. If anyone's going to do anything, do it with the Commanders.
You know what they could still stand to get good at? They
throwing? Can he throw?
Well, there's a what do you got to really prioritize with a 40?
He's not taking my bait
he's not
today.
taking the bait.
What do you really got to prioritize with a 45-year-old quarterback?
With a 45-year-old?
Yeah, he's not 45.
Oh, you want to give him Joe Milton?
No, you got to prioritize protecting that man. So if you really want to
give him their future playing with Dak?
No, you call him and just say, all right, if you want to say we're just having fun here, nobody freak out, nobody lose their minds. You say, all right, Diggs to make the money work. Take Diggs off our books. We'll take TJ Watt, and we will also give you Diggs, and we'll give you Tyler Smith.
So it'll be Dak until week 4, and then Joe Milton the rest of the year.
Man.
I mean,
would that work money-wise?
I think it'd be close, yeah.
So then you give TJ Tyler's money?
Yeah, essentially. You could just do that. You could re-sign him for another 3 years. Now you've got a big hole at guard. Literally, nobody listen to this and think we're suggesting that this is... We would never do this. We're just talking about how this works.
Oh, I don't know if I would never do it.
Yeah, now, I'll tell you this. You're basically trading TJ for Tyler straight up. That's it. Because Diggs is a money throw-in.
Right.
He's not a... To me, he's not an impact player. I can't count on him to be an impact player.
But if you wanted to vault,
yeah, I would do that
up the list of contender. If TJ Watt was on the Cowboys, you would have them what? If you made that deal, where would you put them in the NFC?
I think they would be worse. I think they're a worse team with TJ Watt. If you're swapping out Tyler Smith, if they can't protect, the offense will not score.
That is true. This team, the number one unit on this team has to be the offensive
If you take
line.
away their best offensive lineman and tell me I can just get another pass rusher, to me it's I don't know if that makes enough of a difference for them.
Give me the offensive line without Tyler.
Probably it would be Tyler Guyton at left tackle, and then they would either pick Hoffman or Beebe to be the guard, and then they would flip the other to center, and then it would be Booker and Steele.
Ugh.
Well, don't.
Or they could start Robert Jones, who they brought in from Miami, who's done some starting. He could start
the guy
at guard
Jimmy
for a
cut on the plane.
No, that's Robert Jones, the linebacker, and he didn't cut him. That's also Zay Jones' dad. Don't know if you knew that.
Is it really?
Yep, it is.
Oh, he said, how do you play linebacker in an NFL game and get one tackle?
You know how I know that's Zay Jones' dad? Because when I said something about Zay Jones on Twitter, Robert Jones, the Cowboys player, came tweeting an angry storm at me one day years ago. So, but no, I think that Watt's a great player. To me, it's just, it makes you too weak on the offensive side of the ball and causes too many problems.
So there is the TJ Watt saga of what's taking place. Wolchuk just texted, would they want Dak? That's what I was thinking. Like, give them their successor to Rodgers.
Dallas can't trade Dak. Like just because the money that it would accelerate on the cap.
$100 million.
Tyler's in the last year of his deal. You could do Tyler.
And Zach took my spot on the draft show asking those types of questions.
Yeah, stick to your Stafford love.
See, hey, who put Stafford 6th best quarterback in the league? It was someone pretty respectable.
So not Zach. Okay.
Was it Prisco?
Man, I don't pay attention to what Pete Prisco writes or says after I've watched him at that bowling alley. I can't get it out of my mind.
Dude.
Lost all respect. I can't. That was a night. All right. Decided this is a shot. Friend of ours from Indianapolis, former GM Mike Tannenbaum, I guess was on set with Brian Windhorst on ESPN.
Time for a game of Are You Convinced? With our football crew. Mike T, are you convinced that Aaron Rodgers will lead Pittsburgh to its first playoff win since the 2016 season?
No, I'm more convinced that Wendy's in the cafeteria right now.
No idea where Wendy is.
Man.
Internet tried to turn that into a shot at Windhorst.
Man.
Reach, media watchdog him?
Yeah, it might be a read. I don't know. I mean, how long? Like, you got a context, right? Were they on set for 3 hours together and they were both talking about, hey, how hungry they are?
Right. Or is that the time of day when they all grab breakfast or lunch?
Or when Wendy or when any of them have hey, you got a 15-minute break here before your next hit.
Yeah.
They all run to the cafeteria to go grab something to eat.
We sat next to Tannenbaum. It's not like.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem
He doesn't look like an after photo, though.
He ain't Gary Breck out there.
Like,
he's a big guy.
D'Angelo Russell officially signed 2 years, $13 million. At least one Vegas outlet has the Mavericks as the favorite to get LeBron James if he is traded. They still have not signed their big man yet, as Brook Lopez goes to the Clippers and Clint Capella goes to the Rockets, along with Dorian Finney-Smith. They're loading up. Texas is a loaded NBA state. Loaded.
Yeah.
I think the Rockets,
south of Dallas for sure. For sure loaded up. I think the Rockets are going to be legit contenders.
I think they have the fourth best odds to win the title right now.
I mean, that's a team that I really think that's going to be a nice reset for KD.
You don't think he'll bury them like everyone else?
No, he's back home. He's in Texas.
We got Maverick news.
We did. Well, sort of Maverick news. We got JJ Barea has been added to the coaching staff of the Denver Nuggets.
Oh.
So this is a
weird
weird
time. He got rid
time.
of Michael Porter?
You have chased off Dirk. JJ Barea, one of your loyal, basically the player version of a mascot. That he's going and joining a coaching staff somewhere else, and then you're reuniting after 30 years of bad blood with Mark Aguirre randomly on draft night.
Okay.
No, it's great. I love that. That is the best thing that this organization has done, the new administration has done since they have run into all their Luka mess. Making things right with Mark Aguirre is...
And they got Dirk to record a video for Flag. That was good. That's good.
Stat. It's very nice. Very nice. Kind of working back in there.
That's good. The Aguirre thing is big because that was always something that I felt like Cuban should have made that right from past years and didn't, and I thought it was garbage.
Let's ask Reddit with the final questions with the KNC masterpiece. Next in Crosstalk 105.3 The Fan.
remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are better.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
The world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's.
Hey.
It's like Corey Majors talk.
Hey, everybody. This is the KNC Masterpiece on
Happy birthday,
105.3
Corey.
The Fan. Thank you very much.
Yes, happy
Peyton,
birthday.
really
It's your
appreciate
birthday,
that.
huh?
It
How
is
old?
44. We got 2 4s on the board today, gentlemen. So we're rocking that, and it is Tank Top Tuesday here on the Fan. So, gentlemen, every Tuesday, y'all are welcome to wear your tank tops and enjoy this. And if you're listening at home, next to the warm glow of a microphone or radio, you can listen. You can wear your tank tops. You can go shirtless if you want. We used to do No Shirt 9, and this is kind of a more clothed version of No Shirt 9. It's just Tank Top Tuesday. It's just one day. Back to you, Sean.
Would you like us to call you Daddy for the crosstalk?
You can if you want.
You keep
That's
referencing
fine.
the term
How about,
Daddy.
Poppy. What, Poppy? No, that one I don't know why.
Cultural.
No?
And don't whisper it like that either, Josh.
I call my
Go work at a
grandfather Pop.
Starbucks in
That's
Irving.
my grandfather. It's an Italian word, too. Okay.
What's coming up on the show?
Yeah, I'm good. Very good.
We got our friend Robert Tiffin joining us to talk about the Stars a little bit. Kevin's named this segment Breakfast at Tiffin's. So we'll do that at 10:20. We'll talk about that. And we got to figure out how to fix the Rangers immediately to start this show. Cause
Not even Deep Blue Something's best song, Kevin, by the way.
Oh, I would certainly hope not.
Yeah.
That's a terrible song. It is super catchy, but the lyrics are some of the dumbest in the history of music.
Also,
Now,
today, hold on, one other thing.
Yeah.
At 12:20 today, who is the best action hero of all time?
Oh. All right. Now, Bobby,
we have rules.
I know you got Reddit questions.
Mhm.
Quick question. Can we get y'all's input on this?
Yeah.
Because we might want to alter up this bracket. All right. So, Barstool Sports, they put out the top 16 characters in action movies. So, it's not like Arnold Schwarzenegger, it's the Terminator. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think some of their selections were really questionable. Like they had Harry whatever from Armageddon. in the bracket. That's stupid.
No. He's not even the best Bruce Willis one. It's John McClane.
Yes, and John McClane's the number 5 seed.
No, see,
they
John
have
McClane's
Ethan
one.
Hunt as number 1 from Mission Impossible, which is insanity.
Okay, listen, very good.
We
Very
need to
good.
tweak this up. He stays in the bracket, but not number 1.
What about your Fast and Furious news?
Well, this is a problem. Okay,
I don't know how they're going to do it.
So in 11 part 2, or whatever it is. So
By the way, the douchiest person I think in America and Hollywood has to be Vin Diesel.
Well, he looks like Van Diesel if you saw him.
I know.
My gosh.
Is he been that big in the movies?
No, I think what he does is he goes
Van Diesel.
he goes into off season and then they get ready for the movies and he starts to lose some shit. So, I said lose some, then shed some pounds.
Man.
Yeah. So
That's a way to lose it.
he said I told him 3 things at Universal Studios. God. And one, he goes,
You got to do it in his voice.
Oh, yeah. I don't really.
Was that not his voice? Yeah, you need to get deeper.
It's got to be douchier.
Yeah. We have 3 things.
Get Troy in here. To
Okay. We're going to return to the car culture.
I love it.
And they're going to return to L.A.
Damn right.
And then
Was
he
that something
said,
fans were you guys calling for the LA return? Was that a real big thing?
the
You got to
car
see him race
culture,
around
yes.
the in and out.
The car culture, yes. I was returning to the car culture. I don't care about going back to L.A. But then he said something, and I was like, oh, that was eye roll. They're going to bring back Brian O'Connor.
That he's dead.
Brian O'Connor is Paul Walker.
Oh.
Paul Walker's not alive. Now, are they going to hologram him up Tupac style? Are they going to put his brother in there who looks just like him?
Oh.
And kind of change his face with a hologram like they did in Fast 7 at the end or whatever?
That was a nice moment for him.
It was a wonderful moment. But like there was just 10 like I don't want you to corny that up. Like don't poop on a man's like he passed away, man. Like we're all sad about this. Don't do that. Don't end it like that. And don't end it, period. And make $1 billion a year. Why would you end this?
Yeah,
thing?
why not keep making them?
Exactly. I mean, I want to see how far they can go. They just took a Pontiac Fiero to space. Now let's see what else they can do. What's next?
They go to space?
Yeah.
I might have missed that one.
Oh, awesome.
Didn't that cause the breakup between Orlando Bloom and Katy Perry?
That was the Blue Origin. No, the Blue Origin when Katy Perry went up on the all-female crew where she went to.
know.
It wasn't. What's that?
We know what happened.
Yeah, it wasn't even inner space. It wasn't even outer space. It was inner space. She hovered there, and then Orlando was like, "That was so embarrassing."
Because she's saying what a wonderful world while she was up there, ruining everybody's time. They're all trying to look out the window, and she's over there singing, being all indulgent.
Or she kissed the ground after 5 seconds.
Yeah. Is that really why they broke up?
That's what he said. That's what the reports are. That's what
he
the
didn't
reports
say
are.
that.
He didn't say. That's what the reports are that they broke up.
And they're all chasing Sydney Sweeney at the Bezos wedding along with Tom Brady. All right, Bob, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
All right, let's do it. These are some leftover Ask Reddit questions. Kevin Hageland, what was the worst concert you ever went to, and what made it suck?
I went to a Foo Fighters concert once, and they played a song, and then for some reason they
He's
played
never
the
been to a Foo
exact
Fighters
same song
concert.
16 straight times to end the show.
Never been to
It was
a
really
Foo Fighters
weird.
concert.
Was it their
in
only
his
song
life.
that didn't have drums? Is that why?
Yeah, I mean, their songs are pretty much all the same. So, but Corey's right. I never went to a Foo Fighters concert because I've heard that song. I went to a New Kids on the Block concert. The first time it was
Recently?
great, but it wasn't recently, but it was like too late in my life, and I was like,
No,
this was a mistake.
Because I think going to a New Kids concert now versus back then is actually more exciting.
Now it's nostalgia.
But if you went in the middle part, then you're like,
that's
I'm
the
not
worst.
old enough to be nostalgic.
He saw them in 1995.
Yeah.
When, like,
Yeah,
it's weird.
It was too late.
You
And
were
so
the
I was like,
equivalent.
this is just sad.
You're the guy wearing cargo shorts in 2014.
It wasn't
Like
that
you're
late,
like you're
but yes.
not. It's not retro enough yet.
Do you guys remember our Joey McIntyre story from the Super Bowl? He showed up dressed like a Revolutionary Era patriot because he was like, I thought everybody dressed up at the Super Bowl. And we're like, not really. And so he was there in like his 1780s fatigues.
That's a solid bit.
With a bayonet.
That's a solid bit. Corey, worst concert you ever went to? Why did it suck?
It was a John Mayer concert in Oklahoma City, and there was a little bit of friction happening in my relationship with Adrian at the time, and we went to this concert together, and that probably was the moment where we broke up while she was away. So that was there was some stuff that I'd done and some stuff that I needed to tell her, and then but then everything worked out because we made it through that.
Worst one I ever went to was the 1975 at Coda in Austin, and the 1975 is my favorite band. But I was we were right up front in the pit, and I was with my brother-in-law, and it's one of those experiences where people are passing things around, and so some 90-pound girl in a sweater in Texas heat who's like dehydrated was
the
like,
female Bobby Bell.
"Hey, can I have that?" And he went, "Sure." And she was not prepared for how strong that was. So when she passed out in the pit, everyone around us thought that he had laced it with something, and we had to leave because we were going to get our asses kicked.
Oh my gosh!
So you left the cut. You still didn't hear them do a hit. They've ever had one.
That was weak. You don't even know what music you like anymore. I read your emails.
Yeah,
man, I got some problems. I got some big problems musically. We have to get into at some point, but. I went to and I really like these. I really like both these bands. I went to see Wallflowers and Counting Crows, 1997.
I would see that one at reunion.
No, this was this is either Knoxville or Jersey. I can't remember. Okay, and they decided the Wallflowers are fine.
They decided not to play One Headlight.
No, they did. They played One Headlight. Everything. They played all their hits, right? But Counting Crows comes out there, and after about 3 songs, whoever this lead singer, whatever his name, I can't remember his name.
Adam Duritz.
He goes, "Hey, guys, we're going to do some acoustic sets, okay? We're going to play some acoustic songs." And they started playing all their songs.
CJ Wilson.
They started playing all their songs acoustically. And that's also when I realized I don't get art.
I love acoustic.
I like acoustic too, but when I go to, I don't want to hear Mr. Jones on Mr.
Yeah, but this is your fault. Yeah, round here, if you knew Counting Crows, round here is that's gonna be an 8-minute song when they do it live.
Cool. I like that. I don't need, when I go see your concert, I don't want to hear you trick it up with 8-10 straight acoustic songs.
Acoustic doesn't sound like tricking it up at all. That sounds like stripping it down.
It sounds like tricking it up. If you want to play round here acoustically, fine.
Sean,
Mr. Jones,
I saw them at Smirnoff or whatever it was do the same thing, but they did the entire show acoustic because the night before they went too hard and his voice was hurting. So he said, "So we're just going to make it a lovely, beautiful night tonight." And I was like, "Oh, man.
Let me know. Give me a heads up."
I think it was like Darius Rucker at Jackson. It was like 110 degrees outside.
So it wasn't the artist as much as the environment.
It was the conditions. Like sitting out there, I'm like, let's get the hell out of here.
I'm gonna throw this one out to the panel. This is a very popular one this week. All right. And I think none of you will answer as soon as I throw it out there, but I'm gonna throw it out there anyway, because this is a safe space. Any of you, what is the one thing you wish you could talk about with your significant other, but you refuse to?
I'm sure there's something, but if I really wanted to talk to her about it, I would have already.
Well, she's not listening. This is your chance to kind of vent a little bit.
She's listening.
Corey is the most forthright with his relationship, as we just heard 3 minutes ago. I don't know. I talk politics with Amanda. We talk family problems and issues. I talk a lot about crosstalk and work with her.
Oh, I got it. Whenever her friends have problems, I do want to help.
Like relationship problems?
But I refuse to get involved. Yeah.
You got to get involved.
I want to help, but I refuse to, because if you do something like that, now you're in. And I don't want any more of that. That you love drama. Like
you get more involved when like the Shahs of Sunset is on repeats, and then you're like, I got to get involved again.
I'm proud of you for knowing that show.
But I don't want to be.
I find it funny you referred to my show as Shahs.
No, you said you liked that show.
Yeah, you're right.
I refuse, though.
I don't know the topic.
Yeah.
I think there's just little things like I've learned finally over the years, keep my mouth shut about other things. Like my wife is not eating a lot of the food I cook anymore.
Yeah, this could be something where it's like, it's not like she doesn't know your opinion on it. It's just like, this starts a fight, so we don't talk about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I've learned if you have thoughts or critiques about anything involving her family, keep it to yourself.
Oh.
That's a good one.
Not even like a major critique. Just like, oh, that was weird. Why was it weird? Oh.
So is she extremely like defensive or not as objective?
Extremely defensive about it. She's lovely in every other way, but just don't talk about it.
Yeah, I really like your wife.
Her relationship with one of her girlfriends.
What?
Oh, I know about
this.
Oh.
That's my answer.
Okay.
That's my nudge to bring it up when we get home, honey.
Pepe?
No, she's not listening. She knows better.
Yeah, this is one I just know it'll start a fight. But she has 2 dogs that she's brought along to our house, and they sleep in the bed. Now, they're small, but they get in my way. They sleep right by our heads, and I don't want them up there.
They didn't get beheaded by the tree bark the other day?
No, they did not. They were not there at the time.
Do you hear the evolution of this man? He's always been like, I love dogs more than people. They're so great. Now he's copying RJ again of hating dogs.
What? Okay, you're twisting things,
You've always
Bobby.
hated
No.
dogs.
This is because they're...
I love my dog. He's like Larry David.
Their dogs, they can sleep in their dog bed on the ground. I don't need them by my head because they sleep right by my head. I can't sleep at night.
Got this big old pillow for you down here.
Yeah.
Use it.
Use it.
All right, that was a good crosstalk.
As always.
That's what we do.
Don't you think most of our crosstalks are good, except for that one that we really screwed up a few weeks ago and I felt bad about?
Oh, the Bobby one? Well, that was an awful one.
We got a text yesterday that said this crosstalk's the
yeah.
best. And appreciated that.
Like
Thank you.
from a coworker or the text?
From the fan text.
There's
They
no
love
way that y'all's crosstalk with G-Bag could be better.
It's,
no way.
It's getting a lot better. Those guys are
really
trying hard
stepped up
now.
their game.
Really?
Yeah,
I mean, all you gotta do is go down Chiafalo's Twitter timeline and just read off that.
Boy. That's
a good time. That's
an
an
intense 3-minute crosstalk they have every day with G-Bag when they get back at 52.
That happens sometimes. That is fair. We're back. That happens sometimes.
We're back tomorrow. It's the KFC Masterpiece next on the film.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, and of course, you have the famous Alec Medford. Alec, how the heck are you doing today, man?
I'm doing amazing, Kevin. Thank you for asking.
Are you aware of what a monumental day today is, though?
Yeah, I got the all of Dallas email. You know it's important.
Yeah.
Whenever you get the big boss email.
Because, oh man, it is Corey Major's birthday, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. And for my birthday, and for everybody out there that's been listening for a while, I want to apologize. Corporate has not come through with our email list yet so that we can torture Kevin. However,
yeah, there was a little bit of they had some thoughts about our process there.
They were concerned about what I might send out, is all I'm saying there. Yeah, oh man. And I was like, I'm just going to send out stuff from Jake's and, Whataburger and Men's Tea. That's all I'm going to do is send out coupons. But
what?
My question is, the big boss sends out an email every year or for everybody's birthday. Should I now reply all to that email?
Please,
God, and then ask everybody in the company to kindly reply all in order to irritate Kevin. Because now that is Kevin's worst nightmare, is that everybody's in on the bit and his inbox completely fills up. And this is just for my birthday, all right? I'm not asking for everybody's birthday, just mine.
Alec, I'm in a tough spot here because I think it is reasonable to try to facilitate requests that you can for somebody's birthday, as long as they don't infringe on other people and they're possible. This is possible. It doesn't actually infringe on me. It just irritates me. And so I think Corey should be able to get his wish. But he saw when I was even sending out one email, the second an email came into my Hotmail that wasn't relevant, I had to delete it. And he goes, you could have just left it. And I said, no, I could not have.
We were doing something else. He took the time. We had little time, too. He rushed Mike off the phone earlier so that we could get work done. He was like, Mike, we have to do work right now.
That's the same noise that Mike made. I go, we have to get back to work. And he goes, oh. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Mike. We really got a boogie.
So that red light comes on at 10 o'clock,
Yeah,
exactly.
Job to do.
So
I think there are lots of opportunities out here today.
I actually think that is a reasonable request if that is what you want to tell the people, and you can kind of watch me slowly go mad.
I feel like you have no power today.
Yeah, that is true. We could potentially make several adjustments to the run sheet today to reflect the birthday boy's thoughts.
There's one thing I know, that word you have no power. That right there just crushed. He's like, I'll show you power right now.
Or control. If you say no power, control, I'm like, I don't know if I can handle this.
Control?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, look, that's something me and Talking Doctor speak about all the time. More or less, here's a Cliff's Notes of what we go over. Just because you can't control it doesn't mean it's going to be a bad thing and something you should be afraid of. My response, I hear you, but, which is not productive. He's trying to give me useful advice.
Because my father-in-law ran a business for a long time. And there were times when he was like, look, if I want it done right, I have to do it myself because while I trust my guys, I know that if there's a certain project that need done a certain way, it's not going to get done the way I want it to unless I do it.
Yeah.
But then he had to get to that point where he just kind of let that go and trusted his guys because some of them were really good. So that was but I understand where you're going through there. Adrian's the same way. She knows I will not do it correctly. Maybe that's on purpose, so I never have to do it again. Who knows? But
smart.
Yeah.
By the way, JJ Barea, former NBA champion with the Dallas Mavericks, is going to join the Nuggets as an assistant coach, if you wanted to know that this morning. All right. We got a few different things that we need to go through, and I want to go ahead and start with the Rangers. Obviously, another extra inning game and a heartbreaker at that. Go ahead and give me cut number 4, will you, please?
Now he advances to third. Here's the pitch, and it's hit high into the air, deep right field. Laureano drifting back onto the track. He's near the wall, and he makes the catch, and that's going to do it. Well, another entertaining ball game, promising there for a while, but the Orioles erupt for 4 in the top of the 11th. and they win the opening game of this series by the final score of 10-6.
And we can go back to the Adolis Garcia home run because that was a truly amazing moment. We're probably not going to do that right now because at that point, when you saw the emotion on his face and the kind of the like, "Argh!" I thought we were going to win. Also, if you were watching the TV broadcast at all, I love the suggestion from Mike Bassick that Jacob deGrom could come up and hit. Also, I appreciate the restraint by Mike Bassick when he said Jacob deGrom has a career average of 204, and what he didn't follow up by saying was, which feels like that would fit right in with this lineup. I appreciate that he didn't say that because that's what I was thinking at the time. And instead, you got that Jack Leiter spotting there and everything like that. But, Corey, you were listening when this happened. You played the clip for us and then called us terrible Tolos, which is all fair.
I did not. No, I just was making sure that we all got this because I think it's important. This is an important line from Chris Young.
So yesterday with the G-Bag Nation, we're going to go to cut number 5, and I think probably what we're going to do is we might start and stop this because
he says a lot.
It's almost 2 minutes long, but it's a very insightful answer. And Alec, I know you heard it, and I think this is important for every single person who's like, you just need to sell already, or you obviously got to buy. Would you not agree that if you listen to this answer, you hear the very clear path that Chris Young has to July 31st? Do you not?
I do, and I kind of like what the morning show was talking about earlier, where if he didn't really speak and we didn't get to hear him every week with G-Bag, it might be like, okay, he's just saying everything that he needs to say. But he's taken so much accountability that I just trust everything he says, that he takes everything to heart, and he takes everything personally with this team. So I think it's some really good insight.
Okay, so let's hear from Chris Young and kind of the idea of how you feeling, how you thinking going into the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think less about whether the offense or the pitching has earned it. It's collectively, team-wise, where are we? And in 2023, we were in a really good spot in terms of our record and being in first place and the driver's seat in the division. And this year, unfortunately, we're 2 games under and we're not in the driver's seat. We're playing catch-up right now. And while I believe in this team and I believe that we can turn it on, and when we get healthy, these guys are very capable of being a very good team, the reality is that to this point in the season, we have not seen it with any level of consistency. And so what I'd like to see immediately is us play very good baseball for a consistent period of time.
Stop right there. That line, that word right there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he said what I would like to see immediately. And I don't know if he's gone into the clubhouse and demanded it that way. And I don't know if he should. When it comes to a baseball world and you're in that kind of a clubhouse, this is the expectation. Was he talking through the media? Because I want to see this immediately.
Yeah.
Now, he's telling us.
I bet he said that in the clubhouse.
He's telling the fan base, this is what we need to see. Starting right now, I need to see this. At some point, I need to see consistent baseball at a high level. And if I can't see that, things will change. That's what he was telling us right there with that line. Look, there's a lot of things that we have to go through. But immediately, I need to see a change. Otherwise, and then he gets to the further part of it of which direction he has to go.
So just real quick before we pick the quote back up, the other thing that he said was the position that they were in, being in first place and everything like that. Because what do you think the Rangers' record was on July 1st 2 years ago?
2 years ago, July 1st, I think, weren't they right above 500?
No, they were, because remember, 2 years ago, they got off to their crazy start.
With 14 over 500?
Yeah, and so they were 40-20 at one point. Okay. And on July 1st, they were 50-33. But think about that for a minute. That means for most of the month of June,
they were in cruise control.
They went 10-13. So they weren't playing particularly well.
Right.
But the key is, he said, the position we were in relative to being in first place. They were up by 5 games in the division.
And if you remember at that time, what did he do? Brought all of his advisors, if you will, his panel, brought them all together in a room, sat down and said, do every one of you believe that we can win the World Series?
Yes.
And if you do, let's start figuring out what moves to make. So, Kevin, don't you think right now he's either getting that room prepared or the other room where it goes, all right, we know we can't. What else do we need to start pairing off?
See, I wonder.
I feel like he's.
I agree. I wonder if in 2023, yes, we can win it all was an acceptable answer. Whereas if now you say it, he looks at you and says, tell me in detail why.
Maybe so.
You know?
Maybe
all
so.
Right, let's go back to Chris Young on the G-Bag Nation yesterday.
And there's still time left to do that. However, we don't have in perpetuity, so to speak, to make these decisions. We don't get till the end of the season to decide whether we're a winning team or not. We have to make these decisions a little bit earlier in terms of what we're going to do to upgrade the team, or maybe, trade from some of these pieces that may be expiring contracts or whatever, may not fit in the future. So we do have tough decisions ahead. And, really, I always say it's the team will help us determine the fate and where we're going. And, that's why this weekend was a really kind of a heartbreaker. But that said, there's still time to respond. We've got 3 games in Baltimore here. My hope is that we can win 2 or 3, if not all 3.
Pause.
And then we go on.
All right. So a couple things. Obviously,
the weekend was a heartbreaker. He was hoping over the weekend they'd show him.
Yes.
We just beat Seattle. How can I reward these guys? How can I give them a bat?
And then he follows up. Hopefully we can win 2 or 3 against Baltimore. I appreciate kind of the CYA right there. He's like, we win 3. That'd be great.
Yeah.
But obviously off to a bad start with losing the first one. And he's about to talk about the rest of the schedule. But the other thing that he said was whether it's expiring contracts or, and I think this is the bigger category, people who don't fit in the future. And so clearly he's already thought about this. They've already had these discussions. He wouldn't be doing a good job if he hadn't had these discussions.
Let me ask you then. Oh, man, this is actually a longer discussion at this point. Adolis doesn't fit the future, does he?
Yeah. I think, quite frankly, Adolis is one of the people who this is going to be his final
You
month
take a
with
potential step back. I'm watching him last night, and until the home run happened, I was sitting there going, oh, my God, this dude's lost his hands. He doesn't have it anymore. The bat's not there anymore.
He keeps tipping his bat, too.
That inside fastball on first pitch that he's swinging at, he can't catch up to it. And I was like, oh, no, that's not good. So that's one thing. But then I'm like, okay, are we taking a step back by going to one of the other outfielders, or is there an outfielder available that gives us an advantage?
Yeah.
So that's one of the names that kind of pops into my mind at first. But then you start looking around the rest of the team, and you're like, is it just the young guys that step into the picture and look like a clear future for them, or do those guys look like maybe they aren't in this picture as well?
I think it's that one. All right, so let's finish it off from Chris Young. He's going to set up why Seattle was so heartbreaking, why Baltimore is so important, and we'll finish that out.
And then we go on a tough road trip before the All-Star break, and that may determine in a lot of ways what direction we go. But we've got 3 tough games in San Diego. We go to Anaheim, who's been playing very good baseball for 4, and then we finish down in Houston before the break. And if we can have a good stretch of baseball but here before the break, I think it could give us confidence that we can go and add to this team in a way that will give us a chance to have a great second half.
So I just want to say,
if they can, he said, I think we can go add to this team.
Yeah. Did you get the feeling that
he wants to?
Yes. That if you're the Rangers players, Corey, and I'm CY, did you get the feeling that he was like, please show me something, anything that can make me go build up the team?
Anybody that has a kid out there can recognize this. When your kid wants something and you're like, prove it. And they're like, well, what do I just prove it? I want this so bad. All right, if you want it that much, you need $300. What are you going to do? You're going to ask me for $300? Or are you going to go earn $300? This is exactly the same feeling. And once they do, you want them to. You want them to have that new electric guitar or whatever it is. You want them to have the cool things. You're just waiting for them to show you that they can again so that you can hold that over their head and say, see, I always knew you could do it. Now do it again and again and again and again, and let's win a World Series.
Now, things were moving and shaking yesterday in both football and basketball. That has continued. Miles Turner is on his way to Milwaukee. Alec, I don't know if you saw the numbers. Is it 4 for 104? That was the early look that I saw. Do you know if that is factually accurate?
Shams is reporting 4 for 107.
Okay.
So pretty close there, but a big money deal for Miles Turner.
Okay. And then Darren Waller is coming out of retirement, and the Dolphins have traded for him.
Yes, and Tom Pelissero reports that Waller is turning 33 rather, and he told the Giants this offseason he wants to play again, but only if it's in Miami. So they complete the trade. He's going to sign a new incentive-based deal to make that happen.
I know why. When he was in New York, he said this on a podcast recently. I'm sitting here run blocking, beating myself up, and I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
And he goes to Miami, and he's like, I can run routes. He can get hurt down there, but I can run routes and get hurt down there.
Yeah.
But I hope it works, because put him on that and that crew, fantasy players are going to be very happy if they pick him up if he turns out to be good again.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Stars reporter Robert Tiffin. And since it's in the morning again, I assume that means he approves, because it's time for breakfast at Tiffin's next on The Fan.
North Texas born and raised with the same sports passion.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Day at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and holy moly, there are things happening. We told you that the Bucks picked up Miles Turner. One of the ways they were able to do that is they're using the stretch provision on Damian Lillard, and they are waiving him, and then that allows you to kind of spread out, hence the stretch, the rest of his guaranteed salary. We can talk about that in a little bit, and before anybody gets too excited about the Mavs should go pick him up, I'm with you, but I would have to imagine he's going to miss all, if not the vast majority of this upcoming season coming off of the Achilles injury.
He'd be a big shot shooter in the playoffs.
And he's a great passer.
Yeah, he is. He knows how the game is played, so I would be I love the player.
For sure.
I always have.
For sure.
So I'd love it, but I don't know exactly how it fits. I'd love to see it, though.
Right now, look, it's been busy in hockey as well.
Yeah,
we got a lot to talk about. Let's bring on Dallas Stars reporter Robert Tiffin, starsthoughts.com. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys. Good to talk.
Now, I assume because you wanted to be on in the morning, again, that means you're fine with us calling this segment Breakfast at Tiffin's. Is that accurate?
I think my position is still the same as before. As soon as I start getting breakfast for the segment, then I'll be okay with it.
I think that's...
I can sell the naming rights for a good breakfast biscuit.
I think that's definitely fair. So we're all still absolutely positive it's Gulletson, right? And what is taking so long? Do you think they heard all the NBA news and they're like, let's wait just half a second to make it officially official?
Yeah, all the reports are that's what it's going to be. Jim Neal was already scheduled to talk to the media at the end of free agency today, so there's every chance that he might also make that announcement today too. But we will have to wait and see when that happens. Although considering the state of free agency right now, that might not take too long, and the Stars only have a couple spots to fill, and the Gulletson news might be much bigger than any other moves that happen.
So one of the things that we kicked around yesterday, and I want to see if you think this is a fair question. Gulletson had so many great things to say about him in Edmonton. I guess the question that I just have is he best off being the guy next to the guy as opposed to being the guy that's running the show? Because he's had some struggles as a head coach. So do you think that's at least a fair question to ask, that does he have what it takes to be a successful head coach?
Yeah, I think that's always the question, right? When you have someone who's kind of bounced back and forth between an assistant and head coach role. In the NHL in particular, that's pretty common. You see in the NFL too, of course, someone going from coordinator to coach, and occasionally they might drop back down and be a coordinator. But in Gulletson's case, all accounts, and even Ken Hitchcock himself said this a year or two ago in an interview about Gulletson, because Hitchcock very briefly was the coach, the head coach in Edmonton when Gulletson first arrived there as an assistant. So by all accounts, he's learned a lot. He's always one of those guys that everyone raves about just on a personal level, as well as his coaching mind and how he motivates players. So I think typecasting him as, he's either a head coach or he's not. He's either a number two or maybe the potential to be a number one. Multiple teams, including the Stars, already saw potential to be a head coach there. I think those things are still true, even if those stints didn't work out. And you can go back and look at those rosters that he coached both in Dallas and Calgary, and they weren't exactly Rip Roaring Cup contenders. So yeah, I think that potential is still there. And then when you combine that with everything he's learned, plus his experience being on a team that's been to the Stanley Cup final the last couple of years in Edmonton, I think there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic.
Well, when it comes to if it's him as the head coach and you're building a team for this guy to coach, what kind of players is he looking for in this free agency, and what can they do? Because I just saw, they're not working any further with Granlund, and I miss that guy already.
Yeah. It was always going to be tough because the salary cap situation and being able to put players on LTIR with long-term injuries to Sagan, who came back before the end of the year, but then Miro Heiskanen, they had all that space to basically go over the salary cap by Miro Heiskanen's amount. So they were always going to be kind of carrying a roster that couldn't be brought back in full this year. So there was always going to be a bit of a haircut. The Mason Marchment trade was part of that. They had to clear out some space, and that's just a reality. And And Mikael Granlund looks like he's probably going to be another casualty of that too, especially because the free agent market is so thin that Granlund is kind of the best center available now. So every other team that cleared a bunch of cap space to sign good players now is saying, there aren't very many left. So Granlund's probably going to have his pick of a lot of good deals. And that's tough for the Stars. They need another left wing. They need to replace that Marchment spot. Maybe Jamie Benn can play up there a little bit. Maybe you can bring a guy like Justin Ristkovian up from the AHL and give him a shot in the top 6. Or more likely, I think they find someone, kind of a bargain deal in free agency today, just maybe a more veteran player to at least start there, and then they can try to give kids a shot there as it goes on. But yeah, Goldson might have most of the roster you see today, I think, is most likely going to be what he's working with maybe one or two more pieces.
Were there any other options? I know you were already talking about Marchment. Were there any other options on the roster that you were like, you know what, they might make a trade or they might sacrifice this player in order to bring Granlund back? Or was it a matter of what you said, weak free agency class was always probably going to make the finances of that not even possible with a trade?
Yeah, my kind of standing theory is the Mikko Rantanen deal and then the extension they signed him to right after that, or at the same time, really, that always kind of had to change their cap plans. That was a big $12 million bomb to kind of throw into their long-term plans. And, as Jim Nill and everyone said at the time, if you can get a superstar winger like that, you get him and then you figure out the rest later. And this is kind of what that looks like right now. They're figuring out the rest later. The other obvious name people have pointed to is Jason Robertson, because he's making a little under $8 million. But the problem is there's a reason he's making that much. Your cap hits tend to be higher on your good players. So clearing out a really good player who's also scored over 100 points before, that might give you more cap space, but that's kind of the old, hey, that mystery box could be anything. It could even be a boat sort of thing.
Yeah. A boat's a boat. I got your reference for sure.
Yeah.
This is kind of two questions because it's going to be two questions. But A, how did Florida do all of this then? And then B, how far away are the Stars from Florida? Because I think after we saw the Cup, all of us kind of took a deep breath and went, man, we're really far away.
Yeah, and even those two games, if you remember way back to when the Stars played Florida twice over in Finland, it kind of felt like that too. Wow, we're playing a team that just at the time had just won a Stanley Cup, and it looked like it. Even with the Stars, being pretty good, Sagan still hadn't gone out for injury yet, but it felt like they were playing a team that was the class of the NHL in those two games. And like you said, watching the finals, it kind of reiterated that point that there's another gear this team needs to get to. The way Florida did it, well, if you look at what they did, they re-signed Brad Marchand, who's 37, to a 6-year deal. So good, who knows how that's going to end. I think we actually probably do know how it's going to end. They got Aaron Ekblad, who everyone thought was going to market, to take a huge discount at just about $6 million a year, when he probably could have made 50% more than that in free agency, especially considering how thin the market is. But that's the thing when you have, when you're a really good team. And, Dallas, to their credit, we've seen it with Matt Duchene, too, taking a couple $3 million deals, Joe Pavelski, and even Jamie Benn, right? He just took a $1 million base deal with some performance bonuses. When you have a really good team that people want to play for, it tends to make your life a little bit easier. It's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. And, I think for Dallas, what they have to bet on the most is a little bit of internal improvement. We remember last year they started slow, had some players that had some injuries and things like that. And then a little bit of rejuvenation from a new coach, hopefully squeezing a little bit more juice from the orange. And, they're starting with a pretty good orange as it is. It's easy to forget after the playoffs, but this is still one of the top 5 teams in the NHL when you look at the roster. I think almost any other fan base would be jealous of what the Stars have.
We're talking with Robert Tiffin, and if you love what you're hearing, and how could you not, starsthoughts.com. And even worked in a Family Guy reference. Nice. So I'm just saying, it's a lot of fun stuff right there. But you mentioned the new coach, and one of the things I want to go back to is it feels like universally everyone appreciates his skill, especially when it comes to coaching up special teams. Is there anything in particular that you've heard, or I guess just kind of seen from his body of work with Edmonton, that you're like, absolutely?
Yeah, something that's really been I don't know, that gives me reason to be, I guess I sound a little bit Pollyanna-ish about the hire. And, Pete DeBoer, he got him really far 3 years in a row. I mean, Jim Nill himself said, I can't believe, I'm really making this move on one hand because DeBoer's been so successful. But they had to do it. It had gotten to that point. There was clearly some discontent and everything behind the scenes. It just had to happen. And with Golitzin, one of the things that he has even said really consistently is that when he first came on board as a younger coach, with the Stars in particular, he had a line. I think I probably should send an apology note to Jamie Benn and Brendan Morrow because I tried to chess piece that power play back in the day. And over coaching is another way you might phrase that, right? And he recently, in that same interview a year or two ago, and I have one of the videos on my site somewhere, but you can find it too if you just search around. But he talks about how, I mean, I guess I should be directing people to my stuff. But,
hey, we're trying to help you out too, Robert.
Yeah. That's important.
Yeah. Marketing is hard. Okay. But the only thing is really, Golitzin has really come down to this. He has this style he calls road hockey, and he talks about it with the power play in particular because you're working with all these, skilled players. I mean, Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, right, two of the best players in the world. And what Golitzin says is that he has found that your focus needs to be on momentum, keeping the players in motion so that they can basically let their instincts take over rather than trying to execute really set plays where you get guys kind of stationary or just passing the puck back and forth at the point or down the half wall. He's really made an emphasis in Edmonton, who's had NHL's best power play since he arrived there, by the way, for like 6 years. He's made an emphasis and look, just get him moving, get him looking, get him using their instincts, because when you have really good players, if you just get them creating those movements and forcing the defense to move too, you're going to find openings. Just same thing as a good quarterback looking downfield, right? If your routes are good, the quarterback's going to see either what he's expecting or he'll see someone else who gets open and be able to make the read there. So that to me, that's really encouraging. You have a guy who has coached some of the best players in the world, and Dallas also has some really good offensive players. This isn't a guy who's going to come in and try to impose one way of doing things. He's even said very explicitly, it's not about the system you bring, it's about the system that fits the players you have. So by all accounts, he's going to try to adapt whatever he brings to the roster that Dallas has. And, that's something that I think a lot of maybe older, more veteran coaches wouldn't necessarily bring. They might just bring their kind of signature style. So it'll be interesting. There's some risk that comes with that, obviously, but I think it's an exciting time in a lot of ways too.
The man is Robert Tiffin on the D&M Leasing Hotline. The site, starsthoughts.com. The motto, lots of great content, find it your damn self.
Yeah, I like that motto.
I feel like, could that be a potential motto
just
right
read it
there?
all.
Yeah, I don't know why I put that motto in the header. I might want to change that and say it out loud. Man.
Well, we appreciate it very much, and your thoughts have been heard about the breakfast aspect of this, but you always bring great content, all jokes aside. Starsthoughts.com if you want to be ahead of the game on really all of this.
Your friends.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the time this morning, good sir.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Now,
he's a beast.
He is.
Absolute beast.
We like having a little bit of fun with him, but he absolutely knows everything that you want to know, that you need to know about the Stars. All right. If you've missed the beginning part of the show, oh my gosh, you've already missed so much. Darren Waller out of retirement. He's getting traded to the Dolphins, and Miles Turner is going to go to the Bucks to facilitate that on a 4-year, up to $107 million deal. To facilitate that, the Bucks are using the stretch provision to waive Damian Lillard. And look, that means that he'll still get his money, but they can the stretch provision is actually really similar to when an NFL team signs that big money deal and you're able to kind of finesse the money over years. Only in this instance, they're like, hey, we'll give you a couple extra years to literally stretch the money out so the cap hit isn't so bad. So Damian Lillard will be out on the market, but before anybody gets ahead of themselves, because of his Achilles injury, you got to think he'll miss all, if not most, of this next season.
Yeah, and Kevin, I want to get into a little more of this, but we've just run out of time. So, I think I will have plenty of time throughout the day to discuss it, but there is a significant point that I think is going to be very important to why I think we could get him.
Ooh, now that's a tease. Really feels like that should be the next segment.
Well,
but unfortunately for you, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day to all who celebrate. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Simmons Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Neighbours? No. I just said that. Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
What we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Full count, one out. Aiken to Garcia, payoff pitch. Swinging a high drive to left. Is this game tied? It is tied! El Bumpy! 3-run home run to left. 6-6 here in the 10th.
Now, Jared Sandler was excited, almost as excited as Adolis Garcia. I love the fact that multiple people have texted us this morning. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053 that it looked like Adolis Garcia was trying to shield his home after he hit the home run because he was like fired up and doing the hands and everything, and it was
you need to shield your home.
Yes, it was pretty awesome.
Why
And it feels
paint
like
your house?
Even Adolis Garcia feels that way. Now we're gonna get to baseball nuggets in a second, but things are happening quickly today. We've already reset the signing of Miles Turner by the Bucks, and they've released Damian Lillard. In the meantime, Chris Haynes said that Giannis is not happy with the Bucks after waiving Damian Lillard. I can almost guarantee you that he got that directly from Giannis himself.
I will say Giannis has tweeted out, Kevin, 52 minutes ago, a picture of himself with his championship hat on, goggles, smoking a cigar, the T-Rex in his lap, and a champagne bottle. And it says, "I don't know what's going on right now, man."
Okay.
And he said, "Mood 100."
Yeah.
So that's what it says right here in the picture. Mood 100. I don't know what's going on right here, man.
Well, so maybe he didn't even need to hear it from Chris Haynes.
Yeah.
But even though he'll probably miss most, if not all of the season, Corey, are we getting Damian Lillard? Are you ready to go ahead and get out in front of everything on this and say that that's going to happen?
First off, I feel, Kevin, you just kind of laid out the plan a few minutes ago about how you can get him on the cheap if he desires.
He's still getting that money.
Yeah. If he's like, I think he's the kind of person that would say, I don't need to get paid this year. Go ahead and let them pay me to play for you this year. I'm playing for you for free. How can I just play? I can see him being that petty.
Yeah.
He's just that kind of, but I also know money's cool and everything. So like that might be missing. However, as the internet likes to do, at all things Mavs, which they post a lot of things about the Mavericks.
That makes sense.
At Jones on the NBA tweeted in 2021, for Mavs fans that don't know Nico, he played D1 college ball, has been in a role where he decides which players Nike pursues and elevates. He was Kobe's guy at Nike. Players love him. He knows basketball talent. So much more. Damian Lillard quote tweeted it and said facts. Now, Kevin, at that time, I was in full belief that the Mavericks were going to get Damian Lillard then. So I was like, oh my gosh, it's happening right now. But he likes Nico. That's number one. And where was he for most of his career?
Portland.
What's up there in that area?
Nike.
Damian Lillard's top preference to become the next head coach of the Portland Trailblazers is Jason Kidd. Quote, Jason Kidd is the guy I want, Lillard told Yahoo Sports on Friday night. This was back in the day. Lillard intends to have significant input on the next hire. So he didn't get Jason Kidd then. Do these two connections provide enough for him to make his way to Dallas and just be part of this thing later in the season?
So what I'm hearing is that he wants to play in an organization with Nico and be coached by Jason Kidd. I still don't actually know if he can play next year. Maybe he would give you like a 2-year deal.
Okay,
he's like,
all right.
Hey, just kick me a couple $1 million this first year, which is weird that that's like a throw in. I know for an average human, if somebody came along and was like, I'm gonna give you a couple $1 million just to tide you over, and you'd be like, I begrudgingly accept your offer.
Now,
but like in the NBA, Shea just got almost $300 million.
His best year was 3 years ago, 32 points a game. He did take 11 3-pointers a game, shot about 37% from there. There were a couple of years where he shot 40%, scored 30 a night. Last year he was at 25 a night. I don't expect that on this team.
For sure.
This is a very loaded veteran team already. So I don't expect that, but if you were able to acquire him, it would put another star in that group. But does he play enough defense?
I mean,
and it's, you know what, dude? It's late. It's later in the season anyway.
I'm actually, I would appreciate the passing that he would bring to the team, because there are times where absolutely he is tremendous from three, especially as a volume 3-point shooter. Like, you look back 19 through 21, he was a volume 3-point shooter and hovering around that 39 to 40%. But it all depends on what is he looking for. Like Damian Lillard, again, I'm going to go ahead and off the idea that he's not going to play next year. Maybe he can, but I would go off the idea that he can't play next year. So does he want to get paid again, which he absolutely can, and I'm sure he would, or does he just say, hey, I want a title. I need a title, so I'm going to pick a team where I think I can win a title. That's kind of what I think it would come down to.
I'd be all right with that.
Yeah, for sure, because I think we're in the mix.
He's one of my favorite players.
Yeah,
you know this how much, like, he and Vince Carter right there next to each other, where
absolutely.
Like they didn't play until Vince Carter played from a team,
right?
But they weren't playing from
right.
a team, and I always admired that player.
Now, right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. I told you it would be a truncated version of it today. Couple of things that you really need to know. Let's go ahead and start with today is Bobby Bonilla Day, ladies and gentlemen. If you're like, hey, what the hell are you talking about? So Bobby Bonilla set up a deferred contract years ago from the Mets, although he also gets deferred money from the Baltimore Orioles. That's a fun fact.
About $500,000 from the Orioles,
which is crazy. So the Mets pay him a little bit more than $1 million every July 1st to not play baseball for them, and will continue to do so through 2035. So think about it. He's got another 10 years that he will get this $1 million+ payment, because the Mets wanted to defer, and then I guess the Orioles did as well, so they could use their money elsewhere.
Do you know what the Mets wanted to use their money for?
I think I do, but I want you to tell the world.
So at the time that he signed the 4-year contract, they were like, we just need him to get us over the hump to get a World Series. That's what they were hoping, was that he would be part of that. And that was, they renegotiated in 1999 for this, and then he retired in like 2001. So they kind of knew he was never going to be there for the lifetime of the contract. So how can we do this? So they said, let's spread this money out to other ways. They wanted to use the money from him to invest in a Ponzi scheme by Bernie Madoff.
Whoops.
And they thought, hey, if we put the money here, we're going to make tons of money on this. He'll get his money eventually, but we're going to come out on top with this. Well, guess what, guys? Didn't go down that way.
By the way, sometimes I like to update Corey on things that I'm listening to from the past. Charles Ponzi is actually the person who started the Ponzi scheme. He did this in the midst of Prohibition. In case you were curious, like when we decided for 13 years, no alcohol.
Prohibition was in 1999?
No, the Ponzi scheme came
the
about.
First Ponzi scheme.
Yes.
Gotcha.
From Charles Ponzi came out during Prohibition in the 1920s. And so, yes, it is actually named after, I know sometimes I'll joke about, like, I don't know, what's the guy's name? Steve Toilet?
Mm-hmm.
Like the guy who the Ponzi scheme is named after
John
is actually,
Microphone.
Yes, I don't know, that's true, is actually named Charles Ponzi. All right, so congratulations to all who celebrate Bobby Bonilla Day. Now, if you look at it now, the players who have deferred money. Hey, guess what? Shocker. Numbers 1, 3, and 4 are all the Dodgers. Of course, you're familiar with Shohei Ohtani. He gets $680 million in deferred money. Alec, I want you to ponder this for a second, and it'll make us all feel bad about our lives. You're so good at what you do and so financially viable, you could say, don't worry about it, guys. Give me the $680 million later.
I wish I was that good and that financially stable to do
Me
that,
too.
but I'm neither of those things.
Yes.
So good for these people that can willingly do that.
Then there's Freddie Freeman, who will get $4 million per year from 2028 to 2040. So think about how old Freddie Freeman is now, and in 15 years, he'll still be getting his annual $4 million paycheck. Jeez. Also, Blake Snell is on the list at number 6. Another Dodgers player. He gets 60 because they know how to work the system.
No, so the Rangers don't?
Well, here's one of the issues with the Rangers. There is not as much of an incentive. Sorry, we're going to nerd out here for just a second. There's not as much incentive to defer your money in Texas. Why do people want to defer their money in California?
Taxes.
Because their tax rates are crazy.
You don't want to pay on
exactly.
If you live somewhere else and you get the money there, you pay those taxes.
Exactly. So don't be surprised if
they all move to
Shohei
Texas.
Ohtani is living in Texas or Florida or has like some sort of weird corporation off-seas or something that will get that $680 million. If you're in Texas, there's not anywhere near as much incentive now because I'm sure Shohei Ohtani's like, well, without paying the taxes, that's realistically going to be like $875 million actual money. And so he's like, I could save myself almost $200 million. It's actually probably more than that by just deferring the money. Whereas if you're with the Rangers, not as much of a financial incentive to do so.
That is fascinating.
So just wanted to throw that out there. Also, I'm sad that we won't get to talk about this more. Wilyer Abreu, he hit an inside the park home run and a grand slam in the same game.
Those are my two favorite things in baseball.
Okay. He's only the 6th person ever
no hitters too
to do so. It's him. You'll notice the name when you hear it. It's him, Roger Maris, Jim Tabor, Charlie Gehringer, Everett Scott, and Jocko Fields.
Of course, Jocko Fields.
Yeah.
Jocko Fields pulled this off in 1890.
Yeah. Like
We're
we all
sure
knew.
about those reputable records from 1890. I just think it's amazing that he's in a class with Roger Maris, but then also this person, Jocko Fields, that obviously
Pre-merger.
I'm going to look up stuff later about.
Pre-merger, and that was on actual paper.
Yes.
And it couldn't be changed once it went on paper.
I guess that is true because they had that big pen and they're like, dip, 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 dip. And they had to write it out again. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a segment I gave unreasonable thought to.
You did.
In honor of the return of EA Sports college basketball game, what is your all-time college basketball lineup? Let us know, 1990 going forward, your all-time college basketball lineup. Next on The Fan.
Your proud home.
fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shell. I've never seen it before. Oh, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. Oh, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your, but that's your, I'm not saying this is your hair.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
Wasn't it Simmons sisters?
Ages ago.
That whole squad?
Nutmeg Megan? No. Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, this is an idea from the mind of Corey yesterday. I loved it. I put a lot of thought into it, but I do admit at some point I just stopped because I think I was going to drive myself insane trying to chop this all up.
I get it, but I'm happy that I gave you an idea.
I loved it.
That you liked so much that you had to dive in on it. This is cool.
I really did. And I was like, oh, we can do this maybe on Wednesday. And I was like, we got to do it now. We just do. All right. So yesterday, EA Sports announced the return of their college basketball video game. Previously did football. I know people are clamoring now for baseball. And so your all-time college hoop lineup, but we put the caveat of it on there that it needs to be 1990 going forward. And one of the reasons for that is I feel like most people's lists would then be dominated with people that we didn't all necessarily see. Like, look, I've heard that Bill Walton and then Lou Alcindor were the greatest college basketball players anyone's ever seen, anyone ever could imagine.
I didn't really see Larry Bird and Magic Johnson.
Me neither. Exactly. And so we went 1990s going forward, and I put so much thought into this so people could get so mad. I have a first team, a second team, and a third team.
Well, do you mind if I steal a minute to give you my lineup before you get there. Does Caitlin Clark count?
Okay, so I might be a hate monger then, because I will have to admit I only put men's college basketball players in here.
I had a question.
I apologize.
Does NCAA men's basketball have NCAA women on it? I don't know the answer. I don't remember if they had the women's group. So, Kevin, we're just going to stick with the men on this one.
Hook as a monger.
Sorry, Caitlin. You're really great. You've done some amazing things. All right. I'm going to go with Anthony Davis.
Okay.
I thought Anthony Davis was spectacular.
Agreed.
But now I'm going to destroy you because next to Anthony Davis, I have Tim Duncan. At Wake Forest, I thought Tim Duncan was the best player I'd ever seen in my life.
I can see that.
I'm pairing those two up. Now, he was a center.
It's interesting. It's a 4-year player with a 1-year player. That's fascinating.
Pairing those guys up. Then I'm going with J.J. Redick. Now, a lot of people might not love J.J. Redick. I just thought he played with this chip on his shoulder that just stood out to me. Then I'm throwing KD in there. All right.
Oh, so you're manipulating this lineup a little bit, but that's okay.
I'm going positionless basketball, Kevin.
All right.
This KD can play. He can play 1 through 4. All right, as far as I'm concerned. But KD at UT,
one of the best players.
It was amazing to watch.
Agreed.
And then Melo. I didn't love Carmelo Anthony in the NBA.
For sure.
But watching him play at Syracuse was spectacular. So that's my team. They're big. We're long.
So I like your team, and I'm glad that you presented your team like that. I went a different direction in terms of I did not have a single freshman only on the first or second team. Okay?
All right.
So, I hear you on Anthony Davis and Kevin Durant. In fact, they were both on my third team. I didn't factor in freshmen just because I thought there were so many great multi-year college basketball players.
I get that. And that's good.
And I did stick with more or less position. There's a little tiny bit of position flex in there. But also, like you said, this does not factor in their NBA career whatsoever because that is irrelevant to this. From the 214, no thought off the top of my head, TJ Ford, Iverson, Durant, Carmelo, Anthony, and Anthony Davis. From the 817, Kevin Durant, JJ Redick, Tyler Hansbrough. That is a great choice. Shane Battier and Zion Williamson. From the 214, Steph Curry, Cooper Flagg, or Carmelo Anthony, Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, and Shaquille O'Neal. All right. So here's my first team. Point guard, Allen Iverson.
Oh, yeah.
He's amazing.
Georgetown, baby.
Shooting guard, Anthony Hardaway.
I don't know who that is.
Yes, Penny.
Oh, Penny Hardaway.
Maybe. Was it because he was in Blue Chips? I can't rule that out. Not the only person from the movie that's going to make an appearance.
He was a special player. He was in the movie. That was a blast. That's how a lot of people knew him. But
for sure.
He was a special player in college.
By the way, you'll definitely notice some 90s bias in my list. I admit that. Small forward, Grant Hill. Power forward, Christian Laettner.
Somebody texted in yesterday and said if Cooper Flagg wants to have the ball in his hand and play that kind of position, he needs to watch Grant Hill. Go back and watch how he played because that's what you could be. And I feel like Jason Kidd has multiple times and with us said that's a vision that he has and he thinks about Grant Hill.
So we didn't do this last week. We kind of kicked it around the idea of if you can magically bless one baseball player with an injury-free career, who would it be? And I think that could actually be super fun for all of the sports.
For Grant Hill?
Because in basketball, I think mine might have been Grant Hill.
Nicest dude you'll ever see.
And I think people forget Grant Hill was incredible before he got hurt. Incredible.
I thought he was about to take over the league.
Yes.
I mean, it just seemed like every time I turned on ESPN for highlights, Grant Hill was the one.
And there's multiple people. Could be Derrick Rose. Could be Penny. You could go with a lot of people there. So for this, I went with Grant Hill, small forward, Christian Laettner, a power forward. I think Christian Laettner is probably the greatest modern era college basketball player just because of everything he accomplished. And my center is Shaquille O'Neal. So my first team
Was he that good at LSU?
He was. He was tremendous at LSU. He left after 2 years. Because he was so good, but also the size that he had. It was freaking.
He was already built for it.
Yes, he was built as a man in college.
I think it's interesting that you didn't go with Greg Oden in that spot there, Kevin. I feel like as a center, Greg Oden was dominant for Ohio State.
I thought about putting Greg Oden on this list. However, I conceded on the second team to a Carolina player, if that helps.
Whoa.
All right. So
that's a big step.
First team, Allen Iverson, Anthony Hardaway, Grant Hill, Christian Laettner, Shaquille O'Neal. That's my first team. Second team, Alec, I don't know if you had a list that I'm stepping all over since I have 8 million teams to throw out there. Do you have a college basketball all-time team that you would like to throw out before I just keep talking?
No, I'm intrigued listening to you because, one, you saw a different era of college basketball than I did. I'm accustomed very much to the one and done, so I kind of enjoy getting a previous experience because my list is going to be a lot more recent than some people's.
And I'm fascinated by that because now the next exercise I want to do, of course, not outside, is your all-time one and done team because I think that would be really fascinating. And I think Corey listed probably
most of them.
Yeah, the prime candidates. All right, so my second team, and I got a name here, maybe two names that's going to shake things up. My point guard, Stephen Curry. You might have heard of him. He's done pretty well after that.
He had that run in the tournament was
with
awesome.
Davidson.
It was
Unbelievable.
Amazing.
Now
you were out, and I was watching on that tiny TV up in the newspaper.
Just, I know it has nothing to do with their pro careers, but just consider the career my point guard had on the second team versus my shooting guard. Point guard, Stephen Curry. Shooting guard, Jimmer Fredette. You might be thinking, who the hell is that? Look, there was a time and a place when Jimmer Fredette was it, man.
Yes.
He was averaging 30 points a game. He was unbelievable. I know it didn't translate to NBA success, but he became like pretty unbelievable overseas playing basketball as well. So I'm going Stephen Curry, Jimmer Fredette, Glenn Robinson, the big dog.
Big baby.
That is
Different
Glenn
guy.
Davis.
I'm sorry. Anytime you say Glenn.
Chris Webber and Tyler Hansbrough. So Tyler Hansbrough kind of reminds me of Tim Tebow in terms of, and I know the Broncos were like, that's fine, we'll draft him in the first round anyway. But it felt like most people watching Tim Tebow and Tyler Hansbrough were like, these guys are the most incredible college players I've ever seen. I don't really know how it's gonna translate at the next level.
Yeah.
But they're incredible. Tyler Hansbrough, one of the best college players I've ever seen. He is my second team center. And from the 469, any list actually says lost, but then he corrected it to list without Pete Maravich's crap. And again,
It's okay. It's all right.
Reestablishing the rules, 1990 going forward. But I hear you.
Which is tough on me because I did have Glenn Rice, but he was at 89.
Okay.
I loved Glenn Rice.
So one of my names on the next list, this is my third team, and then I promise I'll be done. Jason Kidd. I told you, I put too much thought into this.
I love it.
All right. So first team, Allen Iverson, Penny, Grant Hill, Laettner, Shaq. Second team, Steph Curry, Jimmer Fredette, Glenn Robinson, Chris Webber, Tyler Hansbrough. Third team, point guard, Jason Kidd. Shooting guard, Jim Jackson.
Ooh.
Remember
Dude,
the expectations from him, I think coming out of Ohio State, going to the Mavericks were high. And now I've incorporated some of your philosophy. I wouldn't allow one and dones until the third team. So small forward, Kevin Durant. Power forward, Anthony Davis. And then for my center, right on the cusp of the 90s, Alonzo Mourning. So we go back to Georgetown again. So
Alonzo was amazing.
He was. So my third team is Kidd, Jackson, Durant, AD, and Alonzo Mourning.
Dude, I like all three lists for one. And I think those are teams that can win.
Somebody said no Jimmer Fredette. He's on my second team.
You're missing Adam Morrison, and I know this is going to be a tough dude.
Yeah.
You're missing Dougie McBuckets, and you're missing Kimball Walker. Now
I thought about both of those
here's
guys.
what I think with Kimball Walker. Am I wrong? Was he playing with Emeka Okafor on that team? I got to go back and think about what those teams were at the time.
I don't think so,
I can't remember
but I'm
who
not
was.
positive about my UConn history as much.
But that with UConn, I always felt like they were so team driven that there wasn't a real star, and they all kind of dug that. You know, it always felt that way. At Duke, it felt like we have one star, and then everybody else is very good, but we have one star on this team, and it always felt like with the UConn teams, you were like, man, that's a really good system they got going up there.
So I saw a couple people ask about Derrick Rose, and I totally get that.
Yeah,
I
that
would
one's
have had
tough.
I would have had to bump off Jason Kidd for that because I just didn't use the one and dones until the third team.
And we just made best friends with Jason Kidd recently.
That is true. But look, if you're going with more centric on the one and dones, that makes a whole lot of sense to me. From the 682, Shaq, KD, Michael Beasley. Ooh, that's a good one. I have to admit, I didn't really think about him, but that is a good one. JJ Redick and John Wall. Second team, Tyler Hansbrough, Ty Lawson, Carmelo Anthony, Anthony Davis, and Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield is another player that really was phenomenal in college. Now, there's a couple that you mentioned, Corey, that I really considered. Tim Duncan was on my consideration list, but I didn't want to leave out Tyler Hansbrough because I feel like people forget about him just because he didn't do much at the next level. He was awesome in college. And so to me, it came down to Lonzo Mourning versus Tim Duncan. And that was a really difficult choice. But for college purposes, I went with Lonzo Mourning. I believe his senior year at Georgetown, or his last year at Georgetown, Alonzo Mourning blocked 5 shots a game. And I'm not saying that as an exaggeration. It was 5 blocks per game.
Do you have something against OU, and that's why you didn't go with Blake Griffin and Trae Young?
Okay, well, yes, I definitely have something against Trae Young.
Trae Young at OU was special.
Okay.
He was all they had. He had to shoot all the balls.
Are you putting him ahead? Who are you putting him ahead of then? Because for Blake Griffin, I'm not bumping out Durant or Anthony Davis for him.
Okay, so you're power forward specific. But Blake Griffin was all they had.
And I'm
remember
also,
like that. Do you remember that thing?
Yes.
Did they lose to North Carolina?
He was really good, but then even if you go small forward or power forward, I have to bump out Durant or Anthony Davis. I'm probably not going to do that. Trae Young, I'm going to have to bump out either Jason Kidd, probably Jason Kidd. And I'm just not going to do that. I admit I have a Trae Young bias.
And I do appreciate this person, but AC Law, we'll put him on the next list, Kevin. We'll put him on for anybody that doesn't know that story. We need to tell it right now, real quick. Kevin and I worked at the newspaper together, and we would frequently have stories we call evergreen. Evergreen story means this can go anytime. It can go anytime, and we had an AC Law story that Kevin had written that we had in the newspaper. Newspaper comes to us and says, hey, sorry, guys, we've added more ads to the newspaper. You got to kill that story. Killed the story. We'll use it next week. Kept on trying to get it into the newspaper, and it just never made it. The story still is waiting for us to put it in the newspaper. So anytime you hear us say anything about AC Law, it means that we're just pushing it off to next time.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's because you and I started. We met at the local newspaper, the Plano Star Courier, covering high school football out in the north area. Allen, oh man, we covered all over, didn't we?
Flower Mound, South Lake, everything. But it existed on the internet. But we worked in a newspaper. We hated technology at the newspaper.
It's true.
I guess
It's true.
But yeah, so there's the list presented. By the way, plenty of people have plenty of thoughts. Thank you to everyone who acknowledges how great that Jimmer Fredette was in college. Hank Gathers came up. I think he might have been 89, 90. So I did not consider him. And Bo Kimball from that Loyola Marymount team. Somebody's mad that I didn't put Duncan on the second team. Tim Duncan was phenomenal. Kenyon Martin, plenty of other people for Michael Beasley. Michael Beasley is a heck of a pick. I could see that. Wally Zerbiak, Dwayne Wade.
Oh, Wally Zerbiak. I forgot about him.
I considered Dwayne Wade. I did, but he didn't make the final cut.
Couldn't do it.
There's my list. I'm glad that you guys appreciated, engaged with all of it. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus don't you dare speak down on Jake Paul. You'll find out why next on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys are the North Texas Baseball Show of Record. Are you kidding me? Thanks for hanging with the KNC Masterpiece on The Fan, on your smart speaker, and on our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Discover the 4th of July sale at Target. Save 20% on clothing and swimwear for women, select cookies with Target Circle, and up to 50% off Sun Squad sporting goods. Get ready for a fireworks-worthy celebration with patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deal's in July 5th, so hurry and get 20% off apparel, select cookies with Target Circle, and 50% off Sun Squad sports gear, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
update. See your Kroger pharmacy for details.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Didn't get a chance to mention it earlier with all the breaking news of the day, but yesterday, the Pirates won their 4th straight game by 7 runs or more. That is the first time they've done that since August 29th through September 1st of 1925. So it's been almost 100 years since you've seen this 4-game level of dominance from the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Well, good for them, man. I'm proud.
You know what's good for all of us? It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. You can answer the question of the day there, as well as Twitch and YouTube.
I'm going to pause you really quick.
I'm scared.
No, it's news that we've known. It just hasn't been official. Well, first of all, Colin Blackwell staying in Dallas 2 years, $775,000 annual value. But the Stars have officially posted up, welcome to Dallas, Glenn Gulletson as their new head coach.
Yeah, at Salad the Stars. No, I'm just Dallas Stars. They actually did tweet out.
I was about to say,
we got ball sacked on that one. No, it was they did say welcome home. So congratulations to Glenn Gulletson. Hopefully we can revitalize that friendship, rekindle it, if you will, and get that spark going again.
Do you think he remembers Corey, Alec?
I feel like he does.
I say it's something about his eyes one time, and he'll go, "Oh yeah, I remember this guy."
Oh yeah, you.
Yeah, just like I feel like even if you didn't have the face-to-face with Paige Beckers, if I just got her on the phone and you said, "Hey, remember the sweat question?" She'd be like, "Oh yeah, you guys, what's up?" Yeah.
Hey guys.
Yeah, I feel like y'all have like buzzwords with certain people probably.
And in the future for Cooper Flag, it will be remember the F shirt question.
It's an F shirt. Oh,
real quick.
Yes.
Alec, I just wanted to remind everybody here on the station, it is Tank Top Tuesday, and I have arrived in my tank top today. And yesterday we discussed show tank tops, and Kevin, you said you thought it was a great idea.
I said for you guys, if you remember.
Well,
I said I think that's a great idea for y'all.
Kevin, it's Corey's day. I had to stand in solidarity with them. So the ears are going to come off for a second. I won't be able to hear anything. But
you have
we do have tank top on under the T-shirt. So the T-shirt is coming off for the Major's birthday.
Nonsense.
Yes!
This is the
That is
dumbest
2
thing
for Tank
ever.
Top Tuesday. Look at that guy right there.
Yeah.
His tattoos and his muscles.
Waited till there was a lady in there to do that. I noticed.
Yeah.
And fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. I couldn't hear anything y'all said for the
That's probably for the best.
You look
Probably
amazing
for the
is
best.
what we're
You
saying.
do look good.
And it is Tank Top Tuesday. And thank you, Alec, for stepping up with me, man.
Yeah, so I couldn't let my guy down on his birthday, and this will apparently be a regular thing going forward for
But
the
you
summer.
had a different shirt on because you didn't want people in public to know you were wearing a tank top.
No,
right?
I just wanted to do the grand reveal for Corey's birthday, you know.
Appreciate it, man.
So next week, I'll just show up straight up tank top.
I like it.
Yeah.
Huh.
And it's great because now I can just go straight to the gym. I don't even have to stop by the house anymore.
What if there's tank bottoms?
What would that look like?
Kevin, your thoughts?
Yeah.
All right, Alec.
Isn't that like a Speedo? I don't
We
know.
have consumed his whole segment, so I got to give him some.
Back to you, Alec.
I mean, hey.
We're having fun.
Chaos. That's what the C in my initial stands for. It's
I like
chaos. Yeah. So the question of the day in honor of the Major's birthday, what's the last thing that made you feel old? 877-881-1053. And I'll bat lead off here because I told you guys this story, I want to say 2 months ago now, and I finally did something about it where I absolutely obliterated my lower back in the gym doing back squats. And I finally, during my week off, it wasn't even really a fun vacation week. It was a, hey, let's get stuff done week that needs to get done that I've been putting off because I've been focused on other things. So I finally went to an orthopedic specialist and got my back looked at and found out there's some things that aren't looking too good in there. And we're trying to avoid surgery. So I'm medicated and everything, and we're hoping to avoid.
You're medicated right now?
No.
Oh.
No, it's just like an as-needed thing, but there's some narrowing of some stuff there in the lumbar that shouldn't be happening at this age.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's been the root cause of my pain, but it made me feel old, one, because sitting in the waiting room, there was nobody within 30 years of my age. And then two, when I got to the x-ray room, the radiologist in there, she was like, you're supposed to be getting this looked at when you're 54, not 24.
That sounds like that lady's terrible at their job.
And I was like, I know, okay? I get it. I was doing too much. Accidents happen. And even the actual doctor, he was like, dude, he politely told me it's time to hang him up and be a family man when it comes to like the heavy back-assisted lifts. He was like, do you play pro football? And I'm like, look at me. No. And he was like, do you play pro basketball? I'm like, look at me. No. He was like, are you a pro athlete of any kind? I'm like, no. He was like, do you have any brand deals where you're a gym influencer? I'm like, I want to be. He's like, well, you're not. So you should probably stop doing that stuff.
Wow.
Because you don't need to. He was like, you just flat out don't need to. You're going to ruin your quality of life down the line. So I'm like, you know what? You got a good point. So now I've got a list of like alternate movements and stuff that are not so, I guess, crucial to your lower back. Yes. So we're taking care of that. We're avoiding surgery, which is the good thing. So that made me feel old when the radiologist was like, you're supposed to get this checked in 30 years, not right now.
So a couple of years ago, though I am significantly older than you, a couple of years ago, I pulled a muscle in my leg putting my pajama pants on for bed, and I felt really sad about it. I was like, I think I did it too violently or maybe too high, or I don't know, or maybe I'm just old. And yeah, so I pulled a leg muscle putting on my pajama pants, and I mean, I went to bed really sad. I was like, my goodness, what has happened to you?
I want to say it's when I watched my middle son jump out of the bed of a truck, and I realized I can no longer jump out of the bed of a truck without my knees hurting terribly. That was the moment there. But it is at the end of this school year, my son went from being a junior in high school to a senior in high school. And that was the moment that, like, really hit me. He is in his final year of high school, and I'm going to send him off to college. I'm sure everything's going to be fine after that. And he'll never need me, once he goes off to college.
He'll need you for money.
Yeah, but like that moment right there, and I know you've experienced that, but that was the most recent one where I just went, holy crap, like I've been around for a while. I was talking with Carter this morning, and I was like, man, 44 years of experience. You think you'd listen to me?
Look, it is a cycle that we all understand because we all felt the same way at that age. You're an old man. You don't understand. And then you get to be that old person and you're like, I get it. I thought exactly the same way you did. I wish I had listened. But you can't impart that to them because you remember your parents telling you the exact same thing and you being like, whatever.
Yeah.
You don't even know what TikTok is. Like, I'm not listening to you.
See, it's trickled into my just like everyday thinking and how I plan stuff too. I feel so old in how I will avoid or just deny plans because of like the day and time.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's too late. No, I'm not going. You know, like I got invited to a birthday party on a Sunday, like out on the lake on a boat. And I'm like, do I want to be on a boat all day on a Sunday, get home late, and then come to work the next day? Probably not. So I think I'll just send you a gift card and call it a day, you know, because no, I'm trying to show up in one piece at work and give the best I can every day and actually do my job well. So I tell people that I'm like, no, I'm not going out on a Thursday night if I don't have the next day off. You know, like I just don't want to do, even at 24, I'm like, I feel ashamed when I wake up and I'm like, I'm halfway here. I'm like, I'm already past that. I'm done. Thanks to Bobby Belt especially. But yeah, I've already altered how I plan my life and my events because I'm like, no, I want to sleep. I need my 8 hours, man, or I can't function.
I need to have 2 days off to go out on a weeknight. That's where I am. I need to have 2 days. Because the next day, is done. All right, like it's a waste of time. Remember the day after the media party in Vegas?
Yeah.
Remember how I looked that day, Kevin?
Yes, I do.
And I don't know how it worked that day. All right, I forced my way through it, and I was there because you said I had to be, and you kept telling me if you're not here, I'm not showing up tomorrow, and I was like, crap. And so that was
then
the thing.
you're like, I'm here.
Yeah.
Get used to it.
So to enjoy a day off, I would need 2 days off if I'm going to go out on a weeknight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, from the 817, Jaws turning 50 years old made them feel old.
Okay, so here's something that might help you.
What does his cake look like?
This is something that I did for the longest time, is find a celebrity or somebody that you like really admire that is older than you, and just remember that person will always be older than you. like maybe that person is like Tom Cruise. They love Tom Cruise, and like, hey, Tom Cruise will always be older than you. And like, just have that one person that you're like, hey, I feel old. This person is older.
Did Jaws' little birthday cake have Alex Kittner on top of it? Just the little kid that he got?
Oh, did you know originally when John Williams submitted that soundtrack that Steven Spielberg thought he was doing a bit? He was like, this is he was like, this is your music. And then they ran the temp track with the movie, and he's like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, man, it is amazing how well he knows what music goes where it should be.
It's unbelievable.
That's amazing. Imagine like you put your best work forward to somebody, and they're like, this is going to make a bunch of money, and they're like, you're kidding, right? And you're like, no.
But how like satisfying is that screening then when he's like, okay, I get it. And now, like, obviously that's one of the more iconic American movie soundtracks of all time.
Just trust the people who know what they're doing, okay?
For sure.
And I don't trust Jake Paul when he says this. I would be intrigued to see how this goes. You might have seen that, I think it was in the past couple of days, he was on Piers Morgan, and he walked off in the middle of an interview because he got mad, because he questioned his like actual rapport as a real boxer.
Yeah.
You know, that you haven't fought anybody kind of thing. So he got mad and walked off. Now, Paul and his legal team are saying that if anybody makes public comments that his fights are rigged, they will seek legal action against you.
Okay, well, I got a workaround for that. I don't think your fights are rigged whatsoever. I just don't think you're fighting good people. And if you want to save me with that, Julio Cesar Chavez was former champion. Awesome. How long ago was that? He fought Canelo. Right on. That was 8 years ago. And guess what? Then he took a 2-year break. What's happened in those 6 years in between? He's 4-4, including fights against Anderson Silva and Uriah Hall, who are former UFC fighters, not actual boxers. So get the hell out of here with this. He just beat a former world champion. All right.
There are guys that did pad their record against tin cans.
For sure.
And then eventually got to a point where they fought somebody that was a real contender.
And he could get to that point. Like, I'm not going to dispute that.
I don't think he will.
And that's the thing. But like, realistically, he's fought what, 2 actual factual boxers, maybe 3, and he's 2-1 against them, and none of them were anywhere near relevancy as a fighter. So like, when the idea is he's about to fight for the world title, you can pump the brakes on that for sure.
I just like getting Kevin worked up unreasonably about combat sports. So there you go.
For the record, didn't say his fights were fixed.
Yep.
I just said the wins weren't
You're
impressive.
a smart man.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Does Corey's favorite team look invincible on defense? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we will have the Rangers play.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the next hour, we have the T-Pain ticket giveaway, but also, who is the best hero from an action movie?
I'm sorry. Hold on. What?
Now, I wanted to make the clarification on this because I didn't want to say action hero because then I think people debate like, you know, Bruce Willis versus Sly versus Schwarzenegger. No, that's not what we're doing. We're talking about the character in a movie or specific sets of movies, like John McClane versus the dude from Taken. Like, that's what we're talking about, all right? That'll be coming up as part of the Expressway, and we might just have bonus people to participate in this. In the meantime,
bonus people.
That's right. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip. And we start
dip and rivet
with this. Alec, do you think Corey and I are pretty close?
I hope so. Y'all seem like it.
Well, I'm going to tell a story that's going to call all of that into question.
Oh.
David Bakhtiari was at Jordan Love's wedding, and it's a good bit. He posted a picture, or actually I think it was a video. And he said, "Love is love. Congratulations to the Loves. Just happy at least one of my quarterbacks invited me to their wedding."
Dang. Jeez.
So Aaron Rodgers' wife, well, when he got married, apparently, he didn't get invited to his wedding. So now's an important thing to point out. I did not get invited to Corey's wedding.
What?
Second, I invited him to our wedding.
What?
Did he sit in the ceremony? No, he did not. What the hell, Corey?
Two things. All right. Number one, I'm going to start with his wedding. All right. Because it was beautiful. And I'm very proud of him and his wife. And I teared up a little bit.
Oh.
I showed up on time-ish. All right.
No.
Ish.
What does that mean?
He means he was a few minutes late. What do you know about me? It's going to start on time.
I was walking around trying to find the door. And then when I found it, I saw Jess. She said hi. She walked in, and I was like, I'll slip in right behind her. And they shut the doors and locked them. And I had to stand out there. And I still, to this day, think I should have just started pounding on the door saying, "Kevin, I love you. Don't marry her."
Couple things. You should have done that. I would have loved it.
I regret it so badly.
Secondly, they don't really want anybody to upstage the bride, right?
Not at all.
They're like, hey, who the hell's that other guy?
Yeah, what's he doing sliding in here at the last second? So that's the one. The two, I'd known Kevin for 2 weeks, all right? I'd started at the newspaper, and I'd known him I didn't even work in the sports section. I was covering the city beat at the time.
Oh, really? And how did you start working in the sports section?
I went to whoever the editor was and asked him if I could do volleyball or something, and then he pawned it off to you. No, he did. I remember I started covering sports, and he just goes, "Hey, just tell him where to go."
You mean the real editor? So he should have known, Alec. Should he not have known?
2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, Alec, let me ask you something. I mean, clearly it didn't work out. But have you ever dated somebody 2 weeks in and you thought it was really special?
Yeah.
All right. So clearly you were wrong about that. But in this case,
I told Adrian I loved her after 2 weeks, I believe. No, I'm just joking.
So I'm just saying, maybe he should have known.
It is wild.
In all seriousness, though, I thought that was a pretty hilarious line to just drop out there.
Oh yeah, no, I seriously think too in the story of the KNC masterpiece, whoever's writing that book one day, they're gonna have that's one of the epic stories. It'll just be chapter on weddings, Kevin's love for weekend or weekday weddings, and then how Corey has screwed up all the weddings.
This is from DJ's wife. DJ and I were on time. You love to hear it. From the 3-2-1, Kevin, if I have a weekday wedding, can you come just to object to the ceremony? I guarantee you, if you ask me to come to your wedding and object, I will do it in spectacular fashion.
I hope so.
Everyone will remember your wedding forever. You think about how many weddings you go to. They all kind of blend together. Now, did ours stand out? Sure. Maybe because we did our own vows, which people usually hate, but it seemed like people liked ours okay. But if you will remember the wedding you go to, Alec, where somebody's like, "Don't do it, Jim. I've loved you for years. Stop running away from yourself."
That one.
Okay? Like, that's a wedding you're going to remember. Even if Jim doesn't go with me.
Who is Jim?
I don't know. Some guy.
Slim Jim.
Jim Chair. The creator of chairs.
You feel good about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go to Tyrone Tracy. He is shooting for 1,500 rushing yards this season. And he said ultimately his goal is to dominate. And I have to admit, we spent so much time talking about like what a train wreck the offense was for the New York Giants that this dude, 5th round pick, he had over 1,000 yards from scrimmage, 6 touchdowns. And for a 5th round pick, he had a hell of a rookie season. And I think you can argue just for a rookie, he had a heck of a season right there.
Yeah, he was one of those that you're happy by the end of it that you're like, whoa, wow, that was pretty nice. And now he wants to dominate. That's terrifying.
Yes, absolutely. And look, we'll see how that works. And he said his goal is to get 1,500 yards rushing. Not from scrimmage, but rushing.
I like not over 1,000.
Yeah.
Not 1,000.
Yeah.
1,500. That's a good number. I think that's a strong number.
Absolutely. That is very, very bold. All right, let's go from that to Brian Branch. And this is what you want to say. But he said that the Lions feel invincible on defense. And it's fascinating because you think how well they did in the regular season, considering they just had a shocking number of injuries. And now with whether it's Hutchinson, McNeil, Anzalone, they've got a lot of players coming back that had been hurt. Or I guess I should say they had a lot of players last year who were hurt and missed time, and they feel like they will have those spots appropriately filled this year. And one of the things that Branch said is we went through the ups and downs. We fought together. And once you have a group that's bought in and gone through the trials and tribulations, we feel invincible.
I appreciate what they did last year, making it as far as they did with random names that they had to pick up as they were going along. However, you feel invincible now in the offseason.
Sure.
When you get into the regular season and you start playing these games, what happens if you go through this or a couple guys go out early? Your morale just turns.
I get you.
And you kind of watch San Francisco this year. They were like, man, we've been playing so physical for so long. Can we do that anymore?
Yeah.
And so that you start to doubt yourself a little bit. Hopefully they have a clean season for the Lions. Hopefully that's they have a clean season defensively, and we can see how good that team actually can be.
You know, we talked earlier today about Darren Waller coming out of retirement and going to the Dolphins. Well, the day before, the Dolphins made the trade, Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith going to the Steelers and bringing back Minkah Fitzpatrick. And then there's Raheem Mostert, who said, hot take. Well, he tweeted it out. Be a Pro Bowler on the Dolphins. Get treated like S. Happy for my guys, though. Go ball out.
Miami, I think, has some culture problems.
Fair.
Despite saying that they needed to work on their culture.
And that's partially, at least not, if not a lot, on McDaniel.
And I don't know if McDaniel is the one or who is, hey, go ball out and you're going to get paid.
Yeah.
That's what these guys think.
Sure.
If I go play great, my team, you're trying to build this culture, and then your GM's like, we're not keeping that guy. You just ran him into the ground. He gets hurt. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
And you got to deal with that part of it. It stinks. But it's business.
Yeah, I wanted to throw this out there. We were talking about some of the wagers that you can make, specifically on Dallas Cowboys, and I wanted to throw this one out as well. Dak Prescott right now is the favorite to win Comeback Player of the Year at plus 300.
He was really hurt last year.
Yes, he was. And so this is not just a case of you were terrible, because remember, that used to be how they awarded Comeback Player of the Year, kind of, and then they tried to, kind of restrict those rules just a little bit more. What do you think about the concept of Dak Prescott being the favorite for Comeback Play of the Year? Put aside the fact that, obviously that's going to need to be the case if the Cowboys are going to be good this year.
I mean, yeah, if they stand any chance, he has to play well.
Agreed.
I don't think, though, that he has to play, overly exceptional.
Sure, Comeback Player of the Year doesn't have to mean top 5 MVP.
If he plays well, that means your offensive line is doing its job. Yeah. That means your run game is being productive, because now Dak has the ability to find these really talented receivers without having to waste his legs. So play well means just good enough for the team to be successful.
And we told you we'd update you on the NFL Top 100. Next 2 players on there, Aaron Jones at 98, and Drake London makes his first appearance in the Top 100 at number 97. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, just past the midpoint of the season, who is the most disappointing Texas Rangers player? And what to be done about Josh Young? Next on The Fan.
Thanks for Extra-FM Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In this hour, we will do our T-Pain ticket giveaway. And then also, coming up in the next segment, we'll have the great action movie hero bracket.
Dude, You're
pumped, right?
I rewrote it. I'm furious about two of the things that are listed, so I can't wait.
But we're going to start with this. Just past the midway point of the season, who is the most disappointing Texas Rangers player so far? They're all pretty Texas Rangery.
I mean, obviously, Jack Leiter has a 0 batting average right now. This is ridiculous.
All right, if you missed last night, you were coming up to the pitcher spot. Hopefully you were listening right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you were listening to the TV broadcast, which at the time I was, Mike Bassick suggested that Jacob deGrom come up to bat.
What was his reasoning on that?
Because he had the best batting average bona fides among the bunch. He hit 204 in his career. And again, props to Mike for not leaning into that'll fit right in with this team. I appreciate that. He did not say that. I appreciate that.
Got to give Mike some credit.
Absolutely.
For what he's done there.
And so they lost in extra innings again, 4 straight extra innings games, and they've lost 3 of them. So this has been a disappointing season. I don't feel like that's a stretch to say that whatsoever. So in this disappointing season, just past the midway point, who has been the most disappointing player? Because I actually have a different answer than the next part we're going to get into. And believe it or not, I didn't say Josh Young, even though the rest of this segment is going to be, we need to have a conversation about Josh Young and what exactly is going to happen with him. So you might think that my answer is madness. All right?
All right.
I want to prepare you for that possibility. My answer for the most disappointing Texas Ranger this season is Corey Seager.
He was consideration for me.
Okay.
But your expectations for Corey Seager are not too high, so high.
Yes, exactly. So there's a couple of there's a variety of different reasons for that. First of all, you've played 85 games and Corey Seager's played in 53 of them.
Yeah.
And I know people will say he's tied for the offensive WAR lead on this team. First of all, that's not saying a lot. Second of all, his batting average year over year is down 34 points. You want to look at where it was in the World Series year? It's down 83 points. His OPS is down 94 points. You want to go back to the World Series year? I don't think you're ready for it. It's down 243 points. And the pop hasn't particularly been there this year because even in the previous 2 years, he missed huge chunks of game. He missed like 40 games per season. He was still putting out 30 home runs. He has 10 right now. He has 23 RBIs.
Kevin, scoring position, 182. Runners on, 203. And yikes. I want to say that there's there's this trend of power coming back because there have been, he has 4 home runs in June. He had 4 home runs in April. He only had 2 in May. And if I was hoping here in the last few days, because he had 3 of those 4 home runs from June in the last 7 days. Like that, maybe something's on the right path. But as Chris Young said earlier, I got to see more consistency now because so far, this half in the season, Corey Seager has been, man, he's hitting 188 at night.
Wow, really? So
what? No, in the daytime. My bad.
So that's my answer there. I think there are a lot of feasible answers here, but I'm going to go with Corey Seager just because I think you can make a really strong argument. He hasn't even been your best player this year, and he should be your best player offensively at least by a good deal.
I think, Kevin, I know what this segment is right now. I do want to give a lot of love to Michael Hellman for last night and that amazing stolen base turned to score.
Yes, we needed it.
Wow, that was awesome. And everybody in my family last night thought it was hilarious that both Hellman and Mayo were playing in a baseball game together, and that was fun to see as well. So, like that was a big discussion point in the Majors household last night. I guess Leody Taveras is out now.
Yes.
Because he's no longer a Ranger. And that would have probably been your number one.
I can see
considering your disdain for Leody Taveras.
Not disdain.
But I'm going to go with Jock Peterson.
Fair.
A 131 batting average is not good. And when you're a starter, when you are supposed to be a power hitter, when you're supposed to be one of those guys that brings back the pop to this lineup, and you're not even getting on base, you're not drawing enough walks for it. It's not. He did start to. I think he started drawing a lot more walks later, but he was not hitting, and he looked like he couldn't even see the baseball. Now I know he was getting hot as the injury happened, but I don't know that it was enough to turn the lineup around. Maybe it will be. And maybe when he comes back, we'll be able to get that version of him that's very ultra focused.
Yeah.
But we saw spring training what his work was.
Look, we talked about it on air many times, and I'm not familiar with all of his work in previous spring trainings. He was D'ing around at spring training.
You have to have a light person in a clubhouse.
For sure.
You always have to have somebody that can do that kind of thing. But they also have to be able to put that work into.
Yeah.
That's where the respect from the teammates comes, while also knowing that he cracked a good joke or he was doing something silly, but that's just Jock. Wait till he gets up to the plate, because he's worked his butt off, and it just hasn't happened yet. But again, like you said, this is the first part of the season right now.
Yep.
We got another season that can turn things around.
Yeah, no, and that's true. A lot of people have a lot of different answers, and it's probably not a great season when there's so many different viable answers. So I'm going to run through some of these, and I actually had a list of 5 under consideration, and that's not what you want. You don't want to say that in your team of 26 players, I can pretty easily put forth 5 that have been the most disappointing. For the 817, it's Josh Young. From the 682, most disappointing for me is Jock Peterson. From the 254, you mean other than Jock Peterson or Chris Young. From the 214, it's 100% Seager. From the 817, I'm with you, Kevin, on Corey Seager. From the 214, it's Josh Young. Why hasn't Bruce Bochy sat him yet? He kind of has. We'll get back around to that in just a second. From the 682, Heim and Adolis Garcia. For me, we talked about this earlier in the show. You might be seeing the last month of Adolis Garcia with the Texas Rangers. And from the 682, I hate to do this. Love the kid. We've gotten to chat with him numerous times, but this is totally fair. It's Wyatt Langford. I didn't have Wyatt Langford on my list. So my list was Corey Seager at the top, but I also thought total consideration could be given to Jake Berger, Jock Peterson, Kamar Rocker, and Josh Young. Now, Kamar Rocker, last couple starts, hopefully looks like we're moving back in the right direction. But Wyatt Langford is another person that maybe we were guilty again. I was guilty
He's
again.
in the middle of the pack, not leading the pack. And that's like 13 home runs for him. 25 feels good.
Yeah.
13 home runs. Cal Raleig's at what, 33 now?
33.
So you're 20 behind that. That's the leaders of the pack.
Right.
And he's at 13. But if you're at 13, you can't hit 232.
And that is the issue. Once again, year over year, because I'll admit, I pretty much took it for granted that Wyatt Langford would just get better this year. And that's not necessarily how sports works. Actually, that's not necessarily how life works. Just because you get older to a certain point, you get better. That's not necessarily how that works. But I did take it for granted that Wyatt Langford was going to be better. But look at it year over year. All right, it is true. He's on pace to have better power for sure. Fewer RBIs, you can argue that as a product of the rest of the team. I'll listen to that. OPS, down 11 points. On base percentage, down 17 points. And as Corey just brought up, batting average, down 21 points. So I was thinking this would be a 275 hitter.
Yeah.
This would be a 360 on base percentage. This would be an 800 OPS. And he would take a big step forward. Not only has he not taken a big step forward, he hasn't taken any step forward except in the power department. I don't think he's necessarily taken a huge step back, but the problem is at a time when Wyatt Langford is super cheap and you've run into some financial issues with this organization, he's just stood still.
I have felt that he's been more comfortable in the outfield, playing multiple positions defensively.
You know what? I would agree with that.
So I'll give him some credit there. And overall, this team defensively, there have been a couple plays. But they've
Growing
been one of the
pains.
strengths of this team.
Yeah.
And while Mike will remind me, look, hey, they're number 5 in defensive numbers. I like to be number 1. All right. So what's make 100% of your free throws? What's wrong with that? So that's one credit I'll give him is he did have to grow there during the offseason. So he didn't grow enough at the plate. I understand, but I will give him a little bit of that. So I'll take a little heat off of him.
All
He's
right.
got time.
So I've only seen this name pop up once or twice, but I thought it was very relevant to dive into it. It's Marcus Semien is their biggest disappointment. All right. If we had done this segment exactly a month ago, I'm totally with you. Disappointment city across the board, I would be totally with you. But look at the month of June that Marcus Semien had. He hit 324 with an on-base percentage of 383. If you're like, that's great, Grandpa, give me the stat I actually want. No problem. OPS, 932. Now, you look at the rest of his season, that brought him up from, consider this, Corey, going into the month of June, do you know what his OPS was? Terrible.
100.
Okay, well, it wasn't that bad. That's my fault. 536.
That's okay. That's better than I thought.
At the end of the month, it was 668. So he raised his OPS 130 points. Now, part of the reason for that is because his OPS was so bad. But OPS that month of 932, 4 home runs, and 16 RBIs. Think about this. In the rest of the entire season, he had 4 home runs and 21 RBIs. So he put together a season's worth of work in June. That's why I'm not going to say Marcus Semien because he had a really strong June. But I get it.
Last night for him, it just felt like he's going up to the plate. I'm getting on.
Sure.
But nobody was on in front of him. And that was fresh. Like Corey Seager's out. Now we have 2 outs and Semien gets on and okay, who's behind him? Adolis? He's about to strike out. It was a frustrating night last night in that game.
I mean, Marcus Semien has gobbled up Baltimore. Also Seattle, even though, well, I know one of the things mattered. But yeah, he's been putting together multi-hit efforts. But sometimes, like to your point, when there's nobody on base, it doesn't really matter. So that's the only reason I wouldn't say Marcus Semien, but I totally get it. If you look at his overall numbers, they're still abysmal, but at least that one I can say is trending in the right direction.
My hope is, and Bochy said this, a lot of guys have said this, hitting is contagious. I hope the contagiousness of Marcus Semien gets to the other guys because he's that guy that I think once it gets going, he can stay consistent like this. Once he finds his timing, he can be there for a while. And if he can do those things over a stretch of time, the teammates might start really clicking in of, man, that's our guy. That's our leader. And he's doing it. I got to get going.
Yeah. And but I did see this. I'm not going to dismiss this. We just don't agree on this, which is totally fine. The 469. It's not fair to say Corey Seager just because your expectations are higher for him. If he was hitting 328, we would still be 3 games under 500. I absolutely disagree with that. Absolutely disagree with that. Look at last night's game as an example, not just for Corey Seager, but how many opportunities the Rangers had before you got to extra innings. Corey just threw out some of the struggles with runners in scoring position. If Corey Seager, just him, raised his game, I think you would easily flip this record by 3 games. I think you would easily be at least 3 games above 500. And that could be low. Okay, so you would be at least 44 and 41. And that's not all Corey Seager's fault. I'm just saying.
That's how important he is to the lineup.
Yeah, and I disagree with the assertion that if he was hitting at 2023 levels, you'd still have the same record. I do not believe that is factually accurate. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry, tomorrow we'll balance it out with the positivity of it. And we didn't even, real quick then, I'm sorry. I shouldn't do this, but real quick, bonus content. We'll ask Bruce Bochy tomorrow about Josh Young. And Evan Grant even put out a story about it is once you get to 1,000 career plate appearances, like the book starts to get written on you. And unfortunately, the book on Josh Young is starting to kind of tail away from him. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of
and his 1,000 have been broken up into different components.
For sure.
That's been, but it is what it is after 1,000.
Yes. And the number suggests he's regressing as a hitter, not progressing. And he's susceptible to the fastball up and in. He can't hit it, but he also can't lay off of it. He got hurt going after one of those things. And so we'll ask Bruce Bochy tomorrow for sure. Will you try giving him another couple of mental games off, or will you go the Jake Berger route and be like, hey, I need you to reset at the minors? Because this version of Josh Young, it ain't working. He could help lead us to a World Series in 2023, and that's phenomenal. But this version, it ain't working right now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who is the best hero from an action movie? We will get the bracket going. Be ready, because we will need tie-breaking votes, and we might even have a special guest or two. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This is Rangers analyst Mike Bassick's favorite
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Razor Babes. Nutmeg Maidens? No. Let's just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saquon Squad?
And is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A whole lot of quick notes for you. The Miami Heat lead the way, followed by the Denver Nuggets and Portland Trailblazers for the next team to get Damian Lillard. Also,
Mavs are 16th in that, I believe.
Okay.
They're 33-1.
Oh. Also, Neil Graham has been promoted. He will be the Stars' assistant coach behind Glenn Gulletson, and maybe Radek Faksa is coming back to the Dallas Stars. Still waiting for confirmation on that, but that is a potential. Now, we move in to the great action hero discussion, and to do so, we have added in Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation. Now, if I understand this correctly, you did not like being back with your show and wish you were still here, and that's why you're here now.
Yeah. I had so much FOMO, and I'll tell you, I am bummed that I didn't get to see the Corey Majors tan yesterday.
Yeah,
that thing.
Here it is.
Gosh, that looks good, man.
It is nice right now. I'm pretty happy, and that's why Tank Top Tuesday works. Because the tan. I came in here all pasty.
That would have been a bad look.
Or without tattoos, because he doesn't have as much of a tan, but he has tattoos that make him look awesome.
That's right.
Alec.
And all those muscles.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Hey, Medford.
Definitely.
The tank tops on Medford, they get so tight, you can see the pierced nips, which is
That's
a nice
not a
touch.
thing.
Yeah.
It's not a thing.
But the birthday glow plus the beach tan, you're on fire today, Corey.
Thanks,
Great
buddy.
to see you.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
We've got Muscles Medford. We've got Tweet Me Chiafalo. Obviously, birthday boy Corey Majors. I will get a vote as well, but that means we could need tie-breaking votes.
Yeah.
Now, it's possible somebody else from the station or in the building will run in to try to vote, but we're also going to turn it over to the fan text and the Twitch and the YouTube. Now,
Dude, this is tough.
This bracket was not created by us. People always get mad at the bracket. This was created by Barstool Sports. I'm going to give you an opportunity because Corey wants to replace somebody in the bracket. All right. Seed number 14, Inspector Lee from Rush Hour. If of all the Jackie Chan movies you're going to pick, that is a curious one to me. Corey, who would you like to sub that out for?
This is wild because he already has 2 entries, but John Matrix from Commando. And you're looking at me like I've never seen Commando, Corey.
I go Commando all the time.
This is Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, same. Arnold Schwarzenegger would be 3 on this bracket for him. But Commando, hey, they have my daughter. What was her name, by the way? What was his daughter? She was from Who's the Boss? Samantha.
Alyssa Milano.
Alyssa Milano was his daughter.
Milano.
Yes, thank you. And he was like, they're my daughter. What are they doing? What were they thinking? They didn't know who they're effing with right now. And then he got his daughter back. So I like it. Somebody said this list is stupid, and it hasn't even started yet.
Oh, no.
Ooh, they can foresee the future.
Would you like to... I'll approve
All right.
of this change. Are you guys okay if we take out Rush Hour for Commando?
I mean, I do like the idea of Jackie Chan making an appearance in this bracket at some level, but I also wouldn't make the argument for Rush Hour to be the Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
So, I'm fine with it.
All right, here we go. The shockingly overseeded number 1, Ethan Hunt from Mission Impossible against Harry Stamper from Armageddon. All right, even though I think Ethan Hunt is rated way, way too high, I'm going to vote for him.
It's an easy win. That's an easy victory for Mission Impossible.
Yeah, that's a blowout victory for
Okay.
Ethan and the Hunts.
All right, now things are going to get a little tougher. Your 8-9 matchup. Rambo against is it the T-9000 from the Terminator from Terminator 2? Because again, we're picking specific movies and series, not just the actor. So it's Rambo against Terminator. Who you got?
Eric, I want to tell you a little story real quick. Sometime when I was younger, 20s, we were sitting there watching Rambo one day, and all the guys are just hanging out. One of the girlfriends walks in and sits down, and she was like, "What are y'all watching?" And we said, "Oh, this documentary about this guy." And And how he was overseas and he broke out of prison. And
I've seen some things.
And she locked in. Like, she was like, oh, true story? I'm in on this. And she watched it and she was just going like, I can't believe all this really happened. And she watched all of them. Watched every single one of the Rambo movies, believing that it was a true story about a real man.
That's just what kind of actor Sly Stallone is, man. Like, he can make you think this is real life.
That being said,
I'm going Rambo.
I'm going Jonathan Rambo.
I am voting Terminator.
Oh,
Alec, you voting for John Rambo? Robots have feelings too.
Oh, they don't.
Thanks to our poor programming.
In like 5 years, they will.
Or are you going Terminator?
I was going to go Terminator, but that story from Corey pushed me over the edge that he's so believable.
Wow. Rambo moves into the quarterfinals.
That happen. Thanks.
Now, perhaps the weirdest matchup, and I will need some clarification here. It's James Bond as the number 4 seed versus James Bond is lower than Ethan Hunt. Get out of here. Versus Rick O'Connell from The Mummy. Now, somebody asked if...
Incredible.
Yeah, I don't... If Ripley from the Alien movie series, do you count that as action movie or is that a horror movie or is it a sci-fi movie? Because somebody asked about Ripley. She is not in this bracket. I think she is more worthy of being in this bracket than Rick O'Connell.
I can't disagree with that, even though I think that's more of a sci-fi situation. Now, what was the other?
Rick O'Connell from The Mummy
yes.
is your option to
love
sub
those
him
movies.
out.
I love the Mummy
we're
movies.
doing a sub situation.
Do you want to sub Rick O'Connell out?
With who?
With Ripley from the Alien movies. I wish we would have gotten the other one.
Yeah, Wolchuk is texting in right now. Terminator would kick Rambo's ass.
Oh, see? That's why I needed you here, Wolchuk.
He's a robot. That's why. Of course he would. Rambo's a real man.
Let's keep the Mummy.
Okay. What say you?
I'm going James Bond.
All right, James Bond. He was talking about replacing.
See, that's why I was confused.
I need you guys all on the same freaking page.
James Bond wins.
All right, James Bond is the winner. Just for the record, I would have voted Ripley over James Bond.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who it is. You would have?
Yeah.
I'm a Pierce Brosnan guy myself.
Yeah. Ripley would destroy James Bond.
That doesn't make her better.
No.
I mean,
he has too much technology behind him.
Well, because she wouldn't fall for his stupid charms and his no means yes. Take a look at some of those older Bond movies. All right. The woefully underseeded John McClane from Die Hard against the bride from Kill Bill.
Thank you. Turn on the sprinklers and Terminator's done. All right. I'm going to go with John McClane. Easy on this one. Yippee-ki-yay.
Mother trucker.
You can't.
I'm a John McClane guy myself.
All right.
And he's a Tank Top Tuesday kind of guy.
Yeah, he is.
He definitely
is. Without shoes, too.
All right.
Walking in glass.
Just bloody feet.
We're going to have some controversy on the other side of the bracket.
Yes. Other side of the bracket's tough.
And perhaps the toughest first-round matchup.
Ooh.
You want to start with that? Let's start with that. The 6 versus an 11 seed. Jason Bourne versus Brian Mills. Do you know who Brian Mills is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Well, he has a specific set of skills.
Oh.
It's the dude.
It's Liam Neeson?
From Taken.
We just think of him as Liam Neeson.
Yeah, it's Liam.
They're like, that's Liam Neeson trying to save his kid and his wife. People die, though.
Ooh.
This is tough.
This is extremely difficult. I got respect for both of these guys. But I think I'm going Bourne, bro. I think I'm going Jason Bourne.
I love Liam Neeson in Love Actually.
What?
He's great in that movie.
He's wonderful in that.
So good in that movie.
But Jason Bourne, like I don't know how he dies ever. Like I don't think it'll happen. So
some awesome fight scenes in those movies.
Alec, what?
Did he kill the guy with a pencil?
That's the one I'm thinking of.
Like, got him.
What say you, Alec?
I love the sound effects. That's tough. Those are two of my favorites. I'll go Jason Bourne.
All right, Jason Bourne advances. Now, get cut number 12 ready for me, please. We have subbed in John Matrix from Commando as the number 14 seed, going up against this man.
I came here to save you. Oh, yeah? And who's going to come to save you, Junior? I told you.
That is Indiana Jones as the number 3 seed. I vote Indiana Jones.
I love Indiana Jones. Temple of Doom forever.
Did you know that the reason why the villain in Temple of Doom reached out and ripped the person's heart out is because George Lucas, who wrote the movie, was literally going through a divorce at that time.
Oh, subliminal.
Yeah.
Scornful woman.
So it's Dial of Destiny, Crystal Skull.
Shut up.
Those are the top two, right?
No!
I love Indiana Jones. Everybody seems to hate the other two movies, and I'm like, I don't care. They're Indiana Jones. I know I brought John Matrix into the mix here.
Yeah, you
just
did.
for him to lose.
That is... Yeah, that is kind of
I would have reseeded everything had he been on here earlier. You know?
That was kind of a fascinating decision. All right.
Sorry about that, Commando.
We go back to Arnold Schwarzenegger as Dutch from Predator going up against the number 7 seed. Give me cut number 11. It's this man.
Tomorrow you'll have returned all the money you extorted from those people. You'll tell them it will never happen again. You do that and this video will never be seen. Don't, and a half an hour later you'll watch the uncut version on every news outlet in the area. Now I'm offering you a chance to do the right thing. Take it.
Now that is Robert McCall from The Equalizer. Of course, Denzel Washington. I love Predator, though. I'm going to vote for Dutch.
Oof. This is a pretty good matchup, I would say, but I'm such a Denzel guy. I mean, I don't even know, like, Man on Fire Denzel, Equalizer Denzel. You could interesting. I'd take either one of those.
One more matchup ahead, so you just wait.
Oh, yeah, I'm going Denzel.
Okay, that's smart to pick him now because I don't think you can pick him in the next one. I love Denzel too. I really do. But Dutch and Predator. Dude, he fought an alien.
Kill me!
Nobody can do that. Not even a woman out there could defeat an alien.
She did numerous times.
Then why was there a second one?
You know how women are.
What? That doesn't work here, PJ.
Why was there a third?
Dad. All right.
I appreciate it, though.
What a Mav.
So, who's your vote for?
I'm going with Dutch.
All right, Alec, going Dutch from Predator, Robert McCall from The Equalizer.
Don't screw this up, Medford.
I don't think I can screw this up because I think both are great. But I'm going to go Dutch.
Oh, now.
There's nothing against you, Giafalo.
No, not at all.
The only Dutch I acknowledge is Holland.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we get to our last first round matchup, and a lot of people have been asking about one specific individual. Let's see if they made the cut. It is the number 15 seed, John Creasy from Man on Fire.
Yeah.
Against number 10, this man.
When Ellen died, I lost everything. Until that dog arrived on my doorstep. A final gift from my wife. In that moment, I received some semblance of hope. An opportunity to grieve unalone. And your son took that from me. Stole that from me. Killed that from me! People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Yeah, he is.
And I meant cut 10. That is the number 2 seed in this bracket, John Wick. It's John Wick against John Creasy. You've kind of painted yourself into a corner here, Eric.
It's a John off.
Yeah.
Better than if it was Jack Wick.
That's true.
Or Jill.
Oh,
all right.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, if you didn't know any better, you would think that could have just been a satire clip that we were just playing.
Yes.
Right?
That's true. That is true.
And it gets way more weird and intense from there.
But I mean, Man on Fire is one of my all-time favorites. Creasy, he's actually putting his life on the line for a human being.
Yeah, he did die.
And for that, I'm going Mr. Creasy.
For a little girl. She needed him.
I'm voting for John Wick.
Yeah, John Wick wins easy here.
Oh,
I don't think there's even. This is tough, man. Listen. I didn't think the seeding was fair on this one.
Yeah.
I said this one and the Bourne and Brian Mills one were two unfair seedings. They didn't belong.
Creasy got jobbed on this one, boys.
Well, it's not over yet. Alec, what say you?
He did get jobbed because I'm going to vote for John Wick.
Okay.
Sorry, Cheech.
There you go.
Sorry, Cheech.
Dude, as Kevin said off air, and this might be another rant for a minute. John Wick, everybody feared him through the entire series just by the mention of his name.
Like
even Boban.
Yeah, yes. But that one dude, his kid was like, "What's the big deal? Let's just take him out." And then that dude just slapped the taste out of his mouth and was like, "Why don't you shut the hell up, kid? You don't know jack about Jack." All right.
Have to find out, though.
Definitely doesn't know jack about John.
True. We're into the quarterfinals.
All right.
It is the number 1 seed, Ethan Hunt, against this man, the number 8 seed, but he is cut number 7 here. Ethan Hunt against Rambo.
I could have killed them all. I could have killed you. Been telling you the law. Out here, it's me. Don't push it. Don't push it. I'll give you a war you won't believe.
All-time booby trapper.
Yeah.
John Rambo.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on now.
I'm going with Rambo over Hunt, even though we had Shea Wiggum in here, who's been in the Mission Impossible movies.
True.
And Shea Wiggum became our best friend.
Also true.
Which was on him more than it was us, honestly. But I respect what Tom Cruise has done with this series. It's been very entertaining. But John Rambo again.
I'm going to vote for John Rambo as well.
Boom. Make it unanimous.
Wow, that was a 3-way.
Okay.
Alec, were you going John Wick or Rambo too?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Rambo. All
right, so that was Forge.
I knew you were going to do that. All right.
Like we're playing golf.
Next quarterfinal matchup. It's getting tough. Give me cut number 8, and let's introduce this man.
Hello again. I do owe you an explanation. My name is Bond, James Bond.
The number 4 seed, James Bond, against the number 5 seed, John McClane.
Have you seen the new potential Bonds? Like Tom Holland could be one, and I'm just not loving the group that they have.
A little small.
Listed. Yeah.
Bad boy summer. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but he can run. That's really what it's about.
That's right.
Yeah, let's have a crossover movie.
I love the Bond movies. I mean, everything about them. Go back and check out, what was her name? Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman.
Jane Seymour?
Yeah, go check out Jane Seymour in the Bond movie. We were surprised.
Wedding Crashers, Jane Seymour?
Yes.
Yes.
Go check her out when...
Call me Kitty Cat.
But... This is now an American detective against a British agent.
Ooh, it's a good point.
And I think we have to choose America on this one, gentlemen.
Especially Independence Day week.
Yeah.
Like it is.
Oh, that's a great point.
Really no way to go anywhere but the tank top wearing, the shoeless John McClane.
I'm also going to vote John McClane, which is going to bring just an all-American showdown in the semifinals.
It is a lot of America here.
All right. On the other side of the bracket, we have John Wick against Dutch from Predator. That's Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm going to vote for John Wick.
This is where I will also vote for John Wick, even though he beat Creasy, and that still ticks me off.
Yeah, now you're just rooting for the guy that beat your guy. You know, like you're rooting for that team. I think that's the way to go. Wick is the way to go for this one yet again.
I mean, no one's got more kills on his resume, right?
I think Dutch might be pretty close.
Man,
who's got the most kills in movies? I'm gonna find it out.
That is a good question. We will look into that. Last quarterfinal matchup. Give me cut number 13 if you can for Jason Bourne.
Could be worse than Snowden. Facial recognition got a hit. Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
Jason Bourne.
That's a meme. That's one of those memes just that everybody plays all the time.
Alec, I'm going to lead off with you on this one. Number 6 seed Jason Bourne against the number 3 seed Indiana Jones.
This is rough. I'm going to go with Indiana Jones because I grew up with it first. It's a little bit more sentimental to me, but I would listen to any argument that Jason Bourne probably is the better character.
I feel confident Jason Bourne is going to wax the floor with Indiana.
Indiana Jones's fighting style is nothing compared to Jason Bourne.
No.
Like he's crafty, so is Jason Bourne. He's connected, so is Jason Bourne. He knows history. Jason Bourne can't remember his birthday. So.
Jason Bourne will kill Indiana with Indiana's own whip.
That is true.
Jason Bourne fought a whole bunch of spies. Rock on. Indiana Jones fought the Nazis, people who took your heart out of your chest,
True.
And aliens, and then eventually time travel. Now, those last two are stupid, but he fought off the Nazis and that person who can just take your heart out of your chest.
That's a fair argument.
Yeah, I appreciate you trying, Kevin.
Are you going to vote for Jason Bourne?
I'm voting for Jason Bourne.
You know who he didn't fight in those movies? Jason damn Bourne.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Jason Bourne got to exist because he helped defeat the Nazis.
By the way, Thanos has the most kills.
Oh, that makes sense.
Wait, who? Thanos? Oh, well, yeah.
I'm gonna go
That's
back.
a villain, though.
I'm gonna go. I got to get away from superheroes. So give me a few minutes.
Good guy, Dennis.
I am voting for Indiana Jones, which means, ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube. Indiana Jones and Jason Bourne. Who advances into the semifinals? Get your votes in right now. In the meantime, let's move to our other semifinal.
Jason Voorhees has 24,855 kills.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Jeez,
Every
dude.
stupid topless camper, they had to be
There were that
taken
many
out.
of them out there?
Yeah, because they kept coming back to that same freaking, and then he got sent into space. This is his whole deal.
Yeah.
All right, give me cut number 9 if you can, please, Alec.
I'm a cop from New York.
New York.
Yeah. Got invited to the Christmas party by mistake. Who knew? Better than being caught with your pants down, huh? I'm John McClane.
Oh man, that's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the semifinals, it's number 5 seeded John McClane against number 8 seeded Rambo. Where are you going?
Man, that's difficult. This is
Another
this is-
John off.
Yeah, this is some heavyweight bouts right here where someone has to lose.
So this goes to, you just laid out the Indiana Jones theory about who he took on.
Yeah.
And Rambo took on a lot.
He did.
But McClane did take on a lot on our soil, and mostly on our soil, against people who were trying to attack us here.
He did have a movie called Live Free or Die Hard.
Yes.
So.
And I actually watched that the other day. It was pretty damn good.
He's a real patriot.
I'm going against what I thought I was going to do.
You're going with
I was
John?
going Rambo. I'm going John.
Wow. Alec, you go John McClane or John Rambo? Which actually, I'm just going to say Rambo, because John Rambo doesn't feel cool as much
Yeah, I
as
said
just
John. I really should go back and
Rambo.
figure out which one.
Yeah, he's on one single name basis. I think he's earned that, and I think that's why I'm going to pick him. I'm going with Rambo.
I love the way you went about that, Medford. I still think that Rambo, with his ability to win, I mean, put him in the jungle, put him, I think, anywhere, and he's going to find a way to come out on top.
I'm with you.
I'm gonna go with my Italian brother, John Rambo.
Wow.
I'm going to go with John McClane.
Oh, another one. From the 817, McClane killed a helicopter with a car.
That I didn't love. All right, Alec, does that mean, did you say Rambo, Alec?
I did.
All right, that means it's a tie.
I know. That's
Go
two.
to the fan text. By the way, on the other side, Jason Bourne is victorious.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
We got common sense out there.
It was close, but yeah, y'all are right. Now, this would be the most amazing hand-to-hand combat you've probably ever seen in the history of the world. It's number 6 seed Jason Bourne against John Wick. While we vote on that, you guys need to decide between Rambo and John McClane on the other side of the semifinal.
Kevin, Wick versus Bourne. Correct?
That's right. Bourne versus Wick.
All right. Okay. I'll take the home team on this one. The second one is usually the home team. I did go look. Of the people on this list, John Wick's at 435, which is the most. There are people with a lot more, like Killmonger. He has 2,200.
Sure.
I don't even know the number for a couple of these other ones, but of the humans, it looks like it's John Wick on this list. So I'm going to go with John Wick being the greatest action hero in this round.
I'm going to go with Bourne here. This is very this is tough. I'm not gonna lie, this is really, really tough. But I think Jason Bourne, he's that dude to me.
I think that Jason Bourne would hear Wick's name and go, "Oh no," that's what I think.
Yeah,
I think John Wick would go. That's gonna be a tough one. I gotta go find the. I need a gun first. I need a gun.
Yeah. See, I think if these guys have weapons, I'm gonna go with John. But if we're going hand to hand, I lean Bourne.
Good point. It does seem like Wick always needs a gun, though. He's like, first I'm going to need a gun to take down this entire building of people.
And to his credit, I don't know if it's a need or a want, but he does love just capping folks.
Yeah, he does.
What say you, Alec? You go John Wick or Jason Bourne?
I can admire special levels and reasons of pettiness, and I think that's what John Wick embodies. Going with John Wick because I would go to war for my dog too, especially if it was because it was a descendant of a deceased lover. Yeah, I'm in on the whole storytelling there. I don't care if he needs a gun to win a battle. I just like that he's going to war for his dog, man. I love that level of petty, that level of commitment. That's what I live for.
Now he has the ballerina to teach or whatever.
That's right.
I have to admit I'm surprised. In the finals, I'm not surprised by this. On the right side of the bracket is John Wick. On the left side of the bracket, it was back and forth, but a late surge for Rambo has pushed him into the final.
Somebody did say, Kevin, real quick, Rambo did kill cartel, Russians, Viet Cong, and so many more.
He did. He's a badass. So I thought John McClane was the only person who could potentially beat John Wick, but it's Rambo now, so we'll see. Alec, I'm going to let you start this thing off. Do you take Rambo or do you take John Wick as the greatest action movie hero with no superpowers of all time?
This has gotten just more and more difficult, and I hate it because I feel like there are no wrong answers. But as much as I admire the pettiness of John Wick, I think I admire the masculinity more of Rambo and the first name basis. John doesn't scare me. Rambo does. Going with Rambo.
Good call, man. He just oozes testosterone.
Trying.
Again, it doesn't matter. Neutral field, home game, anywhere in the world, the jungle, the swamp. John Rambo is ready for action.
Yeah, it's a true story.
Even when you feel like, you know what, he's now just kind of being a tour guide. He's just here to kind of be just the old retired guy. You can wake up the inner monster inside of him.
I'm going to vote. So that's 2 for Rambo. I'm going to vote for John Wick.
Oh, no.
Corey Majors, if you vote for Rambo, it's over. If you vote for John Wick, the people get to choose the winner, or Lucius. We'll see. It could be one or the other.
Did you not hear the story I told about John Rambo? However,
that was such a good story.
It was a good story. However, I fell in love with the John Wick series.
The Boogeyman.
I do fear Baba Yaga. I am very terrified of him. And I don't get, what are the coins? Like, he has all the coins and he's like, I got so many of them. I love those movies, for one. So I got to go with John Wick on this one, guys. This is tough. I'm sorry, guys.
It is a tie.
Tied it up.
John Wick, the number 2 seed, and Rambo, the number 8 seed. Who is, I feel like Eric's taking to his phone right now, so we can go ahead and text. Yeah. Hit us up.
Rambo.
On the Twitch and the YouTube and the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Who is the greatest action hero of all time? Is it John Wick or is it Rambo? I really hope
Oh my gosh.
that Colby Sapp has texted in because I feel like this would be a terrible.
My dad is very upset that Chuck Norris isn't on this list at all. So
I didn't make this list.
I got to explain to him, though, that it's not the human. But Chuck Norris just plays Chuck Norris. I think we all understand that.
Yeah.
In the
Well,
eyes of a ranger.
I don't know if I'm going to argue for the stretch and range of Sylvester Stallone in this part of his career either. So, all right, hold on.
Wolchuk did text.
Dude, this is a lot now.
What did Wolchuk say?
Wick would sneak up on Rambo and cap his ass.
I don't know if people are sneaking up on Rambo, man.
Dude,
he's the booby trap king.
Everything booby trap for himself. I understand it.
This is a shocking amount of feedback.
And to the people that are wishing me happy birthday, I can't see it's flying in with text. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday, Corey.
Thank you.
It's a shocking amount of feedback.
Oh my gosh.
And the reason why I'm delaying for time is because it's kind of gone back and
forth.
Rambo has done better than I anticipated, but it looks like it looks like by a hair.
Great surge for Rambo too.
Yeah, Rambo is making it, and it's hard to do all this counting while looking at Twitch and YouTube on the fly.
And trying to make sure that it's not the same number over
I
and
don't
over.
think
it's
is.
not, dude. I think we might break the fan text.
The winner.
It's starting to smoke a little bit.
The YouTube right now is definitely split.
Okay.
And it looks like it's all Rambo from the Twitch. So
okay.
That's where we are right now. Now we just got some Wick going. Oh my gosh, this is great.
It looks like the winner by about 2%. The greatest action hero of all time is John Wick. John Wick!
Wow.
The number 2 seed is the greatest of all time. However, it does appear as though if Rambo was a worthy foe, it's like a 52-48% situation.
No. Lucius is
hold
upset.
on. Lucius, come in here. Hurry up. I know.
He's like, I don't even want to do with you guys.
I know. We're killing the clock right here.
That's fine.
Corey's going to be
Perfectly
sad.
fine, as
We
long
got a
as it's
giveaway.
Lucius.
Don't worry. We can actually do that at any point.
Nobody
We'll
else
try
in
and
the
get it here.
station would we
All
do
right,
this
hold
for.
on. Here comes
Bring it.
Actual veteran himself, Lucius Alexander.
How was it not John Rambo?
Thank you.
Okay, so your vote is for John
Because
Rambo.
I was a little concerned earlier. I was like, man, there's no Arnold on the list. But then you guys said the hero himself.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't get caught up on that. But John Rambo.
Yeah.
John, are you kidding me? John Wick is not John Rambo. John Rambo is the original.
Lucius has just pushed
John Wick is his son.
the
And his
pendulum.
baby.
Did Rambo ever wear a shirt too? Like John Wick
Back-
always had a coat on.
Oh, he was always greased up too, fam.
Yeah, just oozing testosterone.
Yes.
Here's what's going to happen.
Bloody, doesn't matter.
Oh, bro, John Rambo.
He should have bled out 1,000 times.
When he did the headband, you knew it was time.
Yeah.
But I still with John Wick. I get it.
So here's what's going to happen. It's a tie.
Great
again.
vote, Lucius.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to break. Keep sending in your texts, your Twitches, your YouTubes. But also, what we're going to do is we're going to do a giveaway. Alec will tell you if you call number 10. All you need to say if he answers the phone is Wick or Rambo.
Okay.
All right, that's all you need to do. He'll tell you if you're caller number 10. Because what the hell, Gavin Dawson is right here to tip the scales again. We're destroying our clock.
It's okay. Go ahead.
I walk off the elevator. I see Lucius walking back to the Pimp Cub, shaking his head. I go, "What's going on?" He's like, "Wick over Rambo," and I'm like, "What's going on? What happened from my walk from the parking garage to the elevator?"
So you're here to vote for
Rambo.
Oh
my God!
Wow, so half a G-Bag it sounds like. Well, I guess about there's like
3/4. Yeah, there's a
20
lot of
them
people
that
on
show.
G-Bag.
But half of them feel like it's Wick, half of them feel Rambo. That's a divided show already.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
Chuck's
gosh.
a Wickman.
All right. So we're going to give something away, 877-881-1053 for your T-Pain ticket giveaway. Also tell us Rambo or Wick. It looks like now it's going to be back in control of Rambo. Coming up next, the C Block. We announce the winner.
Yeah.
All hell is broken loose right here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Lady.
Saffron Swat?
Nutmeg Mayonnaise? No. You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Swat?
The KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We might have set a new all-time record for most feedback ever on the Twitch and the fan text. I'm not sure if it set the record on the YouTube, but it was a lot. Now, it came down to the wire. We've been doing this T-Pain giveaway all week long, and we'll continue to do it all week long in the noon o'clock hour. I'm going to throw it to Alec Medford so he can recount the deciding vote. For all intents and purposes, it was essentially a tie. The deciding vote from the person who also won the T-Pain tickets. Alec, take it away.
I pick up the phone for caller number 10. I give him the spiel that I always do for the winner. He's not even excited about the tickets or anything quite yet. All Earl from Dallas tells me is Rambo. And that's exactly how it went down. So, and he made sure before I hung up, after I got all of his info and everything, and he goes, "Oh yeah, Rambo," and hangs up.
Hey, real quick on that. That's a fantastic story. I did have an Earl give me a happy birthday shout out on Twitter today.
Ooh.
Oh.
So if it was that Earl, let me know, because there's some things I want to say.
Okay.
If you're the Earl.
So there is the winner. A lot of controversy involved. Some people believe the winner was declared and we did a recount. I mean, look, if we can do it in other things of far more importance, then we can do it here.
What do you mean by that?
As well. So let's say, for safety's sake, the 2000 presidential election. It was announced that one person won, and then it was decided that the other person won. So I'm going to just stick with that.
Hanging chads?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's why it's all electronic, which is undefeatable.
We had
Not
hanging chads, but instead we had the G-Bag Nation who needed to say, which brought about this actual response. This is the KNC masterpiece, not the G-Bag Nation. They don't get votes on this. And I love that sort of passion. But we're all one big happy station, and everybody loves the C Block starring Corey Majors.
One station under God is what I've always said.
Indivisible.
Yeah, with all the rest of the
Do we
things
need to get
that we
Eric
say.
back in here?
Jeez.
Guys, I appreciate the people that have been taking part in Tank Top Tuesday.
It's too long.
I got I got a couple of texts of people. Somebody said that they now have started wearing tank tops to work because of me, and that they now are enjoying being more comfortable. That's really what we're all we're trying to do, is be comfortable humans. That's all we're trying to accomplish at the end of the day. So we're going to stick with that. I do like Lucius's approach on the John Wick, John Rambo thing.
Some people do not believe John Wick is a hero.
Who did John Wick fight for?
Himself.
Who did John Rambo fight for?
America.
John Rambo
and
took out
injustice in the world.
all these things, but John Wick took out our cities here in America a lot of times. So you got to deal with that. So that's tough.
Okay.
But it was still, dude, that was so fun. So much fun. Kevin, I don't know about this. If we got into this Tyreek Hill thing a couple weeks ago, or last week, did you guys discuss it?
We did mention the
He's
race
fast.
last week, but he is very fast.
He is very fast in running, and that's pretty amazing. UFC fighter. Did you talk about this guy? Ben Askren.
But that's okay.
All right, I'm done with this one.
I'm sorry. Ben Askren got 2 lungs for a double lung transplant.
That's pretty special too. All right.
He was going to die otherwise.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. My kids, by the way, have gotten into UFC on the PlayStation.
Ooh.
And they're really good at it. Have you seen the 4 teams of humanoid robots playing soccer against each other?
No.
In China. Kevin,
no.
The World Robot Soccer Competition. You saw Booster T1 going up against Vulcan, and it was 4-0 at one point.
Okay.
The humanoid robot can kick, dribble, plan, make decisions, cooperate, and shoot completely autonomously. However, they also suck, and they fell over a couple times, and they had to be carted off the field. So,
oh no!
Even in robot soccer, robots were taking dives. The robot, were they programmed to fall and be like, I'm hurt?
Okay, I did not know that's where you're going with this at all, but that is freaking brilliant. And I do want to point out, I'm sure it does hurt, but it's the way they act like they tore their ACL or blew out their Achilles every single time. Like, just give me some sort of moderate injury where you're like, oh, just give me 1 second. Like, just hold up the one finger to somebody. It's like, I just need 1 second. I got kicked in the shin. I'm going to be okay. But they act like they got shot in the leg every time.
I got another text from the 817. I got sent to HR because of Corey's tank top idea. Thanks. Well, I mean, hopefully you like your HR people, and that's always a good thing.
Hey, just don't go into that meeting too cocky and being like, you telling me you don't like this?
Yeah.
Like, that will be your last. That will be your last HR meeting at that environment.
And then also this story. Norwegian lottery players. Kevin,
I do love the lottery.
You love the lottery.
I really do.
Every time we stop in any state, Kevin will find the grocery store that has the lottery tickets to scratch off.
I just think it's really fun to see which different states have different games. I think it's California. It's one of the states we go to consistently. So either there or Arizona, they have a Pac-Man scratch-off lottery game.
That's going to be fun.
It is super duper fun.
Can you cheat the system on it?
No,
Okay.
unfortunately not. But I like those scratch-offs that are like lower money and that are fun to play. So like with the crossword or the bingo or Pac-Man, even if you lose, you're like, that was okay use of my $3 or $5.
Thousands of lottery players in Norway were mistakenly told last week that they had won more money than they actually did.
Oh, no.
Norsk Tipping, of course, state-owned gambling company, on Friday said people who won the Euro jackpot were told they had won millions in incorrect amounts. It's unclear exactly how many people were impacted, but no customers were paid the wrong prizes, the company said in a news release. The mistake stemmed from an error when the winnings in euros, which the company receives from Germany, were converted to Norwegian kroner. And they were multiplied by 100 instead of divided by 100.
See, and like that's tough. I've learned more about the won from watching Squid Game than I ever thought I would in my life. Because every time they talk about the money, I was like, okay, I need to know what that is in like monetary terms that I understand.
And that's fine. They were converted.
That sucks.
But then they were multiplied the wrong way.
That sucks.
So people were told that they won hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when they actually did not. Here's the quote from Norsk Tipping CEO, I don't know.
Give it a shot.
Tonje Sagston. Tonje. How would you say that?
Yeah.
Tonje.
Or Tanja.
Sagstuen. Sagston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I am terribly sorry that we have disappointed so many, and I understand that people are angry with us. I've received many messages from people who managed to make plans for the holidays, buying an apartment, or renovating before they realized that the amount was wrong. To them...
Hold on, pause. Did you hear that word? Renovating before they realized the number was on. It really feels like the they in that is the winners and not the lottery commission, right?
Mhm.
Not cool.
To them, oh my gosh, this is the part. To them, I can only say sorry. But I understand that is a small consolation. So if I was called and told that I'd won hundreds of thousands of dollars,
Sure.
millions of dollars, $1 million.
Sure.
You want $1 million.
Yeah.
First thing I'm doing, if it's before 9 o'clock, is going to the liquor store and buying whatever expensive, no lower than $1,500. All right. That's
Okay.
the first thing I'm doing. And so now you owe me $1,500 is what I'm thinking. Because I've already, that bottle was drank. We had a good time with it. You owe me $1,500. I need to at least pay that. All right. So that needs to be done. But what's the first thing you would buy? Would you go buy that card that you've always wanted?
Yes. No. Alec, you're going to hate me for this maybe. I know
you would buy a card that Alec wants.
See, I know it is I should buy the card I want, but what I would really do is buy a preposterously expensive hobby box. And then I'd probably be like, oh man, I didn't get it. And Alec will be sitting there, hey, Nimrod, you could have just bought the actual card you wanted. I know I should.
But you like ripping them.
Yeah, absolutely.
You like ripping.
Absolutely. By the way, Dallas Card Show this weekend, you will see a lot of people who do the exact same thing as I do. Oh, you want this Joe DiMaggio card? You could, or you could buy this old Topps box where maybe you would pull that card.
And
And you're
gets
like,
Kevin
what?
every time.
Yes, it does.
What would you do? Would you buy a card? Is that what you would also do? Or is there a Lego set that you love?
All right. Now that you say that, probably the OG Death Star Lego set. That's
The
like a
humongous
bazillion
one,
dollars.
yeah.
I'd probably, if I could find a sealed box of that, I'd probably get that. I don't know, maybe like a 1-of-1 card of one of my favorite wrestlers or something, or favorite Rangers. That'd be
Now,
cool.
I want you to imagine that somebody called you and told you you don't have the money to do it anymore.
Is that
What are
Back
you
to
gonna
reality.
do?
Do you think that's more unfair than like the people who, for some reason, like the ATM gives them $40,000, or it says all of a sudden you have $100,000 in your account, and they're like the
Better
bank
spend it all.
Yeah, see, but
Spend it quick
you
before they
get sent
find
to-
out.
You get sent to prison for that. And they're like, the bank screwed me. And I'm like, come on, dude. You knew you did not have $100,000.
You get sent to prison for that?
Yes, it's bank fraud.
How's it bank fraud? They screwed up, not me.
But you knew it was wrong.
I was spending things and not paying attention to my account because I'm not an old man writing my checkbook.
Hey, that's fair. I would clearly have my wife try to take the stand, and she'd be like, I have no idea.
I was kind of curious why I wasn't getting messages about the fees, the overdraft fees. I was curious about it, but I didn't care. I was spending and enjoying life.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got a lot that we didn't get to today with all the breaking news. So let's talk about another key Rangers injury, plus all of the basketball move-ins and shake-ins of the day. Maybe a little hockey, too, next on The Fan.
In this voice guy's opinion, my boys can see up.
Monitor doors and windows, even the garage, all from your phone. Score a hot summer special for your home or business at dfwsecurity.com.
dfwsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And here's a line drive base hit out into left field. Vasquez speeding around third. He'll score. The throw comes into third, but late. Taking second is Laureano, who does it again. His fourth hit of the night produces another Baltimore run, and it's 8-6 Orioles.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where unfortunately the Rangers lost another extra innings game. They'll get back at it 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch right here on 105.3 The Fan. But we've been so busy today, we didn't even get a chance to mention another thing that Chris Young talked about with G-Bag Nation yesterday. Tyler Mahle will not be back until after the trade deadline.
Which we kind of had that might be a possibility.
I was worried, yeah.
And the more last week with Cody Bradford, the longer we went with things, the more it's likely that we're going to hear something at some point that's not good. And for Mahle, it really stinks because of the type of season, like that Cy Young kind of type season that he could have, and that's gonna knock that away from him. But there is a positive.
Yep.
Unfortunately, with that,
are you going to say that he's not going to get to?
He's not going to reach his incentive, which may give the Rangers, as Evan Grant said, a little bit of wiggle room.
So it looked like he was going to get all $5 million of his incentives with the way that he was pitching, and that would put the Rangers right up at essentially the ceiling of where they wanted to go to not violate the next level of the tax threshold. It is amazing when you get into this business how much money talk and financial talk there is that like you would not have necessarily anticipated when you're like, just watch a damn game.
Mm-hmm.
But now that it doesn't look like he's going to get to that, maybe the Rangers have a little bit of something to play around with if you want them to make a move or whatever. Look, you might be to the point where you're like, I don't think this team should do that.
Okay.
And that's a totally different thing. But
somebody said, should we punt on this season? And I'm not prepared. What I see right now is a team that can't get out of its own way at the plate. But I'm not prepared to say that they just will never find it again. So I can't say, in most seasons, Kevin, I'm going to follow through with the season anyway, just because that's my team.
For sure.
So I'm not going to just jump in and be like, all right, and then be away from it. So that's just not where I am.
Yeah.
But I understand how it feels to start the season. The season hasn't been fun. The back half of it could be, and then the front half you'll forget about. But we got to wait till then.
Now, okay, so you bring up a couple of different good points right there. As you usually do. It is only the start of the month. The trade deadline isn't till July 31st. So you have plenty of time, and believe it or not, you don't get as much of a premium as like you might think if you made the trade now as opposed to at the end of the month.
I will say though, Kevin, it does feel like when you're a buyer, people know in the middle of the season they're holding it over. No one used to say that. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place because people are holding you over a barrel.
Yes, I agree.
And that's because they think you're a real contender. What if you're a buyer that doesn't look like a real contender that is just like, no, we're just making this move for later down the road?
And like, honestly, I think that's one of the things that paid off for the Rangers with Cole Hamels.
Yes.
Because they were not so much like, we need to have him right now so we can win the World Series as they were, hey, that's going to help. So you still have 25 games until the draft. Well, 24 because the last one would be after the trade deadline. You have 24 games until the trade deadline. I am not saying that this is going to happen by any stretch of the imagination, but it wouldn't be crazy if they went 16-8, right?
Nope.
Like you could do that.
I could absolutely see this team doing it.
And that would put you at 57-52. And that would put you in a wild card spot. Most likely.
Mm-hmm.
That would put you in a wild card spot. Now, all of a sudden, you've gone from maybe we should punt on this season to, I just saw 2 years ago, if you go into the playoffs, even struggling, but make the wild card, you could go win the World Series. So I think that will change a lot of people's perspectives. But let's go back to the idea that you do want to punt on the season. How much does this suck about the Tyler Malley injury? He's not going to be back until the trade deadline. So that means he's not coming back within the next month. And so if you did want to punt on the season, that is a viable candidate to be traded and pick up something, whether you think that's a potential bullpen piece down the road, even a mid-level prospect. It was going to get you an asset. So it was going to bring you something. But now that's not going to be a viable option because I don't even think you're going to have the perfect idea of when he's going to be back even then. They said they're going to shut him down for a few weeks. So he's not even going to throw for a few weeks. So you're telling me we get to be 7 or 8 days before the trade deadline and a team calls about Tyler Malley and your answer is we're about to start letting him throw off a flat ground again. That team is not going to trade for him.
Yeah, not at all.
And so it hurts from a competitive perspective. It hurts from a he was having a great season perspective, and it hurts from he's no longer a viable tradable
commodity.
Commodity. That's the word.
Hey man, you do that for me all the time, Melissa Milano. You just got it earlier. Is it a problem? What if some of your best pitchers injured at this time is a benefit because nobody's asking for them? And in these trade conversations, hey, look, do you really want a guy that we're going to have throw off of the flat ground in 8 weeks?
Yeah.
Or do you want this other pitcher that we have in our system?
Right.
I don't know if that's a reality, but when you're in the position the Rangers are in, I wonder if, hey, we can keep these things while not even having to think about them in negotiation because they are injured at the moment or, down a little bit. I don't know. Maybe that is just a theory on this. I'm not saying that was all planned out by Chris Young.
No.
Because you have to, and if you're doing that, you have to almost be able to guarantee that the second half you go on a tear that nobody's ever seen before.
And look, as much
but
as
you
I
do look like a wounded animal that can strike at any moment.
And as much as I hope that happens, you just have not really gotten a whole lot of information that leads you to believe that will be the case. Look, going all the way back to the beginning of the show, when Chris Young said to G-Bag yesterday, show me that I should do something for the team.
Yeah.
All right. There's been a whole lot of movings and shakings across hockey, basketball, and believe it or not, I have a boxing update about Jake Paul. And you tell me what you think is going to happen next, okay? All right. You want to start with NBA, hockey, or boxing?
Boxing.
All right.
Just because I know it ticks a lot of people off when we talk about this guy.
Look, I don't agree with this. I was not consulted in the rankings whatsoever. The World Boxing Association has ranked Jake Paul as their number 14 fighter in the cruiserweight division after his knockout of no longer good at fighting Julio Cesar Chavez. So now that he's in their top 15, guess what that means? He is eligible for a title shot against Gilberto Ramirez. Now you tell me if you think this sounds right. Jake Paul is number 14. You know who number 15 is? Craig Parker. He's an American fighter who's 20-0 with 20 knockouts, and most recently fought at heavyweight and won by knockout. But he's 15, and Jake Paul is 14. All right. So you tell me what you think is most likely to happen. Gilberto Ramirez fights some top 5 ranked contender that people who love boxing are pumped about. And it was like, oh yeah, that should be a good fight. Or do you think that Gilberto Ramirez might fight Jake Paul as Jake Paul fights for an actual world title in something that I can almost guarantee you will do 8 to 10 times the buy rate than the actual world title fight that would happen otherwise?
Will that bump him up? Gilberto?
I think it could.
Because if you beat the guy that's 14, right?
Yeah.
And he's ahead of you, right?
I'm sorry. If I said Jake Paul knocked out Chavez, he beat Chavez.
Okay. If you're 15,
yep,
you beat the guy that's 14 now.
Right.
That should level you up, right? That should get you at least a 13.
Okay.
Ish.
Theoretically.
Like an idea, or back to 14.
But I think what's much more likely is if the champion fought Jake Paul. Look, if you're the champion, Gilberto Ramirez, I think that first of all, you like this idea because you probably think it's easier competition. Secondly, you're going to make a crap ton more money than you would have otherwise. And hopefully a lot of people tune into the pay-per-view, see you, like you, and now you become a viable pay-per-view draw.
And you get the chance to put that dude back in his place, right? Like you get the chance to knock him down, put him, hey, look, this is the reason I'm the champion, because I'm that boxer. WBA recognizes it, though. They recognize how this helps all the top 15 money-wise and their association.
Yes, if you want.
Because the one argument with Jake Paul is he doesn't fight anybody that's real, but now if he's in this top 14, does he have to?
Look, and if you can make that argument, or you can argue that this was a bought and paid for deal to get Jake Paul in the top 15, so technically he could get a title shot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that version.
Yeah. But look, I'm interested to see what's going to happen. Now, Paige Beckers, who we have already had on the show this season, she is going to be an all-star starter.
Congratulations. This is awesome. And beyond that, the fact that she's the only rookie all-star starter.
Yes.
That's awesome.
She's the sixth number one pick in the history of the league to start the all-star game, including Caitlin Clark just last year, but she has had an incredible start to the season, even if the Wings haven't had an incredible start, although they have looked significantly better in the last couple of weeks than they did before. Now, you want to bounce back over to the NBA. The Denver Nuggets have been wheeling and a dealing. They traded Michael Porter Jr. and a first-round pick to the Nets for Cam Johnson, which freed up an incredible amount of money for them, which allowed them to bring back Bruce Brown, who was part of their championship team. So the Nuggets, no doubt, they saw that, you know what, maybe we don't need a total management group, but we need to have the ability to make some moves. And then they went ahead and traded for Jonas Valanciunas from the Kings. So they traded Dario Saric for Valanciunas, and so they made that move as well. So the Nuggets have been busy.
Yeah, that is impressive on their part. But Kevin, do you feel like the Nuggets are a better team than the Mavericks right now? I think that they got that player.
I think so, but I'm not sure.
I'm not either.
Because they have their own health concerns, and I know dealing off Michael Porter Jr. gets rid of one of those, but you still have other players that have injury problems on that team. So that's a good question.
Yeah, and I don't know completely what this Mavericks team will be. I have a vision, like Nico, but my vision, like, it looks very different than I'm betting his because mine has Luka in it still. But I think that this team can be very good.
Sure.
I just don't know that offensively they're going to be one of those that sets records.
It's much more likely that Denver is a good team than Dallas is what I would say.
I got you.
But that's not to say that Dallas doesn't have the higher ceiling. I just think Denver is much more likely to be like at least a good team. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 4 years, $285 million extension right there. And then Jaren Jackson, he signed a 5-year, $240 million extension with the Grizzlies, and former Dallas Maverick Dorian Finney-Smith got a 4-year, $53 million deal with the Rockets. And I meant to mention this as well, because at least it had come up. Dennis Schroeder, or Schroeder if you're not fancy, agreed to a 3-year, $45 million deal with the Kings. I think we all knew once you made the move for D'Angelo yesterday that he wasn't coming here, but I just wanted to throw it out there because that's another name that had been linked up with the Mavs.
Did you mention Corey Perry?
No.
1-year deal with the Los Angeles Kings. So we don't have to worry about Edmonton anymore, fellas. They're not in our way now that Corey Perry's gone.
They are still in the Western Conference, if that.
But we don't have to worry about them because they don't have Corey Perry.
That is true.
I mean, sure, they have Draisaitl and McDavid.
Literally the best player
Hyman,
in the world.
Kane, all those other guys.
It kind of sounds like you're worried.
I am a little worried.
Okay.
Good luck, Stars.
Thank you for admitting that you're worried. But we got a new head coach today. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up Up next, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, here.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hear it on the Fan. Know that we are DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
This pitch is rocketed deep out into right field. Adolis goes back. It's over his head. Hits off the top of the wall. Holiday scores. Laureano scores. The throw into second. Bounces away from Seager. No play at second. Henderson is safe. Two more are in for the Orioles. They lead it 10-6.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
We're doing great, and that's thanks in large part to you guys. Not only did you participate in the action movie bracket, you also had the interview with Chris Young yesterday, and I thought he gave a very measured and well thought out answer about the prospects going into the trade deadline, but also crushed all of our hearts talking about Tyler Mahle not going to be back for at least another month, and that feels on the conservative end of the estimates. Did y'all have any other big takeaways from CY yesterday?
I mean, I think you nailed it when I tried to sell him on the idea that, hey, your pitching is so great that it should convince the front office and ownership that, you know, they deserve to be invested in. Like if you had a great offense and your pitching was holding you down, you'd say, hey, we just need some pitchers. Why can't the opposite be true about hitters? And he said really what they're looking at is their overall place in the standings, and it's not good. So I think he took a big step towards preparing us yesterday for the eventuality that at best they're going to stand pat.
And it just had a little bit of a different vibe walking in there yesterday. It was like an antsy. And then the way that game ended, I mean, he talked about the consistency.
Yeah.
Like, I need to see that. And they've got a tough road trip coming up. Like, hey, they lost the first game against Baltimore last week. Maybe they go ahead and they still win 2 out of 3 in this series. Last night was one of those back-breaking, heartbreaking moments where it seemed like after the Albombi homer, like that's something, if you win this game now, can you catapult that? Now you can go ahead and go on one of those runs that he's hoping for.
Yeah.
You win 9 of 11, something like that. The way that they lost that game, you could kind of see the souls starting to leave the body. When it came to when they started showing the dugout, I was like, oh no, could this be that back-breaking moment where that's all they needed?
Which is unfortunate, but you know, the pressure, it bursts pipes, Hagee. And, you know, I think this team is still in it, you know, but if they've lost confidence and belief and we're going to be down here over the next week and a half, you can get run right out of this race. By the All-Star break in what, 14 days?
Yeah.
It could be over.
Which is also disappointing from the Tyler Mahle injury standpoint, because if that was going to happen, that's a tradable asset that one would think is no longer particularly tradable.
Talking to Jared yesterday, like CY he doesn't do anything half-ass, right? So he's aggressive when it comes to buying. Would he then be aggressive when it comes to selling?
Yeah.
Does he look at maybe another team's looking and saying, hey, we really like Josh Young and the upside and the potential there. Hey, we still really like an Evan Carter. One of your that you thought was going to be your young cornerstones.
Yeah.
That maybe the Rangers have done some soul searching and reflecting and think to themselves, I don't know if that player is really ever going to be better than the version of 2023 that we saw when they went on a run. So can I go ahead and pair one of those with an Adolis Garcia or name your other player to try and get back a better return than just flipping, say, if they moved Adolis and now you're getting, a bullpen piece or just, a small asset for the future.
What are y'all's takes on the moves of the day from the Milwaukee Bucks? Go ahead.
I really did have a question about Damian Lillard as Gavin Dawson was connected to the Portland Trailblazers.
Sure.
Your thought? He was one of my favorite players. I just love watching him big-time moments.
Yeah, it was great.
So for people that missed it, Miles Turner signs with the Bucks to facilitate that stretch provision on Lillard. They waive him. Go ahead.
Yeah, would he fit this team? Is it? I mean, and Kevin, as Kevin pointed out, he might be something later on in the season because coming back.
I don't know if he's going to play this next year.
So, I imagine he'll be 35 years old next July. He's going to be in a prove-it one-year situation, I think, in the 2026-2027 season. I definitely don't want to sign him now and have him sitting on your books because coming back from that injury, it's, 12 to 14 months? Maybe. I think it'll be interesting to see if he can be anything close to what he was coming off of that injury. I think in a lot of big-time playoff situations, you could see his lack of size, his lack of defense could really get picked on already when he was a younger man. And now, I think he had an awesome career. And in other situations, like he could have been Steph Curry for Golden State. Damian Lillard could be a 4-time champion right now, but he was just on the wrong team for a decade.
Yeah.
That stinks.
It is a bummer, dude. It is a bummer. I think he's happy about it, though. He's pumped.
Oh, I could see that. And then you immediately get the news Giannis is upset, and you're like, Miles Turner's a good player, but like straight away, like one of the first things you see is Giannis posting up on Twitter, Instagram, and then Chris Haynes being like, yeah, he's upset.
I don't know what's going on here, man. What was his post? So, I like it.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you guys also terrified about the Florida Panthers keeping pretty much everybody so they can just run it back and people took pay cuts to make it happen?
Yes, it's absolutely mind-boggling and frustrating. Like you're seeing other teams, the NHL, Mitch Marner now goes to Vegas. They give him a ton of money.
Cody Ceci to the
Cody
Kings.
Ceci just went to the Kings. And like I guess, listening to your interview earlier with Robert, he's right. When you go ahead and you do the loophole with the long-term IR, I guess you kind of figured the Stars weren't going to be able to keep everybody.
Yeah.
But Florida's got so many stars, and they're able to keep all of them. And Jim Nill's sitting here with 3 straight General Manager of the Year awards. And I'm like, is this team going to get better at all? I don't know. We're going to talk with Greg Wyshynski at 4 o'clock and ask him about that. Jim Nill's awesome, and he is super respected in the NHL, and he is the most stable and consistent GM we've got here in the Metroplex. I don't want to take him for granted, but I think 3 straight GM of the years when you haven't made a single Cup final appearance in those, you're starting to get a little overrated.
Look, plus the other thing I asked is how many coaches do you get to hire? We're all the way back around where Jim Nill gets to hire the coach that he fired when he started. Like, we have literally gone full circle right there. Don't you think most of the Stars' dependency on next year, maybe not most, a lot is that, hey, having Ranton in there with the team for the offseason, for the training camp, for the full season, that's going to lead to better play.
I hope so.
Yeah.
But, does it help your blue line? Does it, where that's been your weakness every single run. What are we talking about at the end of the postseason?
Yep.
You weren't good enough defensively. You're not good enough in front of Jake Ottinger. And Otter can be really good at times, but I think every single goaltender, if you're going to have a leaky defense in front of him, they're going to struggle. And the Stars right now, they've got some young guys that you're hoping go ahead and progress, with Liam Bichel being one of them, right?
Sure.
And, of course, now you'll have Heiskanen, who's not dealing with an injury, hopefully. But come on. That's still – you just lost Cody Ceci, who logged a ton of postseason minutes. You've got to find a way to get better there. And I don't think Nils Lundqvist, who I think that's a miss from Jim Nill, and he's been too stubborn to admit that. He traded a first-round pick for a guy that's not good. Maybe I'm wrong about him, and maybe he finally clicks this year. I don't think that guy's any good.
Now – you texted a lot during the bracket.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the action hero bracket, how it played out with Rambo winning? Because last week you were able to steer the dipping sauce your way, all the way to the championship.
I think Lucius made a great point about John Wick that did have me rethinking that whole thing. Because I was Baba Yaga, your nickname's the Boogeyman.
Yeah.
Come on. You've got every single great trained assassin in the world that's coming after you. No one can seem to find you and kill you. Like, you guys were preaching the Rambo booby traps. Like, a lot of these guys are too smart. Yeah. They're going to sniff out the booby trap. But it's true. Like, what is the hero that is John Wick? Is he a hero? Not really. He's a hired paid assassin that goes and kills people for a living.
Right.
And then he's fighting for his dog. Yeah. So I think because of that, I would give in the final, if it's Rambo head-to-head, I think James Bond got a little bit of a short leash here.
You think Terminator got screwed too, right?
But Terminator also is like a cheat code.
A robot.
Right? Like, Terminator would have advanced and should have advanced.
Yeah, nobody's beating Terminator.
No.
Or
Corey says you can turn on the sprinklers and you beat Terminator.
Turn on the sprinklers.
Okay, I'd count it with T1000 then.
I've got an updated machine.
Just to provide a little bit further context from my perspective, like, the John Wick movie makers did him no justice. He's slow, right? He shouldn't be doing any kung fu. Okay, and you need some cinematic tricks to make his pistol look faster. Like it looks like he's kind of doing a bad Steven Seagal impression in slow motion while shooting people. There's nothing scary about how John Wick jumps off the TV screen or the movie screen. Wow. Nothing at all.
I will say he's all of us, though. Because if our dog died and our wife died, we'd be pretty upset.
Yeah, we would
be wanting revenge
Except
or
I'd
something.
probably get hit by one of those bullets.
Yeah, very quickly. I'd take one hit to the throat and I'd be done.
Maybe I'd take one guy out and then I'm dead.
Right,
Throat
shots if you want to dodge that many bullets on screen, you better be Neo. You're fully opened up in the Matrix doing crazy movie-making stuff.
True.
Not just being slower than crap, but magically nobody shoots you. You're in a room with 20 people. They don't shoot you. You better be a freaking superhero fast man. Not just kind of like, whoa.
Yeah, what is this, Star
Shot
Wars?
2 guys right there, man. Just totally unbelievable. And I'm willing to suspend a lot of disbelief. I love sci-fi stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up? I hope more of a response. But what do you guys get coming up on the program today?
More of that. Top 10.
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. We're going to have Hellman on at 3:20. That's the Rangers outfielder Hellman.
Oh,
Oh, not Dave?
Yeah.
No, Hollywood Dave.
I got excited.
Dude, that was an amazing
I'm
play.
still excited.
That was an amazing play on his part last night.
It was. It was badass.
Mr. Hustling. As Wolchuk said, Greg Wyshynski at 4.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
They stopped the count, Kevin. About the Rambo and
What
Wick
are you
thing.
doing right now?
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest cry. Have never listened and laughed with the K.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
The Fan, welcome in. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service at ease. If you see me, beer me, NA. I know a lot of people could probably use a cold beer after 4 straight extra innings games for the Rangers. The defeat last night is starting to get that nauseating type of feel, but we're only 3 games under 500, okay? Why all the long faces? There's Wolchuk. Broadus is off today. Actually, a rare day without the former Cowboys scout and Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pim Cup and Master Control. Chief is here. I believe Carter Freeman's back there coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty well. I mean, I do think it was one of those where, I wouldn't bring this up. Brian likes to watchdog the days that we take off. Fair or foul? You take off when lady friend is ill, and you got to take care of her. But you don't take off when you're the one that's sick and kind of contaging the entire place.
Yeah.
Spreading the germs.
He was contaging this entire environment.
We were all contagion.
Yeah. He's a gentleman, we know that. But also he has to take ownership because he was the one who gave it to her.
Yeah.
So
he feels terrible.
The formula equals him having to do some heavy lifting. It's a window into his psyche. I think a lot of guys would be like, good luck getting to the doctors. I got to go to work.
Yeah, I got takes.
But Broadus? Are you kidding me?
No, he likes to take care of people.
This is the ultimate sign of love because she knows how much he loves the microphone.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's willing to punt on 4.5 hours of mic time.
Yeah.
Prime interrupting sports takes time. The fact that he's willing to do that for her, it shows her, wow, he's serious.
This is a Disney dad jumping off the ship.
Yeah.
Yes. Dang it.
I got to make this up.
I mean, Brian is probably having work withdrawals right now. Oh, my God. He's starting to shake. Yeah.
Oh, he's MFing us right now listening to the radio.
An absolute workaholic. But I hope his lady's doing all right.
Yeah, me too.
When take care of you. So hopefully Brian will be back soon.
He'll make her a hot toddy. He's good in that kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
Make her some little remedy things that you kind of boil up and put chopped onions in first.
Yeah, he's been working nonstop in that kitchen trying to come up with some home remedy.
Take a sip of this.
Rangers are down bad, though. And
let's try not to talk about it.
Falling to the Orioles in extras. I mean, you have DeGrom going against this clown Young tonight. I mean, we're gonna even the series and then go to win the series tomorrow, and just like that, boom.
I like it.
At that point they would have won 5 out of 7 series.
So, but yes, I get the feeling around DFW right now. It's like there's a lack of belief, and I do have to wonder if the lack of belief has permeated that clubhouse and dugout pretty good now because, it doesn't. I mean, when Adolis hit that, I was like, oh, wow, okay, this is fun.
Yes.
But it was so shocking. Like, holy crap, they came up with a huge hit.
Oh, it's stunning.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, it was jarring.
I literally jumped out. If I felt like it was back in the 2023 playoffs. And then his reaction was like a bat pimp for the ages. He's like, he loved it. He needed it. That was a special moment.
And then 20 minutes later, we got Jack Leiter in the box.
And that's why I need positive Gavin today. I need you to get on your horse and bring all the positivity because I think that was a death blow last night. And I just can't muster up the positive vibes right now.
Okay, I got something for you, Wolchuk. Thanks for asking.
Yes.
I looked into how do teams within 5 games under at the break historically do. Rangers are 41 and 44. It comes down to can you survive the next couple of weeks? How are these games going to treat you? And we need fight. We need a turnaround. Maybe this team doesn't have the fight in it, but teams that are between 1 and games below 500 over the last decade of Major League Baseball, they do make the playoffs about 20% of the time. Okay. Somehow they actually finish over 500 about 50% of the time. Okay. So these first 81 games aren't necessarily any sort of a doom, I think. But the best I can imagine right now is you'll at least be within striking distance of the wild card through the end of the season. Is that good enough? Like through the end of the season, I think we're always going to be like, man, if we could just win 9 of 10, and it'll never happen,
Yeah. But we'll say it like
they're going to keep winning.
It can happen.
They're going to keep getting some great pitching performances, and they're going to keep going out there and frustrating us, but they'll win enough, I think, to stay within striking distance. The tough news that you have to accept, though, is that sort of long face that also applied a little bit to CY yesterday, didn't it? When we asked him about can you be buyers, they're not going to be buyers unless they absolutely kick butt here over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're going to have to win. Probably the remainder of their series going into the All-Star break because I think he did learn a lesson last year. We got excited. They were able to beat a bad White Sox team. We're thinking, okay, positive mojo going into the break. And then, unfortunately, it just never turned around in the second half.
Here's what else I got for you. If you have DeGrom and Eovaldi, you can't totally sell. This needs to be a, hey, 2025 is in our year. What can we do now to set ourselves up to have more success in 2026?
Agreed.
And maybe that involves not being a competitive taxpayer. Maybe that involves, letting go of some guys who you're not planning to re-sign and maybe giving yourself a chance to have some prospects. But, I think after you're done avoiding the luxury tax, next year's got to be a big push all in from the owner, right?
I absolutely, because I understand it. Hey, this year there's a lot of the penalties, and maybe that's something that Major League Baseball has to do with that 3 years in a row that we talked about yesterday. So next year you get a clean slate on that. And I'm hoping Ray's doing everything he can to keep putting this thing contending forward. And we'll see. I think CY, he mentioned that, the expiring contracts. The problem was your juiciest one was Malley. And now that doesn't look like that's a viable option to be able to trade. So maybe somebody really wants Adolis Garcia. Maybe somebody looks at one of your bullpen pieces that's going to be an expiring deal, and they want that for the next half of the season. But we'll see. I'd love them to go on a massive winning streak, and they are buyers again. CY just needs a little spark. Yeah. And he overly wants to be aggressive if he can be.
I think we're going to have to wait till the offseason for them to be buyers again. I just hope they're not total sellers.
Yeah. Like completely blow it up.
Like that could affect next season.
Yeah, like a rebuild type of situation.
Right.
We did enough of that in the 2010s after the glorious start to that decade, and then the little flirt with something fun with Cole Hamels there in the middle. It got too depressing, and I just don't want to live in that kind of baseball world. I don't think CY does either. And if you can't trade DeGrom and get back the farm, what's the point in doing it? Mm-hmm. I think the advantage is we have DeGrom and Eovaldi. Really, all we have to do is have a good offense and make the playoffs. Right? With those two guys, you're going to dominate 7-game series.
Yeah, we've seen them do it before. With just a couple of pitchers is really all it takes. They gotta find a way to get some level of just average when it comes to the offense. And these last few games, dude, I kind of lean with Wolchuk here. It is going to take everything they have to be able to bounce back from that, because those types of losses are just so freaking deflating.
They are. And the Rangers have hit just 154 with runners in scoring position in extra innings during this 4-game stretch.
Yeah, they've had
unbelievable.
So many chances.
That's 4 of 26.
It's just, it's a microscopic difference. It's one hit, literally, and they could have, all of a sudden you're looking at, hey, you've lost, 3 out of 4 of these. You could be on the other side of that.
Yeah.
And now we're feeling very different. You're sitting now 3.5 back of the wild card standings. I know we got a couple of texts like, guys, they're not out of this thing. I totally understand. You were 2.5 back. You were 1.5 back. Now you're 3.5 back. You can't keep falling short here in these extra inning games.
I mean, to that point, they don't have to be out of it even if they just hold and maybe trade off 1 or 2 players. They have enough players that they could make a run at it in the second half of the season. But I mean, right now, what are you hitting as a team? Like 235, and with runners in scoring position over the last four days in extra innings, it was 154. That's what makes me believe like they've lost belief. And I don't know how you change that. I think it starts with a different skipper, though.
Yeah, it might just happen.
I would never fire Bochy, but like right now, I'm like, cool, he's going to retire.
Yeah.
Because we need some new blood in here to shake this thing up, and that's unfortunate because I think Boch is the best manager of my lifetime. All right, it's DeGrom and Young tonight. Jacob could push his ERA under 2. He's at 208 right now.
What a stud!
Hey, maybe he finishes off the no-hitter this time, and now we're feeling crotch first confident coming in on a hump day.
He'd probably throw a no-hitter. We'd be tied at 0 going to the 10th. They are 3.5 out of the wild card, though, and that's a good reminder. But 41 and 44. Can you stay within a handful of games here, or at the All-Star break? You absolutely could see this team ripped apart. Okay, the Mavs are being saluted now as the deepest team in the league with the addition of D'Angelo Russell, 10 deep, man, with guys that should start on contenders or could start. I mean, the deepest team I've seen from the Mavs, and who knows, maybe they're not done yet. As you can see right now, with the Bucks waiving Damian Lillard and bringing in Miles Turner, there are some extreme things happening across team building. And I wouldn't be in a hurry to do anything if I was Nico. I'm just waiting for the best possible opportunity, as these owners are now looking at good players and saying, hey, we can't contend with this guy. It's going to push into luxury tax territory. I'm going to have to write $20-30 million of a check to the rest of the league. I'd rather just not have this guy on my team. And in the case of Damian Lillard, nobody wants him because he's hurt. But there could be other really good players that become available. And this is where the Vegas money can be the difference. Can Vegas money put the Mavs where the Dodgers are? Like, oh, no. We're not getting rid of good players. We're building something crazy here. Something that is so good, Texans are demanding they give us our casino. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the upside here for the Mavericks, as free agency is under 24 hours old, and it is definitely wild. We're just living in a different world. Greg Wyshynski coming up to talk stars with you this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Are they going to bring back Granlund and Donanoff, Wolchuk?
I think Granlund's probably going to be signing in Vancouver. It doesn't sound like they're able to bring him back. Donanoff, I haven't heard anything about. Cody Cece's gone. He's going to be signing with the Kings. But yeah, I mean, I'm ready to pick Greg's brain, because I just don't see, other than like internally, you get your younger players, they're another year seasoned, and then you get a full season now of Mikko Rantanen. How are the Stars improving? Because right now, I mean, they were able to bring back Colin Blackwell. That's an affordable deal. That's a fourth-line player. That's not really moving the needle for you to be able to get over the top of a team like Edmonton.
No, I mean, you got Edmonton and Florida to think about.
Yeah, and Florida brought back everybody. That's another wagon that's looking like they're going to go 3 in a row.
I mean, you got to be more physical. You got to change the DNA of your team in a way. Because after this many years, it's kind of clear, especially with Florida, just as good as they are. Trade in the NFC East. Darren Waller unretires, and he is traded to Miami. So the Dolphins are busy trying to rework their operation. This is a net gain for New York, because they weren't going to have Waller anyway. And to me, they're interesting with Malik Neighbors and Russell Wilson. I think they have a good defense. I think the Giants could have a pretty dang good defense this year. I mean, I guess you add Abdul Carter. What do they have? Burns and Lawrence already. Like, that could be a nasty front. I say all that to say Cowboys could be in the cellar this year. They could be fourth place in this division.
Yeah, it could go really bad. I mean, that Giants defensive line is. I mean, we talk about some of the Eagles and what the Cowboys have with their pass rush, but the Giants might have the best defensive line in the division and possibly in football if things go as well as it could in New York.
Yeah, that's definitely a huge strength for them. I'm not too familiar with the rest of their defense, but definitely that defensive line is pretty dang legit.
In the offseason.
And yeah, we'll see. I don't know how long of a leash they're going to give to Russell Wilson before they're just like, man, we got to get Jackson Dart up in here to show that, hey, we got something with this guy. And so me, Brian Dable, and our GM can cling on to that, be like, hey, we still deserve to keep our
Don't
jobs.
fire us.
Yeah, don't fire us. Russell Wilson in 2024 for the Steelers, which I don't know if that's an accurate way to judge it, but what did he play, about 10 games, 11 games, 16 touchdowns, 5 interceptions? I mean, if you're just asking him to manage the game and not throw it away, I think he can do that for you. I don't think he pushes that offense anywhere near the top. They're going to have a great running game, and I don't think they're ready to win offensively. But I think because of their defensive strengths, if things don't go the Cowboys' way on their own defense, like, can they stop the run? Can they cover? Like, the downside of the Cowboys' defense is terrifying, if you ask me. Same. Hey, what do you think of Saquon Barkley? Should the Cowboys have signed him last year? Is this just like a sensitive star player being like, he wants the attention from everybody? I thought that was interesting over the weekend. He's like, yep, Commanders and Cowboys never called, so it's bell to ass.
Yeah, to me, like, the Commanders thing, fine. Like, they did need a running back. They went ahead and signed Austin Eckler that offseason. The Cowboys just weren't going to be spending big money on a running back, and I don't think any of us were pining for them to sign Barkley. Yeah,
the Cowboys aren't going to sign any All-Pros, buddy.
Like, that's a Michael Jordan-esque thing. Like, I'm just going to go ahead and make up something in my mind so I can hate this team.
Flipping Cowboys, man. I can't believe it.
How dare they not call me?
We got to go G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan Day. G-Bag of the Day champ on the other side, and then you got your top 10 at 2:20 here with Wolchuk, and we're back with you here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat Frankles with you before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. What we do here at The Fan in that situation and in the Dawson household is to call the Frankles. Yeah, I've had to call them twice over the years. Most recently, just a couple of the years back, the family was heading down 635 there into Town East, and it bottlenecks a little bit, really slows down. You got a lot of curves cruising through there, and bang, had a rear ending. I was about 10 miles away. When I pulled up, the ambulance was there, and the first responders were taking care of the mother-in-law. The baby was crying, and it took a long time to get our situation right, but the Frankles were amazing every single step of the way, and they can be amazing for you as well. All you have to do is call them. Write their phone number down. You can do it right there roadside. They can start advising you. And make sure you don't settle for less. Between the ambulance ride and the hospital stay and then lost wages, and maybe you got to change careers, you could have pain and suffering on board for the rest of your life. Frankles make sure you make that full recovery. So give them a call, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. At East.
Fellowship at its finest.
You don't need scientific proof of it.
Thanks for hanging with the G-Bag Nation.
You can
For a hot summer special for your home or business at dfwsecurity.com.
I've 333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here we go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius has your G-Bag in the bag.
Yeah, I believe this is day number 2 for this piece of audio. Our very own Brian brought us. Did a Coach O impersonation.
He did.
He was inspired because there's a, was it a video of Coach O out there dancing with his shirt off at a wedding?
Yeah, at a wedding, yep.
He was out there hitting the nay-nay in the gritty. Coach was hitting the gritty. He was in the middle of a circle doing a running man. Go Coach O! Go Coach O! Go Coach O! I have not seen the video. I got to see that. He's a wild boy, bro.
It's hilarious, man.
It makes more sense now that you say that my man was going through a divorce too at the same time.
He was feeling good.
Is that photo real of him in that twin bed with that girl?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah.
All right.
I think he lives down in Miami. I think he's got like a condo situation. They were interviewing him, and he was talking about, I live on the 17th floor of this building. And, he was doing that whole bit, and he was talking about go out, work out every day, go out there and jog a little bit, and you get outside and let everybody see me without my shirt on. See me without my shirt on. I was at a wedding the other day, and I was doing some Coach O things. You see me with my no shirt. Yeah. I was looking pretty good. Had a ride home from the state troopers. State troopers are friends of mine. Yeah, they're friends. Yeah.
I have friends. Yeah.
Classic from Broadus. I love it. That was so impromptu. Like, I did not know he had that in his bag.
No.
Coach is looking pretty good at this wedding, too.
Yeah.
Like,
he's a fit guy.
Yeah, he's getting it done. He's out there on the dating scene still. He's just maximizing every bit of that championship.
So he got $17 million, and that's tax, right? So you get half of that.
Mm-hmm. And so 8's going back to the ex-wife.
See, that feels like this could be a crash out type dance.
Maybe it is.
Not an exciting dance.
But he was blitzed.
He's got to get out of Miami right now, fam. Get out.
It's time now for us to get out and get to Woolchuck's Top 10 at 220.
Let's do it. All right. I don't know if anybody went and saw the F1 movie over the weekend.
I've been wanting to see that, fam.
I want to see it so bad. I'm with you. I've heard great things about it. 877-881-1053. If you went and saw it, let me know. But in honor of it dominating the box office, it's time for the annual Top 10 sports movies of all time. What's your favorite sports movie? We do have Stars news as Roddick Foxa. He's coming back. Round 2. They traded him to St. Louis last year. He's coming back home where he began his career with the Stars. 3-year, $2 million annually is what Roddick Foxa is getting. This is a steal for a guy who's probably going to be your second or third line center. Awesome when it comes to the face-off dot. Really good in the PK as well. Didn't have an awesome offensive season last year with St. Louis, but Roddick Foxa coming back home. Jim Nill's pretty pumped about it. Between his work ethic and his efforts in the community, says Nill, he's always been the consummate professional, and we know that he will be able to seamlessly step back into our dressing room. Former 13th overall pick back in 2012. He's played over 600 games, recorded exactly 200 points with the Dallas Stars. So welcome back to Dallas, Roddick Foxa. I mean, those are kind of the moves that I guess Stars are going to have to make right now. Cheap, but a guy that they're just hopefully going to get a lot of bang for your buck right there with a guy like Roddick Foxa.
I mean, the only way over the top for them really is to have a guy get hurt early next year, and then I'll use that cushion to add a good player with trades, right? But now you're out of first-round picks to trade, so they're going to have to get creative.
Very much so.
Aggressive.
Very much so. I mean, it's going to be fascinating, the dance that Jim Nill's going to have to do, because I'm looking around at the West right now, and I'm thinking, I don't know. Like, how much better is the Stars team really going to be?
I mean, you don't have to be better, really, to be good enough to win a championship. You just need Edmonton and Florida to not be so good. I mean, you're good enough right now.
And maybe Edmonton, Evander Kane's gone. They moved him. It's possible. I mean, you stole their goalie or their head coach, so maybe their power play regresses, even though they've got two of the best players in the world. Maybe it wasn't the coach. We're hoping that it's the coach. Maybe it was just the players. I don't know, but I'm hopeful. Florida, you're not going to beat Florida. I just don't see that, even if you're able to make it to the Cup. And I don't think anybody's knocking off the Florida Panthers.
It's a physical game, Wolchuk.
It is. And they're built, so well. All right, let's slide into the top 10. The best sports movies of all time, courtesy of Ranker, which is voted on by the people. And this is tough. I mean, for a minute there, I was like, should I just do my own list? And then I'm like fighting with myself. Like, what do I put where? Do I like this movie more than the other? I don't even know. It depends on the day. I wake up and I'm like, yeah, Mighty Ducks over Miracle. What? Are you an idiot? No, Miracle's way better than Mighty Ducks. Remember the Titans. Is that number one? I don't know. Is it Rocky? I think Rocky might be number one. So it was hard. I mean, there's so many good sports movies, and there's some that I still haven't seen. And I know our buddy Tim in Carthage has been on us to watch this movie since the Nosebleed Seats days, and I still haven't seen it, and it's North Dallas 40. And that's the first movie that he texts in here from the 903. And
some Nick Nolte.
Nick Nolte.
Yeah,
old
Nick Nolte.
And wasn't that filmed in Denton? Like, I think it was filmed here locally. I've heard, like, it's an awesome movie, but I think it's based on Tom Landry a little bit in the Cowboys. But I still never saw North Dallas 40. There's some old boxing movies that I never saw.
Be honest, when you see like movie art like that, you think, oh, this is going to be horrible. Like I'm just going to sit through a bad movie. You know, and I think a lot of those movies made from the 50s, 60s, and 70s can do that to you. And so I understand the reaction. Like I was born in 76, and I see that, and I'm like, dude, no. Right, but North Dallas 40 is a must-watch. So is Brian's Song. Like, some of these old movies are flipping gold, dude. You just got to break through.
I know. Brian's Song's another one that I did see Brian's Song a long time ago, but I have not seen it in so long. I could probably use a refresher on that, and it'd probably all come flooding back. Like the original Bad News Bears, I actually saw the remake Bad News Bears before I went back and watched the OG that came out when in like the 70s, 76. So, like, I don't know. It just didn't hit the same. Like, I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably should have gone in chronological order instead of reverse order. I liked, what was it, Billy Bob Thornton?
Billy Bob
did the new one, and I liked it. I thought, I mean, I was a kid we were kids when it came out.
Great.
I loved it. I thought Bad News Bears was good. I mean, I thought, what was the other one with like the guys eating sunscreen and crap? That was
Benchwarmers.
Benchwarmers, yes.
Yeah, and Nick Swardson and Rob Schneider,
right? And the Girl Scouts come and ringing on the bell, and he's like, "Oh my God, he's freaked out. He doesn't want to go outside."
Yeah,
I thought that was funny. If we went back and rewatched it now, we'd probably think that movie is atrocious and god awful.
Beef stew.
There's so many good ones. The Program and Blue Chips.
Oh yeah, the Program.
Program's great.
Seat at the table, baby. Starting defense.
All right, where are we going, Lucius? What are some of the ones that, I mean, there's also documentary, like Hoop Dreams. Hoop Dreams is an all-timer for me, but documentary, like
Danbury Trashers, when you say documentary, that's one of the greatest sports documentary I've ever seen in my life. And it's about like a minor league hockey team, not even like major. Come on, fam.
No, that's wild that is a true story.
It's really good. Necessary Roughness, because it was filmed here in Denton area, right? And it has Sinbad in it.
Yeah, dude, what happened to Sinbad?
Yeah, well, he had a stroke.
Yeah.
He's coming back. He's standing strong right now. I like the movie The Fan. Wesley and Robert De Niro.
Okay.
I like it because it has so many elements of sports in it. You know, the animosity towards each other, free agency, picking up a new guy. There's sports radio in there. Yeah. I love that movie, bro.
I need to see this. I have not seen The Fan.
Oh, man, you're going to love it, bro.
I need to.
You're going to love it.
Pulled me into sports radio, I think, a little bit when that movie came out. It was great.
All right.
I like the horse racing movies, Seabiscuit and Secretariat.
Yeah,
I think those are well done.
Seabiscuit's really good, and there's a lot of good racing. I mean, Rush, I think, is an underrated movie when we talk about sports movies.
Ford versus Ferrari, those are great movies.
Phenomenal. Ford versus Ferrari was great. Honorable mentions on here. We've got Friday Night Lights.
Absolutely.
I mean, heck, it's a classic here. Texas high school football. Bull Durham. I mean, we've done just the top 10 baseball movies before. Dawson, you had the take, right, that you thought some of these baseball movies were a little bit like over.
Yeah, I said they all sucked, right? I think a lot of sports movies can miss, and Field of Dreams is a kind of
like The Natural with Robert Redford's an honorable mention. I think a lot of people would probably put that in their top 10. Happy Gilmore was an honorable mention.
Here we go,
and we're 24 days away now.
Yeah, something like that. Are we going to be in Oxnard when that comes out? We might have to do like a hotel movie night.
We might. Yeah, we could.
I think Netflix and chill.
I want to say. Hold on, man. I thought you didn't like these months. Now we're gone.
Hey, yo.
I made a little comfy wumpy for us, man.
I do respect
Put the couches together, bro. We're going to be all right.
Popcorn going.
I do like cracking the jokes.
No,
though.
you do, and I appreciate it.
It is a fun time.
Yeah, my wife called that out too.
Yeah.
He sure does love the jokes. I'll tell you that.
Eric's good with the jokes.
I do. I like the
He
jokes.
loves the gay jokes.
Don't feel so good on any jokes. The 25th, I think, is what I want to say when it comes up. But we leave on the 27th, so maybe we could hold off and we do a Netflix and chill party.
Let's do it, man.
You want to?
Dawson seems fired up about it.
Yeah, might be playing online poker that night.
Okay, he's out. The Mighty Ducks is an honorable mention, which I probably would have put it in my top 10. Like, I'm a sucker for the Mighty Ducks. I was a kid when it came out. It's nostalgic as hell.
The Flying V.
I love it.
I think you should be better than that, though, Wolchuk. You
You
got
think
to
so?
understand, like, whatever movie opinions you had before about age 16 are subject to just being horribly wrong. Okay?
So I shouldn't put the Angels in the outfield in my top 10?
No, I don't think Angels in the outfield goes. Mighty Ducks doesn't go. And the Sandlot especially doesn't go.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Especially.
Especially?
Yeah,
the Sandlot's great.
You're cut off, sir, from drinking. You're cut off.
It's a nice kids movie.
Would you spike that Diet Coke?
Who's driving him home?
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Somebody had to take up for Broadus' absence, you know?
That's true. But Brian, I don't think would have seen any of these. That's the difference. Speaking of Keanu Reeves, he's had a lot of airtime today. We're talking about John Wick. The Replacements is an honorable mention. That's a good movie.
Hardball.
Oh.
Hardball.
Boy, they get you right in the heart, boy. I tell you
Big
what.
time. G baby.
Yes.
Forever.
Hardball is a tough watch.
And just like a degenerate gambler.
Yeah.
Like really.
Well, Uncut Gems.
Oh, my
Uncut
God.
Gems, I think you could consider a sports movie.
As stressful a movie as I've ever watched.
No question. I thought I was going to have a panic attack watching that in the theater with my dad. I was like, wait a second, what is going on?
Every time you think he's finally got it. Okay, all right. We can move on.
And then, not so fast, my friends, Lee Corso style. Moneyball, honorable mention. Slapshot, which is an all-time hockey movie. If you haven't seen Slapshot, that's one that was made in the 70s.
There you go.
Probably looks a little grainy, but it still holds up. And then Caddyshack. Caddyshack's just on the outside looking in.
I'm all right.
Such a
worry about me.
They made. I never saw Caddyshack 2. Was it worth watching?
Can't imagine that it
I don't know. I've only seen parts of it at times.
I only saw the first one. I'm probably not going to do this. 817, how dare Gavin disrespect that movie? Oh, he's Angels in the Outfield's the one he's coming at you for. Matthew McConaughey's first ever appearance. Are you kidding me? A League of Their Own being texted
Kids
in.
movie.
Wait, what? Matthew McConaughey's first appearance in what, a sports movie or something?
Angels in the Outfield.
Isn't he like from another movie? All right. Something about the girls being younger. He's the same age.
Dazed and Confused.
Yeah,
Yes. That probably was his first sports movie.
Okay.
But I think Dazed and Confused was pre-Angels in the Outfield.
Gotta be,
It had to
bro.
have been. It had to, because I think Angels in the Outfield was like 94, maybe, I want to say. And I think Dazed and Confused was before that.
Mandela.
It was 93 or 94.
Around the same time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe he was just hitting his stride. Little Giants, that's also a tremendous film. But that was pre-16, so I don't know. Does Little Giants still hold up?
No, I'm sure a lot of these.
It does.
You look at them a little bit differently, but that's why you don't watch
go
them. So
after
you just
yourself.
remember and you appreciate how you felt when you watched that movie.
Yannick Segacier at Puerto Rico lives on for life.
That's a good point. That play does still live.
Gosh, it's so good. Number 10, The Karate Kid, Dawson.
Oh, yeah, this is great.
You're the biggest Karate Kid fan I think I've met.
I've probably seen the movie 40 times.
Yeah.
You know, didn't have cable growing up. We had that on VHS, so we'd watch that and Back to the Future, a lot of Balboa.
Oh, and Rocky is probably always my number one.
What have you guys seen the story in the last week where the guy from
there
from
was like a
Karate Kid,
biting?
he bit somebody?
Well, I think it was the show. I think it was the TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? Because I haven't watched the
Poor
show.
guy.
I don't even understand.
They were like co-stars, and he bites one of the female
I think
co-stars.
he got a little too frisky. And she just did one thing. And I think he was being kind of flirtatious.
Okay.
Yeah.
How far can I push this?
He's, like, oh, your hair smells good type guy. Like,
Take a nibble.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little bite of you.
Karate Kid star apologizes for biting his co-star at fan event.
Yeah.
Like, what?
At a fan event?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
The police officer scolded him. He was like, hey, it's not good to bite on people. And I was like, what? Where are we?
Weirdest story
Public
ever.
service announcement. Don't bite the kids. Rudy at number 9. One of the most overrated sports movies of all
Most
time.
famous Notre Dame person of all time.
100%.
Yeah, most famous. I'm sorry.
Which is wild.
Joe
because
Montana went to Notre Dame.
Yes. I mean, the list of great football stars in other sports, and it's Rudy. That's the first name that you're going to think of is Rudy.
And then Manti Te'o's fake girlfriend.
True. A League of Their Own coming in at number 8. Hoosiers at number 7. I used to be a hater of Hoosiers, too. It's grown on me.
Was anybody surprised to find out that was Cooper Flagg's favorite movie of all time?
I didn't think he liked movies.
No, it's music that he doesn't like.
Yeah. My apologies.
Never really been big into music.
Like who? That's the first time I've ever heard anybody say that in the history of the world.
Psychopath.
Not big into music? What?
Makes me nervous.
6 is Field of Dreams.
How do you get hyped up?
Yeah.
What are you thinking about in your brain, dog?
It's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, when I see Cooper Flag now, I just see all the little dweebs that are running around Abbey right now, like 13, 14 years old. He's basically just a teenage dork,
Yeah.
It's just crazy how young these kids are. Especially him.
He's got the baby face. I mean, because he is. He's a little kid.
Jason Kidd still just wants to make him uncomfortable.
Mr. Unlimited. Top 5 sports movies of all time. 5 is Miracle. So underrated. I love Miracle.
Yeah. Again.
4, Remember the Titans. 3, Major League. I think Remember the Titans better.
Major League is with Charlie Sheen.
Yes.
It's that one.
Yes.
Yeah. I get a lot of these mixed up.
A lot of those baseball movies are kind of similar. And then Kevin Costner's in just about all of them. 2 is The Sandlot, Gavin. Sorry. But number 1, best sports movie of all time, and I do agree, Rocky.
Yes. I love it. Yeah, the original. I mean,
the original.
Any of the first 4 should be
tremendous.
Best sports movie of all time. The list for everybody else starts at number 5.
And Creed's really good. And shout out to Cool Runnings. You're right, 817 deserves a mention.
And Dodgeball.
Top
10 at 2:20 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk's going back to back. I think we have Sounds of the Sports Day coming up next. What you got?
Yeah, let's do it. We got Joey Porter versus Ray Lewis. And which quarterback are you taking in their prime? That's next in the nation.
But everyone keeps asking me, what makes advanced hair restoration different? Allow me to share along with some details on their once-a-year summer savings event. This is fantastic. So first off, advanced...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
No other in Oxnard, beginning Monday, July 21st. Turn it on and leave it on. Your official home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, I have some Cowboys news for you because at 3:20 we'll talk with Michael Hellman, Texas Ranger. Made a great play last night. Rangers player show coming up at 3:20. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's get to some NFL sounds of the day. And had this yesterday, but our Cowboys conversation, we were flowing with the Netflix stock trailer. But Ben Roethlisberger, I mean, hey, summer radio, he definitely got it stirred up as he went on his podcast, Footballin' via Yahoo Sports, and had this to say in regards to who would he rather have, Aaron Rodgers or Patrick Mahomes?
Well, I would take Aaron in his prime over Patrick now. I think Aaron Rodgers in his prime was one of the top few to ever do it, and so is Patrick Mahomes at his prime. Patrick Mahomes is just like entering out of his prime. I think.
You think?
I mean, yes, I think Patrick Mahomes is a phenomenal. He's going to go down as another arguable GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, there's only like one GOAT, but there's GOATs.
Okay. I love the way
but there's goats.
I love the way
there's one goat.
There's only one goat.
But there's goats.
But there's obviously
plenty of GOATs.
Well, so there's two parts to this. The first part is, do you think Patrick Mahomes is entering the end of his prime? I feel like he is in his prime right now.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick Mahomes is 30 years old?
Yeah. And we're seeing, Brady played until he was 42?
Yeah, and Brady was a different animal. I mean, let's not forget that Mahomes does like beer and real ice cream cones, not
but he also is
ice cream cones.
He is a freak when it comes to what he's doing. I mean, we saw it with the quarterback.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not like the guy isn't trying to prolong his career, but yeah, he's not the guacamole ice cream, avocado ice cream kind of guy.
For a long time, quarterbacks over 30 weren't winning, and that defined a lot of Ben Roethlisberger's era. Like a quarterback over 30 didn't win the Super Bowl, I think, for quite a while. So I think it's fair to say your athletic prime is ending around 30, at the longest maybe 32, 33, but your prime as a quarterback isn't necessarily that dependent on your athleticism. So I think you can kind of keep yourself about as good or even better as when you were maybe quicker or stronger or more balanced in your mid-20s.
Yeah, at 20, so he's 29. He'll probably turn 30 this year.
Yeah.
I think quarterbacks now can probably play till they're 35, and they're still going to be in their prime years.
If you don't get hurt, you can go to 38, 39 because there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
And you've been in the league for 4 or 5 times longer than most of the people on the field.
Mm-hmm.
You're playing chess. Everybody else is playing checkers. There's a tremendous advantage to that.
Now, there could be pushback, probably like a Lamar Jackson or maybe even a Josh Allen.
Guys that are super dependent on
running
their mobility. Yes, and Mahomes does have some of that for sure.
Yeah, but he picks and chooses, and it seems like it's really in the playoffs. All of a sudden now he's going to use his legs.
Yeah, he's less dependent on it than some of these other guys, but I do think that he's here to stay for a while. And Mahomes, I understand where Roethlisberger's coming from. Rodgers was incredible, so it's not like you can completely crap on what he's saying. But other than the fact that Mahomes' prime is about to be over, Mahomes is incredible.
Yeah, I'm definitely going Mahomes. I will say, Rodgers, obviously being a Cowboy fan, we probably know better than anybody the greatness that is Aaron Rodgers. We've seen it happen to us twice in heartbreaking fashion. In 14, he's beaten the Cowboys on a one leg, essentially. He's gimping around on a bad calf. They find a way to get that win at Lambeau. And then in 2016, he makes one of the all-time throws that we've ever seen, hitting Jared Cook on the sideline, and we know what happened there. So I am never going to discount the greatness that it is Aaron Rodgers, but there is something about when it comes to quarterbacks, we're judging them on postseason, right? And Aaron Rodgers lost 4 conference championship games after they made that Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes has lost, 2 ever? To Burrow and to Brady?
1 to Brady, 1 to Burrow.
And he's won 3 or 4? What? Actually, how many Super Bowls has he been to now? 5? He 3-2?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. So, the guy's never not played in an AFC championship game when he's been a starting quarterback. He's at least gotten his team to that point. I don't think it's really much of a debate that I would still go with Mahomes, but I get what he means by Rodgers was a freak animal. He was multiple-time league MVP, and those Packers teams, maybe not all on Aaron Rodgers. You could probably look at some other reasons why they came up short, but I got to lean Mahomes here.
Mahomes has more clutch moments. He's got the better resume, but it's too hard to call it for me between a lot of these quarterbacks. What the Chiefs have done and Spags has done for them on defense is tremendous.
Yeah, no, the Chiefs' defense has probably not gotten enough credit during this entire thing because, again, we look at the quarterback, right, and we always elevate the quarterback.
I know the Packers' defense was great in the early part of the decade, but I don't think they could sustain that squad.
Yeah, they probably, by the time the Cowboys played them there in 2016, they did have their way with that Packers defense in the second half. That's for damn sure. Dak went off. Dez had 2 touchdowns, 150 yards. They were able to move the football. That Packers defense was not nearly as good as the one that they did win the Super Bowl with. All right, let's go to coldest balls, shall we? Kevin Hart talking with Lamar Jackson, and this is tremendous stuff. As Kevin Hart is asking Lamar, just what position do you think he could play on the Baltimore Ravens?
What position would you let me play if I was on the Ravens?
Position?
Come on now. And keep in mind, I'm minus 2 pounds right now. So normally I'll come in a little heavier.
Damn.
Yeah.
What you can do for us?
I see myself, honestly, in the slot. Slot? Yeah, I see myself in a slot because I know. No, we have tall motherfuckers at slot. That's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, so that's what they used to. No, we might have you on the sideline. I ain't gonna. Sideline? Okay. That's an honest question. On this show, honestly, if we're not gonna be honest with each other, then there's no reason to get in this tub. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, because we're gonna need you to get in later.
I'll have you on the sidelines. That's probably. I mean, could you imagine Kevin Hart dressed in an actual NFL uniform and going out on the field? He'd look smaller than Deuce Vaughn. And I love you, Deuce, but that's even jarring. Like the first time I think we all saw Deuce at training camp.
Yes.
I knew Deuce Vaughn was small from watching him at K-State. That looked jarring. And I think Kevin Hart might be smaller.
I'm here for it. I'm sure we can find a way. Kevin Hart makes an appearance everywhere. So I think it's only a matter of time before we get a helmet.
I think if he leaned out a little bit, like I know he likes to work out and try to get tiny and bubbly. If you leaned him out, I think you could throw him over. You know, enough with the tush push going under. We're going over with Kevin Hart.
That was the Mike Leach play from years ago, where he wanted to have a tiny person. He wanted to have a dwarf that he was just launching over the line of scrimmage in short yardage situations.
That might be the way Deuce Vaughn can stay on the roster.
Remember the Eagles Super Bowl?
Oh, he was handled.
Kevin Hart.
Didn't he
tried to get up there on the podium and he got stiff armed by the security guard.
Yeah, that was great, dude.
Shoot.
You get out of here. Okay.
I'm just imagining Tyler Smith, though, launching Deuce Vaughn for a first down.
I'd kind of love this. Maybe you put one of the tight ends at fullback.
Do you throw him by the hips? The thighs?
Good question.
Or do you grab him by the ankles and give him a good real
how do you get
toss?
this lift over?
Is there a spin first? What's the technique here?
I think he's grabbing him from like the shoulder pads.
I was kind of thinking
or like up under the armpits.
Yeah,
and then just launching him.
Launched.
Like the world's strongest man when they used to launch.
Armpits are going to feel ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
A grown man picking you up by the armpits, you're going to feel crazy.
No, but it's for the team. It's for the team, baby. Anything for that first down.
And then Deuce gets up and gives you the air.
Yes, the Deuce is loose. Maybe he does a little stank. The sniff that's no longer banned, that's not allowed anymore. All right, let's go to not just football.
The wipe.
The wipe, thank you. What was I saying? The stiff, the stink, whatever.
Everything except for what it was.
Yeah, except for what it was. That's weird.
That's them smelling their finger.
They're sniffing the finger, guys. Guess what I just did?
I mean, it is fair. It was fair to think that was a finger sniff.
Joey Porter wanting to fight the entire Baltimore Ravens team. I'd kind of like this in a world where we're getting former athletes together. Could we get Joey Porter versus Ray Lewis? Here's the story.
I had just got shot in Denver. This is week 1. I have to miss the game. I'm in pregame warm-up. Ray Lewis is out there getting ready for the game. He's looking at me and talking directly to me. This is my house. We about to do this, X, Y, and Z. I looked around like, who are we talking to? I said, damn, it's just me out here. I'm like, man, you talking to me? So I start stretching. I'm like, Rod, go get my gear. You think I can't play? I'm about to play today. My ass just got shot. I'm about to Wolverine myself. This hole in my body is no longer there. Joy, you're not playing. So now I'm so damn angry because Raiden got me gassed up. So yeah. We beat him. Plax and Corey Fuller is going at it. They're talking, having a conversation, and Ray come out and he see Corey. He's like, Corey, man, you good over there? And I'm like, nah, he ain't good. Come and check on him. Then he said, no, man, I'm gonna pray for you. And then he got on the bus, and that shit made me mad. And that's when I started walking towards the bus. I'm like, you talked all that shit down. Don't send me a prayer. Don't pray for me, man. And then they see me walking towards that, and then that's when they started the story. Oh, Joey got on the bus trying to fight Ray Lewis. And all people that know the story, they know.
Man, I would love Joey Porter versus Ray Lewis. I mean, Steelers-Ravens was just, it's still great, but it was all time.
It really was, dude.
Back in the 2000s, dude. And there's nothing more patronizing, probably, than a guy like Ray Lewis who's going to talk all that S, and then after the game, like, yeah, I'm going to pray for you, man. Like, no, screw you, bro. You've just been running your mouth for 60 minutes, then you want to act like we're buddies after this thing? Like, that's something with UFC fights. Like, these guys are kicking each other's, literally beating each other to a pulp, and then they're hugging afterwards, like, respect. I mean, that's the beauty of the sport, but it is wild to think about how these guys can just go out there and beat the crap out of one another, and then we're just broskies afterwards.
Man, Ray Lewis was just having fun. He was like, to the person, that was just trash talk, dude.
Yeah, we were just playing football.
Joey Porter's trying to board the team bus to fight everybody.
I mean, the way he opens it, just got shot.
Joey Porter, probably the one guy that stands out among the rest of, like, just the aging factor of seeing him in the Super Bowl, just like looking like a completely different person. Like the sport completely, just his whole body It's just like, dude, the wear and tear on that body was serious.
Okay, I have some Mavs content for you. Thank you, Wolchuk. Okay, and then we'll jump into a C-Note Ranger player show coming up at 3:20. Mr. Steal a Base and tie the game last night, Michael Hellman. Boach was talking about his speed before the game, and we saw it. Unfortunately, didn't get the dub, so they'll be back after it tonight, pregame at 6:30, and Michael Hellman's coming up at 3:20. But we'll talk Rangers and then C-Note with you coming up next year on The Fan.
I'd like to talk Collars & Co., though, with you. And you've heard me talking a lot about the dress collar polos and now the Maverick Performance Blazer. I love them. It's just...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good sports summer. You're getting ready for a safe and fun July. Holy cow. This is really it, as at the end of this month, we are going to be in Oxnard. I have some Cowboys conversations here coming up for you in just a moment. Rangers are now 9.5 behind Houston in the AL West. It says 10 games at this point is pretty much the magic number for eliminating yourself from a race. And this is all self-inflicted. The offense refuses to take opportunity after opportunity handed to them to create important runs. That's Evan Grant, longtime beat writer for the Rangers Morning News. And just a reflection of, this feeling like maybe this 2025 is not going to come back around. And it's wild. So pregame tonight, 6:30, first pitch at 7:05. I feel like everybody's locked in because it's been so damn fun. Yeah. And you had so many good things going on over the last 4 games. To only have won one of them is just incredible. Wheels come off with Hobie Milner, who's been incredible. He needs 26 pitches to get out of the 11th. Some of these things that are happening with the lineup now, it's heading in the right direction. Maybe this is just the final test before things start to go your way. Like, you could legitimately say bad luck has played more of a factor throughout the month of June than April and May, when they didn't deserve to win. But they deserve to win a lot more of these games, Wolchuk. And luck is a massive factor.
That is.
Like one-run games, extra-inning games, that's basically a coin flip.
And Marcus Semien in the month of June was brilliant. Last night he was fantastic again. Maybe Corey Seager's now starting to get hot.
Was Semien perfect? 3 for 3 with 2 walks.
Absolutely. I mean, every time he got up, finds a way to get on base. And you've got Berger and Langford. And last time, I'm clinging to hope last year, like when Langford goes on the IL, he comes back and he just went on a tear. So maybe that's something that could happen again. I am concerned about where Josh Young's at right now. He's got to figure something out. He's got to find a way to counter what Major League Baseball and their pitching are doing to him. They've kind of figured him out. And Josh needs to. He's a good enough player, and he's so damn smart that I do think he'll find a way to counter this and get out of it. But it has been challenging to watch at times. So, hey, it's DeGrom night, and that's always fun. And if you're going out to the Globe, you could be witnessing history. I mean, that's the thing that you get to enjoy anytime Jacob DeGrom takes the ball.
Yeah, legitimate chance against this lineup, obviously, for an absolute gem from Jacob DeGrom, and we'll look forward to that. But, I mean, a lot of the talk has been about, the guys who can't get it done. And Corey Seager's my favorite Ranger, but I see so much of it is just on your best players not being, who they were. And if Corey Seager was 2023 version, like, I think Josh Young's going to have a nice career, maybe All-Star, or the Alex Bregman North is off the table now. But I think for him, it's so difficult when you can't stay healthy for a sustained period of time to really figure things out and get momentum going to where you can hone those habits. You put together 5 or 6 quality years. By the time you're in your late 20s, like, you're going to have your ups and downs, but you've figured it out. And now it's just a matter of maintaining that. I don't think Josh Young has ever been able to figure it out, or Evan Carter, because they can't stay healthy for long enough. NBA free agency continues to evolve. I think the Mavs are going to make a big trade. I think they have to. I think right now Nico is just waiting for the perfect opportunity because the demand for players has collapsed, and this was just the beginning. I believe Luka Doncic trade was just the beginning of teams looking at the economy and how much they want to hang on to superstars and what's really worth it if the guy's not a two-way player. I think there are going to be a number of players. And as you see with the Lakers right now, like, what's their big signing? A guy that most people don't even know his name, Jake LaRavia.
Yeah, that was the first call they made last night, and Lakers fans are kind of beside themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe Al Horford looks like he might get in the mix, DeAndre Ayton. They clearly want a big. They want somebody who can catch lobs from Luka.
Ayton might be interesting with Luka, but I've heard from my sources in Portland he's a complete nightmare to have on your team. Like, his effort level and his diva level are just, on 2 different ends of the spectrum.
Poor habits for that guy.
Well, he had some social media tweets that ended up going viral. He says he was hacked when these came out, but he was thirsting after Angel Reese pretty good.
Wow.
Wait,
Gotta love it.
Wait, who was?
LaRavia.
Man.
Oh, LaRavia
the new Laker.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that one?
And his her brother is like on the Lakers. So now they're teammates.
That's right.
And this dude was like, they were really
and he says
aggressively.
Like it wasn't him.
Of
but,
course, that's what he would have to claim.
I mean, like it was tagging Angel Reese. Yeah, it's not safe for air. It's definitely an FCC violation of what he said, but it was Thurston pretty hard.
Well, that's unfortunate. That's going to be a situation might be tough to navigate there, but
the LA's used to that, right? The Lakers. I mean, they dealt with that with Swaggy P and our guy now D'Lo.
That's right. Yeah, you have these things that come up. All right, Cowboys' most important players for 2025 as we go to John Machota here in The Athletic. Start getting you set for this training camp coverage. Now, almost every afternoon at 3:20, we give you the C-note, but coming up here today, we'll have Michael Hellman on the Rangers player show. So Machota delivers most important players for 2025. This is fresh today. I think you guys just did a podcast about it. Did Machota steal your idea? I think he did.
We just did best 10 players, period.
Okay.
So he's going most important.
Kenneth Murray Jr.'s number 10. And this is massive because if changing the scheme puts him in a better position, and he's actually significantly better than the last 2 years in Tennessee, but he has put together a large sample size of poor production for the linebacker position, hasn't he?
Yeah, he had some good years with the Chargers. Last year, I really think it was with Tennessee, it was scheme-driven. I mean, if you look, it was all of the Titans linebackers were amongst the bottom of whatever analytic that you want to look at, and I think that was just the Titans' defense overall. I think Kenneth Murray has the talent to be a good linebacker here under Matt Eberflus. He is a guy that I do think has the ability to run, play well against the run. You just have to find a way to keep him clean. That's a huge question mark. He's not a guy that can shed and scrape off blocks at a consistent level. So I'm a little bit, I've definitely, I think, been higher than most when it comes to Kenneth Murray's potential. But if they can hit on him, because I believe in Jack Sanborn, all of a sudden, I mean, this linebacking core in 2 years has had a total makeover.
I think the Cowboys had to be high when they I mean, $7.5 million.
He's overpaid.
You had Kendricks for less. Why not just bring back Kendricks?
I don't know, and he's still out there. I mean, maybe he was just he's loyal to Zim, and that was a big reason why he wanted to come here over San Francisco last year. But the fact that he's still out there as a free agent is pretty interesting.
Of all the acquisitions this offseason for the Cowboys, I think that's the biggest head scratcher. Because not only just the production factor, but also he's getting paid way more than they would usually want to pay almost anybody. Like, what do they spend total on defense? $20 million maybe? And Murray was like a third of it? In terms of outside free agents? Yeah, something like that. But yeah, he was definitely the highest paid outside free agent. Obviously, you had the Osa deal go down. But in terms of guys they brought in, Kenneth Murray was their most expensive one, and I do not trust him from a production standpoint at all. But it's important because you don't have a lot going on at linebacker. Hoping Leofau makes a big jump in year 2. Hoping Overshone can get healthy. Number 9 on this list, most important Cowboys here for 2025. I guess the angle would be if they get great answers on all of these, they could have an awesome year. Kyrie Elam, how much hope do you have here for this guy? I think Walchuk might have a little bit more than I do. Certainly the springtime was good and positive for the most part. The reports were like he was getting deflections seemingly every time the media was out there watching practice. So I'm still not necessarily buying into it. But if he is awesome, then that's gonna, or even if he can just be average or above average slightly.
Dude, I would take average.
I would take to be an average starter.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just so desperate right now to have somebody, and he's probably going to start week 1 for you. So I just did not have high expectations at all when they made the trade. I think this guy's, I mean, he has not been a good pro football player.
Yeah.
But minicamp, he was turning heads.
I mean, you really need bodies if you want to make me believe. Like, I was doing a YouTube video and somebody put in the comments, I can't believe it's only July 1 and you don't have any hope, any faith. Like, laugh at this guy. Look, this guy doesn't believe the Cowboys can do it. They haven't even played a game yet. I've seen so much Cowboys football, and I know how this team builds, and I know where they're weak. And there's no reason to believe it. It's crazy they changed defensive coordinators after everything that went wrong. And your first 2 defensive picks are edge, corner. Like, they are really not serious about ever stopping the run. That is a huge concern for me.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a huge concern. And I'm out on the idea that Mozzie Smith can be that guy for you on the interior. I do think that they've done some things on the edge and like the Sanborn stuff to say, okay, they're trying to get guys that can be a little bit more productive when it comes to stopping the run, but Solomon Thomas isn't really that guy in the interior. I'm starting to get to the point where it's like, wow, you're having to really hope that the 7th rounder out of UCLA, Jay Toya, can be a guy that can step in and be a beast for you.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, man, I think like week 1 in Philadelphia, Saquon Barkley is going to run for all the yards on you.
I agree. I think it's 150 to 175 bare minimum. That's the floor for Saquon Barkley on the ground week 1. I think the only other thing could you see, can we get such good edge play with the veterans and the young guys that we have that we could move Micah to linebacker?
You could. I don't think he's not going to do that, especially if he's not paid yet. I mean, he threw like a boohoo pity party 2 years ago. They wanted him to do that against the Giants. He's like, okay, watch. And it was the least productive game he's ever had in his career. He did not try.
Well, I don't want to take him off the edge for the entire game, just in clear running situations. Because he's not great against the run on the edge.
No, he can be exploited. And that's why I think when you add a guy like Peyton Turner and you have Marshawn Nealand, those are actually 2 guys that can set the edge for you. They're the 2 best edge setters that you've had outside of Tank Lawrence. So now you've got 2 ends that actually can go ahead and play run defense.
Terrence Steele's number 8 most important players of the 2025 training camp here. He gives up some pressures. Good in the run game, though. I think, the way this offensive line is trending young and more athletic, I'll take that. The thing with watching all of Dak's interceptions from last year, none of them are caused from Terrence Steele. It's mostly right up the middle.
Good thing you fortified that. Interior offensive line.
And you got Javonte Williams to snuff out, hopefully on 3rd and long. You'll be able to take care of that. Number 7 is Mozzie Smith. I mean, he wouldn't make any list. I just think it's irrelevant at this point. Is there a chance he's good?
No, I don't have any hope in it. So, like, for me, average. I would just replace, like, that position is hugely important. I trust Toya as a rookie 7th rounder more than I trust Mozzie Smith to be that dude.
I'm a fan of his.
Still upside there. Number 6 is George Pickens. And you can make a case that he's the most important because of the dominoes that can fall based on having 2 wide receivers. Can't double both. What about the run game? I mean, if you can get a run game going, this could be a classic, like, awesome offense, horrible defense. You're losing games like 31-30 and stuff like that. I could definitely see this offense being pretty dang good. George Pickens a big part of that. Like, you haven't had deep threat. This is the best deep threat in the game. Imagine CD in the slot working.
Yeah.
I mean, the clear outs that are going to happen, the gravity of pulling players downfield. I think Jake Ferguson struggling last year. A lot of this, not having Gallup or Cooks healthy and viable, respectable downfield. This could set everything up for the Cowboys offense. I can't believe you would bring this on and then be so neglectful of your run defense and your coverage. Like, how are we going to get George Pickens here with Dak in his prime, what could be a really good offensive line, and we're just going to not spend the extra money to shore up these holes?
Well, I think what you're probably going to end up seeing is Stephon Gilmore is going to end up signing before the season starts. I think that's their fallback option.
That'd be a nice signing. Number 5, CeeDee Lamb, in the conversation, best receiver in the game. Number 4, Deron Bland.
That's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, he's your only stable corner right now, and he was hurt most of last year. You need Deron Bland to be good, because if he's not, then we're having that worrisome conversation about, well, yeah, your secondary's ass. Yeah. I don't know when Diggs is coming back. I don't know what to expect from a rookie in Ravel, who I like a lot, but he's also coming off an injury. I think he deserves some grace coming into the NFL. Deron Bland's the only surefire guy that you feel good about at that corner spot.
Yeah, and you got to be a takeaway defense in order to make this thing work. Tyler Guyton, left tackle, 3rd most important player for 2025. Yeah,
I think he's number 1.
Yeah.
I think if Tyler Guyton is good, this offensive line has a chance to get themselves back into the conversation of among the best in the league, and that's going to totally transform the entire identity of the football team.
Yeah, and I think he can do it. Like, looking back at last year, it wasn't him getting destroyed. No. It was all the penalties, and like 4 of them were declined. And then he's uncoordinated and maybe a little sloppy getting out in the run game. Like, he can't really help you in the run game, but you can go off the right side for that, Sure. And I think Guyton can be sufficient if you avoid the penalties this year. It should be an improvement off of Doga. Micah Parsons, number 2.
you could make an argument that he's number one, but they give it to Dak Prescott. There's John Machota in the Athletic with your 10 most important Cowboys players. We'll come back. I have some more C-Note for you, but Rangers utility man Michael Hellman made his season debut after getting called up yesterday, and he'll join you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
But let's chat Trajan wealth, shall we? Ensure your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation.
That.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
exclusive on a new 40 or 50-gallon American water heater installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. It's time now for the Rangers Player Show here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also the Rangers Player Show brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And here he is, Michael Hellman, deciding play last night to tie the game at 3. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Doing wonderful, thanks. Now, we have an Aggie here out of Lincoln, Nebraska, so a lot of stuff to talk about. But, I mean, we got to start with the play last night. A walk, a steal, an error, and a score. What's going through your head as you're coming around third?
Honestly, I kind of blacked out when I was coming around third. I was just all I could think about was touching the plate and scoring a run.
Now, it kind of looked like maybe you tripped, or did you almost run into Beasley there?
Yeah, so after I slid into second and the ball kicked away, I was just basically in a straight line going to third base, and I saw him waving me, so I didn't really have much of an angle but to go wide around third base, and I almost ran into him.
I mean, it also kind of looked like maybe you could have got thrown out at second and home. Were you like, holy crap, I can't believe I just scored on that play?
Yeah, sometimes you just get a little lucky with the kicks. That's how baseball goes.
So how is it going for you, buddy? 12 at-bats into a big league career now. How you feeling up there?
I feel great. It's a blessing to be here, and I can't complain.
What was the call from when you were in Round Rock like? Who was around you? What's that moment like?
So I walked into the manager's office, Doug Davis, and he had told me that they were going to have to make a change to the lineup or like take me out of the lineup, and I was like, oh, okay. Wow. And
you're coming off a 4-hit game,
he told me
right?
for a different reason.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, that's what he told me. I was coming up here, so I was pretty excited.
Michael Hellman with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So Gavin mentioned you grew up in Lincoln, Nebraska. Mm-hmm. So were you a Huskers fan growing up? I got to go to Memorial Stadium once several years ago, and I was blown away. They won me over, man. Like a game day in Lincoln, it seems like all of Nebraska flows to Lincoln.
I know. I mean, yeah, I'm a diehard Nebraska football fan through and through, and it's hurt me over the past few years. But yeah, there's just nothing like that atmosphere. It definitely competes with a lot of the SEC schools and stuff like that.
So how was the college journey then? You do community college, JUCO, and then you end up finding your way to Texas A&M. So what was that experience like?
It was incredible, and I wish I was there for longer. But I wanted to play professional baseball, and the opportunity arose, and I just ran with it.
Could you ever imagine pimping a home run the same way Dolis did last night?
No chance. I don't think I've ever hit a ball that I just instantly knew was gone.
Yeah, but your speed is like something that separates you, right? I mean, do you feel like immediately when you step onto a team, like you're the fastest guy on the team right now?
I mean, I'd like to think so, but I've ran into plenty other faster guys that end up making me look silly.
Michael Hellman here with you on the Fan. Like who?
Well, this is just from like the past, like Byron Buxton. Uh-huh. That guy flies.
Was baseball always the sport that you wanted to do, or was there another sport that you were loving? Like, did you want to play football?
Yeah, I mean, being from Nebraska, every kid wants to play football and play for the Huskers and stuff like that. But I played basketball in high school. I loved playing basketball. Ran a little bit of track up until high school, and then baseball just kind of fell into my lap, I guess. And I was like, I think I'm just gonna roll with this for now. See how it goes.
What's your record for stolen bags in a game? Like any level. It could be any level.
In a game?
Yeah, in a game.
I want to say a few years ago I had like 4, maybe 5.
It's getting it done.
Maybe in Cedar Rapids. I can't remember, to be honest. But yeah, just run wild.
What's your ideal position to play? Obviously, you're extremely versatile, but if you had the choice, what's your home spot?
Yeah, everybody always asks me this question, and I honestly have no idea. I like playing center field just because I feel like I have the freedom to use my legs a little bit more. But yeah, I've kind of just bounced all over the place. So I wouldn't say like there's an ideal spot.
I respect it. You and Josh Smith both. You know, you guys can be just the most versatile dudes in the sport. How do you lock in on a game day?
Well, I like doing all my work and stuff in the infield because personally I think infield stuff is a little more difficult than the outfield, but and you get ground balls in the outfield too, so it's like I might as well get all my work in the infield and roll out there and catch something in the sky.
So outfield's pretty easy for you?
I feel like it's come fairly easy to me. I wouldn't say it's necessarily an easy thing to do, especially when you're on the corners and you get hooked line drives and just trying to make good reads on soft hit balls and stuff like that. But I enjoy it.
I mean, it's amazing, like how fast you're running, how fast the ball is moving, and you can track it. What allows you guys to be able to do that, you think?
It's a lot of concentration and just a lot of repetition, just getting reps in batting practice and balls off the bat. And yeah, once you get all those reps in batting practice all the time, you start to get a feel for the angles you need to take, and seeing if you're able to take your eye off the ball and take off and run and pick a spot. And yeah, it's just a lot of repetition.
Were the football coaches always calling the go ball for you? You're always taking the top off the defense?
I was actually a running back, which I wish I was a wide receiver, but yeah, ideally that would have been fun. That's what I did on the playground, like during recess and stuff like that. I was the go ball guy.
Who was your favorite Husker?
Favorite Husker?
And why was it Rex Burkhead?
I love Rexy. Well, I have 2 relatives that were the fullbacks in the 90s.
Oh.
So I feel like I have to say them.
What are their names?
But the Macavickas, Jeff and Joel Macavica.
Yeah. Badass,
That's strong, dude.
Yeah. So a lot of people in your family athletic then?
Yeah, there's some athletes in the family for sure.
Any other pros?
Let's see. I think Jordan Macavica played for. I want to say he played pro ball for a little bit. He went to Creighton, and then I don't know. Obviously, Jeff and Joel both went on to play in the NFL for a little bit, but other than that, professional-wise, I can't think of anybody else.
How much better is it living in Texas compared to Minnesota?
I mean, I love Texas in the wintertime and stuff like that because I could be outside and do stuff. But I will say that the summer in Minnesota is just gorgeous.
Okay, respect. You're the cold weather guy, though, right? You like a little bit of
yeah.
Outdoors. You a hunter? Like, what are you doing when you're doing stuff outside?
I'm not really a hunter, but I have a decent amount of buddies that are, and I'm usually the bird dog if they go out for geese or ducks or anything like that. But I like to golf.
There you go. Did you ever get into the Juicy Lucy game when you were in Minnesota? I've heard legendary things about these.
No, but I mean, I tried a Juicy Lucy, and it's pretty good, but they'll live and die by the Juicy Lucy.
Okay, gotcha. Well, what's your go-to protein of choice? You a beef guy or are you more of a chicken guy?
Beef. for sure.
Okay, I dig that. You getting some good barbecue out here?
Yeah, let me see. I don't know if I've been to a lot of barbecue joints, but I do love some Tex-Mex.
Ooh, Tex-Mex. You can't go wrong, man. Tex-Mex.
Beef fajitas all day, right? You got to get,
Incredible.
beef fajitas every time.
Yeah, beef fajitas are great. I love a good just beef burrito smothered in queso.
We're smothering.
Yeah, we're smothering it with the queso. That's fantastic. Are you okay? Queso or guac?
Queso.
All right, that's respectable.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, Jacob deGrom on the hill tonight. Is he one of those players where you're just like, holy crap? Because he's up there and he's amazing.
Yeah, 100%. Like I'm excited to watch him do his thing. Basically, have a front row seat to it. So,
is it hard to get used to it, or are you kind of used to it by now?
It's a little hard to get used to it, honestly.
I can imagine, dude. I can imagine. I mean, you're walking in to the clubhouse, the home of the 2023 World Series champions. What was that like a couple of days back?
I mean, I didn't even know what to do. I just walked in, and well, first of all, I showed up in like the third inning of the game, so trying to introduce myself to everybody wasn't going to be great because there's a game going on. So, but walking in that next day, I was just like, this is incredible.
Have you heard from your guys?
Can't beat this.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, you're living everybody's dream. Have you heard from your guys in Round Rock?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, they are. That's a good group down there.
Right on. Who's next?
Who's next?
Yeah, who's coming up next, do you think?
Oh gosh.
Yes,
Well, Billy just came up.
I love it. Have you seen this Sebastian Walcott guy much? He's going to play in the Futures game?
No, but I've heard about him by some of those guys in Round Rock. They were talking about him.
The legend is growing.
He's the real deal.
I love it, man. Well, good to chat with you. Good to get to know you a little bit. Best of luck. And as we like to say, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys.
Cheers, buddy. There he goes. Michael Hellman, Rangers utility player. He can do them all. He can do all the positions, and he ran the bases well last night. Tied it up at 3 in the 7th. Rangers unfortunately could not get the win, but what a game. A lot of transactions here going down, Old Chuck.
Yeah, he's right. When he said Billy, I was like, wait a second. What, Billy McKinney? Yeah, he was selected today. Evan Carter's been placed on the bereavement list. We got that yesterday from CY. Dane Dunning's been recalled. Billy McKinney gets selected. Cole Wynn's been optioned. And Tyler Malley transferred to the 60-day IL today. So Billy McKinney, Plano West product.
Look at him go.
A lot of Plano there in that interview. Represent.
Okay, we have Krusty's Corner coming up next. Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy's going to join us at 4 o'clock to talk Stars. But, well, Chuck, do you got Brian's broadcast duties?
Yeah, let's do it. I saw CBS Sports, most overrated and underrated quarterbacks. Which side's Dak on? That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about Window Nation with you, though, because amazing opportunities to put new windows in your home.
You have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Puck Daddy's coming up at 4 o'clock. Stars fans, we're talking with Greg Wyshynski at 4, ESPN senior NHL writer about the Stars offseason. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Wolfchuck.
All right, here's a crusty thing I saw today. And shout out to Brian. I hope Michelle's feeling better and he's doing a great job, I'm sure, taking care of her. But the Cleveland Browns are moving forward with a new stadium that is going to have a roof on it. So we're just really moving forward with all these cold weather teams now playing in climate-conditioned indoor football. We're kind of getting the weather out of the game. Do we like this? 877-881-1053, or do we like having a little football where the elements, the weather, that can factor into it, man? That's old school right there.
I think overall it's a big win. It can control costs and, get you out of situations where snow or rain would cancel the game, thunder and lightning. There's all sorts of things. But overall, as a fan watching at home, I like the possibility of snow,
I do too. The snow games are awesome. And as you know, the NFL loves their snow games. We've heard this on this very show.
I guess we'll always have Lambeau.
We'll have Lambeau.
We'll have some,
Pittsburgh.
But I mean, the game is just there. It's so big now, and so much is on the line. Like a game decided by elements. I don't know if that's in the best interest of competition.
And I'm with you in terms of like a Super Bowl. You'd kind of like that to be in a neutral playing environment where that's not going to screw the game over in any way, shape, or form, because maybe one team is better suited to deal with the elements than the other. But there is something beautiful, like the playoff game, Rams and Eagles last year. and Matthew Stafford's just throwing darts in the snow trying to get the Rams to come back and win it, and he's on the verge of almost doing it, Bobby Belt. I don't know if you watched that one. Matthew Stafford looking damn good playing in the playoffs. Where was Dak? Was he in the postseason last year? I don't know.
No, he was not confirmed.
Was he? Gosh, he wasn't.
Hater alert. Hater alert.
No, I heard the sideswipe this morning, Bob. I know I've been bodying you in all of our football arguments lately, but come on. Don't be lashing out like that. I got something for you. Just trying to channel my inner Broadus here.
Well, he's calling you a Dak hater?
No, just in terms of football intelligence as a whole.
Wow. Questioning it.
I can admit when I'm wrong. Damn, wrong on Bo Nix. You think Bobby's going to admit he was wrong on Jaden Daniels? No.
Absolutely
He can't admit it. He can't admit it. Well, I kind of like the elements.
Now, no matter how intense their disrespect gets, it's not going to break me. I still love all those guys.
I do too.
Bullchuck.
I do too. And I do love you, Bobby.
They're great people, and they have a great show.
I listen to it every morning. Tim Hardaway Jr., by the way, just signed a 1-year deal with the Nuggets. Nuggets continuing to build.
Wow. Okay,
I wonder what this looks like.
Well, that's subtraction by addition.
You don't think so? That's not a good signing for them? That's not a good ad?
That's the first time in the last 24 hours where I've thought, Nuggets, do you know what you're doing? Because everything else they've done is pretty impressive.
I mean, there's like analytics. At one point, Tim Hardaway Jr., like 7 years ago, was a pretty good NBA player, but like him doing anything with the ball other than catching and shooting, it's just a loss. So I think they had a nice addition of Valanciunas, right? I mean, what a nightmare dealing with Jokic.
And getting Brown back, I think that's going to be really, really good for them as well. So we'll talk more. We'll go around the rim. What, at 420? We're going to get some rim talk in?
Yeah, 420 rim sesh.
Cody Benjamin of CBS Sports. Now, this guy, man, Cody Benjamin is one of those that he might be one of the worst listers of all time. I think that there's a list that I've kind of saved where he's ranking the backup quarterbacks that, I mean, hey, maybe we have time to get to it here.
Man, that's when you know you are in the depths
of July.
Of the summer.
Yeah. That's why I saved
you're doing backup quarterback lists.
I saved it for All-Star Week.
Cody Benjamin.
We'll get back to that one. But he went NFL's most overrated and underrated quarterbacks. Where is Dak Prescott and where is Jalen Hurts? So overrated quarterbacks, he's got Tua as being overrated. He also gives their 2025 projection of like what he thinks is going to end up happening with these players. And he goes, struggles behind an iffy offensive line in a make or break year for McDaniel. So this is good for my bold prediction that ultimately McDaniel's getting bleep canned.
He's not predicting any concussions or anything like that?
No. Okay. That's like not in good taste, right? We don't want to be wishing concussions on a guy.
I don't know that anybody said anything about wishing. We're just talking about predicting.
Well, predicting?
Yeah.
You're just putting that out in the world? Like, we don't want to do that.
Not even Cody Benjamin?
No.
Right. I'm wondering, I mean, if I was projecting it, I would you got to put the over-under. A half concussion seems low. I'm taking the over.
I'm taking the over.
Guaranteed he gets a concussion. Kyler Murray.
So you set it at 1, and if he gets 1, it's a push.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
I think that's fair, too.
Perfect. Kyler Murray, he's got on the overrated. You think Kyler Murray's overrated?
There was probably a time, but now I don't think that.
I think he's an afterthought now. I don't think people even remember Kyler Murray's in the league.
When he was in the MVP conversation, maybe, but I think they were like 10-1 that year. I think Kyler Murray's pretty dang good. Let me say that. I'd rather have him than Dak.
When we were wondering what Kevin Hart might look like on an NFL football field, I think we have our answer. Just obviously with much less in the way of wheels.
Just pure athleticism as a whole.
Yeah, but in terms of just like eye test, like freeze frame shot, if you want to know what Kevin Hart looks like on the field, I think you just pull up a shot of Kyler Murray.
That's spot on. Yeah, that is. Yeah, especially, what was it? It was that season opener a few years ago where he's running around for his life and he throws it was either a touchdown or a 2-point conversion. And then
it was the Raiders. Yes, I had the
crazy play.
I had the Raiders in
Survivor. That's right.
Week 1, they're up like 20-0.
Man, some of the memes that came out of that were disrespectful.
Yeah.
Man. But the 2025 prediction from Cody Benjamin on the overrated Kyler Murray enjoys better chemistry with Marvin Harrison Jr. plus defensive support. They flirt with a wild card spot. The third quarterback he's got overrated, that would be our guy, Dak Prescott. Now, his 2025 projection is he capitalizes on a bolstered offensive weaponry.
Bolstered.
B-O-L, stirred. To bring the Cowboys back to the playoffs. So he thinks the Cowboys are a playoff team, but he's going overrated Dak Prescott. I honestly think we've swung the other way on this.
Kind of sounds like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
A little bit. I do agree with him in terms of Cowboys are making the playoffs this year, but I think he's wrong. I think now with just how crazy the pendulum swung, and we've got lists that are having Dak as the 17th best quarterback.
Yeah, we still got to get to that PFF list.
Come on. Did we not get to the PFF list?
I feel like Broadus has just been waiting for it.
Good Lord.
He's holding content again.
Oh, my gosh. We need to get to that. Eric, pull that up.
I was thinking about that earlier, though. Like, I think that's how polarizing he is. Like, no matter which side you're on, you think everybody feels the other way.
It's
you're like, wow, it's deafening, the volume of the haters or the lovers.
Yeah, it's like he either stinks and he's god-awful, or he's the best quarterback in the league. Now, you could say overrated because he's being paid as the number one highest paid player in the league, and he's not the best quarterback in the league. So I could understand that argument. But I think now Dak's underrated based on some of these preseason lists.
100%. 4,000 to on the MVP odds, 40 to 1 basically.
Like Dak is still a good regular season quarterback. The dude's never had a losing season as a starting quarterback when he has played the majority of the games.
Yeah, we do have to keep in mind, and I think maybe you can just make it to where it's clean slate because everything was disgusting about the offense last year.
Yeah.
But before he got hurt, he and they were awful. That was
100%.
regular season football, and he was not. So it's fair to question, have we even lost that version of him where in the regular season he can look like a potential MVP candidate?
That could happen. And I've mentioned that. I side with you on that.
Yeah.
He was 3-5. He did not play well last year. But I'm willing to say, based on the offense that we saw and at least the hope of maybe this is going to be a better version under Brian Schottenheimer, and now you add George Pickens and the offensive line
We just go clean slate for everyone?
Yeah, until proven otherwise. And this would be it. Like, if Dak comes out and plays like he did the first 8 games of last year, then officially I don't think we can even make the case if he's at least a good regular season player. I'm never going into a playoff game and having high expectations ever again. I can't do that because he's fallen flat on his face. And it's not just him. It is the team as a whole. That was an entire barf bag performance by the entire team against Green Bay, but he certainly has not helped the situation. But I think we have swung the pendulum the other way, where now it's starting to be a little bit disrespectful.
Yeah, I think he's better than 17th. I don't know how much better. I'm with Chief where we can't quite be sure what happened last year, but I'm going to lean to Dak is about the same player as he was in 23. It's no Tyron. It's no Tony Pollard helping your passing game. It's Jake Ferguson hurt. It's no Cooks and Gallup.
Yeah.
I think you just found out last year with 100% clarity that you can't let your supporting cast get below that level, especially against that level of competition. That's the other thing that happened in the first 8 games of last year. You're facing a murderer's row of pass rushers that allows them to get home without blitzing, right? You do that against most quarterbacks, especially Dak Prescott, you're done. If you have to blitz Dak, he is going to murder you. But like too many teams didn't have to do that last year, and that's just that's Tyler Guyton. That's Udoga struggling out there. That's a rookie center. Like how much better is your rookie going to be at both those spots? So,
but the pushback on the text, like our buddy Churd, Dak ranked at 17th. That's 100% perfectly fair. Dak's nothing more than a bus driver, writes the 972.
Yeah.
817, I want what y'all are smoking, thinking that Dak is underrated. I'm rolling right now. So there's a lot that are, I understand if you've jumped off the bandwagon, but I think we've seen a lot of good play in the regular season.
You just mentioned Matt Stafford. We heard the same thing about Stafford in Detroit. Like, you have to be better at just saying the result of the team is who the quarterback is. Drew Brees, before he ends his career getting to back-to-back NFC title games, they went 6-10, 7-9, 3 straight years.
They
Was
did.
Drew Brees suddenly bad because he just couldn't win games? No. His team sucked around him because Sean Payton paid games with the salary cap. He would go all in, and then they'd be high and dry for a couple or 2 or 3 years. And essentially, that's what happened with the Cowboys last year. The Cowboys do Dak a massive disservice by not admitting they're rebuilding to anybody. There's, I can't believe we're not in the Super Bowl. BS. You spent no money last year.
They refused to rebuild.
You sent Dak down the river, and you got what you paid for with that roster. So appreciate you, Wolchuk. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. What a crazy time we live in. The pendulum swung so far the other way, Wolchuk. I'm defending the guy.
I know.
How about that?
It's wild. We're in a wild place. We were having fights in Oxnard 2 years ago about Dak, and now this is completely the opposite.
That's right.
I feel like I've fallen off,
right?
and Gavin's trying to go. Jump back on the bandwagon with me. And I might.
Jawbone just healed from that altercation with the Wooly Bully, by the way. There was a hairline in there. That left hook was stubborn.
Nasty. I didn't know I had it in me.
Okay, G-Bag Nation, that's 2 down, 2.5 to go. We're coming back with Puck Daddy Greg Wyshynski here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat Men's Tea Clinic, though, celebrating their 11-year anniversary here. And they're celebrating tens and tens of thousands of Tolos and North Texans that have, checked into Men's Tea Clinic, got back to being themselves. That younger, more energized alpha version of yourself. He is still in there, okay?
Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the nation, and it's time to talk some Dallas Stars. We have a basketball chatter coming up here in about 20 minutes, but Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy, ESPN, joins you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for coming on again. How you been?
I've been good, man. It's been an interesting trade deadline in the sense that everything happened yesterday, and most of today has been spent trying to figure out if the names we're reading are real or fake. There's just a lot of names that we're quite unfamiliar with being signed to contracts today.
It is incredible player movement all over the place happening now. We're kind of hoping for more from the Stars. What is their outlook? Do they have a legitimate path to making the team better?
I mean, they certainly do. I'm curious to see what their next steps are, because they clearly wanted to keep Michael Granlund around, and he ended up having 21 million reasons to leave with the Anaheim Ducks signing him away, which was a bit of a surprise. Like, I really thought Granlund had found a nice fit with Dallas. I thought he'd want to hang out with the Finnish Mafia, shred passes to Mikko Rantanen for the next 3 years. But I think he took a look at the free agent center market and the free agent forward market and knew that if he went out and tested it, he'd probably find himself a much higher salary than the Stars could offer, and that's exactly what happened with the Anaheim Ducks. So, I think that the Stars might have to start exploring the trade market and see what's out there, because the free agent market probably isn't going to give them the solution to some of the issues that they have in their lineup.
Yeah, like they were able to bring back Radek Faksa. That adds some depth. Good center player, knows the organization, as you know. But when you mention the trades, like, what do you think's out there? Like, who do you think they could go for? I know I asked about Brady Tkachuk. That was wishful thinking there, Greg. Ottawa, you mentioned they're not going to trade him, but I'm seeing Florida keep the whole group and core back together. I'm like, Jim Nill's 3 years in a row, GM of the year. He's a wizard. We love him. But what can the Stars do to get over the hump here?
Well, first of all, he probably shouldn't have won it this year, man. Bill Zito did a hell of a job with Florida. I think that Marchand deal was as much as good as the Rantanen deal. I don't have any names to give you, because I don't want to give anybody a false sense that I know more than I know insofar as what could be available to Dallas. But I will tell you that I think that with Granlund leaving, they definitely should be in the market for a veteran playmaker, someone who's going to be able to send passes to guys like Rantanen and others in the lineup. And I also think that they need to address their blue line. They've been a team that has been seemingly, searching for that physical veteran presence on their defense every season, whether it was bringing in Chris Tanev a couple of years ago. Obviously, they bought in Cody Ceci when they made the Granlund deal. Ceci goes over to the LA Kings. There's definitely things in this lineup that they need, and like I said, I just don't know if you're going to be able to find those things on the unrestricted free agent market, just because it was thin to begin with, and there's already been a bit of a shopping spree in the last 2 days.
Do they have forwards to spare? Do you feel like we can trade away from something that maybe we're redundant at?
I mean, sure, but I mean, it would have to be a player for player deal. I mean, I think you could definitely, move a forward if you're getting, maybe an upgrade back, or if you're going to address the blue line back. But, like I said, I think at this point in the off season, it's probably the trade route that you're looking at. And again, the interesting thing about this off season is we know what the cap is next year. We know what the cap's going to be for the next 2 seasons. And I think the fact that it is rising at such a rapid rate has led to, one, a lot of teams keeping their talent. I'm kind of stunned by how much re-signing has happened in the NHL during this offseason. So that's one factor. And two, I think it's going to extend the action that we see in the trade market into August. I think it's going to be a pretty long offseason insofar as teams really taking a deep dive into their roster, into their salary structure, and there may be the possibility of having some guys available later in the offseason that might not be there in previous offseasons.
That's really interesting, Greg. Now, to look back on what we witnessed, like to get owned that bad for a second year in a row, and then to see Florida whoop Edmonton, I think Stars fans are just like, wow, who are we? Were we ever really in this thing?
I mean, everybody has their Achilles heel, and clearly Edmonton has their number. I mean, it's one of those things where when Pete DeBoer decided to throw Jake Ottinger under the bus for his inability to beat the Oilers, I'm like, buddy, take a look at the rest of your roster. I mean, his entire team has struggled against McDavid and Draisaitl over the last couple seasons. Listen, I think this is a really good team. I picked them to win the Cup last year. They make the Rantanen deal. It makes them even better. I mean, he's an absolute force of nature when it comes to his offense, and I think he showed his value in the postseason in getting them through that to the conference final again. What I'm interested to see is this coaching change, going from Pete DeBoer to Glenn Gulutzan. Gulutzan, obviously, the extremely rare case of somebody who was with the organization many, many years ago and now gets a second chance to prove his worth as a head coach after learning a thing or two on the Edmonton bench and being a head coach in Calgary. Jim Nill talked about the needs of this team from a system standpoint and maybe being a little bit more aggressive offensively when it comes to the playoffs. I like that thought. I think Gulutzan's a good guy for it. He ran the Oilers power play that was the best in the league when he was up there. Now, granted, he had McDavid and Draisaitl to quarterback that power play, but still, I think he's got the right mindset for what this team might need to do better in order to finally get over the hump and play for the Cup.
So when it comes to Gulutzan, you brought up a lot of great points that we've discussed. I guess the question would be, with him running the top power play unit, was that a reflection of him, or was it a reflection of, well, you've got two of the best players in the world in McDavid and Draisaitl?
I think it's a combination of both. I mean, obviously, like it's a real fun toy chest to play in when you've got the two best players in the world offensively to use on your power play. But it's also the structure. I mean, I thought he put them in the right positions to try to thrive. Again, like, are the results going to be repeatable? No. I don't think anyone's expecting the Dallas Stars to all of a sudden have a power play that clicks at like 26% next season. But it goes to show that he's an offensive-minded guy. I know McDavid was a real big fan of Gulutzan, during his time as an assistant. It's one of the reasons why Gulutzan lasted in Edmonton through, I think, like 3 different coaching changes, maybe even 4. I'm a big fan of guys kind of learning a little bit. Maybe he was in over his head his first gig. The Calgary thing was just some unfortunate timing for where that team was. I think he's really had a chance to learn a thing or two and to become a better head coach, and I'm really excited to see what he's able to do now in Dallas.
Do you think McDavid would ever leave Edmonton?
Yeah, I totally think he would. I wrote about this last week on ESPN.com. There's 3 things on the table for Connor right now. It's leaving next summer as a free agent. If he really believes that the path forward in Edmonton will not give him an opportunity beyond next season to really contend for a cup. I think those odds are thin, but I don't think that they're zero. There's the possibility that he signs long-term in Edmonton like Leon Draisaitl did. I don't think that's necessarily what he's going to do, because I think McDavid wants to give this team a chance to win with him there, but not necessarily commit the next 8 years of his life to be in there. And then there's the other option, which seems to be where things are trending, which is for him to take a gigantic salaried 4-year contract, probably in that neighborhood, where he'll be under contract next season, 4 more after that. And now you've given Edmonton a pretty healthy window to win with you before you can go become an unrestricted free agent in your early 30s and still make incredible bank as what will probably still be the best player in the world.
Everyone's still just fighting for second, though, with what Florida's doing, right?
It seems that way. I mean, listen, it's hard to fathom a team making the Stanley Cup final for 4 consecutive seasons. No one's done it since the Islanders dynasty in the early 1980s. Like, no one's done it. And so they're trying to do something that's really unprecedented and completely unprecedented in the salary cap era. But they've hit on a real formula now down there, which is bring in some guys that are hungry to win because they haven't done it before. They just signed Jeff Petrie, a veteran defenseman who's never won a cup, and he's going to be the next in a series of veteran defensemen they've bought in to fill out that group. And also to not really stress about the regular season. I mean, there's a number of guys on this team, Sam Bennett being one, Aaron Ekblad being another, that have really good regular seasons, but not regular seasons that are anywhere near as what they do in the playoffs. And that kind of seems like that's the entire team now. They'll play well enough to make the playoffs, play well enough to hopefully maybe get home ice if you can. But if you don't, no big deal. Just, be confident that Bennett, Marchand, Ekblad, Barkov, like all these guys, Bobrovsky among them, are just going to elevate their games to a completely different level when the postseason starts. And for three years running, that's exactly what's happened.
Wow, this is incredible. Now, how do you think the Stars match up on paper with Florida, assuming they find that extra gear? Is that just like a non-starter?
I mean, at this point, you could probably say it's a non-starter because they need to build out their depth. I need to see what they do on their blue line. I think I love Ottinger, but I mean, there is a certain amount of let's show up the old coach in the postseason for how we expect him to play. I still think this is a really good team, and I do love the idea of running it back with Jamie Benn. They've got some holes to fill now with Granlund leaving, and like I said, on defense, and that probably has to be addressed before you can even think about trying to take out the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup final, assuming they get there.
Greg Wyshynski, ESPN, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. And for those that maybe are just tuning in, Granlund going to Anaheim, Stars bringing back Roddick Fox, a Blackwell as well. And it doesn't seem like Dodanov's going to be coming back to Dallas either. But you brought up Jamie Benn there, and how much do you think Jamie's got left? Obviously, he's the captain. He's well-respected, but we weren't sure if maybe we were watching the last game Jamie would play at the AAC before he signed this one-year deal.
Yeah. I mean, me too. But honestly, from everything that Jim Nill has said, that's going to be Ben's decision to make. I mean, as long as he wants to play, it seems like he's going to have a home on this roster. And the deal he signed, which is for peanuts, but also kind of incentive laden, is exactly what you'd expect someone at his age and at his experience to sign at this point. It's no harm, no foul. Like, they clearly value his leadership. They clearly value his presence in the locker room. I talked to a number of the Stars players during the conference final who, spoke so glowingly about what he's meant to them in their maturation as NHL players, and what kind of impression he leaves on young players. So having him around, I think, from what they want to build culturally, an important thing. And if it's not going to kill you financially to keep him around, that he's going to be here until he retires a Star.
Greg Wyshynski, ESPN senior NHL writer, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy your off season, sir.
Anytime. I think it'll be a little bit busier than previous ones, but today is a good start. I mean, at the very least, I can start thinking about margarita recipes. Which
there
is
we
always a good
go.
thing.
I love it. Thanks for carving out some time, man, and we'll chat with you soon.
Anytime, thanks.
Greg Wyshynski is the man, isn't he? I mean,
Greg's the best.
The puck daddy, the personality, the insights. It's so good to have that, and he joined us several times throughout the year. Picked the Stars. I mean,
he did, man.
Yeah.
He's been high on our Dallas Stars. Now we do have some coaching updates. So they made the Glenn Gulletson hire official. Neil Graham, who we thought could get that head coaching job, he is going to be an assistant coach on staff for Gulletson. And Elaine Nasruddin, who ran the defense, was on staff with Pete DeBoer. He is staying as well. So you've got Neil Graham elevated, and that's great. I mean, I kind of do think Neil Graham's probably the coach in waiting. We'll see how that dynamic works. But
yeah, I like the cut of his jib. I really do, and the beard factor. Like there's a presence about this guy. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Graham. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, when we come back, it's time to talk some hoop. Who's got this, Chief?
Yeah,
Rimmon?
man. Let's go ahead and crank open a rim sesh. We got LeBron and Giannis potentially a little bit upset, and the Texas teams are doing it big. That's next right here in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing with you, though, before we do anything like that. D&M 97208.
has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Singing sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense Plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at Kroger.com/pay or update. See your Kroger pharmacy for details.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids as well. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And here's Chief to talk some hoop.
Yeah, man, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that summer snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Mark Stein has the Mavs coaching update.
Man, what is Matt Berry doing in this firefighting outfit right now? Like, what is going on here? You guys seeing this?
You were so much better when you did your firefighter training event with Sean and RJ last month.
Making a mockery of the whole thing. At least take it seriously.
Yeah, he's not even showing any plumber's crack.
Thank you, Chief.
Amen,
Come on.
bro.
Show a little skin.
How about
Barry?
a little commitment to it?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Is this a salute to fire at first responders after the weekend? Maybe. There's a 50 up in the corner. They're doing like 50 for 50.
50 years of service.
Sports Center firefighter extravaganza.
50 votes, 50 days. Is that what they're doing?
I don't know, but he's got a chance to make it on the SC not top 10 on Friday after that performance, huh?
I'm trying to do my best Broadus over here, bro.
Guys, just
I like what you're doing, chasing squirrels.
Figured the people would like that.
Broadus is going viral right now on Cowboys Twitter for talking about busting on Guyton with Vach Lombardi.
Oh,
their podcast.
He busted on Guyton?
Yeah, again. Yeah.
Jeez.
Pretty crazy.
You gotta stop that.
Vach's face just lights up. He doesn't AO or pause him. He just kind of
you gotta let him go
real big. So Mark Stein, of course, Mavericks lose Sean Sweeney to San Antonio. That sucks. That hurts. That stings. But Jason Kidd is going to try and convince Frank Vogel, who actually worked last season as a consultant to the team, trying to get him to take Sweeney's spot.
Okay.
So that's a been there, done that as a head coach.
Yeah.
Defensive guy.
LeBron guy.
Potentially another LeBron guy, even though I guess, he was a LeBron guy, and then, of course, inevitably, LeBron got him fired.
Oh, he was...
Jason Kidd never got to that point where LeBron wanted him gone.
Yeah.
Because he was just the assistant man, and so he got to go get the head coaching job. LeBron hasn't been granted the opportunity to say, I want you fired, Jason Kidd, but he has to Frank Vogel. So I'm still out on the LeBron stuff, even though Shams did have a quote late on SportsCenter last night after just a relatively whack day one of NBA free agency.
How was he covering his ass? Because it was going to be such a great day. Well, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Shams? Such a great day.
He did not do enough ass covering for my taste.
I want that thing covered.
But he said LeBron James will look to finish his career with another team if he feels he cannot compete for a championship with the Lakers, even though he downplayed the idea of needing championships to solidify a legacy. I may have added some to that quote there, but that's the gist.
Well, I think there's no way you win a championship with the Lakers. The only way they're going to win it is if they trade LeBron for supporting pieces around Luka.
By the way, JJ Barea is going to the staff of Denver. He's going to be on the Denver staff, so we couldn't find a way to make room for JJ.
No, we don't like our former player. They probably didn't even know JJ Barea played for the Mavericks.
Yeah, that's true. The Adelsons are like, who is this
JJ Barea?
JJ Barea.
From Puerto Rico?
All kinds of crazy things could happen if he tried to walk into that building with them not knowing who the hell he is. Be embarrassing.
It is true, man. Like, they'll get him escorted out of the building.
My name is on that championship banner.
Go turn the film on 2011 and then come back out here and apologize to me.
They call me the LeBron stopper.
You don't win that finals without him.
No, hell no you don't.
Maybe this is further proof that the Mavs are trying to get LeBron, because there's no way LeBron comes to the Mavs if he's being coached by JJ.
That's true. It's probably some bad blood.
So things are starting to make sense now, boys. We also have Jared Dudley wanting to stay in Dallas on staff, but Denver has been seriously trying to rip him away. And they're going to give him like the first seat next to the head coach. So Dudley, as much as he wants to stay in the big D, he might have to go to a smaller D in Denver to be the big man.
Okay. That makes sense, You got to climb the ladder.
Just a different...
got to be lead assistant.
Different looking coaching staff, dude. Definitely going to be different looking staff here.
Is it a red flag? I don't know.
For J Kidd. Yeah, I don't... think the Sweeney thing is a red flag.
I think the Sweeney thing hurts a lot. I agree with you. 360, 50 states in 50 days. That's what SportsCenter's doing. Back to you, Eric.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't read.
So what was today's state? We'll
New
never
Mexico.
know.
The fire department.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Sweet, we got that covered. Okay.
Fell state.
How about what the Rockets are doing though, man? I mean, we're talking about the Mavs being deep.
Yeah.
The Rockets are getting it done. They make the Kevin Durant move and we're like, hey, just that alone doesn't change a ton for them. Definitely fills a need for scoring, but they continued to have a bunch of resources and now they're using them. And
They did trade Dylan Brooks, right?
Yeah,
he was
Brooks
traded
Dylan Brooks,
Green
yeah.
and some picks, yeah.
But they bring in Dorian Finney-Smith, which we'll get to in a second. But he's now obviously a part of what is a great defense. He adds to that. His three-point shooting was pretty impressive towards the end of the season with the Lakers last year. Apparently, Rob Pelinka was going around telling teams that his lower extremities were just tanked so that he could drop his value around the league. So DFS was ticked, which also cannot make Luka feel happy because Luka loves Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yes.
So there's a lot of weird things going on in Lakerland right now with LeBron, Dorian Finney-Smith. Now he's a Rocket. How does Luka feel? Probably not great. People are wondering like if Rob Pelinka has so much loyalty to Kobe that he's actively playing defense against LeBron, getting that 5th ring. You know, it's like a fair question to ask right now.
Well, I saw also other people were saying, man, after the Luka trade, it just made everybody forget that Rob Pelinka actually sucks at being a GM.
Yeah.
But we all forgot about that because of Nico's incompetence.
But he's great at looking like Rob Lowe.
He does.
Got that nailed.
Very few GMs can really say that.
Somehow be
related.
There's something there.
Is that or is that like a plastic surgery package you could get in Los Angeles? I'd like the Rob Pelinka, please. Or I'd like the Rob Lowe.
The Rob Lowe.
Or I'd like the Kardashian.
And then you also change your name to Rob. Just to really lean all the way into the robbing of this dude's entire life.
A lot that goes along with it.
What's his real name?
So DFS to the Rockets after KD. Then they bring in, they have Clint Capella added. So now, I mean, they're 3 bigs. You have Sengun, who's skilled at scoring. You have Adams, who's just a total bruiser. Love to have that guy.
Oh, he's always been one of those dudes that you just love to have on your team.
And then Clint Capella, who's pretty athletic for a big man. So
scared of the Mavs, bro. I mean, everybody's got to match up with the Mavs size now. We are the trendsetters. We are the trailblazers, if you will, of the NBA.
Yeah,
when it comes to roster building,
the Nuggets with Joker, and then they bring in Jonas Valanciunas. So there's a lot of bigs in the Western Conference, but what the Rockets are doing right now, I think, is pretty dang impressive.
Yeah.
I do wonder what type of friction there is between Kevin Durant and Dorian Finney-Smith, though. From the most recent Mind the Game podcast, where Kevin Durant was the guest. And just inexplicably, now this is before Kevin Durant knows he's about to be teammates with Dorian Finney-Smith, but they're talking, it's Steve Nash, it's Kevin Durant, it's LeBron James, it's red wine flowing, right? And they're talking about, they're going inside basketball. They're talking about mid-range and late in the shot clock. They're going deep. And for no reason, Kevin Durant has to name drop in a negative light his now new teammate, Dorian Finney-Smith.
Because the mid-range, I believe, is if you can't find a good shot, we should look for the good shots early, the threes.
Attack the paint.
Attack the paint, try to get layups, try to get threes. But when it's 5 to 6 seconds on the clock, get a ball to the best player. And if he shoot a mid-range at that point, then he shoot a mid-range. But we're not going to waste the clock trying to look for a 3, 2 seconds on the clock, and we giving it to no
Why you pointing at me?
Dorian Finney-Smith with 2 seconds on the clock to make a 3. That's not what we, or Royce O'Neal. That's not, I mean, they can hit it for sure, but that's not sustainable offense for us going forward. So,
it's another thing what you're also saying is like you pass up a good mid-range shot to get a worse.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious.
Like, why is that the name that came to his mind?
Why?
Too, out of anybody,
Yes.
he's got to just say
Because
Dorian Finney-Smith.
He is the least skilled 3-and-D guy that's ever made the playoffs.
It is amazing when you look at it. He's going to end up making probably close to $100 million. And the story that came out in the morning news a couple of years ago, you're right. He is a guy that he's a catch and shoot 3-and-D truther. He's not a guy that has anything in the way of handles. He cannot facilitate. He's not going to create for himself. But I mean, Dodo's had moments where he is just red hot. I've always loved him. He was huge for the Mavs a couple of years ago, but catching strays there, like, this might be why people don't like. I don't think Kevin Durant's very likable, and he's a Texas guy. I've wanted to root for KD. I just can't, and a lot of it's just him putting his foot in his own mouth all the time.
I thought it was funny.
And shout out to his flexibility.
I'm defending Dodo. Dodo's my dude.
Dorian Finney-Smith is great, but I think that's a mistake by Houston. We have $15 million, and we're going to give it to a guy who cannot dribble or pass. I think it's a trap. Oh, we need 3-and-D guys. Oh, here's Dorian Finney-Smith. Look at his three-point numbers, and he's a good on-the-ball defender. Good. Okay, have him leak out for a fast break and catch the ball at half court. What do you think's going to happen next?
Probably a turnover.
Yeah. Is it a travel, or does he throw it out of bounds? I don't know. But we're not getting a bucket out of that trend, even if it's 2-on-1.
Hey, I'm not going to sit here and fight you on that. But in the midst of, they're obviously a win now team. He's a guy who obviously brings defense. Yes. His three ball was pretty good. He is limited offensively, but in that rotation, I do think the Rockets are a team to be. Yeah,
he's coming off the bench,
exactly.
Right
in this role,
20 minutes.
Yeah,
no, yeah.
You got Amen Thompson and. You got a lot of good players.
They're going to be the real deal. And then you have the craziness in Milwaukee today with the local legend out of Trinity, who's always rumored to be traded. And then they're like, no, we're keeping Miles Turner forever. And then, boom, he's a Milwaukee Buck now. And they buy out Damian Lillard. And apparently Damian Lillard didn't find out until the rest of us did on the internet that he was being bought out and now free to just go wherever. We'll see what happens with him off the Achilles at this age. Can't imagine the market's going to be overly robust for him. But Milwaukee doing everything they can to try and keep Giannis in town, so much so that they're going to be paying like $23 million per year for the next 5 years for Damian Lillard to not be on their team.
Wow.
While also paying, it's like 4 years, $107 million for Miles Turner. So
yeah, it's a lot of money for Miles Turner, but it's also taking away. Now, I don't know how good Indiana would be this year anyway because of no Tyrese Halliburton, but it's a big loss, I think, for the Pacers. And I do think Miles Turner has been underrated.
Oh, yes.
By the rest of the NBA. Like, I was listening to Wendy talk this morning. He's like, other execs are talking to him like they don't think this is that much of an upgrade over Brook Lopez. And I look, I'm nowhere near as basketball smart. They're league execs for a reason, but I thought that was a little bit crazy. Brook Lopez,
has been a nice player, and early in his career he was much better.
Yes,
but over the last couple of years, what he represents is Miles Turner's a big upgrade.
But now you're paying like $50 million a year for the next 4 years for no Damian Lillard, and Miles Turner.
They're done,
and also because of the way they went about it, allegedly, reportedly, Giannis is annoyed and ticked off about it because he loves Damian Lillard.
Well,
and so they feel like they did him wrong, even though Damian Lillard, though he was caught off guard, is happy about the idea that he's not taking any level of a pay cut, and he can now just sort of like jump on whatever team wants him in a contending environment. So anyways, kind of a crazy day in the association. There's your sesh.
Yeah, a lot of teams are getting excited around the league because of all the picks that they gave up, as they were trading around for Lillard. And to try to, get this team back in the championship. Now, could Milwaukee totally fall apart and have these picks that aren't theirs that are, ending up being difference-making players? It could get real ugly for Milwaukee. They might go back into a 30-year hibernation. Okay, it's time to chat with Jared Sandler on your home of the Rangers. We'll get Sand's thoughts here as they get set to host the O's again tonight here on the Fan.
Let me chat with you about Collars & Co. And I love Collars & Co. If you haven't checked out the website yet, you absolutely should. They've got phenomenal shirts. They've already sold over 1 million of those dress collar polos that look great. They feel even better. But now they've got the Maverick Performance Blazer that they have just come out with. The Blazer looks great, but the best thing about it is the wrinkle resistance, okay? You can go ahead.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price to sell, y'all. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Time to catch up with Jared Sandler here in the G-Bag Nation. He's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Michael Hellman made a great play last night there, running the bases, tied the game at 3 in the 7th. He joined us earlier, part of the Rangers Players Show, brought to you by Globe Life for over 125 years. Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. As Sands joins us now here on the Fan Buddy. How you doing?
What's up, guys? I'll be honest with you. The entire time Michael Hellman was in the middle of some kind of action, all I could think about was David Hellman. It's a miracle I didn't call. I don't think I did. Maybe I did, but I think it's a miracle I went the whole game without calling him David Hellman.
Yeah, I teased Hellman's coming up at 3:20, and people immediately thought we were talking football. But this is a cool story for this kid, and it was good to get him to know him a little bit. How long do you think he has up here?
Man, I don't know that he's got too terribly long, but who knows? Everyone's always got an opportunity. I know it sounds corny, but everyone's got an opportunity to earn more. I guess some of it depends on the return of White Langford. I imagine sometime this road trip, and maybe even as early as the end of the San Diego series. And who's the guy that goes down then? With Evan Carter coming back on Friday, one of McKinney or Hellman will go down. I guess Alejandro Osuna, you could throw him in the mix, but either way, you probably got, with Langford and Carter coming back, you've got Osuna, Hellman, and McKinney, and only one of those guys will remain on the big league roster as long as everyone stays healthy between now and then.
So it's a DeGrom day, which maybe that helps. But what was the vibe like at the ballpark after what was just a crazy game last night? I mean, what Adolis Garcia does, you had a great call of it. It channels 2023 vibes. You're thinking, hell yes, baby, we're going to win it. And then another heartbreaker in extra innings. I mean, I can't imagine the emotional toll that this has taken on some of those players.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in the clubhouse after, but I heard that, it was as you would expect. It wasn't, just like a standard loss. When the team's playing well and they lose a game because, hey, they just lost a game, it's going to happen. You might not necessarily feel it in the clubhouse, but I imagine after a game like last night, especially given that it was the third extra innings loss out of a 4-game stretch, all going to extra innings, that they felt it a little bit. I think, as far as on air, it's always interesting getting the different read from Dave and Mike and Hicksy, and Eric's off right now, but when he's here, getting his take, and I think we've all kind of alternated between feeling maybe a little more optimistic than the others, or being the one who's more down. And Dave was a lot more optimistic, and his take is a pretty simple one. The Rangers are 3.5 games back of a playoff spot, and he feels like they're playing more competitive baseball, and it doesn't feel great because they've lost 3 of 4, but at the end of the day, they're only 3.5 games back of a playoff spot, right? So, it's an interesting juxtaposition, right? Because I think on one hand, it's fair if you were to say, gosh, they just can't get going. Like, do they have that next gear? But then on the other hand, yeah, I mean, you look at the standings, it's not like they're out of anything. And so maybe if you feel like the arrow's going in the right direction, maybe you would feel better about it. I was a little bummed because I thought it was another opportunity or another game where it's just missed opportunities. For me in the 8th and the 9th innings, it just felt like it was right there for them, and they couldn't quite get that one big hit or big ball in play.
Jared, what's the status of the bullpen? Because they've been having to put some work
hard,
in.
Huh? Yeah. You got Dane Dunning, which he's here for Cole Winn, but Cole Winn, I'd imagine, would have perhaps been available, but I think Dane Dunning maybe be able to give several innings if needed. But yeah, I mean, you'd think that even with the off day Thursday, you'd love to not, run the guys you ran out there again tonight. I think in a perfect world, it's like the last time DeGrom met up with Brandon Young last week, and the Rangers have the game in control, and you don't really need to worry about using a leverage arm. Whether that means DeGrom going 6 or 7 or into the whatever it means. Whenever he's reached his finish line, you don't need to worry about a high leverage arm. You can just get someone to help get you to the finish line.
Jared Sandler here with you in the G-Bag Nation. What do we need to know about Billy McKinney, who's up from Round Rock?
Yeah, Plano West guy, second time in the organization. Zach, did you know him? And what's the...
Yeah, I knew of Billy McKinney. He was pretty damn good. He graduated just after I left Plano, but he was up and coming like one of these big stars in the area.
Yeah, so he went to Plano West. He was a first-round pick of the A's, super athlete. Just it hasn't quite clicked for him at the big league level, and let's just being honest, at 30 years old, it probably isn't going to click the way you would think maybe for a first-round pick, but that's not to say that, he can't make adjustments and be a guy who is an everyday rostered player, right? Fills a role of some kind. He can run well. If he can play the field, then, maybe there's a place for him. It's, it's a cool story because he's a local guy, but, he'll have a chance, maybe a game, maybe 2 games off the bench, whatever the role might be, to show that he's got a little juice in the tank. And again, that athleticism, could play well for this team.
Any signs the guys are starting to lose faith or confidence that this season could turn around?
Yeah, I don't think so, Gavin. And I'd also tell you that I don't know that I would be able to pick up on that, like collectively. You can tell, like, let's be honest, Josh Young. Is Josh Young feeling amazing right now? No, he's not. And you can tell, right? But I don't know that it's anything that's a detriment as much as it's just a guy who cares and knows that he has really been going through it and is just working his tail off to get out of it. I don't think that there's a loss of belief or a loss of faith. And I think some of that is, who are your leaders, right? And what is their disposition? We know that Marcus Simeon's disposition really doesn't change, and Corey Seager's really doesn't change, and Nathan Eovaldi is not a guy who's going to be the first one to raise his hand and throw in the towel, right? So I think you take cues from those guys, and I don't think that this team has gotten to that point. Now, to a man, do they know that they have not achieved what they believe and what a lot of us believe they're capable of achieving? Absolutely. There's no two ways about it. They're not in denial there, but I don't think they feel like they're out of it.
We got Jake Berger making some moves to return.
Yeah, rehab assignment beginning tonight. So, hopefully that will, lead to a return here. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow, but probably in San Diego. Who knows, right? Obviously, Jake has had some nice stretches. He's scuffled a little bit, but sometimes guys take some time off, they come back and they're recharged. And hopefully with Jake Berger and White Langford and then Jock Peterson, I mean, even if these guys are like the absolute average of what you would expect their potential outcome range to be, right? So like best case Jock, worst case Jock. Even if it's in the middle, best case Berger, worst case, best case White, worst. If you just get like that 50th percentile outcome from those three guys, those are going to be significant additions, and hopefully they can get that from those guys when they come back, and it looks like Jake's going to be the first one to find his way back in the lineup.
So DeGrom, last time he got to face these guys last week, we were flirting with a perfect game and a no-no. How good do you think he's feeling about this one tonight? We're going to see something special?
Well, tonight is a perfect example of something that, it fascinates me with the sport is the cat and mouse game. So DeGrom knows they're obviously going to make some adjustments. So what adjustments is he going to make, or is he going to make any adjustments? And, I know that you know that you know that I know that we all, it's one of those things, right? So, but yeah, I mean, I think he feels really good. He was arguably the best pitcher in the American League in June. Would not surprise me if he was the June pitcher of the month in the AL. He was obviously the Rangers player of the month. He has been pitching lights out, and the Rangers really need another one of those types of performances tonight, and they need him to hopefully give them about 6, maybe 7 innings, just because of the question Eric asked earlier in terms of their bullpen, if it's going to be a close game. The need for that maybe isn't as strong if the Rangers can get some separation and get a sizable lead.
Jared, thank you so much for your time, buddy. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, man. Let's get some wins.
All right, fellas, take care.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, and he's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. What are we doing next, Eric?
Sports Hodgepodge. We got your sports quote of the day and some big-time haterade going down next year in the nation.
All right, let's talk collars and co, though, shall we? Yes, we...
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the day is coming up in 30 minutes, then LA Live, and Rangers baseball in 90. Here's Chief for the Sports Hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a little housekeeping. We were talking sports movies earlier. Charlie Sheen claims that he actually took PEDs for 6 to 8 weeks while Major League was being filmed.
I knew he was looking too big.
His quote was, "It was the only time I ever did steroids. My fastball went from 79 to 85.
Okay, pretty
so
legit.
Give you a nice little window into just average Schmo Joe, low vitamin S, 6 mph.
I mean, 79 is not bad.
Oh.
I don't think Bassett got much above like 88.
For an actor, throwing 79, that's pretty damn impressive.
That's one thing that there's a handful of things, but I've never like thrown a baseball with a radar to like know.
Oh, yeah.
Like I don't know what my MPHs are.
But you've thrown a baseball?
I'm thinking probably triple digits, but that's just hearsay at this point. That's just delusional confidence.
But you could throw a ball over the mountains over there.
I guarantee you I could, Walchuk. But again, I haven't gotten to prove that to anybody. So I think throwing on a radar gun would be a ton of fun. But yeah, he did knock out some steroids. Now, and that's commitment. Just want to say tip of the cap to Charlie Sheen. We talk about thespians all the time.
Yeah.
That's a thespian-like move.
It was the 80s. Everybody's doing roids. You can't do a baseball movie without doing roids.
Hey, big shout out to our guy, Terrence Steele, who apparently officially bought his mom a house. Nice looking house too. We saw our guy Brandon Laurie show the photo from Instagram. So congratulations. That's an all-time son desire.
Oh yeah,
you got to hook up mom and pops.
Retire them.
Yeah, retire them, buy them the house, whatever it is. That's really, really cool stuff. Okay, we have a battle for sports quote of the day. Do you want football or football first?
Let's go football.
We start with Zlatan.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see what he had to say?
Yeah.
Okay, so Messi and Inter Miami were eliminated from the FIFA Club World Cup over the weekend. They were dominated by Paris Saint-Germain 4-0. And Zlatan is coming to the defense of Messi. He says, quote, "It wasn't Leo Messi who lost. It was Inter Miami. Messi plays with statues, not teammates. He's surrounded by players who run as if they were carrying bags of cement. This isn't the Messi I know. If you put him in a real team, he'd go all out. There are no coaches, no stars, not even players who understand how to move without the ball. If he were on a real team, any great team, you'd see the real lion."
Yeah, I think Messi is not the same player that he was, but I mean he's got ancient teammates on with him.
Bunch of jobbers.
I mean they talked about Messi at the last World Cup like the dude's so good he can walk. No, he's walking because he's old, and soccer is the most physically demanding endurance sport. So
yeah,
but yes, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, Jordi Alba, like these were legendary players 10 years ago in Europe. And they're having fun remaining competitive against American teams.
Well, I did. Zlatan's always good for a nice quote. Carrying bags of cement, I thought was pretty good. Statues. I mean, he's tearing these guys up.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's warranted.
Oh, Zlatan is the most quotable soccer player in the history of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, he's fantastic. Well, now we have Travis Kelce.
Mm-hmm.
He has something to say about the level of fame that he's reached and the biggest problem he has with this level of celebrity. He says, quote, "I'm playing golf and in the trees there's a bleeping guy with a camera. I can't even go to the restroom now. I just can't go over there and take a pee."
Oh, yes. Yeah, there'd be full frontal going on there. You'd be on the cover of People magazine.
So he's trying to just go take a run-of-the-mill leak in the woods. Yep. Mid golf round, and there's paparazzi. That's the Taylor Swift effect. That's what you sign up for. You don't just get to pee in the woods now.
No peeing in the woods.
You're not just
unfortunate.
You're not a normal guy.
No, we're not doing that.
And the golf pee is one of the top 5 or 6 pees a man's going to have.
I think so. Yeah, and oftentimes it's mandatory. I mean, you're cracking coldies, They don't have a restroom till the turn, or they got them spread out. You know, some of these golf courses do a really good job of taking care of you with the creature comforts, but it's not that common. You know, so an outdoor pee, I would say is fairly standard.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking, my cousin was telling me, like, I don't know how often. Do you guys wake up? Let's actually go around the room. Do you guys wake up in the middle of the night every night to go take a leak? Like, Lucius, are you peeing in the middle of the night every night, or?
No, not usually.
Okay, see, same here.
Yeah.
Same here. For the most part, I'm able to wait till morning to go take a leak.
Yeah.
Now, every once in a while, actually, it's been a little bit more rampant. My daughter will wake me up in the middle of the night. She's got to go pee, and then I'm like, okay, well, now that I'm here, I might as well just go ahead and go.
Oh, yeah.
But, okay, so generally speaking, we all will sleep through the night without having to go number one?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, very good. Well, my cousin is apparently not in that world. He says, like, every night I'm waking up to go pee, and he actually goes into his backyard and pees outside every single night in the middle of the night.
Okay.
He's not even going into his bathroom. I'm like, dude, respect to it. But he's taking that outside in the middle of the night every single night, and I'm going, I think that's the right play. You certainly don't want to turn the light on and just get the melatonin sucked right out of you in the middle of the night, right? Like, if you're gonna go pee in your bathroom in the middle of the night, you got to go lights off. But if you could just step outside and go,
and you're
actually
sitting down,
like that move.
The other option for you is to sit down, right? Because you don't want the noise to wake up the family.
It really has nothing to do with the noise and more just a general comfort. But. Sure.
But I love the outdoor.
Hey, you talking, bro? He's talking.
Gotta put that thing down in there. Let it go. But the outdoor pee is real. Travis Kelce can't even do that anymore. Not on the golf course, at least. And I mean, the outdoor middle of the night.
See, I would think there might be a coyote out here. There might be a snake in the grass. You know, so I don't know about middle of the night. In a dark backyard, but absolutely. Usually when I get home, I've drinking so much Diet Coke and water throughout this show that about halfway home, I do got to take a leak.
Mm-hmm.
And I know as soon as I open up the back door, the kids are going to come running at me with requests. So I'll just go in the backyard right there on the edge of the driveway.
Sneak
a nice
leak
little spot
before you even go home or before you even walk in the house.
Yeah,
that's a great.
I got to
move.
turn on lights and stuff. I have to feel like I'm moving around and I'm awake. Because you get those dreams that you're in the restroom and you're actually handling your business, but you're not.
Yes.
And next you know, you're taking sheets in the middle of the night.
It's dangerous.
Into the washroom.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, that could be trouble.
I actually woke up standing on my bed taking a leak in high school. One of those times. That was I was such. I still am, but it's gotten better. But I was like such a deep sleeper that I was liable to do like dang near anything in my sleep.
That sounds like Everclear.
I thought I was at the urinal. And I was at the pillow.
So is your cousin beer guy? Is that what's doing it? Because I know when I was beer guy, I would wake up quite often in the middle of the night.
Yeah, he does have a propensity to go swimming in the IPAs pretty regularly. Some people are alleging here on the text that maybe he has high blood pressure. Could also see that happening.
It could be,
but. Yeah,
but I like the outdoor peeing method.
Now we also did you guys see the allegations of haterade being sipped in the WNBA with the Caitlin Clark the voting stuff?
Oh, I saw Colin Cowherd had a video go viral.
She was like ninth.
The pettiness knows no end because she's ninth.
Is that what it is? Okay, yeah. So she did like the All-Star stuff. She received 1.3 million All-Star votes this year.
Yeah, by the fans, right?
For reference, the top 30 vote getters for the 2023 All-Star game received like 1.1 million combined. So the fans are voting at a rapid rate for Caitlin Clark, but the players voted her as the 9th best guard in the league, and actually apparently they voted one of her Fever teammates, Kelsey Mitchell, as better than her. Paige Beckers is getting a little bit more love. Our very own Paige Beckers, who played really well the other night. It was unfortunate that Clark missed that game, but Beckers was playing. She was balling pretty hard on Friday night. But she's getting a little bit more of the overall scoring love. Dick Vitale is lamenting this on Twitter. Absolutely pure jealousy that the WNBA players voted Caitlin Clark the 9th best guard. Someday they will realize what she has done for all of the players in the WNBA,
charter planes, increase in salary, sold out crowds, improved TV ratings, etc. So Dickie V's a little.
Did they send like like boxes of cigars and stuff to Michael Jordan when he came to the league?
No.
No, they don't.
They didn't.
No, you don't, bro.
No.
I hear the sentiment about, hey, people should be thanking Caitlin. Fam, stop.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it what you're saying. Yes, she did boost the league 100%. I am not against that. Is there jealousy? 100%. The girls told you before she even got in the league, it won't be easy for you. They're telling you right there, we're not going to make it easy for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this she boosted the league. Now we need to do something for her. That's got to go away. They didn't do that for Michael Jordan or any other great player in any other league that came and boosted their league up.
Yeah, it's competition.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it is. It's a young player coming into the game, and you know, I don't know where she belongs amongst all guards. I'm not totally familiar either. I don't know. It seems like maybe fourth, maybe third best guard or something like that. But yes, there's definitely a bunch of people that don't like Caitlin Clark because, you know, she doesn't approach things like humbly and quietly, you know, and she's not the coolest kid out there like Paige Beckers is. You know, Paige Beckers is liked by everybody. She's got like a Kyrie Irving vibe going on. You know, so but I think she is about the 8th or 9th best overall player in the entire WNBA. That's what I can tell. Yeah, but, I mean, the 5.5 turnovers, 29% from three. Like, she's going through it right now. A little sophomore slump.
She's definitely had a tough stretch before now. I guess she's going to be out for a little while with the groin injury. But yeah, ever since she kind of got poked in the eye, and then that whole just like Sophie Cunningham coming to her defense, like since that game, she really hadn't been the same. And her numbers looked pretty bad. There was actually a fan who was at the LA Sparks and Chicago Sky game over the weekend, sitting courtside in a Fever Caitlin Clark jersey T-shirt. Okay, so she's wearing an Indiana Fever Clark shirt at a game that doesn't involve them. And we see this, like me and Brada see this during the pregame show at Cowboys games all the time. I'll never understand.
It's one of the best
why someone
things.
shows up to like a Cowboys-Eagles game and they're wearing a Broncos jersey.
Yeah,
I don't really understand the thought process behind it. But I've also never seen a player come up and like do a swap. Kelsey Plum, who definitely is not a Caitlin Clark fan.
Absolutely not.
Definitely not. She went and handed the fan who was wearing the Fever jersey, she handed the fan like a LA Sparks shirt to put on over it. Be like, hey, let's not do that anymore.
Wow.
I was like, okay, I've never really seen that move get done before, but that's the type of energy that is coming Caitlin Clark's way. And if you're gonna wear a Fever shirt to a non-Fever game, Kelsey Plum's gonna say something about it. You guys probably are not familiar. I've actually had to watch, but The Golden Bachelor.
Yeah, I know what The Golden Bachelor is. I have not seen a second of it.
There's a former NFL linebacker, Mel Owens. I'm sure if Broadus was here, he could give us the scouting report from years and years ago.
Mel was my guy.
Now he's going to be the Bachelor, the Golden Bachelor. He's 66 years old. But
looks fantastic.
He looks, I mean, hey, former athlete.
University of Michigan, LA Ram.
He's getting it done. But he said once he got selected, his stance is for preferences. Now, he's 66 years old, and he says he wants the candidates. He made it clear that he was looking to TV date these women between the age of 45 and 60. He says he doubled down on this stance, and he said despite reassurances that all the women selected for him would be quote-unquote hot, he says if they're 60 or over, I'm cutting them immediately.
Oh, come on,
ooh, like, that's a heck of a take. He's 66.
From a 66-year-old man is a hell of a take.
Wow. And he's not leaving any room for, I mean, if he maybe there is a 62-year-old attractive lady.
That looks like she's 50.
I mean, it's a lot more possible at 60 plus to be an attractive man than an attractive woman.
Oh, dog.
Like the numbers on that,
just like statistically.
What's this man's name so I can look him up? I'm pretty
Mel
full
Owens.
of testosterone.
Mel Owens.
Pesticides, all that joint.
Yeah, dude.
15 years strong.
Oh, Silver Fox.
Yeah.
You cannot find a female equivalent as 66 that's as attractive as Mel Owens.
Not
maybe
one.
maybe Cindy Crawford. You know, from what I could tell, there's a couple of that age really good.
I seen a
probably
bad
plastic
little
surgery.
silver fox walking through Uptown one time years ago. I told Chris about it. I said, man, you couldn't believe it. You would not believe what I just seen, bro. In a black dress. Somebody said Vanna White. I don't know, fam.
And 74-year-old Jane Seymour. She still got it.
Yeah.
Does she?
She still got it.
Haven't seen her
Seymour.
since Wedding Crashers.
Jane still got it, man.
How old
Is
is
that Dr.
Susan
Quinn, Medicine
Sarandon?
Woman?
Oh, yeah, she is bad. Yeah, that is. Yeah, no, you're right, bro. How old is Susan Sarandon? I guess that's a particular flavor right there.
Yeah, and Selma Hayek, and I think she's in her 50s.
All day.
She is aging incredibly.
Sarandon's 78 right now.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Still getting it done.
Yeah, she got it done for me. I seen some photos the other day that had me going crazy, bro. She pulled them puppies out a little bit. I was like, what you doing? What you doing? Susan, put them things up.
She was in the Nonas.
Yes, and she was showing off them puppies.
I told you, bro.
Yeah, in the
That's
Nonas.
the one.
Yeah, she still got the cleavage. I'll tell you, Mrs. Milfy from The Sopranos, the psychiatrist, she is not aged well. God bless her.
No, that was unfortunate.
I know, it's a bummer because I had a big crush on her.
Oh, no.
There was a time. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess I get it. I get where he's coming from. He wants to like set a standard here to try and like, hey, give me the pick of the litter.
No.
But on night one, when he gets their age, I'm just looking forward to him being like, all right, you can go, you can go, you can go.
Just this first thing. How old? That's it.
Age matters to
No
this guy.
rose
He's a bit
for
of an
you.
ageist.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, I can.
That's crazy because pretty soon whoever he's getting is going to have to burp him.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be burp.
Won't be long before he's wearing a diaper.
Yeah.
I mean, does the CTE factor as well? Like looking at his face, I don't see CTE face, but he played in an era and he played at a position linebacker.
Yeah, he did.
The CTE is going to make an appearance at some point.
It will. Okay, the top breaking sports stories of the day will make an appearance with you next, including quite an eventful day for your Dallas Stars and more. That's coming up next year, G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
But first, Tolos, I want to get you to Advanced Hair Restoration and AdvancedHair.com. Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or your tan, fellas. I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or just simply add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Now, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. That's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back into the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. The G-Bag today is coming up here with Lucius at 5:30, and then LA Live is coming up at 5:40. The Damian Lillard thing could very well be real for the Mavericks. I think basketball-wise, it doesn't make a lot of sense if you already have Kyrie Irving and D'Angelo Russell to be looking at, hey, should we add Damian Lillard when he comes back from this Achilles? But reminded on Twitter how much he loves Jason Kidd. And before they hired Chauncey Billups 3 or 4 years ago in Portland, Lillard had said he wants, Jason Kidd, who was an assistant with the Lakers. And then when they hired Nico, that wave of stories around Nico Harrison as a mentor to the biggest stars in the game of basketball for the last 15 years. Damian Lillard was one of them. I remember he retweeted a story about Nico being all this to all these guys, and he just put facts in all caps there. So I think the interesting thing will be in a year's time when he's come back from that Achilles, would he be willing to play for league minimum or mid-level exception or whatever you have to offer? And could he be good enough to be that outside shooter that, the Mavs have a lot of work to do when it comes to their shooting, don't they?
I'd be open-minded to it. It is pretty awesome that, the buyout for Shams, I guess, is like the biggest story that we've had so far for Damian Lillard when it comes to the breaking news. As the 682 points out, it's like it's crazy. It's crazy NBA news that we've got here with this buyout. But that's the big thing. Like, at his age, how does he recover from this injury? And I guess we have the same question with Kyrie, not an Achilles. I think Kyrie's probably got an easier recovery timetable, and we've seen other players do this and be okay. I'd be very interested possibly in Dame. I mean, it never seemed to really click for him in Milwaukee. There were moments where it seemed like maybe that pairing would work, but clearly he's got a good relationship with Nico. He's wanted to play for Jason Kidd. He wanted him to be the next head coach in Portland before he got the Mavs gig. So, yeah, I think that there's a lot of lines that connect here, dots that connect. And I'd be open, depending on what the medical is, of potentially pursuing that.
I mean, he turns 35 in a couple of weeks. He'll miss all of next season, so he'll be 36 years old off an Achilles.
That's got to be role player time.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
and we'll be surprised if you can be an incredible offensive weapon, but you can't plan on that.
No, not at all. I mean, I guess you could be a kind of a spot up 3-point shooter, but I just that would not be something that I would be looking to spend. I mean, anything more than just minimum in terms of assets.
A massive liability on defense. I mean, in his prime, it worked because he was so good at dribbling, and he really didn't need an offense. Like, he's crossing midcourt and looking for a three to hit, and it was incredible if you could just get 4 guys to play defense around him. They made the West Finals.
I really think he will be considered one of the more underrated players of his generation.
Yeah,
like people will just kind of forget because he doesn't have the titles. You have the Steph stuff, LeBron, and all these different guys. But, man, Damian Lillard, and especially when it comes to the ice in his veins, some of the giant shots that he made, he was so freaking good. And you feel bad for him to some extent, but he was the guy that wanted to be extra loyal to a team that just could never really put enough around him. And he was in an era where it's like you're going to have to go through the Warriors. You're going to have to go through LeBron if you're going to win a title, and that's obviously going to be tough sledding when you're in Portland and your teammates are not anywhere close to Golden State level.
Yeah. If you could run that team back through this West, if you take out OKC, then maybe that would be the kind of team that could have made it happen. But his prime was happening right in the midst of that super team era. But it would be very interesting. Leave it to Nico to maybe trade for LeBron this offseason, then add Damian Lillard, and it's like the 2018 All-Stars. But, the last great dynasty was Golden State, and they had a number of the guys that were high lottery picks 10 years earlier. And it maybe hit heights or had disappointing careers when you talk about Sean Livingston and Iguodala and Andrew Bogut.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a lot of these guys who were high IQ players that maybe weren't superstars and couldn't drive a championship themselves, but they came together in their 30s to form like one of the smartest teams you'd ever seen. And I can't rule it out, because Nico's relationships and Rich Paul, AD's agent, talking a lot about how if guys want to win championships now, you are going to have to sacrifice less on your salary. It's not a luxury. Like we're all three going to max out and still go get this championship. You won't have any teammates if you want to do that in this game. Rangers did a ton of transactions. Evan Carter, bereavement list. Dane Dunning is back. Outfielder Billy McKinney has been selected from Round Rock.
He's in the lineup. He's DHing tonight.
Nice. Cole Winn option to Round Rock, and Malley has been transferred to the 60-day injured list. So it's almost unimaginable unless they would win a playoff series or two that we're going to see Malley in a Rangers uniform ever again. Okay, Stars news. Michael Granlund, one of the most prominent free agent centers, signs 3 years with the Anaheim Ducks worth $7 million annually on Tuesday. How do they replace this, Wolchuk?
Fox, I guess, would be their replacement there as they signed him as a center. But, I mean, that's a bummer. It really is, because I thought Mikael Granlund did an excellent job on that top line, and he was a wing, next to Rope and Mikko Rantanen. But I guess, Maverick Bork's a guy they brought back. Maybe Bork's like a guy that they're going to slide in and give more ice time to as well. But it just sounded like financially they weren't able to do anything there.
Yeah, you mentioned Radek Fox, so that's 3 years, $2 million annually, so significantly less of a player. It seems like we're taking a bit of a step back here, and then Dodonov has moved on as well. Where'd he go? The Devils, right?
Yeah, Dodonov went to New Jersey.
So, Jim Nill has a presser. You announce you're bringing back Radek Fox. I don't know. There's no doubt about it. They're going to be worse on paper at the start of next year, aren't they?
I guess it's all about Mikko Rantanen, right? But yes, they're not going to be as good of a team right now as how they ended the season. We'll see.
All right, we have Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30. It's going to be a DeGrom night, so gather around. Could have a no-hitter this evening. Obviously, you went to the 7th last week with a perfecto and into the 8th with a no-no. So we're excited here for Rangers baseball pregame in an hour. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Hey, here we go. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up. I've been going through it on the laptop. It's a lot easier to go through the email on the laptop than it is on the phones.
Yeah.
At Lucky Lucius P on social media. That is LUCIOUS. Yes, Sandra Bullock is amazing. Yes. 60-year-old woman. Chef's kiss right there.
Donk.
Yeah, it looks like Michael Jackson in the face. Looks like the 90s Michael Jackson.
It's the nose job.
Yeah. LUCIOUS, Alexander on Facebook. Follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. This is day 2 for this champion sound. Mr. Brian Broaddus, who is not here, did a Coach O impersonation for us. He was inspired by a video of Coach O dancing with his shirt off at a wedding, bro, and I've now seen it. Yeah. I've now seen it. It looks like a Chippendale moment.
It does.
Like Chris Farley at Chippendale.
Yes.
It looks crazy, bro.
Yes.
He's the biggin.
Crazy. And them cufflinks had him. Like, he would have had the shirt off faster, but them cufflinks had him.
Is that what got him?
Yeah, had him messed up.
Looked like he was wearing it as a cape or something.
Here's Broaddus.
I think he lives down in Miami. I think he's got like a condo situation. They were interviewing him, and he was talking about, I live on the 17th floor of this building, and, he was doing that whole bit, and he was talking about go out, work out every day, go out there and jog a little bit, and you get outside and let everybody see me without my shirt on. See me without my shirt on. I was at a wedding the other day, and I was doing some Coach O things. You see me with my no shirt. Yeah. I was looking up pretty good. Had a ride home from the state troopers. State troopers are friends of mine. Yeah, that
Coach O got to get out of Miami if he acting like that, bro. 17th floor of some Miami condo. He's got to. You got to go Alabama and lay low, bro. Low country.
Man, he's got his shirt off more than Jimmy Johnson on a fishing boat.
You got to chill, bro.
It's very rare that you see him with a shirt on. Yeah.
You gonna run through that money, man. Chill out, fam.
I wonder if he ever attempted with the NCAA to be like allowed to just coach on the sidelines with no shirt on. I wonder how much of a fight he put up for that.
That would have been amazing.
That would have been
amazing. With all the equipment and the headphones and everything on, but your shirt off. Oh, my God.
It gets hot in the SEC. Week 1, week 2.
Yeah, and the
I bet he wanted
bro,
to.
for sure.
All right, we got a lady right here that goes off in a drive-through guy at this wing spot somewhere in Florida. This is
We do? Yeah, y'all got the best wings, right? We should have the best y'all got the best wings, the best fries. Where we at?
No, we at the Holy Moly.
Where at?
The Holy Moly.
And where at? In Gainesville, Florida?
In Gainesville, Florida.
And you the one on the mic back there when you order, right?
That's me.
You rude as rude. You a big rude bitch. You on the intercom being rude.
What it is,
you don't know. You just a big rude bitch. You were just rude to me, and I heard you rude to the people back there. Y'all got good wings, but you're a rude, ugly, bald head bitch. Have a great day, bald head, ugly bitch.
Wow.
Wow, man, she said this. She set him up and then went at him.
She did.
Ooh.
What could he have done?
He must have said something real.
He might have been doing like the Italian sandwich shop bit, You go to an Italian sandwich shop in New York or a pizza shop, they're going to be rude to you. Like, hey, come on, what's your order?
Yeah, what do you want?
Oh, yeah, like the Jamaican spots.
Is that what they do too?
What you want?
Yeah.
What you want?
I appreciate it. I like it.
Never tell you the price. Yeah. Just give you take the card, they swipe it. No receipt.
Moving on.
Not sure what. You just charged me. But thanks for the pizza.
Yep.
You want white or dark meat? Let me get white meat. We don't have white meat.
Why the hell did you ask?
Jeez, bro. Okay,
I'll take what you have.
Yeah. Whatever you got, family. You can put it on the plate for me.
The place is great.
This woman seen a Tesla driving itself. I seen one of those in traffic too the other day.
Oh, really?
Wow. And then it's an Uber. It's picking somebody up because they were in the back seat. I wouldn't even be in the back seat. I got to be in the front so I can at least try to grab the wheel if something goes wrong.
Go. Yeah.
I don't think I could get in one of those.
Give me some brake pedals like a driver's ed car. I want to be able to override this thing.
Yeah.
There is nobody in it. We at Winco. I'm going to move out the way because it's driving itself. It's literally driving its is in it. Yeah, move out the way. Move out the way, y'all. He's driving himself, by himself. Move out the way, y'all. Move out the way.
She hasn't paid her Wi-Fi bill in a couple of years. It's a thing, honey. It's gone crazy.
Get out the way. Get out the way.
It's a ghost car.
Literally driving his self. He's driving himself. Move out the way.
She's trying to be like the good Samaritan.
Yeah, she is concerned.
Hold on, guys. You stay in the store.
Yeah.
It's crazy out here.
Everyone, listen up.
Maximum Overdrive. You ever seen that movie Maximum Overdrive with the 18-wheelers that kind of come to life?
No, that sounds terrifying.
Oh my God! One of them's got that clown face, the alien clown face. Oh. All right, let's see what else we got.
Oh, that was one on the VHS covers like in the 80s and 90s that I was always interested in.
Yes. That one right there,
King.
boy. I used to watch that back to back
That's
to back.
creepy.
There's no way my parents would let me get that. They would think it's too silly.
It's too much.
We got to get something the whole family will like.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we're all going to sit there and watch.
What's my movie pick? I got to get something with the whole family. I'll see.
Yeah.
All right, we got a man right here that got into it with two cyclists on the trail. They're right there on the bridge. I think he feels like they were calling him out of his name, so he confronted them. He's an older man, not too old, but, man of a certain age. These guys are younger. He already threw one cyclist's bike over the bridge at this point. Okay? Oh, my God.
Who's the bitch? Which one? Which one is the bitch? What's the hell? You're the bitch. You.
No, yo, dude, what do we do?
Your bitch.
What do we do? What do we do, man?
Who's the bitch?
What do we do?
You said bitch.
No, we didn't.
You're good?
No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Dude, I didn't say anything.
Are you sure you're good?
I'm sure I'm good. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say anything, man.
And your bike is here.
I know.
Bitch. What?
We're not talking.
Hey, you want to try?
You want to try? Dude, we don't want to cause problems.
Bitch.
No, dude, please.
You just
please
said
stop.
it again, man.
Because you're hitting me. Please. Buddy, stop. We don't want to fight. We're scared. Come here. Buddy, please stop. Please.
You do it again. You go in the river.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You hear me?
We're sorry.
Do you
I'm
hear
sorry.
me?
I hear you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Come on, shook.
There's two bikes there. He could be in the river.
Okay, we're sorry.
I'm a bitch, but I won't do it because you're young as
We're sorry.
I'm 48.
I'm really sorry, man.
You want to do it again?
No, we're sorry. We'll leave.
Hey, you know there's a cougar around here. The cougar is chasing people.
Okay.
I don't know that cougar. But watch yourself, boys.
Okay, really careful.
Watch yourself, boys.
Really careful.
Wow. This happened in Portland?
Who's the bitch?
Wow. Watch yourself, boys.
Was this guy like super yoked?
No.
Why were these boys scared? He sounds like a total wimp.
No. They had like a little physical confrontation there for a second, and old buddy was strong.
Okay.
He stood his ground. He snatched him around a little bit, and that's when they really got scared. No, we're sorry, dude.
Yeah.
We're sorry, man.
He told him, you call me a B word, you'll end up in the river.
Yeah.
You never know some of these road ragers out here, dude. They take things way too seriously.
Yes. Absolutely.
Can't handle a little
Next thing you
insult.
know,
Can't handle a little insult.
Yeah.
It's just a finger.
Yeah. All righty. What do you say, Lucius? Time to vote.
That's it.
Is it Broadus, who's out, by the way, today? Send Broadus some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed, taking care of his lady who was sick. Okay, so that's going around. You know, Brian was sick. He played through it. And today he's helping his lady. Speaking of ladies, lady called out the rude wings guy there right in the drive-thru. Woman saw a Tesla driving itself, wanted to warn all the other citizens, get out of the way. Or the driver raging on the cyclist. I got to go with Broadus, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with the fast food.
Alrighty, Lucius.
The cyclist. The guy crashing out on the cyclist.
man,
Tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I liked the cyclist too.
All
Who's
right.
the bitch?
By a score of 2-1, and your new G Bag of the Day champion. It's the rage on the cyclist. If you ever miss the champ, you can always check back in at about 2:20 every afternoon, right before Wolchuk's Top 10. We replay the champ, and then he faces challengers at 5:30. Then we get to LA Live. Speaking of which, here's Lucius.
If you couldn't tell by those nominees, that's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. Time you smoke.
I fired up this funk.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
I had to come find you.
So why you didn't come tap me? Would you
Why
taking
should I
a
tap
picture?
You? You shouldn't be.
Why do you have to take a picture
I should have had this conversation
and
with
send
you
it?
without your supervisor here. So why
I
don't
don't
you
have a
call him?
supervisor. I quit this
Okay,
job.
that's fine. Then
So-
I'm asking you to leave the store because I shouldn't have to have this
You
conversation
want to
with you.
send a picture in an email, and versus you could tag me and say, "Hey, what's
Okay,
going
and
on?"
again, I'm gonna ask you to leave the store.
You and you too. Both of y'all. I quit this whole ass job. All right, go email that.
Bye.
Dumbass.
72.59.
Attention all at-home shoppers. This whole ass job. Thomas Woods. Karen Sokolowski. Y'all can take whatever y'all want, because at this point ain't no security in this bitch. I quit. No, you and this job. I quit. Nah, bitch. How about that? Nah, go email that.
Go email that. I love the name drops.
Karen Sokolowski. Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, July 1st. Look at that. It's already,
my goodness,
July 1st,
halfway through.
bro. My gosh, so fast. 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here at LA Live, and the content will be toxic today.
Yes.
Please do not judge me for it. It's just the way of the world at this point.
I'm judging you.
Welcome in first time, last time, and long time listeners to this radio station. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com.
I wrote this song. I saw that you guys were protesting that immigrant that was taken from his home and sent away, Luka Doncic, and you guys. That's so cool how much of allies you guys are.
And during the few moments that we have left,
here we go.
We want to talk right down to earth.
No, wait a minute. Wait.
Easily understand.
Wait a minute. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Living color.
Do you see? Yeah, underrated song. Great song.
They just did a Tiny Desk, rocked it, man. Smoked that thing. Before I get into the content, did you guys see? Hold on, let me send you this real quick. Did you guys see that they're giving Drake a hard time for his alleged fake abs?
Man,
yes, I saw that. So I saw the Sunday
photo. Yeah, you seen that?
Yeah, I mean, it does look like there's a little photoshopping going on.
Sculpted abs. They're also giving French Montana a hard time because he's got some sculpted abs, allegedly.
What's that
Sean.
involve? Is there like an implant in there?
It might be implants.
Yeah,
It might be implants. A little suction in the implant situations. I don't know.
That's just weird.
That's what I'm saying. Would you do that? Like, no. If you had endless money, would you go get the fake abs?
No.
Would you get a fake anything?
It doesn't look proportioned to the rest of the body. Like, that's how you can tell. That's why the Drake thing started. Because he just looks like the shoulder and arms don't match.
Yeah, no,
I mean, I think that's the great thing about being a dude is you don't have to like look perfect to pull the hottest chicks in the world, right? Just be successful and have the gift of gab. Done.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that'll get it done.
It's too perfect, bro. You're right. Like, there's no definition in the arms or chest, but all of a sudden, abs are just going abby.
Yeah.
What are we doing,
Strange.
dog?
It's See, I couldn't look myself in the mirror knowing that I'd done that. You know, that's why I wouldn't. You know, I'd be like, wow, I'm so insecure. I had to
buy these abs.
Surgically change my body with fake abs.
They have chest implants, too. And calf implants.
Yeah.
They do the biceps.
Now, here's what I would do.
See?
If you could, like, send, little DNA molecules in to rebuild me naturally, like, hey, we have figured out the genetic code.
Yeah, get you back together.
Why your muscles got old. We're gonna make them go young again, but more impressive. I'm in for that.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, that'd be neat.
That's what I think HGH is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not mad at that. And then the Peptos or peptides, what everybody's taking right now.
Yeah.
Give me a combination of that situation, but I don't know about
supercharge me.
Yeah.
I don't need any plastic parts in me.
That's
I got
just weird.
abs like this, but I can't even bust out like 5 sit-ups. It's crazy looking.
This is obvious, dude. Looking at Drake, it's obvious. And he's oiled up. His looks like he's got some baby oil on the abs as well.
He did eat himself.
But you don't have six-pack abs and then just be kind of just regular everywhere else. The evidence is damning here.
That's crazy, bro. Yeah, I've seen the calf muscles. A lot of guys like getting those, but just the abs.
How do the calves? How do they come off?
Diamond calves, man.
Do they look like?
They look insane. Like you've been a track star your whole life. Rest of your body's soaking smooth. Just gooey. Everything about you is gooey. But all of a sudden your calves are just insane.
But those calves are bussing.
Bussing, bro.
Shout out to Johnny Drama.
Crazy. All right, did y'all see that President Trump? He may make Elon Musk walk the plank.
What?
I know y'all didn't see that on. Come on, I know you seen that on your timeline.
They were feuding back and forth, and then I saw something that it kind of started up again.
Yeah.
I didn't follow up with how or what happened.
Yeah. I knew this was coming when it first dropped. That Steve Bannon came out and said, "How about we just deport Elon?" I remember that, and it was kind of like a joke in a sense, but it finally got to Trump.
Yeah,
I knew this was coming when he showed up in that T-shirt in the Oval Office. Remember that one?
Yeah, dude. Deporting the guy is crazy.
Yeah.
Man, Trump and Elon were thick as thieves before this. Now we're all talking about kicking him out the country. Musk paid millions to help Trump get into the White House. Then Elon started talking slick about Trump's big, beautiful bill. The big, beautiful bill. And the EV mandate. It's a mandate. He didn't like that. So Trump threatened to take his government contacts away or something like that. Contracts.
Yeah, it's huge. That's how he got rich.
Yeah.
He did not sell all the cars to get rich.
Whoa.
Yeah. He sold the government that he needed subsidies. When they were Democrats, by the way. He made all the money off the Democrats. Like, he's doing a great job pulling both sides, but I don't think he's loyal enough to really be teammates with Don long term.
No,
he's doing his own thing, and he's got the more money. So
I mean, you can't go out there and think you're going to patch it up with Don after you said he was on the Epstein list.
No,
you're not going to patch it up with him at this point.
Yeah.
Now the man talking about kicking you out of the country on a microphone in front of everybody.
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible?
Wow.
He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
Oh, my God.
That one to Peter.
There's a lot there. There was a lot there.
Oh, man.
First of all, shout out to Peter. Trump just said he was going to give you a car that blows up.
Poor Peter.
How about that for the fake news? Yeah, man, that is wild. So if I'm Elon, where's Elon at? Is he in the country? Did he go to that wedding, Bezos' wedding?
Oh man, that's a great question.
I hope he didn't go to Bezos. Are they cool?
I don't know. I doubt that they're cool. I wouldn't think that they're cool.
Okay.
Aren't they kind of rivals?
I don't know. They're all billionaires at this point, but I don't know. But if I'm Elon, I wouldn't want to be out of the country at this moment when people's talking about deporting me and taking my businesses away. Oh my gosh.
Is this like a negotiation, you think?
I don't know what. No, he's running that man out of town. He's running that man out of town.
I never know with the president, right? Because he knows how to negotiate, and he'll paint the most extreme picture of what's going to happen to you if you don't agree with him.
Make you look crazy out here.
Yeah.
Speaking of Bezos.